The protagonist, endowed with extraordinary abilities, traverses time to become Tom Riddle. The title of Dark Lord sounds enticing, yet he perceives the magical realm as too confined. He yearns for the thrill of conquering the entire world. However, upon encountering his future subordinate, Abraxas Malfoy, at Hogwarts, his focus begins to waver. His gaze can no longer divert from this captivating figure. The world is within his grasp, yet he must first secure Abraxas. Chapter 80. After 6 days without seeing Septimus, an unusual feeling envelopes him. In the opulent study, sunlight streams through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire room. A lavish carpet adorns the floor, while a wall is adorned with magical portraits of the Malfoy lineage throughout the ages. Another entire wall is lined with bookshelves brimming with an array of precious magical tomes. The air is imbued with the fragrant aroma of incense, parchment, and wood. Sunlight cascades from behind Septimus Malfoy as he sits before the luxurious desk in his study, awaiting the arrival of his son. Abraxas enters the study and beholds his father. "You have returned, Abraxas." Septimus speaks with an intangible authority. Although Septimus shares the same platinum blonde hair and slate blue eyes as his son, he bears a slightly aged visage, his facial features more defined, exuding a calm and composed demeanor and an air of maturity. Upon first glance, one would readily deem him a competent politician. "I have returned, father." Abraxas elegantly stands before the desk, responding to his father's inquiry with poise. Septimus's expression gradually softens. He feels a sense of helplessness towards this son he has always cherished, gesturing for Abraxas to sit and converse. Septimus's sharp eyes scrutinize his son, who has just taken a seat after several days apart, noting no significant changes besides the gift box he holds, containing a brooch. "Please share your intentions," Septimus implores, for Abraxas is the sole heir of the Malfoy legacy, born after 3 marriages in his father's later years. Moreover, if the matters disclosed in the letter are true, the Malfoy family's unwavering support is warranted, as it would yield unimaginable benefits and an exalted status. There may be means for bloodline succession, yet entangling oneself with such formidable individuals could lead to unforeseen complications. "Father, I kindly request your assistance in preparing the engagement banquet." Abraxas states with his back straightened in the chair, his expression composed as he articulates his desires. "I have chosen Riddle. We shall wed." Abraxas, observing the astonished expression of his elderly father, resolutely completes his declaration. Septimus bore a countenance of intricate emotions. Despite the myriad signs and whispers that had prepared him somewhat, hearing Abraxas explicitly acknowledge their engagement left him astounded. "You have known Riddle for merely a few days, and now you are to be engaged?" Though Septimus was aware of Riddle's extraordinary beauty and formidable prowess, and recognized that the two might harbor mutual affections, he felt it prudent to exercise caution. Time was too scant to truly discern a person's character, and Abraxas's demeanor appeared to be driven by emotion. "You have only known him for 6 days, and you return to inform me of your engagement." Septimus regarded his son with an expression tinged with inexplicable concern. Upon closer inspection, his son still exhibited his characteristic intellect, yet there seemed to be an added confidence in those gray-blue eyes. "Father, he is my true love," Abraxas declared, no longer maintaining his usual elegance and reserve as he leaned back in the chair, a mischievous glint in his gaze. "And what of you, Abraxas? Do you suppose I am unaware of your nature?" Septimus's gaze bored deeply into his son's, as he gently tapped the tabletop with the family signet ring he wore. "I too have affections for him. He is truly remarkable, unparalleled in strength, beautiful, noble, handsome, and exceedingly obedient, akin to a loyal pup." Abraxas fell silent for a moment before beginning to confess his feelings for Riddle, his expression softening with each passing word. While Septimus was unsurprised by his son's admission of affection for Riddle, the subsequent statement left him taken aback. A being of such formidable caliber, with a demeanor like that. What had Riddle privately done, Abraxas? "I'm already aware of what Riddle has done. On Thursday evening, our home was inundated with countless letters." Septimus paused in his rhythmic tapping on the desk, his voice taking on a somber tone. "For a person of such stature, with a modus operandi like his, how can you be so confident in your ability to manage him?" With that, Septimus sighed deeply. A mere few days are insufficient to fully comprehend another. How could Riddle have so bewitched Abraxas? This relationship is fraught with peril. For someone of that strength, the imbalance of power renders any attempt at control exceedingly precarious. Septimus supported his chin with crossed hands. Although the Malfoy family is deeply entrenched in the wizarding world, should Riddle desire to act, would he really require Dumbledore to duel him? No one could impede him. Father, I grasp your concerns. There is no alternative. I am confident I can manage him. Abraxas replied with evident delight. I recognize the dangers, yet he will not disappoint me. Abraxas's demeanor grew increasingly jubilant. Witnessing his son's expression, Septimus felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Rest assured, Father, you cannot fathom the extent of what Riddle is capable of. Abraxas blinked, signaling his father not to worry. Not only can I act with such impunity, but I can also share his throne and everything that belongs to him. Abraxas's face radiated unrestrained joy and pride. Father, I have tested him countless times over these past few days. I have grown weary of the pretense. His power is my power. All that he is belongs to me. There was a hint of weariness in Abraxas's initial words. Yet as he spoke further, an insatiable greed flickered in his eyes. Septimus found himself stunned, for neither the promises exchanged in the union nor the feelings that led to relinquishing interest could compare to this assertion. These words were excessive. Abraxas had always been an exemplary heir. Abraxas, do you not perceive the issue with what you just said? Septimus regarded his son, whom he had not seen for merely a few days, with uncertainty. What is amiss? Abraxas inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Septimus, taken aback by his son's expression, found it hard to believe. He had not previously discussed the idea of a union with Abraxas, nor had he shown any interest in matters of the heart. Yet, having been immersed in such surroundings, Abraxas should certainly understand the implications of unions and the consequences of being together for love. We need not delve into traditional unions, but even in the case of love, would one truly reach such extremes? Septimus spoke slowly. Certainly, all of this belongs to me, Abraxas said with a beaming smile. Septimus contemplated that although his son harbored ambitious aspirations to achieve greatness, it was only natural for him to seize all that Riddle possessed. Father, do not be concerned. Abraxas began to elucidate to his father, who believed in the principle of reciprocity in giving and receiving, often weighing the pros and cons in his endeavors. In the eyes of his father, Riddle's actions and those of Abraxas had indeed become unreasonable. I understand what you are thinking, but Riddle is precisely that kind of person. He will provide me with everything I desire, Abraxas said, breaking into laughter, his expression radiating delight. However, Septimus's demeanor grew somewhat grave, his lips twitching slightly, as he felt compelled to pose certain questions. Chapter 81. Abraxas found himself in a bit of a quandary. Upon observing his father's expression, Abraxas discerned the unspoken questions lingering in his mind and preemptively initiated the dialogue. Riddle, indifferent to power, would readily relinquish all rights and benefits to curry my favor. With a sigh of resignation, Abraxas reflected on how, once he had ensnared Riddle, the latter had grown increasingly apathetic towards authority. Today, in Riddle's presence, he had engaged with Jersey regarding followers, his reaction tacitly affirming that this power was indeed his own. Unlike in public, Jersey did not restrain his intimacy, even assisting with Abraxas's cufflinks. Abraxas knew all too well that strength was paramount. What he could bestow could just as easily be taken away. Though he wore a smile, there was a seriousness in his tone as he sought to convey calm to his father. He was a man of capricious nature, acting solely on his whims. Convinced that the world would inevitably fall into his grasp, a mere game of dominion to him. As he toyed with his cufflinks, he began to dissect Riddle's psyche. Contemplating Riddle's recent preoccupations and interests, he tightened his grip on the cufflinks. Perhaps it was his overwhelming strength that rendered his feelings of unreality, for he truly harbored little desire for power. Abraxas had nearly unraveled Riddle's psychology. Father, I have subjected him to every conceivable test, from grand matters to minutiae, yet he remains unresponsive to my probing. He is fundamentally indifferent to such trivialities. As Abraxas spoke, a hint of frustration crept into his demeanor, and he set aside the cufflinks. Riddle possessed an astonishing lack of sensitivity. What mattered most to him was me. Riddle had many flaws, yet we complemented each other perfectly. For instance, his aversion to power contrasted with my affinity for it. Abraxas chuckled with delight, realizing how well-suited they were. He understood Riddle's thought process. His first instinct when faced with a problem was to address the person who posed it, thus inadvertently tethering Riddle to himself. Septimus's expression shifted from initial seriousness to a more nuanced complexity after hearing Abraxas's explanation. Father, rest assured, he adores me. If you harbor concerns, feel free to test him at your leisure. With a mischievous grin, Abraxas proposed a suggestion. Septimus, still wearing a grave expression, nodded in agreement, implicitly acknowledging his son's insight, although it seemed the direction for testing had shifted. You need not worry about this relationship. Should any issues arise, I shall handle it personally. He will never jeopardize the Malfoy family. As the thought of the worst-case scenario crossed his mind, Abraxas's brow furrowed, revealing a glimmer of ruthlessness and madness in his eyes. He had prepared for the worst from the outset, yet all plans had been derailed. The feelings continued to grow stronger. He could no longer suppress his possessiveness. Even if Riddle revealed flaws in the future, he would confront his choices head-on. Other matters were trivial. Even if Riddle descended into madness and ruled the world with bloodshed and cruelty, as long as he remained true to Abraxas, obedience would suffice. However, should Riddle dare to betray him, Abraxas was ready for the worst. He had considered all consequences when his heart raced with desire to possess Riddle. Septimus leaned against the desk, closing his eyes in contemplation. From a young age, Abraxas had exhibited an insatiable desire for control and possession over what he coveted. Whatever he wished for, he would obtain. His son's level of greed towards Riddle, encompassing all aspects of power and benefit, was alarming. To trust in a strong man's love while preparing for the worst outcome was somewhat deranged, though it would not disrupt the Malfoy family. Abraxas's demeanor clearly indicated his commitment to Riddle. Once the Malfoy family had set their sights on someone, it was a binding decision. Septimus had questions he wished to pose. At that moment, the enchanted portrait on the wall stirred to life, with Septimus's father speaking up. If Abraxas desires something, let him have it. Septimus, can you restrain Riddle or your son? Pointing his wand at his son, Septimus's father concluded, this foolish boy knows only of alliances and understands nothing of affection. He admired Abraxas, who had already resolved to ensnare this formidable man with emotion, confident in his approach, while his foolish son pondered what to ask. Abraxas cherished Riddle, having claimed him and desiring all that he was. Though his greed was excessive, it was inconsequential. Such was the nature of the Malfoy family. They would attain everything. And Abraxas was prepared for that. Meeting the gaze of his grandfather, Abraxas silently exchanged a knowing look. Riddle will, in due course, become a member of the Malfoy family. It would be more prudent for you to test him directly rather than rely on my explanations. With a sly suggestion, Abraxas proposed that his father challenge Riddle, reluctant to elucidate the efficacy of a beauty's charm on him. Riddle is indeed impressive. I caught a glimpse of him in the corridor. He possesses an elegance and extraordinary demeanor, Septimus's grandfather commented. Septimus, go and test Riddle. Do not trouble Abraxas further, and indeed, Abraxas has an eye for quality. The portrait of Septimus's mother chimed in, casting a look of approval toward Abraxas. Abraxas exchanged a proud glance with his grandmother. Riddle's exterior was flawless, providing Abraxas with a sense of pride. Septimus sensed that these ancestors had reached a consensus, aligning with Abraxas's perspective. Just as he was about to speak, his father interjected. Abraxas, you may return to your room. We shall converse with him thoroughly and allow him to engage with Riddle, guided by the collective protection of his ancestors. Abraxas exited the study, leaving his father with unasked questions. Before departing, he entrusted his father with a ring, stating, this was crafted by Riddle. It possesses his innate ability to repel a killing curse once, while he himself can withstand it an infinite number of times. As Abraxas met his father's astonished gaze, he closed the door before his father could utter a word, leaving the portraits in a state of surprise. Once outside, Abraxas sighed in relief, allowing Riddle to demonstrate his abilities. Initially intending to return to his room, he reconsidered, knowing that his ancestors would likely engage his father in conversation regarding the ring and its protective properties. He would have to wait until his father had finished meeting with Riddle before he could see him again. Riddle would soon face a series of tests. And although he remained unconcerned, Abraxas felt a twinge of guilt. Rather than heading to his room, he turned towards the library. Within the library, Riddle found himself unable to concentrate on any book, not due to worries about the Malfoy family's discussions, but rather due to his thoughts of Abraxas, who had stilled his kiss and hinted at a reward ring on Saturday, leaving him with suspicions. He felt troubled about his plans, sensing that Abraxas might act first. Yet he was already too late and could not fathom Abraxas's intentions. Seated in a single armchair with a cup of red tea, Riddle gazed vacantly out the window. Suddenly, the door swung open, and he saw Abraxas hastily enter, promptly shutting the door behind him. Chapter 82. The rewards in the library. As Abraxas gently closed the door behind him, he was met with the sight of Riddle perched on his own sofa, gazing at him with an expression of surprise. Ordinarily, his father would soon summon Riddle upstairs, and it was expected that nothing untoward would occur. However, Riddle's initially cool demeanor transformed into a warm smile upon seeing him. Gracefully rising, he approached Abraxas, his eyes sparkling with focus and affection, arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace. Without hesitation, Abraxas leaped into his arms, reveling in the moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of belonging. Despite his father's reservations and the need for further scrutiny of Riddle, this was not the confines of his room. Abraxas lifted his gaze to meet Riddle's, caressing his handsome features, and, emboldened by the moment, pressed his lips against Riddle's. Riddle's pupils dilated in surprise, feeling the ephemeral softness of their lips before firmly grasping the nape of Abraxas's neck to prevent any retreat. Their kiss deepened as Riddle tilted his head, savoring the delicate taste of Abraxas's pale lips until they parted slightly. Abraxas, overwhelmed by the intensity, leaned weakly against Riddle's form, emitting soft, involuntary sounds as he surrendered to the passionate kiss. In the stillness of the library, the sounds of their tender exploration echoed softly, moans mingling with the sounds of licking and swallowing. Breathless, Abraxas found himself unable to withstand the fervor, gently pushing at Riddle's chin to pause their fervent exchange. After a moment, Riddle's lips, once tinged with the pallor of their previous intimacy, now glowed a vivid crimson, full and inviting. Soon, Riddle cupped Abraxas's cheeks with both hands, the veins in his arms prominent, yet gentle as he adjusted their positions to delve deeper into their kiss. The more they kissed, the more their emotions surged, with Riddle's eyes beginning to redden and the veins in his neck pulsing rhythmically. When Abraxas could take no more, Riddle paused, lowering his head to lick away the remnants of their shared ardor. Abraxas, feeling weak, turned his head away, unwilling to meet Riddle's intense gaze, which held an allure that threatened to ensnare him further. He rested his chin on Riddle's shoulder, wrapping his arms around his waist, relying on him for support. As Riddle inclined his head, Abraxas quickly buried himself in the crook of his neck. "We must go to the study," Abraxas gasped, gripping Riddle's robe with determination as he struggled to catch his breath. Moments later, a house elf appeared in the room, observing the young master seated beside Riddle, engrossed in a book. After offering a respectful greeting, the elf informed Riddle that the head of the family awaited him upstairs. Riddle departed with the elf, prompting Abraxas to set aside his book, a flicker of concern surfacing about the state of his lips. Once the room was empty, he glanced at his reflection in the glass, noting the subtle flush that adorned his cheeks. Muttering a curse at Riddle, he composed himself, adjusting his attire before stepping out of the library. Riddle soon arrived in the study, where he encountered the current head of the Malfoy family, Septimus. "Good day, uncle. It is a privilege to meet you today," Riddle greeted, bowing deeply, remaining with his head lowered. "Rise, and take a seat," Septimus replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he gestured for Riddle to sit, aware that the family portraits were now observing him intently. "Of course, uncle," Riddle acquiesced, his demeanor impeccable throughout the interaction. Observing Riddle's attentive gaze, Septimus felt a momentary pang of emotion. "I am already aware of your circumstances," he began, scrutinizing Riddle's expression, which appeared somewhat untroubled. "However, should you be with Abraxas, it seems I may never witness the birth of an heir bearing the Malfoy name." Riddle understood and quickly interjected, "Our child can still bear the Malfoy surname." Septimus, initially viewing Riddle as a composed individual, now found himself taken aback by the audacity of the proposal. "But what of your Slytherin lineage?" he inquired sharply, his gaze piercing. "Abraxas has informed me that with the awakening of my bloodline, I could even adopt the Slytherin name," Riddle pointed out confidently, aware of the weight that the Slytherin surname held in the wizarding world. Septimus's skepticism grew, suspecting that Riddle's assertion might merely be a temporary concession. "The Slytherin bloodline can merge into the Malfoy family. In that case, your middle name could simply become Slytherin Malfoy," Riddle proposed, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. Septimus's astonishment was evident as he stared at Riddle, recognizing the implications of such a union. Despite Riddle's status as an orphan, the sheer magnitude of his proposal was staggering. "I could still carry the Malfoy name," Riddle clarified, noticing Septimus's disbelief, and offered an explanation. Riddle perceived the merit in this arrangement. The Malfoy family would have no grounds to oppose his bond with Abraxas, and no one could present a more enticing offer. Septimus, momentarily rendered speechless, exchanged glances with the portraits that adorned the walls, all equally astonished. He had intended to probe Riddle's intentions concerning the Malfoy inheritance, but it appeared Riddle was prepared to join the Malfoy family outright. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Septimus contemplated the weight of lineage, talent, and vested interests swirling in his mind. The intended inquiry was now rendered moot, leaving him at a loss for words. Then, observing Riddle's eager gaze, Septimus suddenly comprehended why Abraxas harbored such extraordinary aspirations. It became clear that Riddle was unperturbed by conventional expectations, and his sincerity was disarmingly profound. After a brief silence, Septimus, now fully convinced, decided to abandon his initial line of questioning. "When do you plan to marry Abraxas?" he inquired, a smile gracing his features. Increasingly pleased with Riddle, Septimus found that such conditions for a union were unparalleled. Initially apprehensive about Riddle's formidable prowess, he now recognized that such sincerity rendered any hesitation unnecessary. Riddle bore the Malfoy name, and the future heir would also be a Malfoy, with the Slytherin bloodline coursing through Riddle and the potential for other lineages awakening. Septimus felt a swell of excitement, eager to summon Abraxas to commend him for his excellent choice. "I will defer to Abraxas," Riddle replied, somewhat bewildered by the implicit approval. Although he wished to set a date, he acknowledged he must listen to Abraxas. Hearing Riddle's response, Septimus's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly unable to restrain his laughter. "Go find Abraxas. Regarding the timing for the engagement and marriage, I must confer with my ancestors." Riddle, pleased with Septimus's satisfaction, rose to bid farewell, acknowledging the ancestors depicted in the frames as he departed. Before the door closed, he faintly heard laughter and murmurs from within the room, but quickly shut the door and summoned the house elf. Filled with excitement, Riddle commanded the elf to hasten him to Abraxas's bedroom. He had successfully passed the test, and Abraxas awaited him in the bedroom, the promised reward lying in wait. Chapter 83. Riddle arrives at Abraxas's bedroom. Riddle was escorted by the family elf to the threshold of Abraxas's room. As the house elf vanished, he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came the somewhat surprised voice of Abraxas. Riddle remained silent, standing quietly at the threshold. When the door swung open, Abraxas barely had time to glimpse Riddle before he was swiftly ushered inside, the door clicking shut behind them. Just before it closed, Riddle enveloped Abraxas in his embrace. Listening to the startled exclamation that escaped his lips, with a swift motion, he turned and pressed Abraxas against the door, caressing his back, his legs pinning him in place as he began to kiss him fervently. "Let me catch my breath. No touching. I have something to say." Abraxas's voice trembled, quickly drowned out by Riddle's laughter echoing in the room. It wasn't long before Abraxas's voice turned into a soft whimper, laced with tears. Riddle cast a glance around the bedroom and lifted Abraxas onto the bed. Kicking off his shoes, he climbed onto the bed, remembering that Abraxas had something to express, and pulled him into his arms to allow him a moment to compose himself. Noticing the pallor of Abraxas's cheeks had turned slightly rosy, his slate blue eyes clouded with moisture, radiating an indescribable allure, and his lips swollen and glistening, Riddle found it hard to resist. He leaned down to caress Abraxas's cheek, almost teasingly. "If you don't speak now, you can wait until I'm finished." The predatory glint in Riddle's eyes was somewhat intimidating. Abraxas instinctively covered Riddle's lips with his hand, still struggling to catch his breath. Riddle, maintaining his hold on Abraxas, straightened up. His black robe was tossed aside onto the four-poster bed, accompanied by Abraxas's soft gasp. "Wait." Abraxas's voice quivered at the end, transforming into a whimper. Riddle began discarding his shirt, deftly unbuttoning it. "Tommy, wait." Abraxas breathed rapidly, hesitant to gaze at the stunningly white, sculpted muscles before him. Nevertheless, he made an effort to restrain Riddle's hand. "Why are you here so soon?" "My father asked about you. Your father inquired when we would marry, and I said I would follow your lead." Riddle listened to the breaths and soft moans that filled the air, a low chuckle escaping him. "I believe we could marry as soon as tomorrow." Riddle's gaze fell upon the expanse of pale skin before him, bending down to capture the sight. A slender, pale hand grasped the dark green duvet weakly, whether it gripped Riddle's dark hair or clung to his heaving chest. Abraxas was short of breath, unable to contain the low moans escaping him. His chest was marked by a flush of pink, glistening with moisture. Abraxas lay sprawled on the dark green fabric, his platinum hair cascading over his exquisite back. Riddle inhaled sharply, gently pushing the golden locks aside. The discarded shirt lay on the four-poster bed, his gaze fervent and yearning, fixated on Abraxas. The heat of his stare made Abraxas want to curl up, but he couldn't. Another figure leaned down, listening to the fragmented, uncontrollable whimpers. Riddle's eyes were now tinged with crimson, struggling to restrain his instincts. He brushed aside the strands of hair, tenderly cradling Abraxas's flawless profile, tilting his head to kiss him, the sound of their lips mingling in the air. Someone on the bed straightened up, the rustle of zippers and fabric echoed, Riddle's voice laced with amusement. "Aren't you going to stop me, Abraxas?" Another laugh followed, the sound of zippers and clothes hitting the corner of the bed resounding. Riddle let out a comfortable sigh. "Why so obedient, Abraxas? Is this permission for me to do as I please?" Riddle found it perplexing that Abraxas was so indulgent today. The fragile, broken voice emerged. "I spoke with my father. We are to become engaged." Abraxas was gasping heavily. My father consented to the marriage. What do you wish to do? Abraxas's voice trembled, filled with a mixture of desperation and tears. Let us just do whatever. Riddle's crimson-slit pupils flared uncontrollably as he leaned down to kiss him deeply. Noticing the glistening tears clinging to Abraxas's long lashes, Riddle began to gently coax Abraxas. Abraxas, don't indulge me so. A sharp intake of breath resonated within the room. I want to take advantage of you. The soft sounds of Abraxas's breath echoed once more. We will marry after all. Ultimately, Riddle's chest heaved violently, breaths coming in quick succession. The aroma of the room's incense wafted through the air, lingering at the tip of their noses. In a moment of hazy clarity, Riddle seemed to discern the floral scent that had previously eluded him. It was the rich fragrance of roses. Abraxas lay atop Riddle, his head resting on Riddle's chest. Still catching his breath, feeling Riddle play with his hair, aware that he was too timid to place his hands on him, and yet he felt a smile creeping in. But it seemed Riddle was overflowing with energy, and Abraxas pondered whether his performance today would yield any consequences. Lazy in content, he relished the sensation of Riddle's chest beneath him, turning his head to admire the pristine, pale skin. Riddle quickly grasped Abraxas's hand, urging him to be quiet lest it be noon before they knew it. Feeling Riddle's tension, Abraxas rolled onto his chest, holding his hand, wanting to converse. How did you finish your conversation with my father so quickly? Abraxas had been a bit taken aback upon seeing him. The duration was far too brief. What did my father say to you? He merely asked when we would marry, Riddle replied as Abraxas toyed with his fingers, puzzled. His father should have been probing. If the outcome was unfavorable, he would not have consented to the marriage, but the time frame seemed too short for such an inquiry. Your father mentioned. Riddle contemplated what had been said in the study, the matter of the Malfoy heir, and I said that our children would bear the Malfoy name. Riddle felt a longing to place his hand on Abraxas, but he seemed too animated, releasing the strands of hair to grasp Abraxas's other hand instead. Abraxas, surprised, attempted to sit up, but was held back, merely tilting his head. Riddle noticed that Abraxas had grown lax, remaining on the bed, enjoying the comforting sensation. Malfoy? What else did he inquire? Abraxas lazily continued, grasping Riddle's hand. Well, he asked about my bloodline, questioning what would happen to my Slytherin heritage. Riddle hesitated, momentarily unable to recall what Abraxas's father had asked. I believe your father thinks we should both have bloodlines, but one would suffice. Riddle, devoted solely to Abraxas, had never contemplated the notion of children, his thoughts having strayed. I suggested that the Slytherin bloodline could merge into the Malfoy family, and I think adding a middle name would suffice. Before Riddle could finish, Abraxas was startled upright, prompting Riddle to hurriedly wrap him in the duvet. Yet, he was captivated by the beauty before him, the cascade of golden hair, the allure of his features, enveloped in the dark green fabric. A sight so dazzling it was blinding. Don't look, Riddle insisted, pulling Abraxas closer, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Abraxas wore an expression of mild exasperation at Riddle's response. Nevertheless, he obediently nestled under the covers, propping his chin on his hands, gazing at Riddle with a smile that illuminated his features. And what else have you done? Although Abraxas was aware that Riddle was a man of his word, he couldn't shake the feeling that his father would undoubtedly question Riddle's generosity. I sense your father harbors some doubt. I do not wish to bear the Slytherin name, so I shall simply assert that I too am a Malfoy. Riddle turned his head away, reluctant to meet Abraxas's gaze, gently toying with a strand of Abraxas's long hair. Abraxas, astonished, regarded Riddle with wide eyes. Although he understood that Riddle was indifferent to such matters, this was rather excessive. Truly, as expected of someone he had taken a liking to, so generous, so perfect, and offering so much. Unable to contain his laughter, Abraxas realized that Riddle's solution was to simply present himself to the Malfoy household. With a joyful chuckle, he emerged from the blankets, leaned in to plant a soft kiss on Riddle's cheek, and then wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, delightfully pressing against him. Riddle, with a beaming smile, affectionately rubbed his cheek against Abraxas', embracing the person in his arms through the covers. Chapter 84, Abraxas' bedroom. Abraxas ventured into the bathroom, and as Riddle listened to the sound of running water, he casually tidied himself up, donned some clothing, and began to organize the room. The window was flung open to let in the fresh air, revealing a splendid view outside, sunshine, a lush lawn, and the distant sound of peacocks mingling with the gentle gurgle of a grand fountain. As the lingering scent in the room dissipated, it gradually morphed into the familiar, subtle fragrances of cedar and roses. The curtains of the four-poster bed fluttered in the breeze, casting playful shadows. Riddle busied himself with the disheveled bed, magically smoothing out the dark green velvet duvet and the rumpled sheets. He picked up scattered garments from the carpet, tidying them before setting them aside. He lifted the dark green velvet robe, arranging it neatly. Amidst the sounds of water from the bathroom, Abraxas' voice floated through. Tommy. Please fetch me a set of fitted clothes from my wardrobe. Riddle, in high spirits and still smiling, responded, of course. He turned and walked to the adjacent wardrobe, intending to find some clothing. However, the intoxicating aroma wafting from within was unmistakably Abraxas's scent. Taking a deep breath, he began to rummage through the garments, seeking out a shirt. As he perused the array of shirts, he wished he could dress Abraxas in each one before removing them again. Gritting his teeth, he drew closer to the shirts, finally extracting one of the same color as today's outfit. Holding it thoughtfully for a moment, he irresistibly raised it to his nose for a deeper inhalation. Abraxas' scent was even more captivating. Riddle approached the bathroom door, which was slightly ajar. A delicate, pale arm extended from within, palm up, signaling Riddle to hand over the clothes. Just as Riddle reached out to comply, he heard Abraxas's playful admonition, "Not so fast. Hand me the clothes." Through the frosted glass, Abraxas observed Riddle's movements. Riddle dutifully relinquished the garments, which landed in Abraxas' waiting hands. "And don't linger at the bathroom door." Abraxas' voice chimed from within as he urged Riddle away. With a sigh of boredom, Riddle returned to the bed, collapsing onto it as he pondered why one must partake in lunch. After all, there were still endless days ahead. When Abraxas finally emerged, he ignored Riddle's gaze, instead opting to don his robe. Just as he draped the robe over his shoulders, Riddle approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Abraxas' waist, resting his chin on his shoulder, and began kissing the smooth curve of his neck, followed by tender kisses on Abraxas' cheek. Abraxas, already unable to resist Riddle's charm, found it impossible to meet his eyes, allowing Riddle to freely kiss him as he hastily donned his outer robe. No sooner had he finished dressing than Riddle pulled him backward onto the bed. With his attire in place, Riddle felt emboldened. Abraxas, overwhelmed by Riddle's touches, turned to face him, pinning Riddle down. Yet, upon seeing Riddle's beaming smile, with features so striking they bordered on unfair, and the burning intensity in his gaze, Abraxas felt a rush of warmth. Resigned, he nestled into Riddle's embrace, burying his face against his neck and playfully nipping at him. He intended to issue a warning to Riddle to behave, but before he could articulate it, he heard Riddle's soft gasp, a sultry sound that sent shivers down his spine. Abraxas cursed under his breath, burying his face deeper, unwilling to raise his gaze. "I need to discuss something serious." He firmly held Riddle's thigh. What serious matter?" Riddle's voice was a husky whisper, laced with mirth. "Do not touch my thigh," he commanded. Yet Riddle began to caress Abraxas' back. Speak your mind. I'm merely touching." Abraxas felt a surge of frustration, yet he merely adjusted his position. "I've given you my surprise. What about the ring?" Abraxas endeavored to steady his breathing, controlling his voice. "The ring? After I meet with my subordinates. I shall present it to you tonight." Riddle's movements faltered momentarily, losing some of their fervor. Abraxas sensed a shift in Riddle's demeanor, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He surmised that Riddle had something special planned for the evening. Yet Riddle seemed oblivious to the impracticality of staying out until nightfall. "Tommy, how long do you think we can remain outside?" Abraxas nestled against Riddle's chest. "With classes resuming on Monday, we might manage until Sunday evening?" Riddle mused, absent-mindedly toying with Abraxas' golden locks, noting that there were no classes over the weekend. "No. We must arrive at school before 5. Today is our only chance," Abraxas informed Riddle with a touch of severity. "Ah," Riddle exclaimed, somewhat startled. "What about the confession plan? We can't set off fireworks during the day." Accepting reality, Riddle realized he could not leave Malfoy Manor to pressure the headmaster and the head of house. However, he had a backup plan ready. Abraxas, catching on to Riddle's reaction, began to piece together what Riddle had in mind for the ceremony. "All right, Tommy. I believe I have an inkling of what you've planned, but today has already been splendid." Abraxas felt confident that Riddle would eventually reveal his prepared ceremony to him. "You are to take on the Malfoy name, and my father has consented to our engagement, as well as our union." Abraxas thought Riddle's assumption of the Malfoy name was a remarkable gift in itself. "Tommy, I've already surmised what you intend for this evening." Abraxas sighed, considering the day's progress and the wait for Riddle's ceremony. "Soon, we shall join my father for lunch," he gently reminded Riddle. "I've informed my father of our engagement. You must tell him of our plans for marriage. You want me to wear the ring during lunch?" Abraxas propped himself up to gaze at Riddle, who appeared momentarily dazed as his mind raced with possibilities. The prospect of secretly using apparition to transport Abraxas to the manor for the fireworks seemed increasingly impractical. Not only would they need to prepare the venue, but that would require at least half an hour. Why didn't I bring the flowers into my pocket dimension for the ring last night? Riddle's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he looked at Abraxas. Rising from his repose, he cradled Abraxas in his arms, planting a soft kiss upon his lips, eliciting a look of surprise from the latter. Meeting Abraxas' astonished gaze, he beamed with pride. His fingers entwined in the golden strands of hair as he leaned down for a deeper kiss. The atmosphere in the room resonated with their affectionate exchanges, until Abraxas, overwhelmed, gently struck his chest, urging him to cease. Reluctantly, Riddle paused, enveloping Abraxas in his embrace to allow him a moment to catch his breath. He nuzzled his chin against Abraxas' golden locks, chuckling softly. Abraxas, hearing the self-satisfied tone above him, remarked, "You are quite astute, but I do have a contingency plan." As Riddle leaned down again, time seemed to slip away, prompting Abraxas to cover his chin and speak through his fingers. "Then you should procure the ring. We can discuss it further when we return to school tonight." Watching the scene unfold, Riddle had already concocted plans for their evening. The intensity of Abraxas' gaze, filled with a daunting ferocity, compelled him to hasten his declaration of love. Taking a deep breath, Riddle smiled, realizing he must first adorn Abraxas' finger with the ring. For the night held endless possibilities. Chapter 85. The moment Riddle should be astute. He lifted Abraxas from the bed and swiftly approached the door, one arm still around him while he extended the other to open it. Abraxas tugged at Riddle's hair, demanding to be set down. With a reluctant sigh, Riddle complied. "Weren't you behaving splendidly before? You must temper your exuberance in public," Abraxas said, lowering his gaze as he used magic to adjust his attire. Riddle wrapped his arm around Abraxas' waist, leaning against him. "But soon, I shall bear the Malfoy name. Malfoy Manor will be my home," he mused silently, not daring to voice his thoughts, for he did not wish to provoke Abraxas. After a moment's contemplation, he leaned in to place a tender kiss on Abraxas' lips. "I shall be mindful when we are outside." Ensuring he made the promise before Abraxas could respond, he nestled against the latter's shoulder. Abraxas, uninterested in his reassurances, felt that merely locking eyes with Riddle in their room would inevitably lead to more kisses. "Are you taking me outside?" he queried. "Indeed. To the grand hall of your home," Riddle replied, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Hand in hand, they made their way to the hall. Upon entering, Riddle ignored the magical portrait adorning one wall, instead bending down to lift Abraxas and place him upon the enormous dining table. Confused, Abraxas stood atop the table, gazing at Riddle. Riddle retrieved a nearby ornate chair, setting it on the table for Abraxas to sit, with an exasperated glance. Abraxas watched as Riddle's spatial ring began to pour forth an endless cascade of galleons, quickly blanketing the entire hall. A look of astonishment crossed Abraxas' face as the galleons continued to flow, soon engulfing the table. Riddle floated above the coins, and as Abraxas beheld the unending stream of galleons, he could not resist standing to approach Riddle. "Tommy, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. "I am gifting you galleons," Riddle replied, noting how the coins were nearly lapping at Abraxas' feet. Though initially taken aback, Abraxas began to smile, a thrill in his voice as he questioned, "Tommy, just how many galleons do you intend to give me?" "All the galleons at my disposal. It should suffice to form a small mountain," Riddle replied, raising an eyebrow in pride. "But how many precisely?" Abraxas inquired, observing the ever-growing pile of coins that filled the room, recalling Riddle's lack of practical knowledge. "Over 1.2 million, Riddle answered hesitantly, realizing the vast and opulent hall could scarcely contain such wealth. Abraxas, caught between laughter and disbelief, stepped across the coins to embrace Riddle. Riddle lifted Abraxas effortlessly, both standing atop the shimmering gold. The room was a spectacle of gleaming galleons, their golden hue dazzling beneath their feet. "Darling, Tommy, this space cannot accommodate all of this," Abraxas remarked with exasperation. Riddle blinked innocently at him, yet did not cease his actions. Abraxas caressed Riddle's cheek, sighing as he rested against his shoulder. "Let us continue outside on the lawn." Upon hearing this, Riddle ceased the flow of coins from his ring, magically stowing the galleons within it. Joyfully, he leapt off the table, wrapping his arms around Abraxas' legs and lifting him once more. Without setting him down, Riddle carried Abraxas outside the manor. Abraxas, giving in to Riddle's embrace, reclined against him, acknowledging that his father would surely witness their display, as the magical portrait had undoubtedly captured the moment. Soon, a small mountain of galleons settled upon the vast, meticulously maintained lawn of Malfoy Manor. The towering heap sparkled under the sun, casting a mesmerizing, dizzying brilliance. Though Abraxas had witnessed this spectacle before, he felt a surge of excitement as he admired the radiant gold, even as he began to notice Riddle's increasingly extravagant actions. After depositing the galleons, Riddle began retrieving several chests of gold from his spatial ring, opening them to spill their contents atop the galleons. He then produced an array of dazzling, priceless gemstones, tossing them onto the golden mound. With a flourish, he unveiled boxes containing exquisite necklaces and precious rings, burying them within the mountain of coins. Finally, he conjured a resplendent crown, levitating it in the air, and culminated his display with a magnificent throne, all atop the shimmering pile of gold and jewels. Riddle, with an air of chivalry, extended an invitation to Abraxas to join him by gesturing toward the throne. Abraxas' expression shifted to one of excitement, his slate-blue eyes sparkling brilliantly, brimming with pride. As he approached Riddle, each step resonated with the clinking of coins beneath his feet, while the distinct, crisp aura of galleons filled the air around him. Standing before this opulent display, he gazed upward at the treasure and then back at Riddle, breaking into a sudden smile. To Riddle, Abraxas' platinum hair shimmered like sunlight, rendering his luxurious robes and the surrounding wealth mere background details. Riddle's focus remained solely on Abraxas, captivated by the sight of him smiling. At that moment, Abraxas, too engrossed in Riddle's gaze, overlooked the surrounding gold and jewels, seeing only the warmth of love reflected in Riddle's dark eyes. Hearing the call of his family's peacock, Abraxas snapped back to reality, settling upon the lavish throne with an expression of infinite tenderness, signaling Riddle to proceed. With utmost reverence, Riddle bent down and placed the radiant crown upon Abraxas' head. He then produced a carefully prepared sapphire ring, kneeling solemnly before Abraxas, who sat resplendent upon the throne. Gazing up at Abraxas, lost in thought, Reed found himself utterly captivated by every facet of his beloved. He could never tear his eyes away. Abraxas was breathtakingly beautiful, and today, adorned with a crown, he radiated even more allure. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks erupted in the air. Abraxas looked skyward, where golden sparks fell like confetti, shimmering in the sunlight. As the golden flakes descended towards them, Reed inhaled deeply, calming his excited heart before articulating his promise. His voice weighted with sincerity. Everything, all of it, belongs to you. I will give you even more in the future. I love you, will you marry me? The fervent love in Reed's earnest gaze was palpable. Abraxas beheld the scene before him, the golden light cascading over Reed, glistening on his dark hair and shoulders. Gradually fading away, he watched Reed kneeling so beautifully before him, the tension and anticipation evident in his serious expression. Although he had long since accepted that they were destined to be together and could predict what would unfold, his heart raced with exhilarating speed in this moment. Abraxas wished to freeze time at this juncture. He knew he would forever cherish this image. Yes, he replied, his voice slightly choked, tears glimmering in his eyes. Reed, lowering his head, carefully slipped the ring onto Abraxas' finger. A single tear fell from Abraxas, shattering upon his hand, prompting Reed to look up in alarm. Abraxas had already pulled him close, leaning down to kiss him. They rose, caught in an embrace beneath the flickering golden light, lost in a fervent kiss. He was aware that his father had opened the study window to observe this moment, and the family portraits crowded the frame, all witnesses to this scene. Abraxas had sensed it all along, but the coins blanketing the lawn and his beloved professing his love in their cherished estate made this moment surreal. His father and the ancestral portraits bore witness to his triumph, marking a future he had never dared to dream. Chapter 86. Reed was remarkably perceptive. The traces of tears on Abraxas' face were gently kissed away by Reed. Abraxas leaned against him, breathing rapidly, embracing his waist and absorbing this blissful reality. He had everything. After a moment, he glanced at the gold galleons and jewels scattered at their feet, then at the splendid engagement ring on his hand. Recalling that he too possessed a space ring, Abraxas began to experiment with it, and after channeling his magic, he quickly grasped how to utilize the space ring, gradually collecting the coins. Reed watched Abraxas' joy blossom, his own heart easing, although he understood it stemmed from the emotional moment. Seeing Abraxas in tears brought a bittersweet ache to his heart. Reed began to admire Abraxas' current attire. The crown was exquisite, and Abraxas himself looked stunning, especially with the sapphire ring adorning his long fingers. Abraxas surveyed the mountain of galleons before him. Despite their family's wealth, this was astonishing. "Dear Tommy, is all of this mine?" he inquired, leaning against Reed's shoulder and teasingly biting his ear. Reed inhaled sharply at the sensation. "It's all yours. If I run out of money, I shall come to you," he replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Abraxas playfully nibbled on Reed's earlobe, murmuring an indistinct agreement. "Very well. Tommy, how much do you have left?" Reed, self-aware, suggested. "There are still over 100,000 galleons in the Gringotts vault. I'll write you a certificate shortly, and we'll share it." He wrapped his arms around Abraxas' waist, fully aware of the fortune they were accumulating. "Splendid," Abraxas responded cheerfully, holding a gold bar that gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight, squinting as he calculated the amount of gold present. His smile was uncontainable as he picked up a gem, examining the quality and brilliance it exhibited under the sunlight. With the galleons nearly gathered and the jewels collected, a thought struck him. "Darling, do you have other assets? How did you acquire so much?" Abraxas inquired, eyeing the countless gold bars and gems, estimating their worth, each more valuable than this golden mountain. There's a bit of mithril, and a manor filled with antique oil paintings. These are treasures and inheritances I've obtained, Reed explained, recalling that this was due to the signing system he had chosen. A legacy from his demise. Oh, and there are also some pounds in the space ring. I figured the magical world doesn't use pounds, so I didn't give them to you. Reed candidly disclosed his entire fortune. Upon hearing this, Abraxas straightened up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you want pounds? Reed asked, surprised, but upon seeing Abraxas nod, he began to retrieve stacks of pounds from the space ring. Soon, a mound of currency, 4 to 5 meters wide and taller than a person, appeared. Tommy, how many pounds do you have? Abraxas, merely greedily desiring Reed's entire wealth, was taken aback by this unexpected delight. Approximately 5 million, Reed estimated, recalling the total provided by the system. As Abraxas beheld the towering pile of pounds Reed had summoned, he squinted in awe, realizing today was truly a day to remember. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the bills into the air, making them dance. Reed quickly enveloped the lawn in a magical shield, ensuring the pounds settled back down. Although Abraxas had no need for pounds, he understood their significance in property dealings and Muggle commerce. He was acutely aware of the wealth represented by this currency. Abraxas gazed at the rain of bills from above, his heart brimming with joy. He smiled at Reed, but bit his lip, recalling that his father and the portraits might still be watching, preventing him from indulging in further affection. He felt a swell of pride. Although Reed had initially used all his possessions as bait, he had steadfastly chosen him from the start. Surely, by selecting him, Reed would bestow upon him wealth and power, offering everything in return, sealing it with a kiss. Abraxas felt triumphant, joyfully encircling Reed's waist and gathering up the bills, eagerly pulling Reed back towards the manor. Upon entering, they retreated to a corner of the hallway, where Abraxas cradled Reed's face. Already noble and elegant, adorned with a crown, he gazed at Reed with spring-like warmth. Reed was utterly captivated by this enchanting tableau. They shared a deep kiss. Abraxas pressed against the wall, though Reed shielded him with his hand. He felt the coldness of the wall contrasted with Reed's warm body before him. Abraxas yearned to reward Reed, allowing him to kiss deeper, yet the intensity escalated. Abraxas's eyes reddened, and his whimpers were swallowed by Reed, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. His long fingers weakly tugged at Reed's robe until the sound of approaching house elves interrupted them. Reed embraced Abraxas, concealing him as they both began to breathe heavily, wiping the moisture from Abraxas's lips. Abraxas felt as though the kiss they had just shared was excessively profound, leaving him with the sensation of nearly being consumed by Riddle. Yet, the delightful tingling coursed through him, causing his entire being to tremble ever so slightly. Riddle regarded the petite elf with a frigid gaze, and Abraxas could be heard murmuring a few words in a hushed tone. Subsequently, Riddle dismissed the frightened little elf, allowing Abraxas to lean against his shoulder for a moment of comfort, until his breathing steadied, after which Riddle tended to his lips with gentle care. Embracing Abraxas, Riddle made his way toward the dining hall, pausing at the entrance to create a bit of distance between them. After a moment's reflection, Abraxas removed his crown, admiring its opulent beauty before placing it within his enchanted ring. Hand in hand with Riddle, they entered the dining hall together. Upon their arrival, Septimus was already seated elegantly at the head of the long dining table, awaiting their presence. Noticing their intertwined hands and the ring adorning Septimus's finger, a knowing smile spread across his face. Abraxas, this truly is a day worthy of remembrance. Indeed, Father, Tommy just proposed to me. Abraxas replied as he settled into the chair Riddle had pulled out for him, extending his hand to showcase the sapphire ring. Just as Riddle took his seat beside Abraxas, he caught a glimpse of Septimus's approving gaze directed at him. Riddle felt compelled to maintain a facade of composure, unsure of what to say next. He turned to Abraxas for assistance. Engaged now, you shall carry the Malfoy name and address him as Father, Abraxas remarked, his eyes glinting with mischievous delight. Father, Riddle stood, addressing Septimus with a respectful nod. Septimus cast a glance at his son, his smile barely contained. Ha! Excellent, excellent, Septimus exclaimed, unable to suppress a laugh. It appeared he had misjudged Abraxas. Given their earlier conversation and Riddle's current demeanor, he truly seemed obedient. Since you have called me Father, I shall bestow upon you an allowance. After a brief moment of amusement, Septimus continued, I will open a vault for you at Gringotts, and your allowance shall be 3 times that of Abraxas. He glanced at Abraxas, contemplating that Riddle could indeed benefit from this financial support. He had witnessed Riddle's extraordinary wealth, the substantial treasures he had gifted Abraxas. A proposal of such magnitude was unprecedented. Abraxas was undeniably his most proud son, adeptly orchestrating every aspect of this affair. The ancestral wisdom had proven true. Abraxas had just declared that everything belonging to Riddle was indeed his. Abraxas possessed the charm to entice Riddle to adopt the Malfoy surname. And even in suggesting a change in address, Riddle complied without hesitation. The prospect of such a powerful wizard merging into the Malfoy lineage was exhilarating. However, Riddle's current prowess and his affinity for resisting the killing curse, along with his bloodline, might prove significant. Chapter 87. Luncheon at Malfoy Manor. As Septimus contemplated these matters, he raised a glass of red wine, admiring its captivating sheen within the goblet. He cast a proud glance at his son, but soon began to formulate his own plans. Although Riddle had yet to personally withstand a killing curse attack, the ring had already proven effective. Beyond the Slytherin lineage, possessing such remarkable talent and bloodline. If it could be inherited, Abraxas, for the sake of strengthening the Malfoy family, perhaps a discussion with Riddle would be in order. Abraxas eyed his father with suspicion. There was something amiss in his father's smile. Was he concocting a nefarious scheme? However, upon observing his father's gaze fixed upon Riddle, Abraxas surmised it was likely a post-dinner assessment of Riddle's abilities. No longer regarding his father, Abraxas, in high spirits, raised a glass of champagne, arching an eyebrow at Riddle. Riddle reciprocated with a smile, raising his own glass, and the two clinked their glasses together, sharing a joyful glance as they drank. Their eyes met in an intimate exchange, the atmosphere laden with unspoken affection. As Riddle continued to smile tenderly at him, Abraxas felt love radiating from Riddle's gaze, enveloping his heart. They savored the champagne together. Gradually finishing their glasses, Abraxas set his glass down, evading Riddle's gaze, and they began their meal. On the surface, Abraxas and Riddle appeared to be quietly dining. However, beneath the table, their legs had begun to brush against one another. Septimus, now entranced by the charming duo, delighted in the sound of their glasses clinking as they toasted, their laughter ringing through the air. His heart swelled with appreciation as he observed their affectionate demeanor. Riddle's extravagant proposal to Abraxas, disregarding bloodlines and assuming the Malfoy name, illuminated the notion that where there is wealth, love follows, especially considering Riddle's future intentions. Septimus pondered the Malfoy family's legacy of striking appearances. Abraxas was exceptionally captivating. Yet, Riddle's terms were remarkably extravagant. Others might suspect that he had been enchanted by Abraxas's charm. With thoughts of Riddle's audacious offer lifting his spirits, Septimus drained his glass of red wine. He tapped the rim of his goblet, contentedly lifting it, admiring the crimson liquid before savoring it slowly. Soon, the main course concluded, and the house elf presented the dessert. Septimus keenly observed that there were 2 additional desserts compared to the original plan. Noticing Abraxas smiling as he watched Riddle indulge in the sweets, Septimus's smile broadened at Abraxas's delight. After Riddle finished his dessert, he turned his gaze to Abraxas, silently inquiring about their next step. "Father, do you have any further plans?" Abraxas inquired, grasping Riddle's hand as he looked toward his father. "We need to discuss subsequent matters. Let us move to the sitting room," Septimus replied. Although he had been taken aback by Riddle's proposal during their earlier conversation, there remained many topics to address. In the manor's sitting room, the house elf had already prepared red tea. Septimus took his seat first, while Riddle glanced at Abraxas. Abraxas smiled and invited Riddle to join him on the love seat. As Septimus sipped his tea, Riddle, in a buoyant mood, leaned against the sofa, holding Abraxas's hand. His peripheral vision trained on him, uninterested in the tea. Setting down his teacup, Septimus's porcelain cup clinked against the saucer, producing a crisp sound. "Abraxas, I have already received the defensive ring you crafted," Septimus remarked, turning his attention to Riddle. "I have tested it. It indeed can withstand a single killing curse," Septimus said, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he regarded Riddle. Without considering Riddle's innate talent, simply evaluating this alchemical creation, he could already be regarded as a master alchemist. For there were no protective items on the market capable of withstanding a killing curse. "It's not advisable for you to employ a killing curse. But how do you propose to demonstrate this talent?" Septimus sought to witness it firsthand. "Father, you may cast the Cruciatus curse upon me," Riddle replied, sensing Septimus's disapproval in his gaze. "I will extend my hand beyond the sofa. Do feel free to use the spell, Father, I assure you." Riddle met Septimus's gaze with unwavering confidence. Abraxas gazed curiously at Riddle's hand, only to suddenly feel an inexplicable distance between himself and the sofa, as if a barrier had been erected. A smile crept onto Abraxas's face as he realized that Riddle had grasped his hand and commenced utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Intrigued, he picked up a teacup to experience this peculiar sensation. Septimus observed Abraxas chuckling as he held the teacup, while Riddle looked on with eager anticipation. Septimus produced his wand, directing it towards Riddle's hand, prompting Abraxas to set down the teacup and focus intently. "Exclude your weapon." A crimson spell shot forth from the wand, hurtling towards Riddle's palm. The red light halted just before making contact, as Riddle grasped the spell, shattering it into a dissipating glow. Septimus stared in astonishment at this spectacle. The spell indeed could not touch Riddle. Once more, but this time do not disperse the spell, Septimus urged, a note of urgency in his voice. As understanding dawned upon him, Riddle nodded, extending his hand once more. Abraxas leaned closer, tilting his head to inspect the hand positioned so far away. Eager for a closer look, Riddle wrapped his other arm around Abraxas' waist, carefully maintaining his balance while allowing Abraxas to draw nearer. "Father, we may begin," Riddle said, securing Abraxas as he turned to Septimus. Pierced to the marrow, their gazes were riveted upon the crimson light, which seemed to linger before Riddle's hand, yet never made contact. After a few moments, the red light vanished. Abraxas straightened up, resuming his seat but inching closer to Riddle, looking down to play with Riddle's hand. Occasionally, Abraxas would signal Riddle to activate his ability, and Riddle would respond intermittently, their fingers entwined, palms pressed together. They exchanged playful glances, and previously, Abraxas found himself enamored by Riddle's formidable power. However, witnessing Riddle perform such impressive feats now filled him with an affectionate admiration, a desire to kiss him. After a time, Abraxas lifted the teacup to sip some red tea, attempting to mask his thoughts. Meanwhile, Septimus took a sip of his tea, contemplating the implications of the ring resisting the killing curse in a similar manner. From what he had observed, it seemed to repel the spell's approach, rendering it forever unable to touch Riddle. This ability, in contrast to others who clashed with the killing curse, whose outcomes invariably resulted in death, was exceedingly formidable. Septimus felt a surge of excitement. With such a potent offense and nearing invulnerable defense, and Riddle bearing the Malfoy name, it was exhilarating. He took a large gulp of red tea, striving to temper his exhilaration, silently commending Abraxas for his accomplishments. The Malfoy lineage was destined for greatness in Abraxas' generation. Power, authority, status, unparalleled glory, bloodline, the Malfoy name, and Slytherin heritage. Engagement, marriage, name changes, the announcement of Slytherin lineage. All these thoughts surged through Septimus's mind. Chapter 88, A Subtle Probe After Lunch. Septimus set down his cup of tea, gazing warmly at Riddle. "I've heard you dislike being called Tom, so I shall address you as Riddle, my dear son." The satisfaction in Septimus's gaze was unmistakable as he uttered these words. Riddle, still holding Abraxas' hand, smiled and nodded in response. "Okay, father." Abraxas raised an eyebrow at his father, but merely smiled in reply. Septimus's smile deepened with significance. "In that case, let us schedule the engagement party for just before Christmas. Once you return from the holidays, I will ensure everything is arranged." Upon finishing his statement, Septimus looked at the two, who nodded in agreement with smiles. He instructed a house elf to bring forth champagne, filling their glasses to the brim. The three raised their cups in a gentle clink. Septimus looked at the two with increasing satisfaction, his smile becoming more genuine. "Marriage can wait a while longer. I've heard from Abraxas that you have been approved to skip a year. Let you both graduate first before tying the knot." Septimus chuckled as he concluded. Abraxas regarded Riddle with surprise at his lack of urgency regarding marriage, but refrained from voicing any dissent. The ambition to dominate the wizarding world can be formally pursued after graduation, Septimus remarked, studying Riddle's expression closely. "Patience is a virtue, although you are powerful now. Abraxas claims you could obliterate all of Britain." Septimus noted Riddle's serious nod in agreement. "However, it would be wise to act once you have graduated and shed your student identity. At that time, there will be fewer fools to oppose you." Septimus was aware that many wizards were still oblivious to Riddle's existence. Riddle must establish dominance over the wizarding community, unless he resorted to daily killings to make his name known and deter dissenters. Otherwise, there would inevitably be foolish opposition at the outset. The most pressing matter was to marry post-graduation. After all, he was not yet a Malfoy, so there was no need for haste. "Very well, father," Riddle replied, his demeanor calm. Before Septimus could elaborate further, Riddle nodded in agreement. "Abraxas mentioned you intend to participate in more competitions during school. Do you plan to seize control of the Ministry of Magic in a legitimate manner in the future?" Septimus began to probe Riddle's thoughts, pondering whether his performance today aligned with the rumors circulating. "No, I plan to eradicate all those who refuse to submit," Riddle replied with a smile, his gaze remarkably tranquil. Septimus exchanged a glance with Abraxas, who nodded in affirmation, a smile adorning his face. "In the wizarding world, there will be those who become infamous. Those who oppose me will meet their demise that very night, or their families will be eradicated by my subordinates," Riddle concluded, a satisfied smile emerging. Septimus, observing Riddle's demeanor, exchanged a knowing look with Abraxas, raising his glass in a silent toast. Abraxas reciprocated, their glasses clinking with a clear resonance, exchanging appreciative glances. Witnessing this, Riddle raised his glass in camaraderie with Abraxas, sharing a jubilant toast and draining the champagne from his cup. Septimus was thoroughly pleased with Riddle's lucid attitude, refilling their glasses with champagne and rising to propose a toast. Cheers! Cheers! The crisp sound of their glasses echoed through the living room as the trio drank down the champagne. Septimus, having finished his drink, laughed heartily, overwhelmed by the abundance of good news he had received that day. Before settling down and tapping his champagne glass, he continued to shake the champagne, casting a glance at Riddle, eager to hear what he might say next. Perhaps, Father, you could compile a list of adversaries this afternoon. I will take Abraxas to meet my subordinates in Nocturne Alley, Riddle suggested as he took his seat, eager to take action. Riddle yearned for some excitement. After frequently honing his skills on his subordinates, he had gained insight into the wizarding world's general capabilities. Having traversed time too early, he found himself utterly bored upon realizing his unrivaled strength, thus setting a goal to rule the world. However, after encountering Abraxas at Hogwarts, his primary focus had shifted to him. With the engagement settled, Riddle's thoughts began to drift towards unrestrained ambitions within the wizarding realm. I shall command them to act. Should they fail, for instance, to breach a family with formidable defenses, I could apparate from the Forbidden Forest on weekends or every evening, accompanied by my subordinates. Riddle chuckled after speaking, perhaps eager for a bit of activity. Annihilating a family, from setting up counter-apparition charms to dismantling the estate's protective enchantments and exterminating everyone within, should transpire swiftly. Riddle animatedly asserted that he would require little time, feeling a thrill at the prospect of shattering the manor's defenses and perhaps, post-venture, flattening the entire estate. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he spoke. Abraxas sensed the need for Riddle to exercise restraint, advising him to conceal his murderous intent before his father. Leaning against Riddle, Abraxas adjusted his posture to ensure his comfort. Septimus, upon hearing this, felt quite satisfied, though Riddle exhibited a keen interest in the obliteration of pureblood families. He was not overtly deranged nor lost in bloodlust. With such regard for Abraxas, the Malfoy name would soon be carried forward, and despite Riddle's danger, he remained manageable. Discussions regarding lists could wait. For the moment, no fool had provoked the Malfoy family. This afternoon, you must take Abraxas to meet the subordinates, Septimus instructed while gazing at his son. Father, please liaise with me regarding the list henceforth. Tommy mentioned he would send his subordinates to me, and I can command them as I wish, Abraxas proactively explained to his father. After absorbing these words, Septimus silently finished his champagne and inhaled deeply. Then, let us converse more about family matters in our correspondence. Septimus had intended to inquire about Riddle's subordinates, but was sidetracked by Abraxas. Father, Riddle has also created an incredibly powerful alchemical item, Abraxas mentioned, patting Riddle's hand. We can utilize it for communication. Riddle retrieved several sheets of parchment from his space ring, placing them on the table to demonstrate. After utilizing the item, Septimus gazed at Riddle in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of this groundbreaking invention. If the costs were reasonable, it could potentially evolve into a company akin to the Flu Network, representing a vast wealth. Tommy, please present the flowchart to my father, Abraxas said, observing his father sip another glass of champagne to steady himself, then gaze back at him. My dear fiancé, you have already bestowed upon me all the benefits. Abraxas smiled demurely, yet his eyes gleamed with pride and satisfaction. Riddle delighted in this title, unable to suppress his smile as he admired Abraxas's proud demeanor, his gaze drawn to the sapphire ring adorning his hand. Septimus, overwhelmed by the influx of good news and the realization of the profits inherent in this venture, sensed that perhaps he had indulged in too much wine, and his emotions were too volatile for discussing business today. I shall arrange for some experiments in the coming days. We can reconvene on this business next Saturday, Septimus remarked, his astonished gaze fixed upon his son. Abraxas, Septimus began, looking at his son, wishing to convey something. But Riddle's presence lingered nearby. Abraxas, sensing his father's intent, noted that he had imbibed more than usual today. Father, let us postpone until Saturday. Your complexion seems a bit flushed. Please, retire upstairs for a while, Abraxas suggested, reaching to assist his father. Septimus waved his hand, exchanging a few words with both before allowing the house elf to escort him upstairs. As he ascended, he pondered that certain discussions might be better suited for a private conversation with Abraxas on Saturday. Riddle watched Septimus ascend, listening to the fading footsteps, and quietly finished the last of his champagne. He then pulled Abraxas into his embrace, their eyes locking, prompting a satisfied smile from Riddle. After being enveloped, Abraxas gazed up at Riddle, instinctively draping his arms around Riddle's neck and parting his lips to reveal his delicate tongue. Riddle promptly captured him in a fervent kiss. Moments later, Abraxas turned his head, breathing rapidly. Just as Abraxas began to regain his breath, he felt Riddle's hand at the nape of his neck, and this time, he simply tilted his head obediently. Yet Riddle's kiss deepened. In the parlor, Only the sounds of the crackling fireplace and muffled gasps intermingled. Sensing an opportunity to breathe, Abraxas tugged at Riddle's robe, gasping for air. Riddle observed the person in his arms, the mist in Abraxas's gray-blue eyes and his dazed expression indicating a need for respite. Though he sensed Abraxas needed a moment to recover. Pouring himself a glass of champagne, he took a sip before speaking. "Abraxas, would you like some champagne?" Riddle's voice, laced with mirth, reached Abraxas's ears. Struggling to see through the haze in his eyes, Abraxas prepared to respond, only to have his nape cradled once more. A mouthful of champagne passed to him. Abraxas's soft whimpers echoed in the parlor once more. Chapter 89. Apparition to meet subordinates. In the parlor, the sounds of the crackling fireplace, the flowing water, and muffled whimpers alternated. Riddle comfortably reclined on the sofa while Abraxas appeared somewhat fatigued. The two shifted to face one another. Riddle insisted they finish the remaining champagne in the bottle, otherwise. He leered at Abraxas, who extended a hand for the champagne glass. This was no longer the time for mere observation. One hand supported Abraxas while the other held his neck. Riddle's gaze roamed over the pale curve of Abraxas's neck, the prominent Adam's apple, the chin, and the profile, eliciting soft, rhythmic sounds. Abraxas, feebly supported by Riddle, emitted short gasps. In a final struggle, he pressed against Riddle's chest, while the champagne was magically levitated and fed to him. The liquid dribbled down the side of Abraxas's mouth, and as he lowered his head, Riddle savored the delightful taste of champagne. Noting that Abraxas could no longer bear it, Riddle decided that they would not make it to the evening if they continued this way. He cradled Abraxas in his arms, allowing him to rest his head on his shoulder, breathing in the fragrance of Abraxas as he finished the champagne. Riddle chuckled contentedly, sipping and contemplating the abundance of opportunities that lay ahead. He then gritted his teeth, reminiscing about the sensation of skin against skin beneath their garments. Abraxas felt the warmth, heard the clink of the glass being set down, and sensed Riddle's hand beginning to caress him once more. Abraxas could only cling to Riddle's waist, inhaling his scent and gasping weakly. "Tommy, this afternoon, we will meet the subordinates." Abraxas's voice trembled uncontrollably. Riddle felt a surge of desire, yet acknowledging their schedule, he decided to postpone until the evening. He halted his movements, gently stroking Abraxas's back and planting a kiss in his long hair. "Very well, we shall meet the subordinates." Riddle concluded with a knowing smile. Abraxas was adorned in a simple cloak and a mask, both now dressed as dark wizards in cloaks and metal masks. Riddle unleashed a surge of magic and presence to deter any unwitting souls they might encounter in the alley. Abraxas regarded Riddle's attire with admiration, finding it quite dashing despite the obscured visage. Broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, Riddle exuded an imposing aura. Abraxas, feeling emboldened, leaned closer, his hand grazing Riddle's waist through the cloak. Riddle, bemused, donned a mask, and Abraxas showed no urgency to reveal himself to his subordinate. If you wish to see more, we can indulge in private later," Riddle suggested, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he struggled to contain his amusement. Beneath the mask, Abraxas felt his ears flush, yet he remained ensconced in Riddle's embrace, reluctant to move. Riddle, too, yearned to take action, but with the impending meeting with his subordinate, he knew time was of the essence. He was acutely aware that apparition was not permitted within Malfoy Manor. Would you prefer to be held or carried on my back?" Riddle's gentle voice broke the silence. Abraxas, momentarily perplexed, soon found himself lifted into Riddle's arms. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck as they progressed forward. Realizing Riddle intended to carry him out of the manor, Abraxas chuckled softly in his embrace, sensing a hint of something more. "Why not hold hands as we exit?" he inquired, eager to hear Riddle's response. "I want to hold you," Riddle replied candidly. Abraxas laughed heartily at this, choosing silence as he relished the comfort of Riddle's hold. He appreciated the answer, yet considering their present state, with masks still in place and a meeting with subordinates looming, he decided to reserve his rewards for later. Before long, Riddle gently set Abraxas down outside the grand entrance of the manor, raising his arm to beckon Abraxas to link with him as he prepared to apparate. "So restrained, yet no hand-holding?" Abraxas teased. "One must exercise restraint in public," Riddle explained. His curiosity piqued as he pondered the criteria he used to determine when to hold back. Was it the presence of others, or simply the gaze of onlookers? "Today, even my father was embracing," Abraxas remarked, contemplating the absurdity of their restraint. "Tommy, why do you hold back from physical contact in public?" he pressed, intertwining his arm with Riddle's. "Because we cannot appear overly intimate in public," Riddle responded, attempting to initiate apparition only to be halted by Abraxas. Abraxas, keenly perceptive, sensed Riddle had not fully articulated his thoughts. Despite the masks, Riddle could feel Abraxas's gaze seeking clarity. "It is about respect. We must not appear frivolous in public," Riddle finally expressed, a hint of hesitation in his voice, determined not to let others belittle Abraxas. The mere thought of anyone looking down on Abraxas due to their relationship ignited a fierce protectiveness within him. Thus, he suggested taking action against another family, both to stretch their muscles and to instill fear, ensuring that everyone understood the gravity of his affection for Abraxas, while also reinforcing the stature of the Malfoy lineage. Abraxas comprehended Riddle's intentions and felt a swell of emotion. Yet he recognized that Riddle had accumulated far too many rewards. He resolved to indulge him a little longer. Beneath the mask, Abraxas beamed brightly, embracing Riddle, and they stood together in silent comfort for a moment. "Let us apparate," Abraxas proposed, not only linking their arms, but also intertwining their fingers. Riddle chuckled softly. "Very well." Together, they began to apparate, the surroundings twisting and warping until, in a mere heartbeat, they arrived near a shadowy alley. Abraxas felt no discomfort. Riddle's apparition was remarkably smooth. Upon landing, Riddle's aura intensified, imbued with a menacing edge as he shielded Abraxas and moved forward. Abraxas sensed Riddle's heightened tension. Even dark wizards would be intimidated by his formidable presence. After a few strides, they stood before a building that appeared to be a dark wizard stronghold, where two wizards patrolled the entrance. With fierce glares, the wizards noticed them, gripping their wands warily, prepared to question. Riddle, disinterested in dialogue, opted instead to breach the stronghold, swiftly incapacitating both guards. He shattered the door and hurled the sentinels into the grand hall, where he unleashed a torrent of malice. Powerful magic surged, overwhelming the space with hostility. As he stood in the hall's center, awaiting the arrival of challengers. Soon enough, those dispatched to confront the assault found themselves grievously injured, all succumbing to the oppressive magic that left them sprawled on the floor, gazing up at the terrifying figure that loomed in the hall. Abraxas, perplexed, wondered what Riddle was orchestrating. Was this truly the way to introduce his subordinates? It appeared as though Riddle was enacting a routine of intimidation. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase above, and soon, Alec descended with several wizards. Upon sighting Riddle, the aura of authority emanating from him made Alec acutely aware of the master-servant bond that existed between them. He promptly stowed his wand, scrambling down the stairs and kneeling before Riddle's robes. The cries of his subordinates echoed in his ears, the sound of bodies colliding with the stairs and rolling to the ground filling the air. Though he was unaware of Riddle's motives, he remained silent, breathing in the increasingly potent scent of blood that permeated the atmosphere. Chapter 90. Serving Riddle proved to be quite the challenge. In the hall of Alec's stronghold, littered with the fallen, Riddle stood resolutely in the center, unleashing his palpable magic upon those sprawled on the ground. With a terrifying intent that threatened to shake their very souls, he baptized them in fear. Alec, feeling the weight of his subordinates' injuries and the suffocating magic that stifled their breaths, stifled his own cries, daring not to utter a word as he endured Riddle's terrifying presence. Abraxas observed the kneeling figure and discerned that he indeed recognized Riddle as his master, realizing that Riddle's typical approach with subordinates involved a display of force. "Well then, were you not to introduce your subordinates to me?" Abraxas remarked gracefully, a bemused smile gracing his lips, signaling to Riddle that it was sufficient. With Abraxas's words, Riddle retracted his menacing aura. Alec's subordinates, finally grasping that the fearsome wizard before them was the very leader they were to meet today, remained immobilized, speechless and reluctant to utter a word. "Alec, lead the way," Riddle instructed, glancing at Abraxas, mindful of the need to be expedient. Alec scrambled to his feet and guided them up the stairs, with Riddle following, having reigned in his magical pressure. Upon reaching the second-floor conference room, Alec once more knelt before Riddle after shutting the door. Riddle removed his mask and then did the same for Abraxas, seated at the head of the table. "From now on, he is your other master. His words will carry the same weight as mine." Riddle stood behind Abraxas, resting his hand on the chair's back as he articulated these words. "Indeed, master, your servant comprehends." Alec responded with utmost respect, with no inclination to lift his gaze. He deemed it unnecessary to do so. As Riddle concluded his statement, he observed Abraxas raise a hand, signaling his desire to speak, prompting Riddle to fall silent. "Alec, is it?" Abraxas inquired. "Yes, master," came the reply. Abraxas cast a surprised glance at Riddle, pondering the efficacy of his training methods for subordinates. "I am Abraxas Malfoy." Noting Alec still kneeling with his head bowed, attentively listening, Abraxas felt a tinge of confusion but continued, "I am engaged to Riddle. Henceforth, you shall serve me and the Malfoy family." "Understood, master. I shall honor your commands and follow your directives in service to the Malfoy family." Abraxas regarded Riddle with heightened astonishment, noting Alec's unwavering obedience and lack of questioning regarding the new master. It was remarkably submissive. Yet, he began to understand why Riddle was impervious to Andre's inquiries. Abraxas's curiosity deepened, teetering on skepticism. Could Riddle's approach to subordinates truly be so effective? After exchanging a few more words with Alec, Abraxas's interest waned, and he sought to inquire of Riddle the nature of this situation. Go tend to the subordinates downstairs, and gather the individuals I mentioned, awaiting my summons. Upon perceiving Abraxas's intent gaze, Riddle dismissed Alec. After Alec exited and the door closed, Riddle turned to Abraxas with a smile. What is it? What do you wish to discuss? As he spoke, he lifted Abraxas from the chair, carrying him towards the sofa. The two settled on the sofa, and Riddle began to play with Abraxas's hand. Why is this subordinate so obedient? Abraxas, reclining in Riddle's embrace, pondered aloud. Because I have placed a curse upon him. With but a thought, I could extinguish his life. Riddle lifted Abraxas's hand, admiring the engagement ring, and kissed the back of his hand as he spoke. Abraxas, initially intent on discussing serious matters, found himself diverted by Riddle's demeanor. Ah, I see, disobedience leads to death. Abraxas, resigned, grasped Riddle's hand, drawing it towards himself. Did we not agree to meet with the subordinates today? Why this immediate display of violence? Abraxas was more curious about Riddle's rationale than the subordinates' compliance. The sheer extremity of evil instills a greater sense of order in others. A cadre of treacherous dark wizards. With a suddenly emerged leader, there's no need for me to wield both kindness and terror. A swift demonstration of power ensures their submission. Riddle articulated his modus operandi with calm conviction. I have perused the prince. Malevolent acts should be executed in one fell swoop, while kindness is scarce in my dealings. My mercy lies in sparing their lives after I have vanquished them. Abraxas comprehended this, squeezing Riddle's hand. And then, the text speaks of utterly dismantling one's foes. Thus, I intend to make them acutely aware of the disparity between us. If I wish to end their lives, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant beneath my foot. I am a harbinger of calamity. Riddle's assertion of being a harbinger of disaster elicited a quiet chuckle from him. He felt a profound affinity with Abraxas and the Malfoy family, recognizing them as kindred spirits. Abraxas grasped this notion, yet he had initially believed that victory could be achieved through cunning rather than brute force. Riddle's tactics left no room for rebellion in the face of absolute strength. Abraxas contemplated. Perhaps he now understood Riddle's indifference towards others and his apparent lack of enthusiasm. He resolved that he would either abstain from action or unleash devastation. Riddle thrived on the respect born from fear. He sought neither to wield kindness nor to crave adoration. He had no desire for others to speak truthfully to him, nor did he wish for sincere discourse. He preferred to be feared over being revered. Abraxas, enlightened by this realization, found himself smiling, recognizing Riddle's formidable strength and mindset. Abraxas extricated himself from Riddle's embrace, gazing intently at him as he reclined on the sofa. So, what manner of ruler will you be? A tyrant, Riddle replied, arching an eyebrow and grinning at Abraxas. Abraxas, receiving this definitive answer, felt a surge of exhilaration. Most individuals are ensnared by the duality of fame and fortune, devoid of discourse on interests. Many remain shackled by their reputations. Riddle had resolved to embrace the mantle of a tyrant, relinquishing the accolades of others while accepting their fear and trepidation. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Riddle would indeed become that tyrant, while Abraxas would become. Abraxas gazed at Riddle with a hint of obsession. He leaned languidly against the sofa, his inherently striking features accentuated by a playful smile, his demeanor inviting yet sharp as he uttered those words. Utterly perilous and captivating. Abraxas's heartbeat quickened with a thrilling intensity. He found himself uncontrollably gripping Riddle's shoulders, kneeling on the sofa. Slowly, he drew closer, gazing into Riddle's handsome visage, resting his elbows on Riddle's shoulders, and gently cradling his head as he leaned down to kiss him. Riddle reclined comfortably, savoring every moment. He watched as Abraxas's eyes grew dreamy, the corners tinged with a hint of crimson, as he approached with sultry allure. Relishing Abraxas's tongue as it playfully entwined with his own, Riddle's hands effortlessly caressed the graceful contours of Abraxas's thigh. The sensation of his hand gripping Abraxas's waist brought Riddle immense comfort. In the interlude, Riddle inhaled sharply, extending his hand. Chapter 91. Subordinates are not of utmost importance. In the study of another's stronghold, the atmosphere was ill-suited for further continuation. Ultimately, Abraxas lay languidly on the sofa, watching Riddle depart. Riddle leaned down to bestow a fleeting kiss on his cheek, an image too precious to linger upon. He cautiously closed the door, steeling himself for the tasks ahead, summoning Alec with a mere thought, and engaging in brief communication. Alec swiftly organized the subordinates, leading a select few whom he deemed capable. They arrived at a conference room on the second floor, where Riddle stood by the window, unmasked, idly gazing outside at the ominous alley, contemplating the sinister ambience that pervaded. Alec entered with 4 individuals. who could only discern a shadow clad in black robes by the window. They were soon prompted by Alec to kneel, and swiftly, the previously instructed four complied obediently. Riddle turned and approached them slowly, his footsteps echoing in their ears. All they could see were his boots and the black robe that seemed to absorb the light around it. The group began to wail upon receiving the infusion of ghostly blood from Riddle. As the wails subsided, they quickly experienced the exhilarating effects of the ghostly blood. Feeling their magical power surge, their bodies invigorated, eager to rise from the ground. Yet, the ghostly blood began to punish them. Excruciating pain coursed through their cells, compelling them to cry out, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. Every cell in his body seemed to possess a will of its own. Howling in agony, yet forbidden to move. A chilling voice resonated within the confines of the meeting room. Submission or death. Alec bowed his head in silence, absorbing the unfolding events. He heard a tearing sound. Although no screams pierced the air, a shiver coursed through him. That sound echoed, eerily familiar, reminiscent of the fatal explosion he had witnessed at Riddle Manor. Alec, the individuals you have chosen may possess some capabilities, yet they are riddled with too much cunning. Upon hearing his master's voice, a foreboding sensation enveloped Alec, and indeed, as anticipated, a crimson light flickered within the chamber. He found himself kneeling, struck by a heart-rending curse. Surprisingly, despite the excruciating pain, Alec managed to remain on his knees, his resilience heightened by his transformation into a wraith. However, the mastery of his master's heart-rending curse was extraordinary, always teetering on the brink of death. Could it be? Alec, in light of your satisfactory performance, I shall let this matter rest for today. The mere thought of what he intended to do next lightened Riddle's mood. He intended to impart lessons to these individuals, for their fates would soon lie in Alec's hands. Riddle's management style was to appoint one individual to oversee others. He had neither the time nor inclination to manage a multitude, and failure meant dismissal. Furthermore, with such formidable subordinates, it was imperative to swiftly establish a reputation and unify smuggling channels. You know what awaits those who linger too long. Riddle tossed a parchment to Alec before turning to exit the meeting room. As Alec listened to the retreating footsteps and the door's closure, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced at his remaining subordinates, only 3 of whom still lay on the ground. Alec pondered Riddle's discernment of cunning individuals. During their last encounter at the manor, it could be argued that time had allowed some to reveal their true selves. But now, upon mere contact and blood infusion, Alec dared not dwell on it further. Various signs indicated that this blood curse appeared to be even more formidable than anticipated. Picking up the parchment, Alec contemplated that, since life and death were no longer in his hands, he ought to show greater respect to young Master Malfoy and dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the Malfoy family. Perhaps a word of advice from young Master Malfoy could spare him from death. The intensity of today's heart-rending curse spoke volumes. It signified his master's unpredictable temperament. Yet the mere presence of young Master Malfoy had improved his mood. With young Master Malfoy managing himself, there might be a chance for specific arrangements and regulations. Serving Riddle was indeed a daunting task. Failure led to dire consequences. Alec felt profoundly that there was no one more challenging to serve than Riddle, cold and merciless, where outcomes were solely dictated by success or failure, with only death or punishment awaiting those who faltered. There was not a hint of reward to be found. Yet his life was firmly in another's grasp. Even without the blood curse, Riddle possessed the power to extinguish his life with the slightest effort. Alec had previously consoled himself with the notion that once Riddle ruled the world, all would partake in this fate. However, he now perceived a glimmer of hope, fervently praying that young Master Malfoy would remain by Riddle's side forever. Upon exiting, Riddle made his way to the study, knocking softly before being granted entry. Entering, he beamed at Abraxas, attempting to draw closer, only to be gently halted by a hand against his chest. You must not come too close, Abraxas remarked with a playful tone. Very well, Riddle replied with a resigned smile. Riddle had also planned to escort Abraxas to his estate. He lowered his gaze to adjust Abraxas' cloak, adjusting the hood and securing his mask. Once they were both prepared, they departed the hideout. Utilizing apparition at the entrance, Riddle transported himself and Abraxas to Diagon Alley before reappearing outside Riddle's manor. He released Abraxas' hand, helping him lower his hood and remove his mask. Abraxas began to survey the surroundings. They found themselves on a private road, shaded by verdant trees, with greenery lining both sides. The landscape was quintessentially English, featuring rolling hills and lush greenery. The tranquility of the area exuded an air of serenity and opulence typical of a private estate. Riddle also removed his hood and mask, smiling at Abraxas. As Abraxas gazed at the face beneath the mask, he bit his lips slightly, each glance revealing an exquisite allure. Riddle, with a smile, leaned closer to Abraxas. Surrounded by the lush foliage and the melodic chirping of birds, Abraxas hesitated, pondering if they had been too intimate today. However, he succumbed to Riddle's embrace and was met with a gentle kiss. Afterward, Abraxas sighed against Riddle, who appeared bemused. "What troubles you?" Riddle inquired softly upon hearing Abraxas's sigh. "It seems we are too close in private," Abraxas began, but before he could finish, Riddle chuckled softly, understanding. "Stop laughing. I shall cease," Riddle responded, squatting before Abraxas. "Shall I carry you?" he inquired with a smile. "Tommy, I believe it is you who wishes to carry me," Abraxas retorted playfully, climbing onto Riddle's back. As Riddle carried him toward the manor, Abraxas reclined against him, admiring the scenery and engaging in light conversation. Observing the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and listening to the birdsong, Abraxas found the surroundings breathtaking, a sensation he had never experienced before. He leaned in to plant a kiss on Riddle's cheek, catching the look of delight in his eyes. Abraxas beamed brightly, nestling against Riddle and whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Chapter 92, Riddle's Manor. Arriving at the gates of the manor, Riddle gently set Abraxas down, and together they entered the estate. They traversed the lawn and meandered through the garden, approaching the opulent main building. As Riddle entered, he summoned the butler, who stood waiting at the base of the steps to greet them. Abraxas curiously examined the manor. Unlike the towering Malfoy estate, this was a three-story structure. A white manor adorned with grand marble columns, exuding a hint of French elegance. Abraxas surveyed the romantic decor of the manor, noting the exquisite garden surrounding it. The butler then ushered them through the hall and into the sitting room, excusing himself to prepare desserts and tea. Riddle began to remove Abraxas' cloak, which was rather unremarkable in its simplicity. Abraxas extended his arms, allowing Riddle to assist him while taking in the surroundings. Dominated by a white palette that felt both romantic and refined, with few portraits adorning the walls. It seemed somewhat incongruous with Riddle's usual dark attire. Abraxas suddenly found himself yearning to see Riddle in white clothing. Riddle had already helped Abraxas out of his cloak and neatly arranged it before stowing his own cloak within his space ring. Abraxas settled onto the sofa, and Riddle knelt before him, leaning in to affix a diamond brooch to his attire. Abraxas squinted as he noticed Riddle had once again adorned himself with a brooch. After securing it in place, Riddle gazed appreciatively at Abraxas, who was lounging on his sofa. A flicker of desire ignited within him, but the impending return of the butler quelled his impulses. Riddle settled beside Abraxas, embracing his waist and leaning in to take a deep breath. Abraxas, however, firmly grasped Riddle's hand as it began to wander upwards, casting a warning glance. In response, Riddle bestowed a fleeting kiss, a mere brush of lips that lingered just long enough to ignite a spark. Their gazes locked. Initially, Riddle's eyes were filled with admiration, but as their stares intertwined, an invisible thread seemed to draw them closer together. With a sigh, Riddle leaned into Abraxas, aware of Justin's imminent return. Abraxas smiled, returning Riddle's kiss. But sensing a shift in Riddle's demeanor, he quickly redirected the conversation. "What brings you to the estate?" "Oh, I wish to present you with some antiques and paintings from the basement." Riddle hesitantly fabricated an excuse. Abraxas let out a soft chuckle, recognizing the implausibility of Riddle's claim. "Very well, shall we go now?" he suggested with a knowing smile. Riddle inhaled deeply, biting his lip, and replied, "I'll introduce you to the butler, and then we'll proceed." At that moment, the parlor door swung open, and the butler wheeled in a cart laden with desserts and red tea, standing by to serve the two. "This is my butler, Justin." Upon hearing Riddle's introduction, the butler greeted Abraxas with a polite nod. "Good day, sir." Abraxas scrutinized the butler. He was of modest height, slender with a hint of gray in his hair, yet he did not appear overly aged. He exuded an air of calm and decorum. "Justin, this is my beloved Abraxas Malfoy," Riddle announced, elucidating their relationship. Justin's reaction was quite amusing. He beamed with genuine delight, speaking with a distinctly London accent. "Oh, it is an honor to serve the esteemed young Master Malfoy." Riddle exchanged a knowing glance with Justin, silently urging him to take his leave. Abraxas, observing Justin's enthusiasm, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Do you know of me?" Stopping Riddle from dismissing the butler, Abraxas posed the question to Justin. He elegantly sat, sipping his tea, intrigued by the forthcoming response. "No, sir, but I have heard of the Malfoy family," Justin replied, maintaining his composure. "It is known that there are pure-blood nobles within the magical community, and indeed, I have heard of the illustrious Malfoy name." As he spoke, Justin's expression grew more animated, tinged with excitement. "It is truly a blessing from God and Merlin for you to be with the young master." Abraxas observed his demeanor, taking a sip of tea while contemplating the sincerity of his words, though something felt amiss. However, his warm reception was genuine, prompting Abraxas to relent and allow Riddle to send the butler away. Once Justin was dismissed, Riddle turned to Abraxas with a smile, awaiting him to finish his tea. After taking a final sip, Abraxas set down his cup, and at the sound of the delicate clink, Riddle seized the opportunity. Let me take you to the basement. There is something for you there. Riddle stood, beaming brightly. Their eyes met, and Abraxas perceived the depths of Riddle's intentions. With a light chuckle, Abraxas playfully swung his legs. His toes pointed. Aren't you fond of desserts? Go ahead and indulge. Abraxas regarded Riddle with a teasing challenge. Riddle smiled, biting his lip before shifting gears. He settled closer to Abraxas, wrapping his arms around his waist, leaning in to murmur softly in his ear, choose a flavor you fancy. Abraxas turned to regard Riddle, whose expression was wickedly playful, his gaze burning. Abraxas tilted his head, contemplating the array of desserts before him with utmost seriousness. Riddle, unable to contain himself, began to bite his tongue, even as Abraxas maintained his composed and graceful demeanor. Finally, Abraxas selected a piece of chocolate, delicately offering it to Riddle's lips. Riddle inhaled sharply, opening his mouth to accept the treat, inadvertently licking the elegant, pink-tipped fingers of Abraxas. Abraxas savored the sensation, noting the dangerous glint in Riddle's eyes. Without hesitation, Abraxas rose to his feet, leading Riddle down to the basement, where the light was dim but present. As Abraxas surveyed the collection of artifacts, the sound of the basement door closing echoed ominously. He stood still, sensing Riddle's approach from behind. The basement filled with the soft sounds of kisses and heated breaths. Amidst their playful interlude, Abraxas heard Riddle's husky voice break the silence. Do you like chocolate? The question sent a rush of warmth through Abraxas, but he remained silent. The only sounds in the basement being the gentle echoes of their intimacy. Chapter 93. A bored Riddle is a dangerous one. Before Abraxas could intervene, he felt Riddle's sudden restraint, though the tingling sensations lingered in his mind. He began to contemplate the passage of time, aware that Riddle likely would not engage in anything untoward in the basement. Yet, it was infrequent for Riddle to voluntarily hold back. Abraxas felt he had unraveled a hint of understanding, nestled comfortably in Riddle's embrace, breathing in a sense of ease. As Riddle exited the basement, he moved swiftly, while Abraxas lingered a moment longer, having composed himself. Following the path back to the hall, Abraxas discovered Justin awaiting him. Sir, Master Riddle has instructed me to take you on a tour of the estate. Abraxas appraised Justin from head to toe. Very well, lead the way. He replied with a light laugh. Abraxas had begun to piece together Riddle's intentions, speculating on the evening's planned ceremony. It likely pertained to the estate. And as Abraxas contemplated the numerous inconsistencies, he followed the butler through the grand estate. Soon, he realized Justin was leading him away from the garden. Justin elaborated on the vastness of the estate, detailing the lakes and forests that belonged to it, as well as the stables where the horses were raised. Abraxas paused at the mention of the equestrian facilities, admiring a flower blooming in the garden. Does Tommy enjoy horseback riding and hunting? Butler Justin, upon hearing Tommy's astonishment, quickly composed himself. The young master had displayed some interest in hunting 3 years ago, and even 2 years prior. However, this year, he exhibited a complete disinterest in the pursuit. Abraxas furrowed his brow in contemplation. What hobbies does he indulge in daily? He inquired. For a moment, Butler Justin found himself at a loss for words. Young Master Riddle spent his time within the estate primarily engaged in the study of magic or ensconced in his study with books. After pondering for a while, Justin began to elucidate. In the initial years after arriving at the estate, he had some interest in various forms of entertainment, but in the last year, it appeared that he had lost enthusiasm for everything. Abraxas nodded, deciding to forego a tour of the garden, and turned towards the hall. What forms of entertainment had he previously enjoyed? He asked. Justin hastily followed, responding as they walked. The young master seemed to wish to try any form of entertainment he was aware of, yet he displayed little genuine interest. What about attending an opera? Abraxas queried with curiosity. He has attended once, but has not returned since. And a concert? He went twice, but has not returned since. By this time, Abraxas had reached the center of the hall, sensing something was amiss. He noticed the absence of others in the estate. Why was there no sign of house elves? It was perplexing. The estate was supposed to have servants arriving at specified times to perform their duties. During the day, they would be in a servant's quarters adjacent to the main building. I also leave the estate at night, Justin explained, diligently fulfilling the young master's requirements. Abraxas felt a growing sense of unease and wished to inquire further. He raised his hand to display the sapphire ring adorning his finger. He proposed to me today. A flicker of surprise crossed Justin's eyes, yet he refrained from comment. Once Abraxas had asserted his identity as the future master, he made his request. Butler, I believe you could escort me to Master Riddle's bedroom. Justin hesitated for a moment, but quickly collected himself. Very well, Master Malfoy, please follow me to the second floor. The master bedroom is located there. The two swiftly ascended to the second floor, yet Justin moved briskly through the corridor. Abraxas glanced sideways. Noticing the backyard devoid of a lawn, merely a patch of earth, Justin opened the door to the master bedroom on the second floor, inviting Abraxas to enter. He began to introduce the decor, but Abraxas had no intention of listening, instead making his way to the window. What he saw confirmed his thoughts. Justin, too, realized that this window offered a view of the entire backyard. Abraxas smiled as he spotted a figure within. After observing for a while, he stepped away from the window and seated himself on the sofa. "Butler, do you not find Master Riddle somewhat endearing?" Abraxas chuckled, delighting in the thought. His laughter filled the room. Justin found himself unable to respond, wishing to excuse himself to prepare tea for Abraxas, but was halted in his tracks. With his identity as the future master established, Abraxas inquired, "What kind of person do you perceive Riddle to be?" He sought to glean more about Riddle from the butler's perspective. "Young Master Riddle is quite remarkable," Justin finally managed to articulate after a prolonged silence. "He typically has few demands. In terms of cuisine, he has neither particular favorites nor aversions. If he finds a dish unsatisfactory, it is promptly removed from the table." As Justin spoke, he appeared to relax somewhat. In truth, once you grasp the manner of interacting with the young master, there are few complications. Young Master Riddle prefers that the butler adhere to established protocols without objection. Justin cast a glance at Malfoy, deciding it was best to continue. Although he may seem cold and unyielding towards his subordinates, he is fundamentally a decent person. With that admission, beads of sweat formed on Justin's forehead, and he felt compelled to explain further. "You see, my previous employer was ostensibly a member of Parliament, but secretly managed an underground organization. I often witnessed certain occurrences. Young Master Riddle cannot be deemed capricious. He is, however, someone capable of mischief." Another glance at Malfoy revealed that he remained poised, his expression unchanged, prompting Justin to continue. "He holds a fondness for you. He rarely exhibits such joy. For the past year, he has shown disinterest in everything." Justin believed that Riddle indeed harbored genuine affection for Malfoy, as evidenced by the recent news and the visible joy on Riddle's face. Despite serving as a butler for several years and recognizing Riddle's discontent, he had never borne the brunt of his ire. Yet, Justin could not shake the fear that whenever Riddle was unhappy, it felt as though a great calamity loomed. He had occasionally overheard the wails of Riddle's subordinates when they faced punishment. He had also witnessed the dire fates of his previous employer. Although he understood that as long as he fulfilled his duties as a butler, he would be safe, Justin remained apprehensive. He suspected that Riddle might be involved in secretive and perilous endeavors. Riddle was a man capable of nefarious deeds, and if his means of amusement and boredom aligned with Justin's conjectures, ruling over England could very well be within the realm of possibility. Justin pondered the dire state of the country. While Riddle maintained a code of conduct, anyone who dared provoke him would find themselves in grave peril, as eliminating rival factions would serve as entertainment for him. Abraxas nodded thoughtfully after absorbing Justin's words, prompting him to prepare tea. He began to ponder the implications of Justin's statements, resting his chin on one hand as he contemplated the information. Chapter 94. Abraxas sensed something was amiss with Riddle. He reflected on the butler's words. Riddle exhibited a lack of interest in everything and disdained entertainment. 2 years prior, he had relished hunting. Now, however, he seemed indifferent to all. He preferred solitude within the estate, disliking social interactions even upon entering Hogwarts. His demeanor was rarely joyful. Abraxas concluded that Riddle's psychological state was more precarious than he had initially surmised. Was it possible that his strength had fostered a profound disconnect from the world and its inhabitants? Much like a wizard gazing upon muggles, Riddle viewed everyone through a similar lens. He felt that, without Abraxas, Riddle would likely descend into tyranny, having grown weary of everything. Riddle seemed to possess a set of principles. Yet, if someone dared to challenge him, annihilating adversarial forces would serve as amusement. Abraxas began to tap his fingers on the table, contemplating the possible trajectory of events in his absence. At Hogwarts, he would likely grow disenchanted with the curriculum and find all his peers insipid. Abraxas chuckled, believing Riddle would endure at most half a semester before resorting to reckless behavior. Within a week, he had already acquired the forbidden tomes from Hogwarts and gained access to the Slytherin chamber. Perhaps he would grow so bored that his grand designs would never come to fruition, instead seeking out Grindelwald for a duel and subsequently establishing a bloody reign over the magical realm. Abraxas sighed, an unsettling feeling washing over him that Riddle would soon be engulfed in a bloody rampage. When Riddle's patience reached its nadir, he would not seek followers nor attempt to usurp the Ministry of Magic. Such behavior would not permit anyone to provoke his methods. For him, ruling the magical realm might very well entail instilling a sense of dread in others. It was a choice between abstaining from murder or launching an unrelenting spree of violence. A calamity. Perhaps, in the future, this attitude would extend to the entire world. At that moment, Justin knocked on the door and entered, presenting Abraxas with a tray bearing red tea. As Abraxas sipped his tea, he resolved to cease his troubling thoughts. His indulgence towards Riddle had already affirmed his acceptance of him. Regardless of Riddle's flaws, they would face them together. Being in Riddle's company brought him joy, and any inquiries he had would be better posed in person. Even if Riddle were mad, he was a choice Abraxas had made. They were already engaged, and marriage would certainly follow, allowing for deeper questions to arise. Although Riddle appeared indifferent to many matters, which ultimately served him well, Abraxas still wished for his Tommy to remain perpetually happy. Eventually, he would inquire, for he knew Riddle's subtle thoughts well. Any lies directed at him would not escape his notice. Contemplating this, Abraxas moved to the window, carefully hiding as he smiled at Riddle's antics in the backyard. Riddle emerged from the basement and swiftly made his way to the garden to commence his preparations. He retrieved the growth potion he had brewed the previous night from his spatial ring and began to meticulously dilute it with pure water, achieving the perfect concentration. He planned to evenly sprinkle it over the lawn where the rose seeds had already been sown. The garden at the front of the estate was still presentable, yet the rear lawn had been cleared, revealing a vast expanse of bare earth. Riddle, a ruthless master, decreed that all the grass visible from that vantage point should be sown with rose seeds. Alec had first cleared the lawn surrounding the estate and the naturally growing grass in the distance before laboring through the night to plant the rose seeds. Justin primarily organized a few rooms to store the roses and offered some suggestions. Riddle's workload was considerable. He needed to carefully distribute the growth liquid across all the land. With unwavering diligence, Riddle meticulously sprinkled the potion, tending to each area with precision, moving from near to far. As he exhausted the potion in hand, Riddle suddenly turned to survey the estate, sensing a gaze upon him. However, having distanced himself from the estate, he saw no one. He assumed it might have been Justin the butler observing him and resumed his labor with fervor. Once he completed his tasks, Riddle returned to the hall, his spirits high. He found Abraxas waiting for him, elegantly smiling in his direction. Abraxas contemplated how remarkable Riddle's boundless energy was, after toiling in the mud for so long. He appeared utterly unblemished. Riddle squinted in thought, devising a way to coax Abraxas into closing his eyes and following him outside. I have a surprise for you. Would you mind closing your eyes for a moment? Riddle asked anxiously, gazing at Abraxas. What surprise? Of course, Abraxas replied, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he smiled and turned back to the hall after watching Riddle's endeavors in the garden. He was genuinely curious about what the surprise might entail. Justin the butler presented a silk ribbon, and Abraxas allowed Riddle to tie a black ribbon around his eyes. He felt himself being lifted by Riddle, who gently carried him into the garden. As Abraxas was set down and prepared to remove the ribbon, Riddle halted him. Just a moment longer. Upon hearing Riddle's words, Abraxas sensed Riddle drawing uncomfortably close. Riddle gazed down at Abraxas, his eyes covered by the black ribbon, and pressed a tender kiss on the silk. Abraxas let out a soft laugh, amused by the restraint. Soon, the ribbon was removed, and as Abraxas blinked slowly, he beheld a breathtaking scene. Before him stretched a dense tapestry of verdant flower branches, and beneath his feet lay a patch of grass. The surrounding light appeared somewhat peculiar, shimmering in vibrant hues. Abraxas gazed intently at the sky, which had been magically transformed into a striking azure, romantic pink, and resplendent violet. The clouds floated above, tinged with these colors, and petals of various shades cascaded from the heavens, enveloping him in their silent descent. Abraxas marveled at this astonishing spectacle. Look ahead, Riddle's gentle voice beckoned. The rose bushes had already begun to sprout buds, which unfurled at a visible pace. The branches, once bare, were now replaced by a multitude of deep crimson buds, blooming in waves, creating a sea of roses that extended toward the distant forest. The petals from above continued to fall, landing before the two, only to be whisked away by the wind. The petals encircled them, gracefully ascending into the air. As Abraxas reached out to catch a single rose petal, holding the delicate petal, he savored its texture and inhaled its fragrance. Letting the petal slip from his fingers, he turned his gaze to Riddle, who smiled tenderly, his eyes brimming with uncontainable affection. Though it may be late, these are the flowers I wish to present to you today. As Riddle spoke, a bouquet of resplendent starry roses materialized in his hands, the vivid red blooms twinkling with glimmers of light. Kneeling on one knee, he offered the roses to Abraxas. Abraxas, taken aback by the sight, found himself at a loss for words. He accepted the roses, leaning against Riddle, resting his head on his shoulder as he reveled in this romantic gesture. The vibrant colors of the sky cast a kaleidoscope of hues around them, rendering the scene dreamlike. He gazed entranced at the floating petals and the vast expanse of blooming roses, swaying gently in the breeze. The roses in his arms, the myriad of blossoms dancing in the wind, and the fragrant blooms surrounding him enveloped his senses entirely, saturating his heart with their essence. Chapter 95. Why? Upon entering the bedroom of the estate, the vibrant flowers outside began to lose their brilliance. Abraxas impulsively flung himself into Riddle's embrace, pushing him down onto the bed. His heart was now soft beyond measure, and he merely wished to discuss matters he had long yearned to confirm. Abraxas settled comfortably atop Riddle, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. I have some questions for you. Yes, go ahead, Riddle replied, somewhat perplexed but readily accommodating. Why do you seem indifferent to everything? What do you mean? Everything. The bedroom fell into a brief silence as Riddle pondered how to respond, perhaps at a loss for words. Abraxas broke the stillness, his voice echoing in the quiet room. Tommy, why do you not care about money? Because I will always have more? Riddle was uncertain. After acquiring a certain amount of wealth, the system continued to provide him with daily funds, leading him to regard money with indifference. Why gift it to me? Because you are more significant than wealth, Riddle responded promptly. Why disregard power? He hesitated. Because others can be eliminated if they disobey. The world is but a thought away from me. Why have you become unhappy in the past year? He found it arduous to articulate, because it has grown rather tedious. My dear, what makes you feel this boredom? Can you share it with me? Abraxas lingered after each question, attuned to the rhythm of Riddle's heartbeat, sensing the emotions woven into his words. Because it feels rather dull. After a brief pause, Riddle let out a slow sigh before continuing. Perhaps it is because I am aware of my own strength. Initially, it brought me joy, but gradually, that joy has faded. As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed Riddle's face, yet Abraxas, nestled in his embrace, found a solace that was no longer as bleak as before. Is your discontent truly due to becoming the strongest? Abraxas's gentle voice broke the silence. No, it stemmed from having something to strive for, a desire to become the strongest. Yet, upon achieving that, I discovered an overwhelming sense of ennui towards this world. Riddle had begun to recognize his own dilemma, yet felt powerless to resolve it. In 19th century England, entertainment was scarce, and he had little interest in social interactions. He understood the world's duality. It was simultaneously tangible and illusory. Thus, he sought amusement in formulating plans to dominate the magical realm and the world itself. Sensing Riddle's discontent, Abraxas sighed, leaned up, and pressed a kiss upon him. He then lay against Riddle, listening to the cadence of his heart, and continued to inquire, why do you find this world so uninteresting? Perhaps it is because I lack enthusiasm for most things. Abraxas had long since discerned Riddle's indifference and was not surprised by the response. Yet since there was more to uncover. Tommy, have you ever pondered why you feel such disinterest? Riddle emitted a nasal sound, struggling to reflect. Abraxas patiently awaited his reply. Because, Riddle faltered. He understood the underlying issue but was at a loss for words. He had once yearned for boundless freedom in this world. Yet when that freedom was finally within his grasp, he found himself devoid of motivation. At most, he could manage to execute his plans, methodically dominating the world. However, he feared that even ruling the world would become monotonous. He realized he had yet to root himself in this world, remaining solitary and disconnected from anyone or anything. The world was within his reach. He could compel all to become his subordinates, yet the very thought bored him, and he surrendered to despair. Riddle understood the void within his heart. It seems that I possess a certain desolation within. After considerable contemplation, Riddle resolved to share his insight with Abraxas. To me, this world signifies nothing. My arrival here was abrupt, and I lack any anchor. He sighed once more. It feels as though I have forged no connections, rendering this world devoid of meaning. Abraxas comforted him with a gentle pat on his chest. Riddle took hold of Abraxas's hand, intertwining their fingers. After confessing these thoughts, a sense of joy blossomed within him. Abraxas, do not worry about me. I now possess genuine feelings towards the world. Upon hearing Riddle's newfound perspective, Abraxas felt there was no longer a need to listen for his heartbeat. He turned to nestle against Riddle's chest, comfortably resting his head while still holding his hand. Riddle continued, Abraxas, I find immense joy in your company. Engaging in any activity with you feels delightful. He genuinely felt elated. Contrasting his previous belief that each day was uneventful, now, he eagerly anticipated the future. Abraxas believed that confronting issues led to resolution. Wounds must be laid bare to heal. Since Riddle had acknowledged his problems, he replied, very well. Do inform me promptly of any concerns that arise, my dear fiancé. He elongated the last word playfully. All right, Abraxas. Riddle beamed. You care for me so deeply. I will always care for you. Once the Malfoy family commits to someone, they remain steadfast, Abraxas vowed, clasping Riddle's hand. Excellent. Riddle cheerfully acquiesced. He understood Abraxas's motives for inquiring about his disinterest, recognizing it aligned with Abraxas's interests, yet he continued, Abraxas, do you truly love me? Why? Do you doubt my affection? Abraxas countered with a light laugh. I love you, Riddle replied, unable to suppress his laughter, feeling joyous in the present moment. Embracing Abraxas while lying on the bed felt utterly delightful. However, Abraxas's voice soon interrupted. Since we are engaged, and you have pledged the Malfoy name, there are certain matters we ought to discuss. Go ahead, Riddle replied, sensing the seriousness in Abraxas's tone. Tommy, you mentioned earlier your disinterest in matters beyond me. Indeed. I did, Riddle responded, somewhat perplexed. Then you must heed my guidance in future endeavors. To what specifically do you refer? Riddle queried, bewildered. The plans for ruling the magical realm, the arrangements for followers, and so forth. Abraxas perceived that now Riddle had resolved his issues. It was an opportune moment to delineate power dynamics. Yet, as he spoke, he sensed Riddle was already inclined to adhere to his counsel. Very well, Riddle readily agreed. No. There are additional aspects of power, Abraxas quickly interjected. All right, what further powers do you desire? Riddle inquired, amusedly engaging with Abraxas. The authority over the Ministry of Magic and governance of the magical community, Abraxas casually suggested, having not thoroughly considered his wants. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Riddle replied without hesitation. Abraxas felt a twinge of discontent. Growing frustrated, he sat up, pressing his hands against Riddle's chest, pondering what he truly desired. Riddle, observing Abraxas perched atop him, began to let his imagination wander. Chapter 96, Mutual Dissent. Through their time together, Abraxas had acquired a certain audacity. He fixed his gaze on Riddle, noting the mischievous glint in his eyes. With a playful slap on Riddle's chest, he signaled him to behave. Riddle nodded, his hands mischievously finding their way to Abraxas's waist. Abraxas felt a surge of indignation. You, think of how to allocate power to me, otherwise. Abraxas's words trailed off as he pressed his hand against Riddle's, attempting to halt his antics. Riddle understood the unspoken message, inhaling deeply in preparation to contemplate. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Abraxas, who was perched atop him. From this perspective, wow. Abraxas observed Riddle's gaze and realized he was not preoccupied with any serious matters, prompting him to start clapping his hands. Riddle snapped back to attention and began to ponder. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Riddle resolved to embrace a nonchalant attitude. Knowing that Abraxas was already aware of his disinterest in power, feeling he had arrived at a satisfactory conclusion, Riddle was seized by an urge to pull Abraxas into his embrace. Abraxas chuckled while struggling, pressing against Riddle's chest, endeavoring to maintain his balance. Stop, Tommy. I have something to articulate. Riddle, slightly perplexed, complied and halted. That is too vague. Such an answer is inadequate. Abraxas thought the time to return to school was fast approaching and could not allow Riddle to continue his antics. I can't think of anything at the moment. Let us ponder slowly. Riddle began to coax Abraxas and attempted to draw him closer. Be serious. Abraxas raised a hand to shield his face from Riddle, aware that he too was nearing a point of no return. All right, I genuinely can't think of anything. Do you have any good ideas, Riddle sighed, cognizant of the time constraints, merely wishing to indulge in a little advantage. Abraxas was equally at a loss. Then, let us deliberate on matters as they arise in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Abraxas conceived an idea. For instance, when a matter arises, we will negotiate. Once a decision is made on how to address it and who will handle what, we shall adhere to this arrangement henceforth. Excellent. I agree, Riddle responded readily. Having grasped the concept, he reached out to caress Abraxas, signaling for a reward. Abraxas internally chastised Riddle for being a lecher, yet gradually lowered his head. Leaning towards Riddle, he began to kiss his lips, but, wary of crossing a line, had to carefully regulate the intensity of their kiss. Abraxas struggled to maintain control over the situation. Riddle focused intently on the kiss, relishing the view and the tender sensation. His heart brimmed with satisfaction, for he had acquired all he desired in this new world. With a flick of magic, Riddle transported them to Hogsmeade. Having donned their cloaks suitable for departure, they entered Hogwarts through the wrought iron gates adorned with the statue of a warty pig. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely towards the castle. Have you traversed this path before? Riddle inquired, finding the route a tad novel, and his curiosity piqued. No, Abraxas replied, having had no previous reason to leave the school. However, in 2 weeks, we shall walk it again. Abraxas, now in his 3rd year, and Riddle, who had skipped a grade, had plans. Next Saturday, we shall meet my father to discuss serious matters. The following week, we can go on a date outside of school. Abraxas smiled at Riddle as he held his hand. That sounds delightful, Riddle exclaimed, his face lighting up at the prospect of a date. As they ambled, chatting and admiring the scenery, they soon approached the castle. Shall we bring flowers? Riddle asked Abraxas. After all, he is getting engaged today. Should we do something special? Riddle's expression hinted at mischief, as if scheming something. Absolutely not. Although Abraxas was uncertain of Riddle's intentions, he decided to intervene at the sight of that expression. My father is likely to announce it in the coming days. Abraxas reflected for a moment. Tomorrow, we can disclose the news within Slytherin. He smiled at Riddle. We could hold an internal gathering. Abraxas tightened his grip on Riddle's hand, prepared to share only the engagement news. He pondered what Riddle had offered. It was not to be revealed. The future bore the Malfoy name, which was also not to be disclosed. While he was confident that Riddle would ultimately belong to him, the extent of what he had given was considerable, and he worried about the potential reactions from other families and individuals. Riddle, though obedient and indifferent to others, could not escape the fact that some might harbor ulterior motives. Abraxas contemplated this as he gazed at Riddle. Tommy, extend your hand. They both paused, and Riddle extended his palm. Though I ought to present you with a ring. You already possess the space ring. As Abraxas spoke, he observed Riddle's bemused expression. He then removed the Malfoy family crest ring from Riddle's finger and replaced it with the engagement ring. Riddle glanced down at the repositioned ring, already envisioning the need to change it again for marriage. Noticing Riddle's joyful smile, Abraxas continued to lead him forward. He thought Riddle's response was perfect. He had never considered preparing a ring. Swapping the positions of the previous rings was agreeable, and Riddle's happiness was infectious. Abraxas chuckled to himself, surprised that Riddle had dutifully worn the Malfoy family signet ring. Yet Riddle was indeed exceptional. Had it been anyone else, such a relationship would not have been possible. Abraxas cast another sidelong glance at Riddle, feeling that they were each other's ideal partners. Riddle's greatest virtue in Abraxas's eyes was that unparalleled affection, an affection so profound that no one else could match it. He had been utterly spoiled by Riddle, now unable to envision being with anyone else. Abraxas suspected Riddle was being intentionally charming, but upon reflection, he found no fault in that. He had already attained everything he desired. Gazing at Riddle's current elated demeanor, Abraxas realized Riddle asked for little, and he loved him dearly. There was no need for further contemplation. Let them willingly drown in this love, fully awake in its embrace. Chapter 97. Returning to school on Saturday, a routine day. The two strolled together, and mealtime had commenced, with a considerable number of students already gathered in the Great Hall. As Riddle and Abraxas entered hand in hand and made their way to the Slytherin table, many eyes were drawn to them, as they were the center of attention. Numerous young serpents at the Slytherin table cast furtive, inquisitive glances their way, having noted their absence throughout the day and recalling their last known whereabouts. Professor Slughorn was also present in the hall, his expression radiating delight as he directed his gaze towards Abraxas, prompting other professors to take notice as well. Riddle and Abraxas sat down with composure. Riddle, in high spirits, remained unfazed by the scrutiny, while Abraxas, fully aware of the circumstances, was indifferent to the attention. He nodded in acknowledgement to Professor Slughorn and scanned the Slytherin table, finding no one willing to meet his gaze. Abraxas picked up his utensils and turned to Riddle with a smile. Did you notice Professor Slughorn's expression? Riddle, hearing this, turned to look, but was interrupted by Abraxas's words. No need to glance at him. Keep slicing your steak. I merely wish to convey that Professor Slughorn was genuinely startled by you earlier. Abraxas hesitated momentarily, pondering how to phrase his next thought. What do you mean? Riddle inquired, sensing Abraxas's puzzlement. It seems the professor believes you are now under my jurisdiction. Abraxas hesitated before uttering these words. He perceived that Professor Slughorn not only felt as though Riddle was under his purview, but also appeared relieved, as if liberated from a significant burden. Indeed, I am under your jurisdiction. Riddle chuckled in response, agreeing and transferring his neatly sliced steak to Abraxas's side. Abraxas cast Riddle a look of approval, gracefully lowering his head to begin his meal. He contemplated the possibility of being summoned by the headmaster for a discussion in the future. Following the announcement of their engagement tomorrow, perhaps Riddle would become less compliant, prompting others to seek him out. Yet, he wrestled with his own biases. What fault lay with little Tommy? He merely wished to assert his independence. As Abraxas ruminated, he nearly laughed aloud, glancing at Riddle. Though Riddle could not fathom Abraxas's amusement, he smiled back, sharing a moment that drew the attention of several onlookers. As Abraxas observed Riddle consume 3 servings of steak followed by dessert, he scanned the long table. When the two rose from their meal, they attracted many gazes, particularly as they passed the third-year table. Abraxas paused to instruct Goyle, and Crabbe to inform Zessie to meet him in the common room. As they exited the hall, Abraxas took Riddle's hand in the corridor. Why seek Zessie? Riddle inquired cheerfully, recalling their passage through this very corridor during their first-year feast. At that time, he merely noted the presence of a beautiful companion, wishing the walk could be longer. Now, holding hands, it felt utterly different. I need him to arrange tomorrow's internal banquet. We shall announce our engagement. Abraxas chuckled softly, recognizing Riddle's adeptness at pursuing relationships. They had only known each other for a mere week before becoming engaged. Oh, is it an internal banquet? Riddle's interest piqued. Indeed, Tommy, do you have any thoughts? Abraxas sensed Riddle's eagerness to be involved. I have some ideas. I'll communicate with Zessie regarding the banquet. After a moment's reflection, Abraxas concluded that Riddle would not orchestrate anything during the public engagement announcement. Very well. The banquet is yours to manage. However, I still need to discuss other matters with Zessie. Understood, Riddle replied with a smile. Upon reaching the common room, Zessie was already present, and as Abraxas led Riddle towards him, those nearby swiftly vacated the area, granting them space. Abraxas signaled to Zessie that he had something to discuss, and they settled into a familiar spot. Once seated, Riddle cast a privacy charm. Abraxas informed Zessie of their engagement. Zessie instinctively began to offer his congratulations. Though he was visibly shocked, engaged after just one visit to meet the parents. Although it had been anticipated, and their relationship was strong. How had the head of the Malfoy family agreed so swiftly? Everyone knew that the Malfoy family would not refuse a powerful alliance. Yet it felt too hasty. Where was the vetting? The testing? Slytherins were inherently suspicious, especially the Malfoy patriarch. However, Abraxas quickly shifted the conversation to business, clearly outlining his entitlements. Zessie, still reeling from the shock, nodded in understanding before reporting on the inquiries made today, mentioning several names. Their discussion concluded swiftly, and Abraxas turned to Riddle. Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet to celebrate our engagement. Riddle pondered how to conceal his true intentions. The banquet will be solely for Slytherin. I can command Hogwarts house elves. And the headmaster has granted me complete access. I will draft a Gringotts check for you shortly. Instruct the house elves to prepare delectable food and fine wine by the Black Lake, and it would be splendid to have some entertainment as well. As Riddle spoke, he glanced at Zessie, acknowledging the time constraints, yet reassured that wizards could apparate. Very well, Chief, I will contact them tonight. Zessie was nearly sweating, yet he quickly acquiesced, planning to reach out to his family for assistance in organizing the performers. Zessie was already considering that if the performance team could not arrive, he would take the stage himself to ensure the event was memorable and that the chief would not be disappointed. Excellent. Riddle retrieved a check from his space ring and began to fill it out, hesitating as he glanced at Abraxas. The performance team will be settled later. For now, we merely need to procure ingredients and set up the venue. Abraxas concluded, taking the check to fill in the amount. He handed the check to Zessie, who was about to take his leave when he noticed Riddle still engrossed in writing something. Zessie felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Riddle's notes, but restrained himself. Bidding farewell to Abraxas before departing, Abraxas watched Riddle's parchment, eager to see what he was penning. Tommy, how obedient you are. Abraxas observed as Riddle granted him access to his vault. Upon hearing Abraxas's words, Riddle completed his writing and handed the parchment to him. Their eyes met, and Abraxas sighed. Biting his lip, he had initially intended to tease little Tommy, hoping he would leave early. Abraxas glanced at the parchment before returning it to his space ring. Noticing Riddle reaching for his hand, he evaded the gesture, leaving Riddle perplexed. Instead, he placed his hand on Riddle's thigh, sliding beneath his robes and gradually down his tailored trousers to his knee. Riddle's expression shifted instantaneously. Chapter 98. Abraxas was a master negotiator. The pair nonchalantly approached the entrance to Abraxas's dormitory, entering one after the other, the doors swiftly closing behind them. Riddle began removing Abraxas's cloak and outer robe, appearing unremarkable. Yet his gaze was heated enough to nearly scorch Abraxas. Soon, they had shed their wizarding robes, and Riddle gripped Abraxas by the nape of his neck. Leaning down to kiss him, the sound of their lips meeting echoed in the bedroom as they fell upon the bed. While Riddle kissed the pale side of Abraxas's neck, he began to unbutton his shirt. Tommy, wait a moment. Abraxas struggled to maintain control over his tone, feeling it tremble despite his efforts. Riddle did not lift his gaze, responding breathlessly. What is it you wish to say? In high spirits, Riddle felt no urgency to halt their actions, so he continued. Abraxas found himself ensconced in the soft embrace of velvet sheets, listlessly tugging at them while his eyes fluttered shut, breathing heavily. I wish to discuss time. Time. Though Abraxas had acted impulsively moments ago, he now realized it was rather premature given Riddle's exuberance. Riddle, aware of how the evening would unfold, had initially been anxious before entering the dormitory, but now he felt no haste. He slowed his pace, lifting his gaze to meet Abraxas's. His breath quickened, his dark eyes gleaming with an intensity that was captivating. Dearest, what troubles you regarding time? After his question, he began to unfasten his buttons, and soon a shirt lay discarded upon the plush carpet. Noticing that Abraxas remained with his eyes shut, Riddle grasped his hand, placing it upon his own abdomen. Were you not rather fond of this before? Riddle sighed contentedly after speaking. He began to lift Abraxas's calf, tracing the lines with his hand, and when he reached the ankle, he gripped his foot. Riddle watched the scene, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Abraxas, feeling Riddle about to lower his head, struggled to open his eyes and pushed against Riddle's chest with his hand, trying to stop him. Riddle, afraid of hurting his hand if he pressed down too hard, paused. He also knew what Abraxas meant by this time. There was plenty of time, and he could take his time enjoying tonight. Abraxas, what do you want to say? Riddle spoke while chuckling softly. Abraxas's gray-blue eyes were half open, filled with moisture. Sensing Riddle's indulgence toward him and Riddle's intent to savor the moment slowly, he struggled to speak. It's too early, came his broken, intermittent voice. Yes, it is early. But Abraxas, you were the one who provoked me first. Riddle's voice was low, his enunciation oddly sensual. Riddle gazed with a smile at the blush on Abraxas's face, then moved the hand blocking his chest to a different position, letting out a comfortable sigh. Abraxas had already been stimulated earlier by the scorching body temperature of the hand beneath him. Now, with Riddle's actions. Tommy, will you leave my dormitory tonight? Riddle began to laugh uncontrollably, his laughter growing louder and louder. He took a deep breath before he could speak again. What do you think? Abraxas became somewhat flustered and reached out to scratch Riddle's abdominal muscles. Riddle inhaled sharply. It didn't hurt. But the sensation. All right. Abraxas, what do you want to say? Riddle was incredibly gentle with Abraxas, even in bed, beginning to coax him. He leaned over, holding him as they lay down, changing their position so that Abraxas was lying on top of him. Although his hands were restless, he was indeed waiting for Abraxas to state his request. We need to set an agreement. Abraxas struggled to propose terms amidst the vivid sensations of being caressed. Agree on what? Riddle turned his head to kiss Abraxas's cheek. Agree on the number of times. Abraxas wanted to grip something, but beneath him he could only reach out and grab the blanket again. Riddle drew out the sound. He understood, but he didn't want to agree. Please, Tommy. Abraxas pleaded softly. Abraxas, at a time like this. Riddle actually wanted to tell Abraxas that saying such things in bed would only. Abraxas, tell me your request first. I'll listen. Riddle smoothed his hand down Abraxas's back, all the way downward. Just a reasonable amount. After saying this, stimulated, Abraxas wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, turned his head, and began to bite his shoulder. Riddle laughed, relaxing his muscles, letting Abraxas bite him while he continued to enjoy caressing him. Hearing Abraxas whimper, he moved his hand to his waist, allowing him to catch his breath. All right, what counts as reasonable? Riddle had already made up his mind. Normally, such a request would be impossible. Abraxas was too shrewd. But today, perhaps. Although Abraxas was somewhat puzzled by how agreeable Riddle was being, he still stated his demand. No, that's too few times. After listening, Riddle's hand had already slipped under the shirt before he replied. Abraxas exhausted all his persuasive words. After several rounds of negotiation, 2 shirts were already on the floor. I can agree, but on one condition. We sleep together every night from now on. Riddle offered his final term, now wearing a deeply mischievous smile. Together, fine. For how many days? Abraxas had been pushed to his limit. How many days? We need to discuss that. Abraxas weakly tugged at Riddle's black hair, gasping incessantly. Riddle reluctantly released what was in his mouth. Tell me how many days. After speaking, he quickly lowered his head again. Wet, sucking sounds continued to fill the room. Abraxas's entire body trembled, fighting hard not to cry out. His fragmented voice emerged. One day, Riddle almost laughed in disbelief. Even at a time like this, he was still this shrewd? 3 days. Riddle continued burying his face, moving to the area near his collarbone. One day, Abraxas persisted. Riddle didn't respond, merely chuckled. The sound of a zipper being pulled open and the friction of clothing began to echo in the room. Tommy, go easy on me. Abraxas, tears blurring his vision, watched as Riddle shifted to another form of persuasion. Riddle was forced to halt his actions, pondering whether Abraxas actually knew how to beg. This scene. But then he remembered Abraxas likely had no experience in such matters and sighed. I want to indulge you, Abraxas. Riddle suppressed his urges, his voice carrying a hint of, but realistically, once a week isn't possible either. Riddle felt Abraxas was overestimating his self-control. 2 days. Abraxas thought Riddle was inhuman, considering his usual pace and frequency. But now, 1 day was clearly impossible. All right, that works. But Riddle leaned close to Abraxas and whispered 2 sentences. Abraxas nodded, tilting his head to kiss Riddle's cheek. Soon, the curtains of the 4-poster bed were drawn shut. Comfortable sighs, gasps, wet sounds, and rapid, interwoven breaths filled the room. Chapter 99, Daily Life in the Dormitory. In the early morning, Riddle woke first, quietly savoring the sensations transmitted from the figure in his arms. A sense of fulfillment arose spontaneously. He lay comfortably, waiting for the person in his embrace to awaken. Abraxas lay in his arms, sleeping deeply with steady breaths. His golden hair scattered across Riddle's body. Riddle's arm encircled Abraxas, his hand resting on his chest. Riddle felt a slight urge to laugh. Abraxas was still using his hand to press down on Riddle's. He turned his head to nuzzle Abraxas's golden hair, simply basking in the weight upon him, listening to his breathing. The atmosphere was almost too warm and intimate. Riddle soon grew drowsy and, without realizing it, fell back into a light sleep. After a while, Abraxas seemed to be waking. He instinctively shifted positions. His back was warm, and he ended up lying prone on the heat source. But something felt off. His eyelashes fluttered a few times before his eyes suddenly opened. Gray-blue orbs now filled with confusion. Feeling the texture and warmth beneath him, his memories returned. Opening his eyes, he saw a patch of fair, smooth skin. Abraxas reached out and pressed down. Memories of last night flooded back. Just then, he felt the blanket being pulled up, covering his shoulders and tucking him securely beneath it once more. Abraxas chuckled softly. Being this well-behaved, Abraxas's lazy voice drifted out. Toward you. I am always obedient. Riddle laughed a few times before answering. Abraxas adjusted his posture, wanting to stretch. He freed his arms from the blanket, extending them and draping one over Riddle's shoulder. Abraxas felt physically comfortable, no aches or soreness, even somewhat refreshed. Recalling memories from last night, images flashed through his mind. It seemed whenever he grew tired, he was healed. Last night had simply been overly intense. Then, they played until it was time to sleep. He grew instinctively drowsy, and after bathing, Abraxas made a soft nasal sound, deep in thought. Under the blanket, Riddle gently gathered Abraxas's disheveled long hair. He was quite experienced by now in how to avoid pulling it. Seeing a few stray strands hanging by his cheeks, he tenderly tucked them behind Abraxas's ears. Abraxas sensed something amiss. Although he experienced no discomfort and felt physically well, an inexplicable intuition nagged at him. Tommy, how does your healing magic work? While Abraxas did not pose the question outright, he was aware that Riddle would comprehend his unspoken query. Well, it can heal all external injuries, and even internal ones. Riddle responded hesitantly, contemplating the extent of his healing abilities. Perhaps you simply. Riddle understood what Abraxas was about to inquire, but could not bring himself to suggest that Abraxas needed to rejuvenate. All right, silence, Abraxas interjected quickly. Frustrated, he felt an urge to bite Riddle. The disparity between them was stark. However, recalling his past experiences, he began to feel quite formidable himself. Riddle, brimming with energy, seemed almost superhuman. Abraxas dismissed further thoughts, convinced that his actions last night had been appropriate and necessary. Yet, he also recalled Riddle's willingness to concede, acknowledging his obedience. He leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on Riddle's chin, producing a crisp sound. Riddle, sensing Abraxas's contentment after the kiss, nestled back down and playfully teased. What? Are you rewarding me this morning? Indeed, a reward for your good behavior last night, Abraxas replied with a languid tone. Abraxas believed that Riddle possessed a remarkable sense of restraint, posing no threat to him. Even in bed, Riddle deferred to him. Typically, Riddle exuded eagerness, yet Abraxas recalled how his foot had involuntarily brushed against Riddle's calf the previous night. Although I agreed. Are you teasing me this morning? Riddle remarked, though his actions belied his words. Abraxas chuckled softly, understanding that Riddle's lack of movement was intentional, allowing him to gather his composure. After all, it was still Sunday, with 2 days remaining until the week's end, and tonight awaited. However, Abraxas found himself eagerly anticipating the evening. Initially, he had feared Riddle might overstep. But given Riddle's conduct last night, perhaps strict enforcement was unnecessary. Prepare a bottle of revitalizing elixir for me shortly. Of course, Riddle responded with a smile. Abraxas indulged in the warmth of their connection for a while longer before finally rising. He donned a white silk nightgown found at the foot of the bed, preparing to head to the washroom. After washing up last night, he had only worn pajama bottoms, as Riddle had vehemently opposed it. Could he wear it tonight? Abraxas chuckled softly, glancing at Riddle as he finished dressing, only to find Riddle's gaze fixed upon him, prompting a silent reprimand in his mind. Riddle's eyes scrutinized every detail before him. The porcelain smoothness of Abraxas's skin, the graceful contours of his back, the cascade of golden hair that tapered at his waist, accentuating his slender figure. Noticing Abraxas's reproachful look, Riddle raised an eyebrow in smug amusement. Once they both completed their morning routines, they settled on the sofa, entwined, awaiting breakfast delivered by the house elf. They engaged in playful banter, and Abraxas naturally pinned Riddle to the sofa, leaning down to kiss him deeply and expertly, their breaths mingling in a familiar rhythm. As Abraxas attempted to pull away, Riddle ensnared his tongue, his hand cradling the nape of Abraxas's neck. After indulging in the kiss for a while, Riddle released Abraxas only when he sensed his breathing quickening, pulling him into an embrace as they both sought to steady their breaths. They then casually began their meal, conversing as they dined. Tommy, when you head out later. Abraxas hesitated momentarily. Use the disillusionment charm to return to your dormitory. Abraxas wished to keep Riddle's overnight stay under wraps. Wow, so we're having an affair? Riddle teased, laughter dancing on his lips. Abraxas was reminded of his promise to share a bed each night. Tommy, Do you plan to sneak or not? Abraxas shot Riddle a pointed glance, presenting him with a rather serious question. Sneak. Riddle replied with unwavering conviction, unable to suppress his laughter. However, if this continues, we might get caught. Many eyes are on us. Abraxas was acutely aware of their watchers. Riddle's movements were particularly scrutinized. Most would undoubtedly keep tabs on him. Their departure yesterday to Malfoy Manor had already raised some eyebrows. I have a plan, Riddle declared confidently. No one will find out. Abraxas regarded Riddle's self-assured expression with a quizzical gaze, encouraging him to elaborate. In that moment, Riddle's mind raced with ideas. His expression was one of triumph as he quickly devised two strategies. For now, we can communicate via parchment, and I'll use the disillusionment charm to stealthily arrive at your door. Riddle glanced at Abraxas as he spoke. Then, I will quietly open the door. Abraxas understood, though he felt the plan lacked absolute security. This is a temporary solution. I will strive to repair the vanishing cabinet starting today, Riddle asserted with newfound determination. A vanishing cabinet? You have a pair? Abraxas rested his chin on his hand, finding the idea feasible. Yet, there was a peculiar air to their conversation, as if they were scheming a clandestine affair. Abraxas chuckled at Riddle's quick-wittedness in this regard. All right, you must expedite the repairs. Rest assured, it will be swift, Riddle replied, diving back into his breakfast, eager to tackle the preliminary work. After finishing their meal, and with the house elf clearing the dishes, they began sipping tea. Abraxas initiated a casual conversation with Riddle. Since we are announcing our engagement tonight, we should also address the matter of our followers. Abraxas had previously been unhurried about it, but now felt a sense of urgency. He had merely held the authority to manage followers. Observing the headmaster's attitude, he believed that Riddle's challenging demeanor would compel others to confront reality after hearing the engagement news. Tonight, we shall see who approaches us eagerly, allowing us to evaluate them. Abraxas regarded Riddle proudly, a smile gracing his lips. Sounds good, Riddle readily agreed. Observing Riddle's demeanor, Abraxas set down his teacup and leaned closer, battling the urge to kiss him, but ultimately refraining. Riddle also set his cup aside and embraced Abraxas, drawing him close. Though you may be disinclined to engage with others, you still require a few followers. Select some from among your admirers. Abraxas reclined lazily in Riddle's embrace, genuinely concerned for his mindset. Certainly, but why bring this up now? Riddle inquired, puzzled. Because you will be attending third-year classes with me tomorrow, Abraxas fabricated a casual reason. You may wish to select from those in your own year, as you might find the third-year students more appealing. Abraxas aimed to encourage Riddle to cultivate some social connections, and of course, to gather followers. He hoped Riddle would interact more with the third-year students before eventually engaging with those in higher years. All right, Riddle agreed cheerfully, cradling Abraxas in his arms. Abraxas had no intention of overshadowing Riddle. He recognized the importance of Riddle having followers and envisioned a power structure that included various factions within their ranks. On the surface, everyone undoubtedly appears loyal to Riddle, yet internally, factions will inevitably emerge, those who gravitate towards their own interests and those who remain faithful to Riddle. One faction is aligned with oneself, while another adheres to Riddle. It is certain that Riddle's subordinates will heed one's commands, with Riddle himself representing the ultimate source of confidence. The third faction consists of a scattered group of oblivious purebloods, who are bound to suffer greatly, for Riddle tolerates not even the slightest hint of dissent. This includes those audacious enough to disregard one's directives. Abraxas dares not imagine the severity of their fate. When Riddle discussed how to handle Andre, he suggested ways to complicate matters further, assigning arduous tasks that are insurmountable, which, if not resolved, would lead to punitive measures. Riddle is not devoid of cunning. He is merely indifferent, for he need not employ guile to dispose of others. He can extinguish their lives with a mere gesture. Abraxas understands Riddle all too well. He is ruthless, and he simply does not wish to exert control effectively. Yet, if he were to demand that Riddle manage this collective with diligence, he cannot fathom the extent of his own happiness under Riddle's biased leadership. Abraxas playfully tugged at Riddle's neck, casting a suggestive glance. As their eyes met, the atmosphere ignited with intensity, the space between them dissipating. The dormitory was soon filled with the sounds of deep kisses. Abraxas felt exhilarated, yet somewhat too indulgent, towards Riddle. Their kisses grew increasingly fervent, with Abraxas's whimpers muffled, leaving only soft breaths. He sensed Riddle's hands becoming more insistent, and could only weakly grasp at them, begging for mercy with one hand while the other tugged at his shirt, caressing his back. Riddle eventually paused, allowing Abraxas to tilt his head for a breath, while he buried his face against his neck, inhaling deeply the fragrance that lingered there. Moments later, Abraxas playfully patted Riddle's back, prompting a satisfied smile from Riddle, who appeared quite pleased with himself. They resumed their embrace, this time with a softer touch, engaging in a more restrained yet passionate kiss. Regardless of their attempts at moderation, The temperature between them rose, and they were compelled to part momentarily. As Riddle departed the dormitory, he remembered to use the disillusionment charm before returning to his own quarters. Upon dispelling the charm, he made some noise before stepping outside, his footsteps echoing as he passed Abraxas's room. Soon, he arrived at the room of requirement, where he possessed only one vanishing cabinet, yet he recalled that it was in this very place that Voldemort was discovered in the original tale. He requested a hidden storage room from the room of requirement. Once inside, he began his search, recalling the dimensions of the cabinet, swiftly sifting through the mountain of clutter. Before long, he stumbled upon a cabinet coated in dust. He examined the magical fluctuations and drew closer for a better look. Yes, it was indeed the vanishing cabinet. He quickly cleaned it and stored it in his space ring, preparing to return to his dormitory for further study. As he descended the stairs, he contemplated the possibility of finding Ravenclaw's diadem. He also thought about Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup, realizing that he might indeed acquire them. Before long, he returned to his dormitory, where in the alchemy room, he retrieved both the cabinet he had purchased and the one he had just acquired. Carefully removing his bracelet, he diligently studied it, sketching a diagram and employing various methods to initiate repairs. He discovered that his progress was swifter than anticipated, and he estimated that it would be fixed by the afternoon. Riddle grinned as he fastened the alchemical bracelet, glancing at the time. He was just about to seek out Abraxas for lunch when he recalled that he had promised to prepare a vitality potion. Rushing to check his stock, he found only 2 bottles remaining. Contemplating, he realized he should brew more. He also extracted a bottle of elixir of glory from the potion cabinet, admiring its flawless sheen. Excellent, he thought. This is another potion that can be produced in larger quantities. With a cheerful disposition, Riddle made his way to Abraxas's dormitory and knocked on the door. Abraxas opened it, his gaze falling upon Riddle's jubilant expression. Raising an eyebrow at the proud look on his handsome face, he ushered Riddle into the room. Closing the door, he found Riddle seated on the sofa, patting his lap in invitation. Noticing the corners of Riddle's mouth lifting in a smirk, Abraxas internally chastised him, yet still approached, draping himself over Riddle's neck and settling onto his lap. Chapter 101, a typical Sunday afternoon. Within the dormitory, Abraxas approached Riddle, who was comfortably seated on the sofa, and positioned himself at the base of Riddle's legs. Riddle instinctively tightened his embrace around Abraxas, one hand resting on his waist, attempting to lean in for a kiss, only to be thwarted. Riddle mistakenly assumed that Abraxas's sitting down constituted consent. Observing Abraxas's current expression, he noted the pale hand gently propping up his chin. "What's the matter?" Riddle inquired, taking Abraxas's hand in his own, a hint of confusion in his tone. "We need to go to the Great Hall for a meal." "Stop being troublesome until after we eat," Abraxas insisted, believing it unwise to let Riddle create mischief at this time. All right, just let me hold you for a moment." Riddle relented, easy to appease. "Here is the potion you wanted." Riddle released his grip and carefully retrieved 2 potion vials from his ring, placing them in Abraxas's embrace. Abraxas had completely reclined in Riddle's arms, picking up one vial and admiring its impeccable color and quality. He quickly drank 1 bottle of the vitality potion, but refrained from consuming the elixir of glory. Riddle's gaze fixated on Abraxas as he drank, his eyes trailing to his lips. Abraxas sensed Riddle's stare and could only offer him a fleeting kiss before standing up. Riddle's hand lingered in the air momentarily before he chuckled and withdrew it. Abraxas took Riddle's hand, leading him out of the dormitory. Although Abraxas released Riddle's hand once they exited, Riddle remained content as they walked side by side, sharing laughter on their way to the Great Hall. Upon their arrival, they were met with numerous gazes, as they were naturally the center of attention, having skipped breakfast that morning. They took their seats amidst the complex expressions of their fellow Slytherins, while the other houses were oblivious to the specifics. They had caught wind of the rumor that Slytherin was hosting a celebration by the Black Lake that evening. Whispers filled the hall as many speculated about the event, and the little snakes exchanged glances filled with uncertainty regarding their feelings about the upcoming banquet. Most were already aware of the duo's activities the previous day. They had visited Malfoy Manor. Despite Riddle's formidable strength, which would likely render him the most powerful in the future, the fact that he had become engaged in the presence of the imposing head of the Malfoy family, Septimus Malfoy, took many by surprise. For some, the news felt too abrupt. The factions supporting the Malfoy family were astonished yet relieved by the announcement. Meanwhile, those with ulterior motives among the purebloods felt a weight in their hearts, as though they had been struck by a blow, deeming the situation utterly absurd. The skies of Slytherin would now bear the Malfoy name. Abraxas, sensing the multitude of envious, jealous, eager, and shocked gazes upon them, remained unfazed, even oblivious to the attention. Abraxas now wore a composed smile upon his visage, yet inwardly, he reveled in triumph. Casting a glance at Riddle, he pondered what conditions he had offered. Abraxas surmised that the initial reaction from their peers would be disbelief, followed by a frenzied jealousy, with many likely cursing Riddle for his peculiarities. It was probable that numerous individuals would be emotionally compromised. If the magical community were to learn of this, the prophet would discuss it for a fortnight, scrutinizing whether Riddle had been ensnared by his own enchantments. As Abraxas surveyed the day's culinary offerings, just as he was about to commence his meal, he noticed Riddle presenting a neatly sliced steak before him. Naturally, he took up his fork and began to eat. While dining, he glanced at Riddle, observing him in high spirits as he indulged in potato wedges, which elicited a smile from Abraxas. Riddle, feeling Abraxas's gaze, shifted the wedges to the center of the table, offering him a cheerful grin. Abraxas subtly gestured for Riddle to enjoy his meal but, in good spirits, joined him in sampling the food. Though no one occupied their table, the onlookers nearby perceived their camaraderie as exceedingly delightful, noting the way they shared the steak and laughed heartily. After finishing their meal and preparing to depart, an owl arrived, delivering letters to both. As Abraxas opened his, he reflected that they had not left their dormitory or dined in the great hall that morning, hence the late delivery. "Wow!" Riddle exclaimed, his voice bursting with excitement. Abraxas turned to see what had elicited such joy. Riddle handed him a photograph depicting two figures embraced amidst a sea of flowers, standing in the heart of a boundless floral expanse. Abraxas tossed aside the partially opened letter and scrutinized the image, smiling broadly as he tucked the magical photograph into his space ring. He then accepted the envelope Riddle had opened for him, ignoring Riddle's eager gaze for the photograph, and began extracting his own letter. "Wow!" Abraxas exclaimed this time, as he discovered that his father had sent a similar photograph, showcasing a lavish golden mountain with himself adorned in a crown upon a throne, some images conspicuously devoid of Riddle. Abraxas felt a sense of pride in the house elf's handiwork, thinking how splendidly the golden mountain complemented him. Riddle leaned in closer, admiring the photographs. "This one is splendid. This one is so regal," he remarked, noting how well Abraxas paired with the golden mountain. Although the black and white magical photographs could not compare to the beauty of the living person before him, they were nonetheless captivating. Riddle gazed at Abraxas with an expression of longing, clearly desiring the images. Abraxas smiled but refrained from yielding them, indicating with his eyes for Riddle to quiet down. Together, they exited the great hall, and as they ascended the staircase, Riddle sensed something amiss. "Aren't we returning to the dormitory?" he inquired. "We cannot," Abraxas replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. He glanced at Riddle's puzzled expression, ensuring they were alone. "Tommy, what do you think we would do if we returned to the dormitory?" Abraxas's eyes sparkled with mischief as he posed the question. Instantly, Riddle understood, his expression brightening as he smiled at Abraxas. "All right, we'll return later," he replied, his tone laden with innuendo. Abraxas, upon hearing this, silently chastised Riddle but chose not to contradict him. They proceeded to the library on the 4th floor, selecting a spot to sit. Abraxas retrieved the books he needed from his space ring and prepared to tackle his assignments, while Riddle observed him from across the table. Leaning on the table, Riddle watched intently, doing nothing but studying Abraxas's features with meticulous detail. The sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating Abraxas's profile. Riddle admired the dazzling golden hair and chiseled features, his gaze tracing down to Abraxas's lips before traveling lower. Chapter 102, Library Lessons Within the Library. Abraxas abruptly slammed a book shut, producing a sharp sound that drew Riddle's attention. The intensity of Abraxas's gaze, which had initially been captivated, now bore down upon Riddle with increasing irritation. The once enchanted look had begun to make Abraxas's ears flush with warmth, as Riddle's stare gradually descended, igniting a fiery sensation that made him feel exposed. Though Abraxas was aware that no one else could perceive Riddle's gaze from behind him, he nonetheless cast a privacy charm, preparing to address Riddle's behavior. Yet, after casting the spell, Riddle nestled closer, resting his head on Abraxas's shoulder, gazing up at him with an expression of innocent allure. This face, now both innocent and beautiful, with fluttering eyelashes and sparkling black eyes, captivated Abraxas. He found himself staring at Riddle for a moment, ultimately deciding against voicing his thoughts. Riddle, sensing his success in evading reprimand, mischievously winked and inched even closer, their legs brushing against one another. Abraxas, feeling Riddle's proximity, could hardly contain his laughter, thinking, truly, a clingy little pup. With a smile tugging at his lips, Abraxas cleared his throat. "Since you're so bored, why not teach me?" "Of course," Riddle replied with enthusiasm. He recognized that he had perhaps crossed a line earlier, recalling how the golden strands of Abraxas's hair shimmered in the sunlight, reminiscent of their first meeting. Now that they were together, Riddle felt a surge of excitement, though thoughts of the dungeon were swiftly dismissed. Instead, he envisioned Malfoy Manor or his own estate, picturing the sunlight streaming onto a bed, illuminating Abraxas's fair, delicate skin, and radiant golden locks. Collecting his thoughts, Riddle focused on explaining the book's content to Abraxas. Abraxas found Riddle's explanations quite commendable. His tone was gentle, and his elucidations were thoughtful. Riddle conveyed complex concepts in a manner that was both accessible and engaging, ensuring Abraxas comprehended each point. For particularly intricate magical theories, Riddle would gradually break them down to a level Abraxas could easily grasp, employing vivid metaphors and examples to enhance understanding. Abraxas discovered the learning process to be remarkably enjoyable. The assignments felt trivial compared to Riddle's thorough instruction. He had not anticipated Riddle's teaching prowess to be so exceptional. With a smile, Abraxas recognized that Riddle had devoted all his patience to him. Before long, they completed the assignments, and as Riddle finished his explanations, he wrapped his arms around Abraxas's waist. Drawing close, after tidying the table, Abraxas gently patted Riddle's hand, prompting him to release his hold. Merely studying theory pales in comparison to the art of magic. Abraxas reluctantly released Riddle's hand, articulating the next arrangement. Rising to his feet, he observed the dark depths within Riddle's gaze, and with an effortless grace, let his fingertips glide along Riddle's jawline. Calmly retracting his hand, Abraxas indulged in a moment of self-reward. Exiting the library, the two shared an unspoken understanding as they made their way to the 8th floor, to the Room of Requirement. This enchanting space, conjured by Abraxas, revealed a cozy lounge area that greatly pleased Riddle. Approaching Abraxas from behind, Riddle wrapped his arms around his slender waist, beginning to caress him before enfolding him entirely in his embrace, inhaling the fragrant essence that clung to his skin. Though Abraxas allowed these affectionate gestures, he firmly restrained Riddle's hands when they ventured to his chest. "Let us first focus on the magic," Abraxas remarked, feeling the necessity to attend to matters of importance, lest they squander the day. Riddle's tone carried a weight of significance as he acquiesced. Abraxas, enveloped in Riddle's embrace, was guided to the lounge area where Riddle settled onto the sofa, with Abraxas perched upon his lap, completely enveloped in his warmth. Riddle sighed contentedly, initiating a rearrangement of the Room of Requirement's layout, transforming the lounge into a training ground. Leaning against Abraxas's shoulder, Riddle nuzzled his cheek affectionately, announcing, "It is time to commence our lessons." With this, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon Abraxas's cheek. One hand entwined with Riddle's, Abraxas brandished his wand, only to find his wrist encircled by Riddle's palm. Riddle, in a state of bliss, began the lesson, patiently elucidating the movements required for spellcasting while observing the flow of magical energy emanating from Abraxas. He meticulously adjusted Abraxas's magical output based on the fluctuations he perceived. Naturally astute, Abraxas grasped the principles swiftly, and after a few adjustments, his spellcasting approached perfection. The potency of his magic surged, filling him with an exuberant joy. Upon completing his first spell, he lifted his gaze to plant a kiss on Riddle's cheek, beaming at him. Riddle, his throat constricting slightly, regarded Abraxas with tenderness and inquired, "Would you like to practice any more spells?" His voice dripped with gentleness. After a moment of contemplation, Abraxas, now nestled against Riddle, suggested several spells. The two continued their embrace as they advanced through the third-year spells with remarkable speed. Abraxas seamlessly expressed his desire to learn new spells, and after a brief hesitation, Riddle consented. As they swiftly mastered the new spells, Abraxas felt the intensity of Riddle's gaze upon him grow increasingly heated, and the hand resting on his waist became restless. Turning to meet Riddle's eyes, Abraxas noticed the unmasked desire shimmering within. Rising from Riddle's embrace, he met Riddle's gaze, offering a beautiful and enticing smile. Elegantly, he positioned himself upon Riddle's lap, gazing down at him with a playful yet dangerous allure. Wrapping his arms around Riddle's neck, he leaned in, capturing his lips in a fervent and prolonged kiss. Riddle's hands secured Abraxas's back, traveling upwards along his waist, his long fingers threading through the golden locks of hair. Abraxas's grip on Riddle's robes tightened, his fingertips beginning to quiver, the pink hue of his fingertips deepening. Chapter 103, The Feast by the Black Lake. In the Room of Requirement, Abraxas rested in Riddle's embrace, breathless and panting, his lips rendered a deeper shade of red, glistening with moisture, and his slate-blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Riddle longed to deepen the kiss, yet chose instead to cradle Abraxas tenderly, his hands soothingly traversing his back. As Abraxas began to regain his composure, Riddle leaned in for soft, delicate kisses. Eventually, Abraxas gently pushed Riddle back, creating a small distance between them. Acknowledging that he could no longer remain in Riddle's lap, he opted to recline comfortably on Riddle's legs, idly toying with his fingers. Riddle smiled and encouraged him to rest his head, one hand gently combing through Abraxas's golden hair while the other played with his fingers. In their comfortable state, The two began to converse casually about their daily lives. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Riddle returned to his dormitory to don a formal attire, then made his way back to Abraxas's room. Coincidentally, Abraxas emerged just then, also dressed impeccably. Riddle admired the exquisite white ensemble beneath Abraxas's cloak, adorned with golden embroidery and resplendent accessories, feeling a whimsical urge to tug at them. His gaze lingered on Abraxas's refined features, noting how he appeared even more radiant this evening. Abraxas, spotting Riddle, observed his customary black attire, with a cloak featuring a lavish interplay of black and gold. While Riddle's outfit was impeccably fitted, Abraxas nonetheless reached out to adjust the collar of Riddle's robe. Meeting each other's gaze, the atmosphere thickened with an unmistakable tension. Riddle enveloped Abraxas in an embrace, drawing them closer together. Abraxas held Riddle quietly, his thoughts drifting to the day when he would see him adorned in white. "Tommy, do you believe you would look splendid in white?" Abraxas posed, almost as if in inquiry. "Then I shall have the butler prepare one for you. Once it's ready, you shall see," Riddle declared, his determination palpable. "No need. There will be a day when you wear white," Abraxas replied with a smile, releasing Riddle's waist as he took his hand, guiding him out of the castle. Abraxas recalled the exquisite flavor of the elixir of glory he had just consumed, but his thoughts were drawn back to Riddle's face. "Tommy, do you drink the elixir daily?" "Huh," Riddle responded, perplexed. "What elixir?" "Nothing of consequence," Abraxas replied with a chuckle, contemplating the prospect of introducing Riddle to a bottle of the elixir of glory. "I drank the elixir of glory you gifted me. Do I look splendid?" Abraxas beamed at Riddle. "Absolutely," Riddle replied earnestly, his gaze locked onto Abraxas. A smile crept across Abraxas's lips. He merely wished to shift the topic, for this inquiry was unnecessary. The glances exchanged earlier had already conveyed everything. The area by the Black Lake had been artfully arranged, with a long buffet table brimming with delicacies meticulously crafted by house elves. Each table was adorned with decorative flowers and an array of scented candles. A dedicated beverage section offered a variety of fine wines, while a lavish champagne tower graced the central stage. A snack station overflowed with assorted drinks, desserts, ice creams, and candies, resembling a delightful bounty from honeydukes. Surrounding the makeshift stage, exquisite dining tables were set, and the atmosphere had been magically enhanced, with twinkling stars scattered throughout. As Riddle and Abraxas made their entrance, all eyes converged upon them. The assembled guests rose in unison, extending their greetings and raising their glasses in a warm salute, a chorus of varying salutations washing over them. Riddle stood to the side, nodding graciously, while Abraxas, overwhelmed, exchanged pleasantries with the heirs of various pureblood families. Jersey, who had been waiting nearby, soon approached and took a position beside Riddle, beginning to report in hushed tones. "The headmaster has directly approved tonight's banquet and consented to the circus's arrival. He has also asked me to convey his heartfelt congratulations to you, Chief." "Very well," Riddle replied calmly, noticing that neither the professor nor the headmaster had come. In fact, the headmaster was observing the lively banquet by the Black Lake through a glass window. He was in high spirits today. Riddle felt reassured. This engagement was a splendid achievement for the Malfoy family. The headmaster, after watching for a while, was seen joyfully laughing and sharing a drink of mead with Professor Slughorn. He sincerely wished they could continue in such good cheer. The headmaster set down his cup, extending his heartfelt blessings to them. "I, too, share this hope," Professor Slughorn subtly replied. "Riddle had mentioned inviting me to his wedding." The headmaster glanced at Slughorn, curious if he had received an invitation. "Perhaps I will be invited when the time comes," Professor Slughorn mused, having not given the matter much thought, as he had been avoiding Riddle these past few days. The headmaster smiled with pride, although he was aware of how the wedding invitation had come about. He felt a sense of satisfaction in being the first to offer his congratulations, a testament to his keen insight. "Why aren't you attending the celebratory banquet today?" "It is a Slytherin gathering," the headmaster inquired with curiosity. "At such times, it is best to let the students celebrate on their own. My presence might hinder their enjoyment," Slughorn thought, knowing he could not dare to attend and face a toast from Riddle. As Riddle and Abraxas openly displayed goodwill towards the attendees, assessing the crowd, Goyle and Crabbe stood by the snack table, indulging in donuts. "Delicious. This one is delightful too." At a round table filled with fifth years, Sophia Selwyn gazed in awe at the elaborately arranged stage, exclaiming, "Wow, what a grand spectacle." Lycoris, aware of the substantial cost of hosting such a banquet, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite extravagant." Walburga interjected with a sour tone, "They even have the famous circus performance." Walburga felt a pang of jealousy, not only regarding the expenses, but also at how swiftly the school approved the event, with the headmaster permitting the circus's performance on such short notice. Lycoris understood her sister's envy, recognizing it stemmed not just from financial aspects, but also from the power displayed, particularly in the ostentatious celebration of the engagement. Jersey had contacted his family and some within the school, effectively managing the arrangements. Riddle had not even needed to intervene. His followers handled everything, and no one dared to obstruct his spontaneous celebration, further highlighting his status and influence. Unlike her sister, Lycoris did not let her jealousy show. She merely sipped her champagne, finding it slightly bitter. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that while few displayed their emotions as openly as her sister, most appeared to harbor jealousy. Although members of Slytherin understood that the world is inherently unfair, they wondered, what right did the Malfoy family have? The previous generation had overshadowed all other families, and now this generation seemed poised to ascend merely through an engagement. Many spectators from Gryffindor Tower leaned out of the windows to witness the festivities by the Black Lake. Have you heard? They actually invited the Acandus Circus. Are we really not allowed to go? Are you a Slytherin? I would love to attend the banquet and watch the performance. No, we can only settle for watching from the window. This scene was mirrored in the other two houses, where students could only gaze enviously at the merriment outside through the glass. Chapter 104. The banquet in progress amidst cheers and applause. Riddle and Abraxas made their way to the center of the venue, standing before a lavish champagne tower, exchanging smiles before beginning to pour the champagne. Riddle lifted the topmost glass and handed it to Abraxas, then took a glass for himself. The two stood elegantly, side by side, facing the audience. Abraxas surveyed the crowd with a proud and graceful smile, raising his glass. Welcome, everyone, to the celebration banquet for Riddle and me. Riddle looked on with a smile as Abraxas spoke. Their display, coupled with Abraxas' announcement of their engagement, elicited cheers from many attendees. Now, let us drink to this toast, and the banquet shall officially commence. Abraxas and Riddle clinked their glasses, gazing into each other's eyes as they savored the exquisite wine. The audience erupted into even more fervent cheers and applause, as people rushed forward to raise their glasses in congratulation to the two, recreating the warm atmosphere. As the table supporting the champagne tower was cleared away by house elves, music began to play, and the circus commenced its performance. Riddle and Abraxas settled into their seats, hands intertwined beneath the table, chuckling as they enjoyed the spectacle. The clowns initiated a magical and comedic performance, followed by a dazzling display of magical flames. The flames soared into the sky, transforming into various shapes, as a colossal silver python materialized on stage, its scales vividly lifelike, coiling and assuming a menacing posture. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Next came a swirling fire eagle, soaring around the venue, concluding the array of fiery animals. The magical creature performance began, accompanied by whimsical background music and stunning visual effects, offering the audience an extraordinary sensory feast. Before long, the circus performance ended, leaving the audience puzzled, as it did not cover the entirety of the acts they had anticipated. Suddenly, grand fireworks erupted in the pitch-black sky. The crowd gasped, witnessing the extravagant fireworks illuminate the night. The magical fireworks dazzled with mesmerizing effects, prompting everyone to rise and gaze at the display. As they watched the magnificent blue fireworks, the sky seemed to transform into a sapphire hue, eliciting further gasps. Purple and red fireworks followed in splendid succession, while enchanting, color-shifting magical fireworks continued to light up the sky, heralding a grand spectacle. Riddle led Abraxas by the hand to the lakeside. As Abraxas took in the scene, the magnificent fireworks overhead reflecting on the tranquil lake, he smiled at Riddle, who held his hand tightly. The radiant fireworks cast colors upon Riddle's exquisitely beautiful face and gentle features, rendering it impossible for Abraxas to look away. The two stood close together by the Black Lake, enjoying the fireworks in unison. Soon, most of the castle's inhabitants emerged to admire the fireworks. As a grassy area near the castle became occupied by students, professors, and the headmaster, everyone reveled in the display. In the sky, a silver serpent, the emblem of Slytherin, materialized amidst the fireworks. It vanished, only to be replaced by a massive black, green, and silver serpent. Abraxas recognized his family's crest and looked at Riddle with curiosity. Riddle gestured for him to look at the sky. The surrounding fireworks transformed into silver, and suddenly, a golden explosion lit up the night. Abraxas Malfoy, the golden letters shone brightly in the sky. Abraxas watched in awe as his name appeared against the backdrop of the night. Tom Riddle. The golden name of Riddle emerged in the air. Abraxas already comprehended Riddle's intentions. His thoughts were somewhat disordered, and he could not anticipate which phrase Riddle would ultimately select. To be with forever. Upon witnessing the words forever together materialize in the sky, Abraxas's expression became exceedingly complex. Golden fireworks erupted in the sky, bursting into countless golden sparks that began to cascade down towards the earth. Abraxas recognized this particular display. It was indeed orchestrated by Riddle, a gift meant for him. Faced with Riddle's meticulous preparations, Abraxas felt moved for the first time, followed by a sense of tenderness. Yet now, as he gazed at Riddle, he thought that should he dare to wag his tail at another, he would certainly have to eliminate him. Riddle sensed that Abraxas's mood seemed less than elevated. Feeling somewhat anxious, Abraxas, catching the gaze of Riddle, wrapped his arm around his neck, drawing him close. He heard the gasps of many around them. Everyone was aware of the significance of this spectacle. Back to the dormitory, Abraxas softly uttered while gazing deeply into Riddle's eyes. He released his hold, standing side by side with Riddle, both admiring the fireworks. They marveled at the night sky's brilliance and the reflections dancing upon the lake's surface. After the fireworks concluded, the two made their way back to the banquet hall, greeted by a wave of envious gazes from the crowd. Soon, they returned to their respective dormitories as if nothing had transpired. Following the plan, Riddle stealthily ventured out. Before long, he entered Abraxas's dormitory, silently closing the door behind him. He found Abraxas already donned in a white silk nightgown, seated on the sofa, a wine glass in hand, gazing at him. Riddle began to approach Abraxas, intending to sit down, but was halted. Confused, Riddle complied and stood still, his gaze fixated on the exposed skin of Abraxas. Abraxas sensed Riddle's invasive stare and casually crossed his legs, sipping from his glass of colorless liquid. Watching the liquid glide into Abraxas's mouth, Riddle felt an overwhelming urge. What's wrong? Despite being instructed not to sit, Riddle crouched before Abraxas. Sit down. Huh. Riddle was taken aback. After contemplating for a moment how to position himself, he folded his legs and settled on the carpet before Abraxas. A bit closer, Riddle obediently leaned forward. Hiss. Wow. Abraxas observed the curve between Riddle's legs, placing his foot upon the root of Riddle's thigh. What's the matter, Ab? Aren't you happy? Riddle sensed that something was amiss with Abraxas's mood. Yet he did not cease his actions. This perspective, this posture, this demeanor while holding the wine glass was overwhelming. Riddle found himself unable to control his hands, instinctively reaching through the space to caress the outline of Abraxas's calf. Chapter 105. Riddle's days became increasingly delightful. He gazed unabashedly at the individual before him. After all, this was their private way of being, and this was how they conducted serious matters. You are bothersome. Abraxas's fair foot nudged Riddle again. Riddle inhaled deeply, contemplating seizing Abraxas's foot to draw him into his embrace, but was met with another kick to his abdominal muscles. Darling, how am I bothersome? Riddle sighed in resignation. Abraxas, unwilling to respond, sought to confine Riddle. Unhappy. If you're unhappy, what should we do? Riddle noticed Abraxas's discontent. What would make you happy? Riddle inched forward, his other hand beginning to glide up Abraxas's silk sleep pants. Abraxas sighed in pleasure. Stimulated by the sensations, his mood began to lift. He set aside his wine glass and comfortably leaned back against the sofa. Riddle knelt before the sofa, rising to his feet, and began to unfasten the buttons of Abraxas's nightgown. As the garment parted, Riddle's hands ventured within. Abraxas succumbed to Riddle's gentle nibbles. Bite as you wish. There is no need for restraint. Riddle chuckled softly, pausing his actions to gaze tenderly at Abraxas. Why are you suddenly unhappy today? Abraxas contemplated whether to voice his thoughts, only to feel Riddle's hand intrude again. Taking a deep breath, Abraxas tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling. I somewhat wish to confine you. Confine me? How so? To keep you locked away. Riddle burst into laughter, halting his actions, and lifted Abraxas into his arms. That's quite all right. It's not a significant matter. Riddle said as he walked. I also wish to confine you. He placed Abraxas onto the bed, delivering the statement with a meaningful tone. But, for now, there is no need for confinement. Riddle smiled. Abraxas comprehended Riddle's implication. With a smile, he pulled Riddle towards the bed. The soundproofing in Abraxas's dormitory was excellent. No one was aware of the slightly rougher moments they shared. Riddle treated the numerous scratches and red marks upon his back, as well as the bite marks on his shoulders. Abraxas lay languidly upon the bed, his golden hair disheveled, the strands on his forehead dampened by sweat. Exhausted, Abraxas surrendered to sleep, allowing Riddle to carry him to the bath. Riddle, cradling Abraxas, magically replaced the bedding before gently placing him back onto the bed. Just as Riddle lay down, Abraxas nestled closer to this source of warmth, finding a comfortable position atop him and drifting into slumber. Riddle pressed a kiss to Abraxas's forehead, observing the individual in his embrace for a moment before carefully adjusting the blanket, happily holding him as they both succumbed to dreams. The following morning, the magical alarm clock rang. Upon waking, Abraxas felt himself entwined with Riddle. He was reluctant to silence the alarm, instead nudging Riddle's calf with his foot. As expected, Riddle silenced the alarm, and Abraxas, still a bit drowsy, wished to remain nestled in his arms a while longer. The sensation of being held was delightful. Although he wore no sleepwear, he felt even more comfortable. A bit thirsty, Abraxas murmured softly in Riddle's embrace. Riddle conjured water, transforming it into a small orb that floated to Abraxas's lips. He watched as Abraxas drank a few sips before losing interest. Feeling somewhat parched himself, Riddle drank the remaining water. Abraxas desired to sleep a little longer. Riddle's body warmth was too comforting. Their first class on Monday was Transfiguration, beginning at 10:15. If they did not head to the hall, they could steal a few more moments of sleep. Abraxas turned his head and nibbled Riddle's leg. Hearing Riddle draw in a sharp breath, he deemed it not quite a reprisal and settled back down. Why did you bite me?" Riddle gently inquired, his hand resting on Abraxas's back. "Sleepy," Abraxas murmured, rubbing against Riddle's leg. "We returned a bit late last night. Perhaps we can rest earlier tonight." Riddle began to soothe Abraxas's back, seeking to comfort him. "Shall we take a brief nap after lunch? I can keep you company, if you wish." Abraxas offered in an exceptionally tender tone. "Very well," Abraxas replied, though he began to tease Riddle by playfully scratching his leg with his toes. The last statement evoked memories of how Riddle had sweet-talked him the previous night in bed. Although Riddle's leg was grazed by his nails, the sensation was not painful. He leaned over to place a gentle kiss on Abraxas's golden hair. "Please hand me a bottle of invigorating potion." Abraxas felt that they should still head to the Great Hall for breakfast that morning. "Are you coming to Transfiguration class with me?" he inquired after finishing his drink. Feeling slightly more alert. "Yes," Riddle responded after a moment's hesitation, deciding that he would accompany Abraxas to class on the first day. Abraxas chuckled softly, preparing to rise. But when he attempted to sit up, he discovered that Riddle had locked his waist in place, preventing him from getting up. Abraxas looked at Riddle in confusion. "A morning kiss," Riddle said with a mischievous smile. Seeing that expression, Abraxas felt a surge of irritation and began to tickle him. After the playful assault, he noticed Riddle still gazing at him with that same look. He could only lean up to plant a kiss on Riddle's cheek and pat his arm. "Abraxas, you know this isn't enough," Riddle said with a glimmer in his eyes, his hands beginning to caress Abraxas's delicate waist. "Stop touching me. We must go eat breakfast." Abraxas thought of how delightful their kisses were and felt a stirring of desire. However, it was morning, and they were clad in only a single garment. "I'll make it up to you later," Abraxas promised, squeezing beneath him, eliciting a soft gasp from Riddle. "All right," Riddle conceded, releasing Abraxas, sensing that further teasing would not be wise. After they had washed up and dressed, Riddle embraced Abraxas, bestowing upon him the morning kiss he had promised. The sounds of their kisses echoed in the dormitory, passionate and fervent. Afterward, Abraxas leaned against Riddle, breathing heavily. He attempted to wipe away the remnants of their kisses, but was gently interrupted. In the midst of his efforts to speak, Riddle took advantage, plunging his tongue into Abraxas's mouth and kissing him with abandon. Chapter 106. The first day of third-year classes. Abraxas whimpered as he pushed Riddle away, the two parting. After catching his breath and regaining his composure, he was about to utter a few words when he noticed Riddle's satisfied smile, his gaze firmly locked onto him. Seeing Abraxas observing him, Riddle licked his lips with a knowing smile. Abraxas felt himself irresistibly drawn in. Riddle seemed to be flirting, his smile sultry, and his lips of vivid crimson. Recognizing Abraxas's hesitation, Riddle seized the opportunity to pinch his chin and steal a couple of quick kisses. Finally, Abraxas could no longer endure and pushed Riddle away. Riddle, still smiling, stealthily slipped into his own room, only to emerge theatrically, heading towards Abraxas's dormitory. Riddle felt as though he were engaging in a secret affair, and there was an undeniable thrill in it. They made their way to the Great Hall together, where Riddle and his companions dared not look up. While most of the younger students gazed at Abraxas with admiration as he took his seat, the previous night's festivities had been grand, with fireworks specially arranged for their celebration. It was unfathomable to consider the extent of Abraxas's influence. Abraxas noticed these glances, recognizing that the formerly adoring stares from certain girls had transformed into expressions of envy, admiration, and a hint of jealousy. He recalled the dazzling fireworks from the night before, which had been solely for him. Gracefully, Abraxas began his meal, their legs discreetly brushing against one another beneath the table. After finishing, he received a letter via owl, and upon reading its contents, he and Riddle walked side by side toward the Transfiguration classroom, chatting along the way. "What does it say?" Riddle inquired, curiosity piqued. "My father informs me that he shall send me family matters to address every evening henceforth," Abraxas replied thoughtfully. He sensed that his father wished to prepare him for taking over family affairs, perhaps laying the groundwork for his eventual inheritance. He had studied during the previous year's holiday, so he felt capable of managing the tasks his father would send. "Why didn't he use parchment to notify you?" Riddle asked, intrigued. Upon hearing Riddle's question, Abraxas realized he had neglected to check his parchment in his space ring for the past couple of days. He retrieved the parchment, glanced at the message, and shot Riddle a pointed look. Why had he not looked at the parchment? What had he been doing these past few days? Did Riddle not have any sense of this? Seeing the irritated expression on Abraxas's face, Riddle recalled that he too had forgotten. He pulled out a contact parchment for Alec from his space ring and handed it to Abraxas with a grin. They arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, where Riddle claimed the seat beside Abraxas. Bored, he leaned on the desk, nudging Abraxas's leg with his own. Abraxas shot him a glance and swatted at his hand resting on the table. Riddle's reflexes were lightning fast. He swiftly grasped Abraxas's hand in retaliation, and Abraxas attempted to swat him again. In the ensuing struggle, their hands were locked, and Abraxas began to nudge him with his shoulder. The two descended into a playful scuffle, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Was this truly the Malfoy heir, known for his poised elegance and decorum? At that moment, Abraxas freed his hand and grasped Riddle's chin, seemingly issuing a warning. This sight elicited gasps from the crowd, but they quickly silenced themselves, lowering their heads. Riddle smiled at Abraxas, then turned to face the others, casting them a threatening glance. His icy demeanor and chilling gaze rendered him dangerous, while his smile hinted at mischief. Everyone was left in awe. Such a marked difference in treatment had rendered Riddle speechless. Abraxas noted Riddle's warning to the others and raised an eyebrow in silent agreement. Nudging him with his leg, Abraxas mused that he had previously maintained such impeccable poise and charm to uphold the Malfoy family reputation. His father was watching him, as were all those around him, yet now he felt he could afford to be a bit more relaxed. Who would dare criticize him? With Riddle at his side, Abraxas felt emboldened. He had resolved that if anyone dared to insult him, he would take it to heart. Riddle had promised him that anyone who dared to provoke him was also daring to provoke Riddle, and Abraxas believed in Riddle, genuinely preparing to act on that promise. Trusting someone is not merely about their status. It is about their consistent actions aligning with their words. Riddle was a man of his word. He could restrain his darker impulses for Abraxas's sake and remained attuned to his feelings. Abraxas's trust in Riddle grew stronger by the day. He glanced at his engagement ring, and then turned to Riddle, who was smiling back at him, and felt a profound sense of contentment. With a grin, Abraxas discreetly placed his hand on Riddle's thigh, only to have it immediately clasped in return. Soon, Dumbledore arrived. During the class, Riddle maintained a sense of decorum. Although the two engaged in subtle antics behind the scenes, neither of them was noticed due to the presence of Goyle and Crabbe behind them. When Dumbledore posed a question to Riddle, seemingly eager to engage him in conversation, Abraxas cast a curious glance towards Riddle, intrigued to see how he would respond. Riddle, however, harbored a deep disdain for Dumbledore. In response, Riddle feigned ignorance, remaining oblivious to the teacher's inquiries while the entire classroom watched the standoff unfold. Riddle appeared utterly at ease, while Dumbledore struggled to maintain his composure. When Dumbledore looked to Abraxas for assistance, Abraxas elegantly shook his head with a knowing smile, barely suppressing his amusement at the situation. Riddle's behavior struck him as somewhat endearing in its immaturity. Dumbledore, unfazed, deftly shifted the topic and departed, prompting Abraxas to chuckle and playfully pinch Riddle's thigh. Abraxas found Riddle's childishness to be rather charming, making the class quite entertaining. As the lesson concluded, Abraxas and Riddle engaged in conversation about elective courses. A number of students began to gather around, reviving the lively atmosphere. Everyone greeted Riddle respectfully, addressing him as the head boy. The crowd soon divided into two factions. One gravitated towards Riddle, while the other engaged Abraxas in conversation. Riddle acquiesced to Abraxas's request, albeit with a hint of annoyance, as he observed the intentions of those approaching him. The students who came near Riddle quickly introduced themselves, several expressing their admiration with fervent praise. He listened to their adulation with mild interest, nodding as they extolled his magical prowess. Soon, inquiries regarding the principles of transfiguration arose. Riddle, fully aware of their ulterior motives, using the guise of educational exchange to assess and evaluate him, responded succinctly to their eager gaze, stating with unwavering clarity, "I do not wish to teach you magic, nor will I entertain your questions." The students were taken aback by Riddle's forthrightness. He continued, "If you have a goal, be direct about it." The Slytherins, astute as ever, grasped the underlying message. The supposed academic exchange was merely a pretext for them to gauge one another. Riddle's dismissive tone conveyed his disdain for this gradual process of building rapport, as he deemed their worth insufficient to merit his time. The calmness in his gaze as he spoke belied the seriousness of his sentiment. In that moment, each student who met his eyes recognized the gravity of his words. They were unworthy of his time, perceived as lacking value. The younger Slytherins, instead of being deterred, found Riddle's resolute rejection to be compelling, viewing his unyielding stance as indicative of his formidable character. Riddle's third statement underscored the significance of valuing time. He considered his time to be precious. Implicitly, he questioned what criteria would render anyone worthy of his attention, perhaps becoming his subordinate or follower. On the surface, his words seemed straightforward. Yet they hinted at a deeper meaning. Allegiance to him could not be sought through mere flattery. Although his reputation suggested a capricious temperament and a disdain for communication, his strength was undeniable. Even Dumbledore seemed unable to contend with him. When class ended, the students were compelled to approach him, but Riddle's response was undeniably haughty. Yet within that arrogance lay an allure that captivated those perceptive enough to understand. Certain truths cannot be articulated openly, as doing so would prove detrimental to both parties. Thus, the art of language becomes essential. While Riddle spoke casually, he was clearly well versed in the game of social dynamics. He embodied the quintessential Slytherin. Unlike many of his peers who subtly navigated value assessments to avoid conflict for future collaboration, Riddle, being the strongest among them, could afford such candor. The benefits he represented were irresistible to all. In this exchange, Riddle laid bare his essence. Abraxas and those nearby had ceased their conversations the moment Riddle spoke. Abraxas, having observed the entire scene, regarded Riddle with an approving gaze, pride illuminating his smile. This was the leader he had chosen, his betrothed. One's true nature cannot be concealed. Though Riddle exhibited little interest in power or social niceties, it did not imply incompetence. Rather, he was simply too formidable to concern himself with such trivialities. His mood lifted, he began to adopt a more serious demeanor, preparing to select his followers. Riddle's initial strategy had already demonstrated his understanding of the world's workings and the dynamics of power. His methods, while simplistic and blunt, were undoubtedly effective. Abraxas continued to watch Riddle with satisfaction. While the younger Slytherins were astonished, Riddle was not quite as they had imagined. His adeptness in political maneuvering was evident, and they wondered why he had previously ignored others, allowing the Malfoy family to capitalize on the situation. Initially perceived as a mere amalgamation of brute strength and cunning strategy, Riddle's words revealed a commanding presence that was shrewd, yet left room for those willing to engage. Abraxas contemplated how their relationship had blossomed so rapidly, pondering the dynamics of their engagement amidst their shared cleverness. How could two such formidable individuals coexist without conflict? Were they destined to conspire against the world together? Walburga Black, immersed in these thoughts, felt herself on the brink of madness, compelled to relay Riddle's performance to her sister. Meanwhile, Lestrange's eyes began to glimmer with intrigue. After delivering his statements, Riddle squeezed past the throng to Abraxas's side, effortlessly parting the crowd and raising an inquisitive brow at him. Abraxas, equally disinterested in facing the forthcoming trials posed by the purebloods, walked alongside Riddle towards the classroom exit, with Goyle and Crabbe swiftly following. They left behind a group of Slytherins, each lost in their contemplations. This class had been a joint session with Gryffindor, and the young lions were utterly perplexed. Perceiving Riddle as cold and unapproachable, his unyielding rejection had left the Slytherins astonished. Among them, decisions were being made, and glances exchanged, while the Slytherins rolled their eyes inwardly at the pitying gazes cast by the Gryffindors, thinking to themselves how foolish the lions truly were. Abraxas, in high spirits, strolled alongside Riddle towards the classroom for their elective. He felt a fleeting desire to hold hands, but reminded himself to exercise restraint, reflecting on their schedule. The first class of the afternoon was also an elective, but there was a 1-hour gap before the second class, potions, which might provide an opportunity. Abraxas glanced at Riddle. It was their first time attending class together, and the proximity without being able to act on his feelings was proving quite challenging. Riddle was also contemplating the schedule, determined to endure the first elective of the afternoon. They exchanged a glance and shared a smile, yet Abraxas sensed something amiss in Riddle's demeanor, a nagging feeling that he was concocting some mischief. The two completed their first elective class, a course on ancient ruins. During the session, they briefly held hands, and Abraxas felt as if they were engaged in a clandestine affair. At lunch, watching Riddle devour a steak with fervor, he grew apprehensive. Under the table, he subtly lifted his leg to gently press against Riddle's. "Behave," Abraxas said, his boot resting firmly on Riddle's. "All right," Riddle replied with a mischievous smile. After finishing their meal, Riddle picked up an apple, nibbling at it as he gestured for Abraxas to leave the hall for their next class. After the lunch break, they arrived at the divination classroom, where they were to learn about numerical divination. Riddle settled beside Abraxas, who retrieved his textbook, eager to divine his forthcoming fate. He chose Riddle's name for the reading, and soon a number revealed itself as he perused the text. The words regarding vitality, passion for life, desire, and ambition struck him as particularly glaring. Abraxas closed the book, trying to reassure himself of the inaccuracy often associated with such divinations. He had merely chosen this elective out of necessity, and the interpretations felt exceedingly broad. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, he decided to test another aspect: career success, material wealth, ambition, glory, power, victory. He sighed in resignation at the results. If he believed in one, he ought to believe in the other. As the arithmetic divination class concluded, Riddle remained quietly absorbed in his own thoughts. They walked together towards the dormitory, still heading to Abraxas's room. Upon entering, Abraxas promptly shed his outer robe and tossed it playfully onto Riddle's face. Dressed only in a shirt, he settled onto the sofa, conjuring a cup of red tea and taking a sip. Riddle squeezed in between Abraxas's legs, gazing intently at him. Abraxas contemplated their next move, feeling a thirst for more than just tea, and set the cup down across from Riddle. As soon as he placed the cup down, Riddle seized his hand, lifting it above his head and leaning back against the sofa. The sound of their lips meeting filled the air as Riddle swiftly released Abraxas's hand, kneeling on the sofa, his hands guiding Abraxas down against him. After a lingering kiss, Riddle cradled Abraxas's form, lifting him effortlessly towards the four-poster bed. He supported Abraxas's head, pressing him down as they indulged in sweet intimacy. Though Abraxas occasionally whimpered and squirmed, his legs relaxed and entwined around Riddle's waist. Their breaths mingled, heat enveloped them, with the sound of wet kisses echoing in the room. After a playful interlude, they paused, comfortable in their embrace, realizing they had about 15 minutes left in the dormitory. They nestled together, engaging in light conversation. "Tommy, how did you find today as classes?" Abraxas inquired, reclining comfortably against Riddle's chest, gathering his breath before speaking. "It was wonderful attending classes with you, but..." Riddle hesitated, feeling conflicted about maintaining restraint in public. The challenge of moderation weighed on him, testing his patience. "Well, I don't have any better solutions either," Abraxas replied, soothingly stroking Riddle's chest. "We're together in class, and afterwards, we hardly have any classes left in the day." He paused his comforting gestures, adding, "Tonight, we might even sleep together." Abraxas sensed something was amiss. How could they feel so close, yet still sense a grievance towards Tommy? He sighed, realizing this indulgence was entirely his doing, and he relished it. "Tommy, you are quite clingy," Abraxas remarked with a gentle tone, resuming his affectionate caresses. "I enjoy being with you," Riddle confessed, holding Abraxas tightly. "Well, aside from our formal duties, we'll remain together," Abraxas said, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on Riddle's cheek. "All right," Riddle replied, tightening his embrace. Abraxas luxuriated in the intimacy, feeling a perfect match with Riddle. Who would suspect their private moments were so intertwined? They shared moments on the sofa, holding hands or embracing, their discussions gradually shifting to the bed after their engagement. Yet, he mused, this was understandable given their recent engagement. Perhaps after 10 years of marriage, they wouldn't be as attached? Abraxas chuckled at the thought, realizing he was daydreaming. He was thoroughly captivated by Riddle, let alone the other way around. "Will you cling to me during the holidays as well?" Abraxas teased. "Absolutely," Riddle responded without hesitation. "Tommy, do you think we will be better after marriage?" Abraxas asked, curious about Riddle's perspective. "After marriage, we'll probably be even more attached," Riddle replied after a moment's consideration, offering a tactful answer. Abraxas playfully tapped Riddle's chest, but refrained from further comment, secretly wishing for marriage himself. "Why not stand up to my father, Tommy? I never realized you were so patient." Abraxas recalled how Riddle had not rushed to propose. "Graduation is a prerequisite for marriage," Riddle replied succinctly. Abraxas pondered for a moment, then affectionately touched him, recognizing Riddle's reliability and considering his needs. "Tommy truly is a good man." With a smile, Abraxas glanced at the time, feeling elated as he caressed Riddle's cheek and planted a kiss on it, urging him up as they prepared for class. Together, they made their way to the potions classroom. Professor Slughorn noticed Riddle but had steeled himself for the encounter, displaying no unusual reaction as the lesson commenced. They were to brew a confounding potion. Riddle and Abraxas partnered up, Riddle beginning to handle the ingredients while collaborating with Abraxas in the potion-making process. As Abraxas stirred and infused the potion with magic, he marveled at Riddle's competence as an assistant. He provided timely reminders and executed each task with both attentiveness and precision. Observing the vibrant hues of the potion in the cauldron, Abraxas raised an eyebrow at Riddle, who responded with a smile, equally pleased with his own concoction. Once both potions were prepared, Abraxas reached out to inspect Riddle's creation. Riddle cautiously grasped the base of the potion bottle and extended it forward. Abraxas, with his elongated fingers, enveloped the vessel, lifting it to scrutinize the potion within. Although the same procedure and ingredients were employed, the quality of Riddle's concoction was notably superior. Professor Slughorn approached, halting before the two, and cast an appreciative glance at both the potion in Abraxas's hand and the one displayed on the potion shelf. "Both potions are of impeccable quality. I shall award each of you an additional 10 points. Professor Slughorn hesitated momentarily before finally addressing Abraxas. "When you attend the slug party on Thursday, do bring Riddle along. I have previously extended him an invitation." Chapter 109. A perfectly synchronized deception. Upon hearing this, Abraxas glanced at Riddle, who responded to Professor Slughorn with a most appropriate smile and nodded in agreement. "Very well, Headmaster," Abraxas replied. Following his words, Riddle also acknowledged Professor Slughorn with a nod. Satisfied with their responses, Professor Slughorn departed. Is it truly necessary for the headmaster to harbor such trepidation towards me?" Riddle inquired, somewhat perplexed. Feeling he had done nothing to warrant such fear. He must be excessively timid, Riddle began to lament. Abraxas narrowed his eyes, reflecting on Riddle's recent actions. He recalled how Riddle had maliciously frightened Professor Slughorn, causing him to avoid the Great Hall for several days. Then there was the incident during the Quidditch tryouts, where Riddle had nearly harmed Andre, a tale that had spread throughout Slytherin. Many regarded Riddle as capricious and ruthless, though he had indeed acted somewhat humanely today. Professor Slughorn had not witnessed Riddle's earlier madness and might still consider him normal, interpreting today's behavior as mere pretense. "Indeed, Headmaster Slughorn is rather cowardly," Abraxas commented, his assessment lacking in sincerity. "Tommy, if the professor were to invite you privately, would you attend? If you go, I shall accompany you." Riddle's expression shifted to one of reluctance. "Why is it that you are serious this morning but indifferent this afternoon?" Abraxas observed as Riddle busied himself tidying his desk. "That gathering lacks intrigue," Riddle replied while organizing his textbooks. "What makes it so uninteresting?" Abraxas inquired, curious about Riddle's rationale. "The gathering merely serves to facilitate mutual acquaintance and exploitation, yet it holds no value for us." Once Riddle had finished tidying up, he noticed Abraxas watching him and felt compelled to elaborate. "Indeed, the individuals within the club are certainly elite or hail from prominent families. However, the elite ought to recognize the times. You understand my meaning, don't you, Abraxas?" Abraxas nodded in acknowledgement, comprehending that Riddle believed those who do not proactively align themselves are simply ignorant of the prevailing circumstances. "What significance does a distinguished background hold?" "None at all," Riddle stated, though he refrained from articulating it too explicitly, confident that Abraxas would grasp the implication. "Proceed," Abraxas prompted, raising an eyebrow for Riddle to continue. "The order of the future will transform through my influence. There is no need to regard one's family background. I categorize individuals as either my subordinates or not. Ultimately, it all comes down to recognizing the times," Riddle concluded, observing Abraxas encouraging him to elaborate further. "For even if someone possesses extraordinary ability, one individual cannot equal 10. Thus, I shall select 10 obedient followers," Riddle declared, having discerned Abraxas's intentions, prompting him to laugh. By this point, class had concluded, and those seated in front and behind had perked up to listen to their exchange, including Goyle and Crabbe, who had just arrived and caught the tail end of Riddle's remarks, witnessing his delight. Abraxas dismissed 2 of his lackeys and exited the classroom alongside Riddle. Once outside, with no one in sight, Riddle turned to Abraxas with a triumphant gaze. "How well do you think I cooperated?" "Quite well. We truly exhibit remarkable synergy," Abraxas grinned wickedly. "By applying pressure in this manner, how many do you think will take action before Thursday?" Riddle pondered with curiosity, the 2 of them scheming together. The terms recognizing the times, subordinates, and obedient echoed in their minds. Those privy to the information knew that if they did not act before the gathering on Thursday, they would be deemed oblivious to the prevailing circumstances. At least one among those who had just overheard would likely take action. Abraxas contemplated those who had recently sought his favor. "After dinner, I shall have Jersey spread the word, and soon we shall witness some movement." Abraxas believed Riddle was correct. There was no need for further testing. Riddle's demeanor that morning had likely already circulated, and by applying additional pressure in the afternoon, those who genuinely wished to align themselves would find it increasingly unbearable. Abraxas chuckled softly, finding it immensely entertaining to play others against one another. The reason they could engage in such schemes was due to Riddle's immense strength. Their faction did not require many followers. Riddle's power was already formidable. Abraxas was convinced they would emerge as victorious champions, especially if Riddle revealed all his cards. The disparity in strength would lead most to perceive resistance as futile, leading them to surrender rather than face certain death. Thus, those who wished to follow now were unworthy of assessing their faction. Moreover, Riddle had already made his mark that day. In 3 days, those who lacked decisiveness and keen instincts would be eliminated from the core circle. Abraxas confidently managed their influence as if it were his own, dismissing those who were timid. "After dinner, accompany me to the room of requirement," Abraxas instructed, outlining the plan. "Very well," Riddle replied with a smile, thinking that embracing the educational aspect was not a bad idea. Soon, the 2 arrived at the Great Hall. Although they had come early, it was nearly 5 o'clock. They took their seats, clinked their cups, and began sipping their beverages. At that moment, Jersey approached, seating himself directly across from them. Riddle and Abraxas exchanged a glance, noting that he was the first to arrive. Jersey began to hint to Riddle and Abraxas about when he might be arranged for the initiation ceremony. Though Jersey recognized Riddle's extraordinary demeanor and communicative nature today, he was aware of Riddle's true character. It was merely a product of good fortune or a sudden desire for followers. From the outset, Jersey had aspired to follow Riddle, having engaged in extensive dialogue with him. Stripped of the frivolities, Riddle indeed embodied the qualities of a true leader. The most crucial aspect of leadership is guiding others to victory, a criterion that Riddle had fulfilled from the beginning. Although Riddle's temperament could be intimidating, Abraxas was present to temper it. Despite the haste of the situation, waiting was no longer an option, as it was evident Riddle was indifferent to his allegiance. After receiving concrete information during the first class that afternoon, Jersey had been anxiously restless, understanding that others were likely considering their decisions. However, he knew he could not intrude on the two during class or free time, so he waited until dinner. Listening to Jersey's words, Riddle and Abraxas exchanged another meaningful glance. The ceremony can be held at a later date. You are already one of my subordinates, Riddle declared with earnestness, though the underlying tone was somewhat dismissive. At this moment, Abraxas interjected with a remark. Chapter 110. The art of deception is also a matter of understanding. Jersey, you are undoubtedly the first follower within Riddle's circle. Abraxas began to assure Jersey of what he held in utmost esteem. In potions class, we received further tidings. As we prepared to observe who might take action before Thursday, a matter you are to attend to. Upon finishing his statement, Abraxas glanced at Jersey, who nodded in comprehension, thus refraining from elaborating on what news Jersey should convey. This Saturday, Tommy and I must return to the manor. The ceremony is likely to be held over the weekend. Abraxas offered a pretext to evade further discussion while presenting a definitive timeline. Very well, how should I address you henceforth? Jersey inquired, genuinely troubled. He felt that simply using a name lacked the requisite respect. Calling him Master Malfoy did not concern him. Yet, he feared Abraxas might take offense, as individuals of ambition typically disfavor such titles. Allow me to confer with Tommy, and I shall inform you tomorrow, Abraxas replied, casting another glance at Riddle and relaying the time to Jersey. At this juncture, dinner materialized on the table, prompting Jersey to courteously bid farewell before departing. Pondering the situation, Abraxas playfully nudged Riddle's foot. What are you thinking about? Riddle was aware of Abraxas's irritation, but was indeed uncertain of what to contemplate. As he mused, a chuckle escaped him. The external organization remained nameless to him, while the private group lacked a designated title. The ritual of following had yet to be conceived, and he had not commenced research on the dark mark that Voldemort employed to control others. Abraxas had just acquiesced to a title, yet there was a multitude of matters to consider. As Jersey opened his mouth, the two exchanged a knowing glance, realizing their preoccupation with romance had eclipsed such concerns. Riddle and Abraxas adeptly navigated the conversation, with Jersey oblivious to any issues at hand. You contemplate the title, and I shall ponder the remainder, Abraxas delineated. Agreed. Riddle reached out, gently touching Abraxas's thigh, affirming his agreement. He withdrew his hand just before Abraxas could pat it, commencing to slice his lamb chop. Once prepared, he shifted it before Abraxas, cutting his own lamb chop while deliberating. Let us simply call it the Dark Arts Defense Study Group. Riddle's initial thought was a dark arts study group, but realizing its inadequacy, he cleverly appended defense. He then envisioned establishing a new order, which seemed promising. Thus, he proposed that the internal designation of their organization be this. As for the ritual of following, it could seamlessly intertwine with the dark mark, creating a symbol to signify the standard procedure of allegiance, accompanied by a branded emblem. Abraxas, I have devised a plan. After consuming a lamb chop, Riddle communicated his thoughts to Abraxas. Abraxas smirked, his eyes narrowing with curiosity at Riddle's sudden creativity. Do share what you have envisioned. Riddle articulated the four concepts he had conceived, and Abraxas, taken aback by Riddle's swiftness, initially believed he too had formulated an idea. Then let Jersey designate me as the vice president, Abraxas cheerily proposed. Sounds reasonable. Riddle found it quite fitting for Abraxas to assume the role of vice president. However, he felt that Jersey would have to be relegated, as only one could hold the title of vice president. Yet, I shall be the vice president. To curry favor with me, there will undoubtedly be those who refer to me as president. Abraxas playfully nudged Riddle's leg. Those who seek to please you are indeed clever. I relish your company, Riddle chuckled, returning the gesture. Be somewhat restrained in public. We mustn't allow others to discern your fondness for my words. Abraxas whispered conspiratorially into Riddle's ear. Certainly, I shall feign decorum in public. All decisions will be attributed to me, Riddle whispered back. Straightening up, Riddle could no longer suppress his laughter. He had little inclination to manage affairs. He simply delighted in hearing Abraxas speak, relishing their conversations. Abraxas chuckled as well, recalling their agreement, and together they joyfully completed their dinner before departing the hall. Soon, the two found themselves in the room of requirement, embracing as they settled down. What shall we learn, Abraxas? Riddle inquired, planting a kiss on Abraxas's cheek. Before Abraxas could respond, Riddle leaned in for a kiss. Abraxas wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, and they became enmeshed in each other. Finding their original position uncomfortable, they shifted to a straddling embrace amidst their kisses. When the depth of their kiss became overwhelming, Abraxas turned his head to rest against Riddle's shoulder, gasping for breath. As he regained his composure, he sensed Riddle's desire to delve deeper into the kiss, compelling him to tug at the fabric of his clothing in a moment of hesitation. Later that evening, they remained closely entwined. Abraxas reclined in Riddle's embrace, reflecting on the comfort of their union, realizing that each day spent together brought him greater joy. This intimate connection, coupled with their seamless understanding in public, forged a remarkable bond as they faced the world together. Abraxas caressed Riddle's face, only to receive a tender kiss on the cheek in return. Although Abraxas was reluctant to engage in serious matters, he was acutely aware of the weight of family, legacy, and the world pressing upon him. Despite yearning to remain lost in love, he understood the necessity of attending to pressing matters, for he sensed that each day to come would mirror this one. Their private moments at school, weekends spent together, and future marital bliss loomed ahead, compelling him to balance love with responsibility. As Abraxas leaned in to kiss Riddle again, he felt the warmth of their connection, a gentle caress igniting unexpected passion within him, prompting him to respond in kind. He had never envisioned himself in such a state of vulnerability. Once their playful antics subsided, Abraxas turned to address serious matters. "We must learn new spells and incorporate dueling practice," he stated, eager to bolster his own strength while minimizing Riddle's vulnerabilities. Although Abraxas trusted Riddle to safeguard him, he believed in preparing for the worst. He needed to ensure his own self-preservation should unforeseen challenges arise. "Agreed," Riddle replied cheerfully. He contemplated how they might train together, cognizant of Abraxas's assertive nature and his desire to stand alongside him. He would aid Abraxas in his quest for strength, dedicating himself fully to this endeavor. "Abraxas, you must assist me as well," Riddle said, his cheek brushing against Abraxas's with a smile. "What assistance do you seek?" Abraxas inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Help me devise strategies." Riddle subtly expressed his desire for self-improvement without explicitly stating it. He felt the depth of Abraxas's affection in every indulgence, every choice, and every action imbued with love. The distinction between love and indifference was starkly apparent. He had absorbed a wealth of affection, his spirits lifted, feeling a warmth enveloping him each day, as Abraxas's love for him had become evident. Yet, most importantly, Riddle feared that verbalizing these sentiments might invite reprimand. Abraxas had been indulgent enough to grant him freedom, yet he hesitated to ask for even more love. The idea of Abraxas chastising him seemed far-fetched, for he knew he could easily be banished from the dormitory. Chapter 111. Love Makes One Blind. "What sort of strategies?" Abraxas asked, curiosity piqued. "Though I possess the capacity for rational thought, I find myself reluctant to employ it." Riddle yearns for Abraxas to assist him in adopting a more endearing demeanor. He is genuinely disinterested in overseeing his subordinates, intending merely to entice them into his fold, selecting a mere manager to oversee them while allowing them to cultivate their own ambitions. Whoever proves capable will ascend. His desire is to set a general direction, permitting his subordinates to compete and propose ideas for every matter. Currently, alongside Abraxas, he is preparing to embody a more human aspect, recognizing that he cannot afford to be excessively cruel, allowing for a process of iterative elimination among his subordinates. However, Riddle's words are but a facade. Should he be required to engage in the affairs of governance for even an hour or half an hour in the name of peaceful succession, he would undoubtedly prefer to upheave the world. Thus, he truly relies on Abraxas for management and guidance on how to proceed. The prospect of thinking is tiresome, and the notion of ensnaring others is quite delightful. Abraxas, resigned, grasps Riddle's hand while reclining in his embrace. The idea of dealing with administrative matters fills Riddle with dread, and he sighs deeply, resting his head on Abraxas's shoulder. "Very well. Your responsibilities are not so burdensome. Jersey and I will handle most of them," Abraxas reassures, patting Riddle's hand. "I desire the sort of power where I can simply utter a command," Riddle stammers, sensing the disquiet in Abraxas. "To rule the magical realm." Once everyone is prepared, he shamelessly articulates. Upon hearing this, Abraxas feels a wave of darkness wash over him, forcefully tapping Riddle's hand with a slightly greater intensity. Though still gentle, frustrated, Abraxas is tempted to bite Riddle, fully aware of his impertinence, which has now reached a new level of audacity. As he no longer even pretends to maintain decorum, covering his eyes with his hand, Abraxas begins to contemplate. Riddle, sensing the potential for Abraxas's ire, hastily clarifies. "It's merely about toying with subordinates. Let them handle what they can." He anxiously observes whether Abraxas will open his eyes. I can only trust half of your statement. You have undoubtedly revealed your true thoughts, Abraxas responds, resigned, yet finally uncovering his eyes. Riddle blinks, offering no reply, only to be met with another gentle tap on his hand, though Abraxas continues to hold it. Honestly, I feel they are unworthy of my time. I often find myself contemplating the extermination of everyone within the Ministry of Magic, and if the buildings were included, 5 or 10 minutes would suffice to dominate Britain. A more brutal approach could obliterate London in half an hour, yet I desire a less sanguinary transition, which compels me to continuously manage these affairs. After Riddle finishes speaking, he senses a kiss from Abraxas. Understanding dawns upon Abraxas. It becomes clear why Riddle intermittently shies away from human engagement again, as he perceives that he could resolve issues through brute force, deeming these matters a waste of time. With a sigh, Abraxas shifts his position, wrapping his arms around Riddle's neck and kissing him gently, kneeling before him, caressing his face with tenderness. Tommy, you always find everything tedious. Abraxas adjusts his breathing while holding Riddle's hand, initiating a heartfelt conversation. Are you happy with me, Tommy? Indeed, Riddle replies, nuzzling his cheek against Abraxas. Then let us engage in our tasks together. Do you intend for me to merely discuss matters with Jersey or other subordinates? Abraxas observes Riddle's demeanor shift towards compliance after hearing this. Fine, I comprehend. Regardless, I must be present. We can address some legitimate business then, Riddle concludes, realizing Abraxas understands his perpetual boredom and his desire to act freely. Previously, nothing constrained him. Although he strives to balance his thoughts, he perpetually wavers between extremes. On one side lies violent domination, and on the other, the establishment of a new order. His rational mind and comprehension of the world all indicate that, in the long run, order must be chosen. Yet, at the first hint of annoyance, he leans towards violence, though he refrains from taking action. However, when he reaches the limits of his boredom and desires to disrupt the world, even if such disruption leaves him feeling unfulfilled, he might pursue something else entirely. And no one knows what might transpire. Riddle is indeed a thoroughly dangerous individual, verging on perilous, yet he remains oblivious to this threat. Abraxas turns to Riddle, cupping his face with his hand. Riddle's expression betrays confusion. Abraxas leans down and kisses him, then reclines back into Riddle's embrace. He finally grasps the truth of the adage that love can render one blind. Had Riddle not mentioned the Malfoy name, Abraxas would have undoubtedly set about correcting him. However, he finds himself uncaring about such matters. Abraxas is prepared to accompany Riddle in all endeavors, easing him into adapting to their shared existence. Riddle's performance today has been commendable. Despite a lingering discomfort post-task, a little affection has restored his spirits. Perhaps they should have met sooner, during the awakening of his lineage. Though Riddle's disposition at that time may have been more challenging. At this juncture, their paths have crossed, and the prospect of love is already a remarkable blessing. Abraxas smiles softly, clutching Riddle's hand, choosing not to dwell on further thoughts. Instead, he focuses on the present, recognizing that Riddle's irritation with administrative duties leads him to intermittently reject his humanity. Tommy, speak truthfully with me. Abraxas, feel free to inquire. I shall answer honestly. Riddle leans in for another kiss, embracing Abraxas, his joy evident as he presses his cheek against his partner's. Tommy, are you unhappy with the process of recruiting others? Abraxas perceives Riddle's value system, realizing that no matter the circumstance, he should not be required to feign emotion. Have you begun to harbor resentment, preparing to enact the Cruciatus curse after recruiting? Riddle contemplates this, acknowledging a hint of truth, but ultimately dismissing it. It's more about individuals like Alec, who can be dealt with if disobedient. In school, one must endure. Riddle identifies this as the root of his annoyance. Moreover, those who follow him are merely reaping the benefits. They expect him to concern himself with recruitment and management, and indeed, this realization strikes a chord. Abraxas, you understand me so well. Do I truly appear so vindictive? Riddle inquires, pressing a gentle kiss to Abraxas's lips. You are exceedingly vengeful. Ha ha ha. Abraxas chuckles in response. Ultimately, Riddle has come to a realization, though it took a nudge from his own reflections to bring it to light. Given his tendencies, he is likely to act out when pushed to his limits. Riddle either retaliates immediately or schemes for later revenge. He has never shied away from inconvenience when committing misdeeds, which certainly qualifies as vindictiveness. Very well, let us commence our lessons, Abraxas declares after a moment of laughter, deciding it is time to engage in serious matters. Chapter 112, Curse Training Instruction. Abraxas kisses Riddle's cheek and rises to his feet. Riddle reaches out, grasping Abraxas's waist, reluctant to move, prompting Abraxas to lift him into his arms. Sensing Riddle's embrace around his waist as he inhales deeply, Abraxas chuckles. Is it pleasant? He inquires, running his fingers through Riddle's dark hair. Delightful, Riddle replies, intoxicated by the familiar scent that brings him comfort. Time to rise for our lesson, Abraxas urges, though he continues to caress Riddle's hair. Just a moment longer, Riddle implores, sinking deeper into Abraxas's embrace as he takes another deep breath. Hello, Abu. How deeply you love me. You love me just as much, my dear. Abraxas tenderly embraced Riddle. All right, once the lesson is over, we can return to the dormitory. Abraxas gently stroked Riddle's nape before releasing him. Upon hearing this, Riddle rose, earnestly kissed Abraxas on the cheek, and prepared for the lesson. Abraxas smiled, amused by how easily he could be coaxed. With affectionate embraces, they practiced several spells together. Abraxas patted Riddle's hand, signaling him to loosen his grip. Riddle tightened his embrace a little more, reluctant to let go, resting his head against Abraxas's neck and inhaling deeply before slowly withdrawing his hand. Watching Riddle walk away, Abraxas chuckled to himself, thinking how clingy he was. He then noticed Riddle becoming more serious, raising his wand towards him, though he still wore a smile. Yet there was an unfamiliar sensation. It had been a long time since they stood face to face in earnest, usually found nestled together in each other's arms. From this angle, Tommy's striking features, coupled with his poised stature, broad shoulders, and slender waist, exuded an aura of strength reminiscent of his presence in the arena, almost too handsome for words. When Riddle saw Abraxas gazing at him, he couldn't help but smile smugly. Slowly licking his lips, Abraxas took a deep breath, raised his wand, and gestured for Riddle to attack swiftly. Riddle saw the playful challenge in Abraxas's demeanor and grinned. He raised his wand and cast a spell, sending a faint red beam towards Abraxas's chest. Abraxas dodged effortlessly, noting the original target of the spell and preparing for his counterattack, even in this light-hearted moment. As their playful exchange continued, Riddle deftly evaded Abraxas's spells, occasionally deflecting them. The two grew ever more exhilarated. Riddle remained unharmed while Abraxas gradually intensified his offensive spells. Riddle's attacks varied in speed, skillfully choosing moments to evade and anticipating his own movements. Abraxas felt increasingly invigorated, evading and countering spells, employing protective charms while Riddle maintained just the right level of intensity in his assaults. Through this process, Abraxas recognized his rapid progress for every attack pattern. Riddle would guide him until he comprehended how to respond. Once Abraxas grasped the concepts, Riddle would match his frequency and attack style, offering insights on what to be mindful of. Abraxas experimented with numerous tactics and spell combinations, sweat dampening his hairline, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Riddle beamed at the sight of Abraxas's enthusiasm, feeling a sense of pride as his beloved became increasingly radiant. After nearly an hour of play, Riddle decided to cease their duel, walking towards Abraxas. Abraxas stood, breathing heavily, only realizing they had finished when Riddle approached him. He felt fatigued and slightly wished to sit. Without hesitation, Riddle scooped Abraxas into his arms and headed toward the sofa. Satisfied to rest in Riddle's embrace, Abraxas watched as Riddle employed healing magic on his tense muscles. Taking a handkerchief, Riddle gently wiped away the sweat from Abraxas's brow, allowing him to relish the moment. The thin sheen of perspiration was soon cleared away, and with his hair loosened, Abraxas comfortably reclined against Riddle. I desire some red tea. Very well, I shall summon a little elf to fetch it for you. Riddle promptly set about arranging this. The tea was brewed swiftly, and Riddle cooled it slightly before presenting it to Abraxas, who did not take it but instead lazily leaned up to kiss Riddle's cheek. I crave a water orb. My hands feel a bit weary. Lying in Riddle's arms, Abraxas had no desire to raise a finger. All right. Riddle transformed the tea into a small water orb and brought it to Abraxas's lips. Once Abraxas had finished the tea, Riddle took his right hand, meticulously inspecting it before beginning a gentle massage. Following the contours of the muscles, Riddle's soothing ministrations made Abraxas feel utterly at ease. After completing one hand, Riddle noticed Abraxas had closed his eyes in comfort and smiled, proceeding to massage the other hand. Feeling content, Abraxas nudged his head back toward Riddle. Tommy, please massage my arms. Of course, Riddle replied cheerfully. He was delighted, noticing how relaxed Abraxas had become, his voice softening as if in a playful manner. Riddle took his time rolling up Abraxas's sleeves, applying just the right amount of pressure in his massage. After finishing both arms, Riddle intended to lower Abraxas's sleeves when he noticed him flinch slightly. Riddle chuckled and repeated the process. Later, after we return to the dormitory and have a shower, I can massage your legs, or even your whole body. Riddle sensed Abraxas's agreement as he nuzzled against him, and he gently arranged his sleeves. The two began to playfully intertwine their fingers, Riddle caressing the knuckles of Abraxas's hand. Together, they returned to Riddle's dormitory. While Abraxas took a shower, Riddle busied himself in the wardrobe, organizing his clothes, his pajamas, and everyday garments, preparing a set to place in Abraxas's room, as he had previously stored them in his space ring. Surveying the room, he eventually decided to leave the repaired disappearing cabinet in the alchemy lab. Riddle had already fixed it and tested that both cabinets were traversable. He contemplated moving the cabinet to Abraxas's dormitory, allowing them to pass through unnoticed. Glancing at the Felix Felicis, he smiled and returned to the bedroom to tidy the bed. He prepared some wine and freshly brewed red tea, anticipating Abraxas might be thirsty. Riddle felt immensely satisfied with the warmth of the dormitory, especially now that another male presence had joined him. Just then, he heard the sound of the shower stop. Chapter 113, Daily Life in the Dormitory. Riddle gazed intently as the bathroom door swung open, revealing Abraxas emerging in his robe, towel drying his long hair. Abraxas confidently approached Riddle, who was gazing at him with fervent eyes. He wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek, then playfully nudged him away. Quickly wash up, then dry my hair and give me an oil treatment. Abraxas lifted Riddle's chin, giving him an enticing look. Although he knew Riddle had not broken a sweat, he wanted Riddle to wash so they could go to bed together. Riddle hurried into the bathroom. Abraxas smiled, eyeing the wine and tea Riddle had prepared. He wondered what else Riddle might be planning. However, feeling a bit parched himself, Abraxas took a sip of the tea. He glanced at the bedside table in Riddle's room, retrieved his essential oils, and began to set them out. Abraxas held his teacup, contemplating the familiar scents of his favorite aromatherapy and perfumes, reflecting on how they had moved in together before he could even create his own fragrance. However, the sensation was quite pleasant. Marriage should indeed be like this. He set down his teacup after finishing his red tea. Abraxas settled onto the bed, reluctant to dry his hair himself, anticipating the arrival of little Tommy, who had been exceptionally helpful these past few days. Shortly thereafter, Riddle emerged clad in a black nightgown, radiating warmth as he walked, employing magic to dry his own hair. He perched on the edge of the bed, taking a towel to gently dry Abraxas. Noticing the essential oils nearby, Riddle reflected on how Abraxas had endured quite a bit of discomfort in recent days. He placed a towel on his lap with a smile, beckoning Abraxas to lie down. Without hesitation, Abraxas reclined comfortably on the bed, resting his head on Riddle's thigh. With his eyes closed, he felt Riddle diligently absorbing the moisture from his hair, tenderly combing through his long locks, and then massaging his scalp with just the right amount of pressure, causing Abraxas' toes to curl in delight. Turning onto his side to allow Riddle to massage the other side, Abraxas observed him levitating the essential oils with magic. Contemplating their application, only the tips of his hair should be treated, avoiding the roots. Tommy would apply the oils after a while. Abraxas wrapped his arms around Riddle's waist, nuzzling against his abdomen. Riddle inhaled sharply, feeling warm breath threatening to penetrate the silk of his nightgown. Realizing that Abraxas was truly unafraid of him now. Good, Riddle responded softly, setting down the oils and earnestly beginning the massage while observing Abraxas' bodily reactions. Listening to the comfortable sounds emanating from Abraxas, he gently kneaded his scalp. Initially, Abraxas merely felt the soothing pleasure of the massage, content, and at ease. But as Riddle adjusted his technique according to Abraxas' responses, the sensations intensified, sending delightful tingles across his scalp, a subtle thrill. Abraxas felt he could not endure any more pleasure. As Riddle began applying the essential oils, Abraxas turned away from him. Riddle had observed the transformation of Abraxas' expressions from bliss to satisfaction, then to a state of exquisite subtlety. Stifling a laugh, Riddle affectionately stroked Abraxas' long hair, then took the oil, pouring it into his hands. Abraxas' voice echoed softly as he did so, warming the oil between his palms before applying it delicately. Riddle followed suit, warming the oil until the familiar scent engulfed him, the crisp aroma of cedar mingling with the rich fragrance of rose. Taking a deep breath, Riddle distributed the oil evenly, beginning to tenderly groom Abraxas' golden locks, patiently caring for both the lengths and ends of his hair. With a flick of magic, Riddle cleared the remnants of oil from his hands, gently cradling Abraxas' head as he removed the towel, allowing him to rest fully upon his lap. Leaning down, his fingers wove through the golden strands, meticulously untangling Abraxas' silky hair. We agreed on a massage. Shall we proceed? Abraxas heard Riddle's voice, a hint of hesitation in his tone. On one hand, he felt utterly relaxed, and the previous massage had been somewhat invigorating. To continue with a full-body massage might be overwhelming. Go ahead. Abraxas decided to indulge himself first, aware that astronomy class awaited them shortly. Just once, he chuckled lightly. All right, Riddle could not suppress a laugh. Scooping Abraxas up and repositioning him onto the pillow, lying him flat, he knelt and began to unfasten the buttons of his nightgown. What are you doing? Abraxas placed a hand on Riddle's, preventing him from proceeding, his gaze meeting Riddle's with a mix of surprise and intrigue. Massaging, of course. Let us start with your legs. Riddle insisted, genuinely preparing to work on the muscles of his upper body, though he was not in a hurry. Abraxas could sense the change, keenly observing Riddle's focused approach, knowing it was only a matter of time before he would be thoroughly pampered. Really, you must undress to massage. Riddle knelt at Abraxas' feet, lifting one to begin massaging the soles, eliciting a pleasurable reaction that almost escaped Abraxas' lips. The pressure was just right as Riddle moved up to his calves. Look, you're not stretching enough, Riddle remarked, shifting to the other foot, causing Abraxas' toes to curl once more. Placing his foot on Riddle's thigh, he began to work along the contours of his calves, Riddle relishing the delicate texture of his skin. Undress, Abraxas murmured, his calves being kneaded so pleasantly that he had lost the will to resist. Riddle laughed, tossing aside the sleep pants, focusing on the exquisite view before him as he began to massage Abraxas' thighs. The long, fair legs, their subtle curves, and the outline of white undergarments were all revealed to him. Riddle knelt, applying just the right amount of pressure as he worked his way up, soon finding Abraxas relaxing entirely. As Riddle continued, he noticed that although the inner thighs were somewhat sensitive, he refrained from overindulging. Abraxas, eyes half closed in bliss, felt Riddle's hands slip beneath the nightgown, tenderly massaging the faint outlines of his abdominal muscles, lingering for some time. Abraxas opened his eyes, a warning glint in his gaze, while Riddle offered an apologetic smile, reluctantly shifting positions to massage his chest. The nightgown had been pushed up to his chest, and Riddle savored the sensations beneath his fingers, admiring the increasingly prominent contours of Abraxas' form. Lying upon the bed, the epitome of beauty with his eyes gently closed, golden hair tousled, and alabaster skin revealed the delicate curve of his collarbone. With the garment pushed up, the graceful lines of his waist became visible, along with the subtle definition on his flat abdomen, a faint vein tracing its way across. Riddle gasped in awe. In the midst of the massage, Riddle cherished every moment, even as Abraxas began to glare at him, prompting a change in focus to his arms. After a while, Riddle innocently indicated that he truly could not reach Abraxas' shoulders. Complying, Abraxas removed his nightgown, and Riddle diligently worked through the arms and shoulders. After arranging a pillow, he gestured for Abraxas to lie face down for a back massage. Abraxas cast a glance at him, playfully kicking Riddle's calf before resting his head upon the pillow. Riddle began the massage in earnest, relaxing the nape and shoulders, eliciting involuntary sounds of pleasure from Abraxas. He continued down the back, his delicate touch painting a vivid picture, though Abraxas was unaware that Riddle had tugged at his sleep pants in an effort to ease the tension. With professional finesse, Riddle worked along either side of Abraxas' spine, gliding downwards. After massaging the lower back, he transitioned to the calves, starting from the feet and moving upwards. The calves remained delightful, but as Riddle approached the thighs, Abraxas began to squirm. He started to kick his legs, sensing something was amiss. Riddle laughed as he held Abraxas' legs firmly, adopting a more serious demeanor, acknowledging that his previous touches had been more playful than therapeutic. Abraxas, I was merely being careless, Riddle chuckled, shifting back to a genuine massage. Abraxas, skeptical and unwilling to respond, focused instead on the kneading sensation, feeling the tension in his thighs dissipate. Soon, Abraxas sighed contentedly, realizing that the end of the massage was near, yet he was astounded to remember that he had yet to rise. As Abraxas attempted to sit up, he found himself ensnared, glancing back to see Riddle wearing a mischievous grin. The words Abraxas wished to utter remained unspoken as he felt Riddle resume his attention on the inner muscles of his thighs, nearly prompting him to vocalize his pleasure. He stifled the sound, concentrating on regulating his breathing. What is labeled as a massage is indeed a massage, yet when it is not, it undeniably transcends that definition. After the session, a lingering sensation drifts through the air. Clutching the pillow, I turn to face Riddle. This is no longer a mere massage. Suddenly, I find myself enveloped in his embrace, repositioned to lie against him. Riddle's shirt has slipped away, and he cradles me, Abraxas, with a comforting hold. He leans in to kiss me gently, savoring the intimacy. Even after everything has concluded, Riddle continues to kiss me tenderly. You are truly not human, I remark, only to be gently restrained by his hand at the nape of my neck. The room fills with the soft, ambiguous sounds of water. I gently nudge Riddle's cheek. While the kisses are delightful, they cannot continue indefinitely. Time passes, and Riddle becomes more docile, pinning me beneath him, allowing me to nestle comfortably against his neck. Inhaling the sweet aroma of his hair, I turn to plant a kiss on his cheek. Tommy, let us change positions. I shift to lie in Riddle's embrace. Not because the previous position was uncomfortable, but because it was all too easily igniting a fire within us. No touching. We have astronomy class soon. I gently tug at Riddle. He responds by kissing my flawless profile, then obediently takes my hand. After holding hands, he affectionately kisses my golden hair, relishing the closeness. It dawns on me how utterly serious we cannot be when we are together. It is difficult, yet it seems we are not derailing any pressing matters. My father will only deliver family affairs tomorrow. The coursework and curse training have seemingly been managed. Tommy, what do you propose we do? I murmur, eyes closed. What do you mean, what to do? Riddle, who had been comfortably cradling me with his eyes half closed, opens them at my words. Though we have completed our tasks today, don't you feel we are a tad too frivolous? I squeeze Riddle's hand tightly. His hand rests atop mine, soothingly caressing. There is nothing to be done. Our bond is simply too strong. Riddle leans in to kiss my golden hair again. However, he begins, but falters. What is it? I inquire, puzzled. As long as it doesn't interfere with our duties, it should be fine. Riddle has identified a loophole. I contemplate reprimanding him, but find his reasoning valid. So I merely turn and rest upon his chest. Tommy, I begin, but my words trail off. What is it? Riddle asks, confusion etched on his face. It's nothing. If I fail to manage my responsibilities, I will allow you into my room. I intend to issue a warning, but the words escape me, and I realize I have compromised my own standards. But when I am diligently at work, I must not be disturbed. I stroke Riddle's neck gently to reassure him. All right. Riddle beams, clearly delighted that I hold him in such high regard. I shall assist you with your tasks or simply wait for you in bed. Riddle is aware of his capabilities. He will assist where he can and refrain from intruding where he cannot. Tommy, how obedient. I caress Riddle's chest. He smiles lazily, savoring the moment, basking in the gentle praise I offer. Everything feels profoundly blissful as I rest in his embrace, his heartbeat harmonizing with my own. Abraxas, too, senses Riddle's emotions merging with his. Eyes gently closed, he begins to relish this moment. The dormitory falls into a serene silence, filled solely with the soft, steady breaths of the two of us. After a considerable time has passed, and we have composed ourselves, the hour for astronomy class is fast approaching. Riddle helps me don my outer robe. Sensing the evening chill, he casts a warming charm. I can't help but chuckle at Riddle as he adjusts my collar, and we lock eyes. He leans down, and I reward him with a soft kiss. Just as Riddle desires to prolong the kiss, I take his hand and lead him out of our dormitory. Upon stepping outside, Riddle instantly becomes more reserved, prompting me to laugh at his behavior. The corridor is empty, and we stroll hand in hand towards the tower. Tommy, what were you preparing the wine for earlier? I suddenly recall my forgotten question. Didn't you drink last night? Perhaps you wish to indulge again tonight. Riddle replies with an innocent smile. In truth, last night's Abraxas was quite fiery. Though I recognize it was due to our emotions, the prospect of merely having a drink was equally intoxicating. Regardless, I possess the reversal charm, more potent than the highest healing magic, capable of revitalizing my physical state. Thus, drinking does not pose a threat to my well-being. Hearing this, I feel a surge of irritation towards Riddle, yet his resilience to my playful nibbles only adds to my frustration. With narrowed eyes, I pause to gaze at Riddle, casting him a meaningful look. Chapter 115. Attending astronomy class together and returning to the dormitory. Riddle ensures there are no onlookers, then leans in closer, enveloping me in his embrace. The soft sounds of water echo once more. As our lips meet, I inadvertently nip his tongue, causing him to pull back momentarily before plunging back in. Abraxas finds himself on the brink of losing composure. With a gentle push, I distance myself from Riddle. Wiping my mouth, I cast a fierce glare at him, only to find him grinning alluringly, his lips slightly parted. His dark hair and eyes, combined with his fair, delicate features, create a striking visage, the only vivid color being his crimson lips and the vibrant tip of his tongue. I feel my cheeks flush at the sight. Whispering as I grasp his hand, outside, let us not attract any attention. I concede, Riddle has been excessively bold lately. He chuckles, resting his forehead against mine, his laughter low and teasing. Though his actions are deliberately provocative, I find myself utterly defenseless against him. I wrap my arms around his waist, pulling him along, unwilling to pause, lest we indulge further. I merely wish to show you my tongue. You bit me. Riddle feigns innocence, even managing to play the part of a petulant child. All right, I want to bite you. I'll kiss you later tonight. Just behave for now. I've forgotten why I intended to reprimand Riddle, instead guiding him towards the tower with my arm around him. Riddle obediently follows, originally intending to demonstrate how lightly I had bitten him, believing a gentle nip would allow for more kisses, which he was eager to oblige. However, this is the outcome. Riddle beams with satisfaction, contemplating how to better wield his striking looks. Abraxas is indeed fortunate. I glance sideways at Riddle, noting the sly grin on his face. He must be envisioning how he will kiss me when we return tonight, and I feel my cheeks warm once more. As we ascend the staircase, our hands part, arriving at the observatory, where we both regain our composure. Riddle enjoys the class thoroughly, and the prospect of stargazing with Abraxas later feels absolutely delightful. Moonlight cascades over Abraxas, seemingly bestowing a silvery sheen upon his platinum hair. Riddle squints, concealing his emotions, his gaze fixated on Abraxas' increasingly alluring features illuminated by the moonlight. Abraxas had long sensed Riddle's gaze upon him. To keep it inconspicuous, he merely nudged Riddle's shoulder lightly and exchanged a knowing glance. Of course, Abraxas was also admiring Riddle in return, both of them adeptly feigning indifference. It was only during their occasional closeness to study the star charts together that their eyes would meet, a mere instance of normal interaction. Ultimately, under the commendations of their astronomy professor, they completed the class flawlessly. As they strolled beneath the night sky, Riddle felt this experience was entirely different from the last. Although they could not hold hands or embrace playfully, Riddle sensed an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Each time they walked side by side, Riddle would steal glances at Abraxas, only to find that Abraxas was also gazing back at him. Their eyes locked for a moment, and then they continued their walk back to the Slytherin common room, parting ways at Abraxas's dormitory door. With a bite of his tongue, Riddle headed towards his own room, where Abraxas had already stowed the vanishing cabinet in his space ring. Upon returning to his dorm, he hurriedly changed into a set of white silk pajamas and slipped into the vanishing cabinet. Just as Abraxas finished changing, he heard a sound. Upon listening closely, it was a soft knocking emanating from the cabinet. Approaching the cabinet, the sound ceased, and he opened the door, left momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Riddle, with a physique that was undeniably alluring, had crammed himself into the cabinet. In the dim, confined space, Riddle sat with one hand propped against the wardrobe, gazing up at Abraxas, clad only in a white silk nightgown. The sheen of the silk, coupled with the glow of his skin, rendered his bare flesh luminous in the shadows. Riddle wore an expression that was half smile, his eyes teasingly inviting, creating an atmosphere of indescribable intimacy, as if they were indeed engaged in an illicit affair. Their gazes intertwined, Riddle smiled seductively at Abraxas, extending a hand to grasp Abraxas's inadvertently extended hand, pulling him closer. Within the dim confines of the vanishing cabinet, only the sound of water and Abraxas's soft breaths could be heard as they became entangled, and soon they found themselves on the bed. Abraxas lay there, melting under Riddle's deep kisses, overwhelmed by the sensations. With his eyes closed, Abraxas surrendered to the night's thrilling embrace. Suddenly, he felt Riddle's movements become more restrained, withdrawing slightly to bestow gentle kisses upon his lips. What's wrong? Abraxas opened his eyes, his gaze slightly unfocused as he looked at Riddle. Sleep now. You must be a bit tired, Riddle replied, desperately wanting to kiss those misty gray-blue eyes, but instead, he settled for a tender kiss on the cheek. Abraxas's sleep had been rather scant over the past few nights. This afternoon, after an hour of dueling practice and a massage, he had been dragged into lingering moments. And by the time astronomy class concluded, it was already past midnight. Riddle placed a kiss on Abraxas's forehead and adjusted his pillow, ensuring Abraxas was comfortable as he nestled in closer, kissing his long hair. Sleep now, Riddle whispered softly and gently, kissing the crown of his head and caressing his back. With Abraxas nestled in Riddle's embrace, the comforting lullaby of his whispers soon lulled him into slumber. Abraxas nestled deeper into the warmth, planting a soft kiss on Riddle's chin. I love you. Good night, dear, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Sleepiness washing over him as he thought of how he would insist on Riddle wearing the white nightgown again next time. I love you, sleep now, good night. Riddle responded tenderly, his voice a gentle caress. Sated, Riddle held Abraxas close, silently embracing him as he felt Abraxas succumb to sleep, his breathing evening out. He too closed his eyes, and they drifted into a peaceful slumber together. Chapter 116. Riddle's beautiful day. From dawn to dusk in the dormitory, Riddle awoke early, quietly cradling the slumbering Abraxas who lay sprawled atop him, their embrace from the night before now a complete weight upon him. Riddle adjusted the velvet blanket, cocooning Abraxas snugly. This weight was nothing to him, and he held Abraxas comfortably, his hand gliding through the long hair to rest gently on his back. Though they both wore pajamas, their body heat exchanged comfortably, enveloping them in a warmth that was utterly delightful. Riddle reveled in this cozy sensation, his eyes half closed in bliss. After a while, Abraxas stirred, shifting his neck as if to find a more comfortable position. Riddle, still holding him, turned slightly to allow him to rest on his arm. Abraxas adjusted himself, finding comfort once more, and Riddle, amused, continued to hold him. Stealing glances, he found Abraxas to be quite beautiful in sleep, prompting an urge to kiss him. This angle was particularly endearing, but Riddle refrained, allowing Abraxas to enjoy his peaceful slumber. Moments later, Riddle sensed Abraxas beginning to move again, nuzzling against his shoulder, his feet shifting atop him, and his eyelashes fluttering. Abraxas opened his eyes briefly, only to close them again, burrowing deeper into Riddle's embrace, adjusting to snuggle closer. Riddle smiled softly, remaining still as Abraxas nestled into him, seeking warmth. When Riddle felt Abraxas's breathing change, he gently caressed his back, eliciting a sleepy response from Abraxas, who blinked awake, only to close his eyes again, continuing to snuggle against Riddle. After receiving a soft kiss on his golden hair, Abraxas chose to remain in his blissful state, reluctant to rise. "Water," Abraxas murmured, and upon finishing, he felt another kiss. "All right," Riddle replied with a smile, feeding Abraxas some water before taking a sip himself, licking his lips. He then rolled over, pinning Abraxas beneath him, initiating gentle kisses upon his lips. They exchanged a tender, lingering kiss, and Abraxas playfully pushed Riddle away, only to find Riddle still joyfully kissing his cheeks, his dark eyes clear and fervent as they gazed upon him. A hand resting on his eyelids. Abraxas, puzzled, closed his eyes, feeling Riddle's soft kisses upon them, eliciting a smile. Reaching out, he caressed Riddle's dark hair, overwhelmed by the affection he felt, realizing each day and every moment deepened his love for Riddle, filling him with happiness. Abraxas opened his eyes, playfully lifting his head to plant a kiss on Riddle's lips, his mouth slightly parted as he gazed at him with a tender, alluring look. Riddle's expression shifted from admiration to something more dangerous as he leaned down, their lips and tongues entwining once more. When the sounds of their kiss faded into soft sighs, Abraxas nestled against Riddle, contentedly breathing, his hand resting on Riddle's chest, his feet gently brushing against him. Riddle savored the moment, unable to suppress his laughter. This was the life he was meant to lead. "What time is it?" The voice of Abraxas was tinged with a languid quality. It was 9:35 a.m. Riddle, in a buoyant mood, allowed his hand to delve into the fabric of Abraxas' nightwear, caressing his back. "Tommy, behave. I shall be dining shortly." Though Abraxas feigned disapproval, the sensation proved quite pleasurable as he nestled against Riddle, his legs brushing against him. "Very well." Riddle turned his head to plant a gentle kiss on Abraxas, moderating his actions, yet continuing to offer soothing touches. Abraxas recalled that the first class of the day, Transfiguration, commenced at 11:15. When Riddle was called Tommy by Abraxas, it bore the sweetness of affection. "What is it, Ub?" Hearing Abraxas address him thus, Riddle could not help but lean down to kiss his cheek once more. Observing the expression on Abraxas' face, he pondered what request might soon follow. Although the Transfiguration class was rather tedious, he agreed to attend together. Abraxas playfully nudged Riddle's foot with his own. "All right, we shall attend class together." Riddle readily acquiesced, recognizing that although the class may lack excitement, they could hold hands. "There's no need for you to accompany me to the elective this afternoon. Handle your matters." Abraxas understood that the elective would be even more dull and would not insist on Tommy tagging along. "Very well, I shall have it sorted by Saturday." Riddle contemplated the tasks ahead, tightening his embrace around Abraxas. Despite the numerous responsibilities, his spirits remained high, ready to tackle them. "Then allow me another kiss, as a reward." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Abraxas' face. Abraxas evaded, burying himself against Riddle's neck, ensnaring his neck with his arms, a muffled protest escaping him. "No, I want breakfast, Tommy. I cannot wait until 11 for my meal." Riddle perceived Abraxas' tone as playful, though they remained closely entwined, with Abraxas' legs still draped over him. Riddle realized that Abraxas feared a repeat of their earlier ruckus, and he gently stroked his back. "All right." Upon hearing the reply, Abraxas inhaled the enticing scent emanating from Tommy before reluctantly withdrawing from the warm nook of his neck. He resolved not to linger in the comforting embrace, for he knew that left unchecked, they would squander the remaining time in bed. Rising, Abraxas sat up, propping himself on his arms, and could not resist leaning over to plant a soft kiss on Riddle's cheek as he observed him clad in white sleepwear. Riddle smiled, watching Abraxas head towards the washroom before inhaling the atmosphere of the bed and rising to retrieve his belongings. After returning to his room to wash up and dress, Riddle re-entered Abraxas' dormitory. Upon his arrival, he found Abraxas seated gracefully on the sofa, legs elegantly crossed, one calf casually lifted. Ignoring the breakfast laid before them, Riddle sat beside him, cast aside his slippers, and lifted Abraxas' legs onto his own, beginning to caress his calf. Abraxas retaliated with a playful kick to Riddle's shin, feigning indignation. After thoroughly caressing his calf, Riddle's hands wandered up his tailored trousers to his thigh, prompting Abraxas to withdraw his leg in exasperation. "You do not wish to eat breakfast, do you?" Abraxas shot Riddle a sharp glance. Riddle smiled apologetically, recalling the initial hesitation he felt before daring to touch him. "Put my slippers on me." Riddle complied, kneeling to assist Abraxas, only for the slippers to be kicked off once more. He looked up in confusion, meeting Abraxas' provocative gaze. His chin raised defiantly. "Give them to me. I prefer my boots." Abraxas regarded Riddle intently, the the expression in his eyes enigmatic. Chapter 117, Riddle's Daily Life. Riddle inhaled deeply, biting his tongue, and retrieved the boots, kneeling to put them on for him, then meticulously began to tie the laces. Once Abraxas tested the fit by taking a few steps, he felt quite satisfied with this perspective. Observing Riddle from below, his face flushed with admiration. Maintaining an air of haughty indifference, Abraxas ignored the dangerous glint in Riddle's eyes, lightly teasing his chin with his fingertips. Riddle rose from the floor, kneeling on the sofa, capturing Abraxas as he pressed a fervent kiss upon him. As Abraxas struggled against him with soft whimpers, Riddle deepened the kiss, each one more intense than the last. Abraxas' attempts to nibble at his tongue were futile, and his muffled pleas fell on deaf ears, until at last, he found himself overwhelmed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once Abraxas regained his breath, despite having instigated the playful encounter, he felt the urge to ignore Riddle. While Riddle munched on breakfast, he casually rested his hand upon Abraxas' thigh. Accustomed to such playful harassment, Abraxas generally overlooked it unless it became excessive. The two enjoyed a tranquil breakfast, with Abraxas once again leaning into Riddle's embrace. "What is on the agenda for this afternoon?" Abraxas inquired, intrigued by Riddle's priorities. "First, I shall review the materials left behind by the Slytherin chamber to delve into the matter of the organization's mark." Riddle felt the need to approach his research methodically. "Isn't there a ceremony scheduled for Sunday? We should address this matter promptly." As he spoke, Riddle recalled the location of the ceremony. I mentioned I would take you to see the basilisk. I have located it. Would you like to go?" Riddle's hand became restless once more, only to be captured by Abraxas. "Certainly, but why bring it up now?" Abraxas held onto the hand resting on his leg. "Since we're to hold the followers' ceremony, I thought of the basilisk and the Slytherin chamber as two pertinent locations. However, I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to bring them to the Slytherin chamber." Riddle wrestled with his indecision. "Nonetheless, I am very much inclined to take you there." Riddle's hand slid to Abraxas' waist. "Then let us visit this afternoon." Abraxas pressed down on Riddle's hand at his waist. "We shall see the basilisk. As for whether to bring the followers to the Slytherin chamber, we can decide after our visit." Abraxas felt that if Riddle's research on the mark succeeded and he could control the followers, then revealing it would be feasible. "Does your mark indeed possess so many effects?" Abraxas began to intertwine his fingers with Riddle's. "Indeed, and I have a clear direction. It shall be accomplished swiftly." Riddle grasped Abraxas' hand joyfully. "My father likely wishes for you to reveal your bloodline awakening upon graduation." Abraxas contemplated the implications of Riddle's hand in his own. The Slytherin bloodline can be disclosed internally, providing them with a more noble rationale. Abraxas was earnestly considering how to assist Riddle in rallying his followers. "Tommy, what do you think? It can work." Riddle lifted Abraxas onto his lap, intertwining their fingers and planting a kiss upon the back of Abraxas' hand. Abraxas chuckled, reclining into Riddle's embrace, one hand locked with his, while the other restrained Riddle's wandering fingers. "Tommy, why are you so generous?" Abraxas held Riddle's other hand against his chest. "One ought to give generously, for it is all rightfully yours." Riddle smiled as he caressed the waist beneath his hand. Though Abraxas continued to laugh, he still grasped Riddle's roving hand firmly. "Moreover, it must be sincere, otherwise my father will not be easily swayed." Riddle leaned over to kiss Abraxas tenderly. "We were destined to be a family. Blood ties would always flow within us." Riddle understood this clearly. All he desired was to be with Abraxas. The lineage and surname held little significance for him. Riddle was acutely aware of his true desires. He had no intention of slowly probing the Malfoy family's boundaries. Why prolong what could be resolved in a mere minute? With eyes brimming with affection, Riddle turned to plant a kiss on Abraxas. The one in his arms was truly what he yearned for. Abraxas reciprocated with a gentle smile and kiss. Would the lack of public acknowledgement affect their ability to attract followers? Abraxas casually mused while nestled in Riddle's embrace. "Not at all. I find them rather oblivious. Even if we made it public, it wouldn't matter much." Riddle had always deemed these individuals as lacking in perception. After all, he was among the strongest. Yet they still vied for his attention. No matter the circumstances, he would always regard them with disdain. Riddle had spoken the unvarnished truth. As long as his subordinates could not, upon his command, dominate the wizarding world, he would continue to view them unfavorably. "Ha ha." Abraxas couldn't help but burst into laughter, nearly shedding tears. Little Tommy was indeed unreasonable. "Tommy, please don't make me laugh." Abraxas chuckled while nuzzling against Riddle. "All right, Riddle laughed as he affectionately nudged him. Riddle began to rub his cheek against Abraxas. "Just a moment." Riddle tightened his embrace around Abraxas, licking his lips, feeling a surge of desire. "Class is about to start. Later. Abraxas was stirred by the intimate contact, but they had class approaching. "Fine." Riddle understood that after a kiss, it would take a moment for the blush on Abraxas's face to fade. The two shared a warm, intimate conversation before parting ways, with Riddle vanishing back to his dormitory. They reunited at Abraxas's door and made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. It's quite unreasonable that we have Transfiguration 2 days in a row, Riddle began to complain. The timetable is set this way. Elective classes are even duller, Abraxas replied, sharing Riddle's disdain for elective courses. Yet, he had no desire to choose care of magical creatures or muggle studies. He contemplated having little Tommy join him for 2 elective classes in the afternoon. During the afternoon electives, he felt he should study diligently. Abraxas looked at Riddle with a hint of seriousness. All right, but could we not discuss this now? Riddle replied with a forlorn expression directed at Abraxas. Abraxas, amused, shared a laugh as they made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. The class proceeded without incident. Afterward, several students attempted to approach them, but a mere exchange of glances signaled their disinterest. They needed to make these individuals yearn a bit more. Together, they departed the classroom with Goyle and Crabbe, heading toward the Great Hall. The third-year students congregated near their table, watching as Riddle and Abraxas took their seats at the head of the table. Abraxas began his meal with elegance, while Riddle savagely dug into a roasted chicken leg. Abraxas, understanding the unspoken sentiment, stifled a laugh, amused at how adorable little Tommy could be. Chapter 118, Abraxas's Maneuvering. Inside the Great Hall, Riddle noticed Abraxas smiling at him, which lightened his spirits. Abraxas then gently stroked Riddle's leg, offering a soothing touch, and their legs brushed together. This comforting connection lifted Riddle's mood further, prompting him to ask Abraxas if he would like some rosemary roasted chicken leg. Seeing Abraxas shake his head, Riddle mused about raising the culinary standards at Hogwarts. Tommy, what are you pondering? Abraxas inquired, nudging him with his leg. I have no malicious intentions. I merely wish for the house elves to learn some French cuisine and expand their repertoire. Riddle had initially considered speaking to the headmaster about the unappetizing meals, but he felt Abraxas had seen through him and decided to be honest. Do you find the food unpalatable? Abraxas asked, observing Riddle intently. After 2 weeks of the same fare, it hardly measures up to the standards at Malfoy Manor. You barely eat, Riddle replied candidly. Being a carnivore, he had previously been indifferent toward food, but now he felt that the menu was somewhat unworthy of Abraxas. This is the norm at school, Abraxas smiled at Riddle. Perhaps I could visit Malfoy Manor this Saturday to procure some recipes and have the house elves learn them? Riddle was contemplating having his butler prepare additional recipes and hiring a Chinese chef, for he now desired a variety of culinary delights. Very well, Abraxas replied, propping his chin on his hand, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Riddle. He couldn't resist reaching out to stroke Riddle's thigh, saying, so considerate. Always thinking of me, your eyes filled with affection. Let's indulge in some desserts later, Abraxas added cheerfully. As Abraxas's hand rested on Riddle's thigh, Riddle grasped it, and Abraxas playfully patted Riddle's leg before freeing his hand. In high spirits, Abraxas resumed his meal. The desserts aren't as delectable as those made by your house elves, Riddle remarked, enjoying his meal immensely. How did you know I wanted them prepared? Abraxas shot Riddle a glance. That day, there were far too many desserts on the table, 2 of which were exceedingly sweet, Riddle reflected. So were they good? Abraxas inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. Delicious, Riddle confirmed, realizing those desserts had been arranged by Abraxas. He regretted not indulging more that day. He had been mindful of his image. However, he smiled at Abraxas, assuring him that desserts would always be available. Abraxas exchanged a knowing look with him, and they quietly resumed their meal. Those observing them had already succumbed to their feelings, though their displays of affection were subtle. The glances they exchanged and the atmosphere between them spoke volumes, more poignant than overt gestures. Many with hidden intentions were forced to confront reality. Riddle, despite his seriousness, remained aloof. Most felt anxious. The Malfoy family's recent engagements had been quite alarming. Following the engagement, Riddle had assumed the role of a competent leader, though he continued to disregard their attempts at conversation. This demonstrated his evolved perspective. Everyone was eager to board this ship. Letters from last night and this morning indicated that families had begun to signal the urgency of establishing connections, yet they still found it challenging to do so. They had also received news that the Malfoy family was officially preparing for an engagement banquet, with Riddle and Abraxas set to become engaged before Christmas. Riddle's current level of magical prowess and offensive capability placed him on par with Grindelwald and Dumbledore, and he was merely in his first year. Who could fathom how formidable he would become upon graduation? The Malfoy family had firmly established themselves at the pinnacle, and Riddle would undoubtedly bring them countless benefits and the highest status. Everyone pondered what actions they should take next. Riddle and Abraxas paid no heed to the gazes around them, and as their meal concluded, they conversed until it was time for class. Parting ways at the entrance of the Great Hall, Abraxas looked at Riddle, chuckling as he turned to glance back at him before walking away. He took out some parchment to leave him a note. In the second period, which concludes at 2:45 p.m., I shall make my way to the dormitory to seek you out, my dearest Tommy. For now, focus on your tasks. After Abraxas completed his work, he accompanied Goyle and Crabbe towards the elective class. Upon returning to the dormitory, Riddle retreated into the alchemy room, settling into the lounge area as he contemplated retrieving a book from his spatial ring. Naturally, he first extracted the parchment, scrutinizing the text with a smile before setting it aside. He then delved earnestly into his research, sifting through a plethora of grim and brutal materials to uncover texts pertaining to the study of souls and curses. In the divination classroom, Abraxas had just taken his seat gracefully when someone approached him. Lifting his gaze, he regarded them with an expression of aloof nobility and inquired if there was something amiss. Lestrange sought to ingratiate herself with Abraxas, but with Walburga Black standing nearby, he turned his attention to her. The tall and slender Walburga initiated conversation. As Abraxas listened to their flattery, he noted the absence of her usual haughty demeanor. So, was this an attempt to curry favor? He responded with diplomatic niceties until the professor arrived, prompting Lestrange to depart hesitantly, followed by Walburga. After a moment of contemplation, Abraxas found it quite ordinary for Lestrange to gravitate toward him. However, he was taken aback by Walburga's approach. Was not the Black family staunchly blood-purist and proud? Could it be that his assurance led to a swift agreement for their engagement, thereby alleviating the Black family's concerns over Riddle's lineage? As the class commenced, Abraxas set aside his musings. The first divination lesson concluded swiftly, and the third-year students proceeded to their next elective class. Most Slytherins, particularly those from pureblood families, tended to select similar electives. In the ensuing Ancient Runes course, Abraxas was once again approached by Lestrange. Their conversation concluded quickly, with Abraxas sensing that she was more forthright than Walburga. He pondered, were they truly so astute? This seemed rather unusual, and he resolved to observe further. As the class came to an end, Abraxas made his way to the exit, only to be encircled by several heirs from lesser families. Leading the group was Mulciber, who politely greeted him and inquired whether the head boy would attend class the following day. Abraxas understood their intent. They were seeking Riddle, who would indeed be present for the first lesson on defense against the dark arts. He provided a succinct response before returning to the Slytherin common room with Goyle and Crabbe, heading towards Riddle's dormitory. Chapter 119. Riddle's daily life is quite delightful. Upon entering the dormitory and closing the door, Abraxas was swept up in Riddle's embrace, spun around joyfully. Abraxas beamed at Riddle's exuberance, and as he was set down, Riddle cupped his face and kissed him fervently. The two engaged in a passionate kiss, Abraxas relying on Riddle's hold to steady himself, weakly tugging at his shirt. Just as he began to catch his breath, Riddle lifted him effortlessly once more, prompting Abraxas to grasp at Riddle's collar. "Remove my outer robe," he commanded. Riddle, unwilling to relinquish his hold, employed magic to assist in disrobing Abraxas, all the while carrying him toward the grand bed. Once Abraxas was laid upon the bed, he laughed and playfully rolled away, leading to a spirited tussle. Riddle quickly captured Abraxas, enveloping him and planting kisses along his cheek. Why are you evading me?" Riddle inquired playfully, his mood buoyant. Leaning close to Riddle's ear, Abraxas whispered a few words, causing Riddle to erupt into uncontrollable laughter for quite some time. "Am I truly like that?" He chuckled, pinning Abraxas down as his hands roamed. "You absolutely are," Abraxas insisted, striving to restrain Riddle's wandering hands. "I am not," he retorted as Riddle began to kiss his cheek again. "It was only natural to succumb to temptation yesterday." As Riddle spoke, Abraxas began to kick his shins. Riddle laughed, encouraging the playful kicks, and continued to kiss Abraxas tenderly, his gaze fixed on him as he showered him with gentle, affectionate kisses, even teasingly licking his lips. Abraxas, momentarily entranced, found himself parting his lips slightly, and they began to engage in a deeper kiss. The sound of their kisses echoed in the room. After what seemed an eternity, they finally paused to breathe, Abraxas gasping as his gray-blue eyes glistened with moisture, seeking refuge in Riddle's embrace. Riddle reclined, cradling the offering Abraxas, his fingers gliding over his waist. Abraxas, feeling emboldened, nestled closer, inadvertently smearing the remnants of their kisses onto Riddle's shirt. Realizing his faux pas, he lifted his head and used magic to tidy up the fabric. Riddle observed this, bemused that Abraxas had made his shirt a makeshift handkerchief. As soon as the spell concluded, Riddle seized the opportunity to capture Abraxas's chin, leaning in to claim his lips once more. Riddle continued until Abraxas began to whimper, his fingers scratching at Riddle's back, prompting Riddle to finally release him. Sighing contentedly, Riddle tightened his hold and adjusted their positions. Abraxas sprawled atop Riddle, feeling a sense of security as he shifted to find a comfortable position, playfully wrapping his legs around Riddle's. The two remained intimately close, their body heat intertwining as Abraxas's familiar scent enveloped Riddle, who reveled in the sensations. You mentioned we would observe the basilisk this afternoon. Shall we depart shortly or wait until after dinner? Riddle inquired, stroking Abraxas's form. Let us dine first. I have matters to discuss with you. Abraxas recalled today's events, noting that some were already poised to act. You must accompany me to class tomorrow. He relished Riddle's company during lessons, despite the constraints of their proximity during class hours, knowing that once they returned to their dormitory, they would become entwined once more. Certainly, Riddle agreed readily, enjoying the prospect of attending class with Abraxas. For holding hands was far more preferable than not. Our weekly schedule will remain as such. You shall have my company for morning classes henceforth. Abraxas nudged Riddle with his leg. Very well, but if I am to be this obedient. Riddle began, tilting his head to kiss Abraxas. The meaning behind his gesture unmistakable. Abraxas sighed in resignation, attempting to sit up and take control, only for Riddle to anchor him in place. Facing one another, Abraxas felt an urge to retreat from Riddle's kiss. Yet Riddle, mischievous, raised his leg. Riddle savored the taste of Abraxas's lips once more, while Abraxas buried his face into Riddle's shoulder, gasping for breath. After a moment, he began to scratch Riddle's back through his shirt. All right, no need to be upset. Let me hold you as you lie down, shall I? Abraxas murmured, pressing a kiss to Riddle's neck in agreement. With his arm draped over Dell's neck, Abraxas shifted his position while lying on him. I need to discuss something serious with you, but now I've forgotten what it was, Abraxas began to complain. Oh, you're so clever. I'm sure you'll remember. Riddle gently patted Abraxas's back, soothing him. It was merely the excitement from their recent kiss that had momentarily clouded his thoughts. Soon enough, Abraxas recalled, I wanted to ask how your research on the marks is progressing. My father has been corresponding with me about the parchment. With his spirits lifted, Abraxas playfully caressed his chest. The markings will be ready soon, essentially completed by Friday. Riddle tightened his embrace, one hand resting on Abraxas's waist while the other began to caress his shoulder. Tommy, Abraxas squirmed under the touch. All right, I'll make sure to get the parchment done. Riddle's hand stilled, now more composed. While savoring the weight of their closeness and the sensations beneath his fingertips, he softly replied, Good. Feeling the hand settle, Abraxas contentedly nestled against Riddle. He contemplated rewarding Riddle for his obedient demeanor today, but it was still a bit early, and he felt there were matters still to discuss. Tommy, what do you think we need to talk about? Abraxas pondered, deciding to stall for time. It seems there's nothing pressing, Riddle mused, his hand unconsciously tracing Abraxas's back. We likely share thoughts on other matters. Is there anything we need to confirm? Riddle felt a strong rapport between them. After considering, Abraxas realized there was indeed nothing to communicate. Both had performed admirably in their respective roles. Very well, he said, licking his lips slightly. Abraxas then slid off Riddle, brushed his golden hair, and turned to smile at him. Upon their gazes meeting, their breaths quickened, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Chapter 120. How to Halt Excessive Routine. During dinner in the hall, the two appeared to dine nonchalantly, yet Abraxas sensed that this daily routine had become excessive. Riddle, however, was in high spirits, blissfully unaware of what he was consuming, but relishing the meal, appreciating the quality of life. After their meal, they departed the hall side by side, in perfect harmony. I have some family matters to attend to shortly, Abraxas initiated as they walked down the corridor. Sure, remember to utilize Alec when necessary. Riddle replied with a cheerful glance at Abraxas. While I handle the affairs, you can study beside me. Abraxas initially considered distancing them, but upon seeing Riddle's earnest gaze, he relented. All right. Riddle continued to gaze at Abraxas, enjoying the sight of him walking alongside. Abraxas guided Riddle back to his dormitory, where family correspondence was neatly arranged on the circular table. Abraxas picked up a letter, skimmed its contents, and headed towards his desk with it. Tommy, house elves are indeed quite useful. Indeed, Riddle raised an eyebrow in agreement, having recently found them remarkably efficient. So, when I graduate, I must bring several back to Malfoy Manor. He nodded as he spoke. Abraxas couldn't help but laugh, glancing back at Riddle before settling down to address his tasks. Riddle also retrieved some documents, starting to flip through them, and a serene silence enveloped the room. Riddle leaned back on the sofa, perusing the materials in his hands while listening to the sound of Abraxas working, the quill gliding across the parchment. He noted that the familiar scent of the room mingled with the aroma of parchment and high-quality ink. Abraxas, for his part, found Riddle particularly well-behaved today, smiling as he diligently attended to his affairs. Before long, Abraxas completed his work and settled beside Riddle with his findings. Riddle set aside the documents and naturally wrapped an arm around Abraxas's waist, leaning into him. Tommy, what do you think? Abraxas inquired, presenting the file to Riddle. It looks good. As long as the data is sound, the primary focus will be on supervising the management personnel, Riddle remarked, glancing at the accounts recorded on the parchment. Should we have Alec place someone? He understood that the simplest method of oversight was indeed to insert someone within. This small enterprise doesn't require that. Abraxas leaned closer to Riddle. The managers are all from the Malfoy family. The yearly profits are quantifiable. If profits dwindle, we can investigate the management. Abraxas grasped Riddle's hand, reflecting on how, under his father's guidance, no one dared harbor ulterior motives. Now, with his formidable fiancée firmly established, he felt secure. Although many in the magical community remained unaware of Riddle's identity, those within the Malfoy family surely knew, and the managers below must understand what Riddle represented. When it comes to personal interests, people are typically quite perceptive. During such times, no one would entertain hidden agendas, but rather strive to demonstrate their ambition for advancement. Abraxas chuckled, noting that the pureblood families had already begun to mobilize. Let's first review some materials together, or shall we go see the basilisk now? Riddle embraced Abraxas's waist, leaning in to tenderly speak. Is there time for the study? Abraxas nestled further into Riddle's embrace. There is ample time, Riddle replied, pulling Abraxas's legs closer as they settled together. Earlier, what made you unhappy? Riddle rested his head on Abraxas's shoulder, planting a kiss on his cheek. You were too excessive before. Abraxas reclined further against Riddle's shoulder. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Riddle gently kissed Abraxas's cheek, then began to nuzzle against it affectionately. That doesn't seem right. Abraxas realized he had instigated things first. Next time, when I wish to pause for breath, you shouldn't hold on until I've been struck several times. Abraxas felt he had been too intense before. All right. Riddle held Abraxas tightly, acknowledging his fault, realizing that he had become a bit carried away. Riddle pressed a kiss to Abraxas's cheek, contemplating how after so many kisses, Abraxas still couldn't withstand his fervor. But there would always be time for more. Next time. How do we stop? Abraxas nudged Riddle with his head. Just tap my neck. A couple of taps, and I'll stop immediately. Riddle chuckled at the thought of discussing how to pause during kisses. However, he indeed didn't need to breathe, and neither did Abraxas find it easy. He would likely forever evoke a blush in Abraxas's eyes, filled with mist, while struggling to catch his breath in between kisses. Would you like to give it a try? Riddle mused, tightening his embrace around Abraxas, playfully rubbing against his cheek. Tommy, you're so wicked. Abraxas was fully aware of Riddle's intentions. Try it, he murmured, biting his lip as a single word escaped his throat. Riddle chuckled as he pushed Abraxas down onto the sofa, beginning to indulge in his lips and tongue. You're incorrigible, Abraxas protested amidst the kisses. How am I wicked? Riddle queried, before pecking Abraxas's lips again. You did it on purpose. Abraxas had scarcely finished speaking when he was gently kissed by the tip of Riddle's tongue. Despite the tenderness of the moment, Abraxas found himself at a loss for words, muffled sounds of protest escaping his lips. No, I must try. As Riddle affectionately brushed his nose against Abraxas', he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Riddle's triumphant smile only deepened Abraxas' desire to convey that perhaps a more fervent kiss would prompt him to halt suddenly. Yet here they were, entwined in a gentle embrace, both reluctant to cease this experiment which had morphed into an indulgence for himself. Are you certain you wish to proceed, Abraxas? Riddle asked softly, tenderly smoothing the tousled strands of hair from Abraxas' cheek. Abraxas gazed into the depths of Riddle's eyes, sensing an ominous undertone beneath his gentle demeanor. He wrapped his legs around Riddle's, contemplating for a moment. Let us try, Abraxas whispered, his breath barely reaching Riddle's ear. Riddle adjusted his position, his hand slipping beneath Abraxas, pressing in deeper, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. The sounds of swallowing ceased, and Abraxas, through the mist in his eyes, strained to observe the figure atop him, ultimately summoning the strength to pat Riddle's neck. A sharp sound echoed in the room as he clapped twice, the wet sounds of their previous intimacy coming to an abrupt halt. After a brief moment of gasping, reality returned, and he felt Riddle nestled against his neck. Taking deep breaths, though still panting, Abraxas reached to caress the back of Riddle's neck, running his fingers through his dark hair. After a moment of respite, they shifted positions, Riddle being nudged to the side, occupying a small space on the sofa while Abraxas laid comfortably across his lap. Riddle tenderly combed through Abraxas' long hair, a gentle touch that spoke of affection. First, let us review the materials, and later we shall observe the basilisk. Abraxas languidly suggested, resting against Riddle's thigh. Very well, Riddle replied, affectionately stroking Abraxas' golden locks before intertwining their fingers. He used a levitation charm to float the pages of the documents before them, and silence enveloped the room once more. As they prepared to depart, Abraxas contemplated the outer robe. Riddle approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Abraxas's waist and planting a kiss on his cheek. A cloak will suffice. We shall navigate the secret passage, and with the use of a disillusionment charm, no one shall see us. Once Abraxas nodded in agreement, Riddle retrieved a cloak from his space ring and draped it over Abraxas. He donned his own cloak, pondering the temperature in the chamber beneath the lake, though thick. He wanted to ensure Abraxas remained warm. After casting a warmth charm over him, Abraxas smiled at Riddle's attentiveness. Adjusting the collar of his cloak before the two of them stepped outside together, they reached a corridor outside the Slytherin common room. Entering this secluded corner, Riddle cast a disillusionment charm and a privacy charm around them. He addressed a small serpentine carving on the wall, commanding in Parseltongue, "Open." The wall swiftly transformed into a stone door, through which they entered together. Once the stone door closed behind them, Riddle conjured a glowing orb for illumination, prompting Abraxas to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "This is the first time I've heard you speak Parseltongue," Abraxas remarked as they descended the passageway. "So, Abraxas, what do you think of my Parseltongue?" Riddle inquired, holding Abraxas' hand as they walked. It sounds rather impressive," Abraxas replied, noting that Riddle appeared less benign when speaking in that hissing tongue. Though Parseltongue had an eerie quality, Riddle's delivery made it seem less malevolent. He could even be deemed a rather handsome Dark Lord. As they walked, Abraxas playfully teased Riddle, eliciting a soft chuckle from him. With such a pleasing visage, how could one not consider it self-flattery to be called a beautiful Dark Lord? Riddle leaned closer, presenting his cheek to Abraxas. The latter paused, kissed him gently, then took Riddle's hand once more as they continued their journey. "Mind your step," Riddle chuckled as they ventured deeper into the dimly lit corridor, half his attention on the path ahead and half on Abraxas. Sensing Riddle's gaze, Abraxas entwined their fingers tightly and leaned in closer, prompting them to walk side by side until they reached the end of the passage. Riddle faced the wall and commanded again in Parseltongue, "Open." The stone door appeared, and the pair stepped through into the Slytherin chamber. Abraxas surveyed the empty stone room, which housed a solitary statue and a Slytherin crest. "So, Tommy, you've collected all the materials?" Abraxas asked, holding Riddle's hand as he examined the statue. "Indeed, they are in my space ring. Once I've studied them, I shall place them in the Manor's chamber," Riddle replied with a smile. "Does your manor house a secret chamber for dark magic tomes?" Abraxas inquired, intrigued by the layout of Riddle's estate. "No, I intend to keep them in Malfoy Manor," Riddle stated, pulling Abraxas closer. "Very well," Abraxas said, tilting up to kiss Riddle in appreciation for his obedience. "Tommy, have you considered seeking out the Slytherin estate?" Abraxas recalled. "I can't be bothered," Riddle replied, nuzzling Abraxas' cheek. "Wouldn't you want a magical estate?" Abraxas pressed, cradling Riddle's face in his hands. "No, I want to live with you," Riddle said, resting his hands on Abraxas' waist and smiling at him. "Tommy, you're quite clingy," Abraxas teased, kissing the corner of Riddle's mouth. "Clingy? One estate is more than enough. I'm happy just sharing a dormitory with you," Riddle said, pulling Abraxas into an embrace and affectionately kissing his golden hair. "Perhaps we shall reside at Malfoy Manor but occasionally retreat to your estate for a holiday," Abraxas suggested, satisfied with this arrangement as he leaned against Riddle's shoulder. "Sounds good," Riddle replied, inhaling the familiar scent of Abraxas' golden locks. "Shall we apply some essential oil tonight?" Riddle proposed with a smile. "Why are we discussing essential oil again?" Abraxas squinted, wary of Riddle's intentions. "In the chamber, it's only you beside me. It smells delightful," Riddle stated, only to be playfully pushed away by Abraxas. "All right, enough. Let us see the basilisk." Abraxas felt the conversation veering into troublesome territory again. Riddle adopted a more serious demeanor as he led Abraxas out to observe the basilisk, which he summoned to them. They mounted the creature, embracing as they soared above the expansive chamber. Abraxas nestled in Riddle's arms, captivated by the unique perspective this experience offered. Soon, the basilisk landed in the chamber, coiling in a corner, having recently fed and now remaining motionless after completing its task. Riddle gently lowered Abraxas to the ground and ignited the surrounding torches, illuminating the vast space. Abraxas gazed appreciatively at the magnificent serpent creature, its resplendent emerald scales captivating his attention. He comprehended why Slytherin would adopt such a color scheme. Riddle discerned Abraxas' admiration for the vibrant scales. "I possess some snake sheds. Once we venture out, I shall craft you some accessories," he mused, contemplating snatching a couple of fresh scales before departing. "That sounds splendid," Abraxas replied with a smile, his mind racing with delight at the thought that such a beautiful serpent had been gifted to him by young Tommy. Abraxas cast a knowing glance at Riddle and whispered, "Come here." Riddle grinned and drew closer, wrapping his arms tenderly around Abraxas' waist, nuzzling his neck as he savored the reward. Chapter 122, Loud Conspiracy. In the Slytherin's secret passage, Riddle playfully succeeded in carrying Abraxas on his back as they retraced their steps. Abraxas chuckled, resting his head against Riddle's shoulder while gazing down the dimly lit path ahead. The warmth radiating from Riddle enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of comfort that transcended mere physical sensation, warming his very soul. "Tommy," Abraxas murmured, pressing his cheek against Riddle's. "What is it, Riddle responded, tilting his head to nuzzle Abraxas. "I wish to call for you." Abraxas tightened his embrace around Riddle's neck. "All right, Riddle replied cheerfully, adjusting his posture to ensure Abraxas was comfortably nestled against him as he continued walking briskly. "Tommy, you are remarkably clever," Abraxas languidly praised from his perch on Riddle's shoulder. "Where's the cleverness in that?" Riddle laughed in response. "In every aspect," Abraxas countered, tilting his head to plant a kiss on Riddle's cheek. "Ha ha." Riddle burst into joyous laughter, elated by the compliment and the affectionate gesture. "Tommy, your greatest intelligence lies in your honesty and candor with me." Abraxas's gentle voice echoed in the passageway. "Am I truly that astute?" Riddle chuckled, feigning surprise. "Indeed, exceptionally so." Abraxas continued to giggle, relishing the moment. Riddle, ever self-aware, perceived his own lack of cleverness, attributing it to his startlingly candid nature. Abraxas caressed Riddle's cheek, acknowledging that he was astute only in external matters, a feat he executed flawlessly. "Tommy, we are truly a perfect match." Abraxas leaned in again to kiss Riddle. "We shall always be a perfect match," Riddle affirmed confidently, his voice resonating in the passage. Abraxas smiled, leaning his cheek against Riddle's, sharing the same sentiment. Though they appeared to possess vastly different personalities, their souls resonated with an identical hue, their madness echoing in the depths of their beings. Riddle's relentless pursuit of self, with an unwavering willingness to sacrifice everything for his own desires, contrasted with Abraxas' own nascent understanding of Riddle. Within 3 days, he had resolutely decided to become engaged, knowing they would remain entwined for eternity. Their connection was not one of suffocating entanglement. Rather, it felt exhilarating and delightful to be together. As Abraxas nestled into Riddle's neck, inhaling his familiar scent, they soon emerged from the passage. Abraxas was reluctant to disembark, but Riddle swiftly carried him to the doorstep of his dormitory. They hurriedly entered the room. Are you not apprehensive about being seen?" Riddle queried as he moved toward the sofa with Abraxas still on his back. "There are concealment and confusion spells," Abraxas replied comfortably, swinging his legs while resting on Riddle's back. Abraxas complied as Riddle gently placed him on the sofa. "I wish to drink some black tea," he announced, reclining against the sofa and crossing his legs. "Very well," Riddle responded promptly, using magic to brew the tea and presenting it before Abraxas. He began to remove Abraxas's cloak, and upon completion, Abraxas gazed at Riddle in mild surprise. Riddle then took off his own boots, magically tidying up afterward and placing both their pairs at the entrance. Young Tommy truly was domestically inclined. While the entire school perceived him as capricious, he revealed a different side in private. As Abraxas sipped his tea, Riddle stood beside him, enjoying his own cup. "Tommy, why do you stand?" Abraxas inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. "I shall carry you to the bath shortly," Riddle replied with a mischievous grin. "Get lost," Abraxas retorted, his ears reddening as he playfully kicked Riddle's leg. Riddle chuckled and took a seat, deciding to forego further teasing, instead wrapping his arm around Abraxas's waist as they enjoyed their tea together. After finishing, Abraxas announced his intention to bathe, prompting Riddle to return to his own room. Once in the corridor, Riddle undressed and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, he donned his pajamas and materialized in Abraxas's room from the wardrobe. Abraxas, taking his time, emerged from the washroom to find Riddle cozily nestled in his bed, gazing at him with eager eyes. Abraxas approached and handed Riddle a towel. Riddle began to tenderly dry Abraxas's hair, pampering him with care and applying nourishing oil. Abraxas closed his eyes in bliss, feeling as though he were experiencing a perfect married life right here at school. Once finished, he comfortably rested his head on Riddle's lap, rolling over for Riddle to attend to the other side. Just as Riddle was about to lift Abraxas, he was halted. "Just a moment, let me press first. Then I shall embrace you." Riddle started gently massaging Abraxas's scalp. Abraxas sighed contentedly. "Young Tommy, you are truly wonderful." Before long, Abraxas, thoroughly relaxed, was tucked under the blankets, with Riddle snuggling in beside him. Abraxas shifted slightly, resting intimately against Riddle's shoulder. With his eyes half closed, he felt Riddle's gentle touch through the fabric of his clothing. "So earnest," Abraxas observed, glancing at Riddle. "Indeed, that was our agreement," Riddle replied with a smile directed at Abraxas. Abraxas reminisced about their prior discussions. "I had thought you wouldn't be prepared to listen," he remarked, not overly concerned, as he found comfort in their closeness. "Yesterday counts as a day," Riddle quipped, and before he could finish, Abraxas had enveloped him in an embrace, his legs draped over Riddle's. Are you no longer fearful?" Riddle teased. "Fearful of what?" Abraxas feigned ignorance, comfortably caressing Riddle's chest before slipping his hand beneath Riddle's pajama top, tracing the contours of his well-defined abs. Riddle gasped, feeling as though he had inadvertently set a trap for himself. While Abraxas feigned indifference, he ceased his exploration, merely resting his hand on Riddle's abdomen. "It's nothing," Riddle murmured, brushing his fingers along Abraxas's waist. "Is it too early to sleep?" "Not at all. It's nearly 11, Abraxas replied, having returned only after indulging in the serpent creature with Riddle. "Are you truly considering extracting the serpent's venomous fangs next time? Tommy, how could you conspire so audibly in the presence of the basilisk?" Abraxas considered Riddle to be both good and wicked. Chapter 123, Riddle's Busy Schemes. Because the basilisk cannot comprehend human speech, Riddle chuckled as he elucidated. "Then you are wicked too," Abraxas playfully accused Riddle, grinning. "Indeed, I am exceedingly wicked." Riddle tightened his embrace around Abraxas and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. "But you are wicked as well. We are a perfect match," he exclaimed joyfully. "Tommy, remember to bring me along the next time you feed the basilisk." Abraxas expressed his desire for that venomous dagger as well. Young Tommy had assured himself that the dagger posed no danger. He could counteract the snake's venom, and should peril arise, the ring would be triggered, summoning him swiftly. Besides apparition, he possessed other means to arrive expeditiously. In addition to the silver ring, he had crafted several amulets and a few precious items that could withstand a killing curse once. "Tommy, which ring do you prefer to see me wear?" Abraxas had already removed the rings from his fingers and placed them upon the bedside. "I adore them all, but currently, I favor the sapphire engagement ring you wear." Upon finishing his words, Riddle lifted Abraxas's hand and kissed his fair, slender fingers. "I meant the gemstone alchemical ring you gifted me. Which color do you fancy?" Abraxas lightly tapped Riddle's chest with his finger. "Any color will do. You look splendid in anything." Riddle pondered for a moment. "It should be the yellow sapphire and emerald rings, each capable of withstanding a killing curse once." He could not recall the others, as they were all accompanied by parchment in the box. Riddle imagined Abraxas looking magnificent in the emerald ring, which would complement him beautifully. Just as the basilisk scales today shimmered in vibrant green, the more perilous the hue, the more striking it appeared. Yet Riddle refrained from voicing this thought. Abraxas should feel free to select the ring that pleased him most. "Then I shall keep the emerald ring. This shade of green is truly stunning." Abraxas squinted as he selected the ring he desired. "Keeping it. Are you planning to gift one to your father?" "In that case, I shall craft a protective ring in the next couple of days." Riddle surmised Abraxas's intentions. "Tommy, you truly are something else." Abraxas caressed Riddle's chest with a sigh. "Tommy, you are a remarkable man." Abraxas felt that his fiancée was irreplaceable, unmatched in the entire world. The notion that gifting something meant it was rightfully his. Such audacity, it was commendable. Furthermore, with the realization that he intended to pass on a gift to his father, Riddle seized the opportunity to amplify his support. "Tommy, what were your thoughts that led you to such generosity?" Abraxas inquired, genuinely puzzled. "Because we are family, and you have chosen me," Riddle replied. He had long understood from Abraxas's actions that he had been selected, despite the surprise engagement proposal on Saturday. They had already chosen one another as lifelong partners. Thus, they were inherently a family. Although Abraxas's father was cold and ruthless, prioritizing self-interest, they were undeniably a family. Riddle secretly admired Septimus's demeanor, as he too shared similar traits. And so did Abraxas. Indeed, after conversing with your father, when he chose to raise his glass to toast with you, he genuinely acknowledged you. Regarding the notion of family, Abraxas had always felt that Riddle was destined to be a member of the Malfoy lineage. "I will not interact with my father. Gifting him something is trivial, but from now on, I will rely on you." Riddle began to hint at his expectations from Abraxas. "All right, I shall certainly support you." Abraxas smiled, giving Riddle's chest a reassuring pat. Young Tommy would undoubtedly handle matters without flaw, and Abraxas was aware that his father was a man of discernment. He had a clear understanding of how their relationship would unfold. He had subtly favored young Tommy in the past, and now that Tommy had achieved this level of commitment, he could openly express his support for him. Abraxas had long since decided where his loyalties lay. Riddle, with a sense of pride, embraced Abraxas, smiling. "It matters not to relinquish some benefits. Giving too much is inconsequential. What is paramount is what one stands to gain. One cannot have both face and substance. One must choose." "Tommy, you have so much on your plate these days." Abraxas noted Riddle's busyness, researching the mark, refining parchment, and creating the alchemical ring. Abraxas felt that each task would be exceedingly challenging for him. "I can also train with you regularly in the room of requirement," Riddle said, glancing at Abraxas with pride. "We could also peruse books at the library. I shall explain them to you," Riddle cheerfully remarked. Abraxas calculated how much time young Tommy had for work each day. "So, how long will each of these tasks consume your time?" Abraxas found the efficiency remarkable. For the mark, Just as today, you will handle the affairs while I study nearby. Accounting for the afternoons, we should succeed by Thursday. For he could accompany Abraxas to class in the morning while formulating ideas. As for the parchment, I already have a concept. It merely requires refinement, which is quite simple. Riddle planned to implement improvements based on the experiences of predecessors. The remaining task of inscribing the talent ring would take approximately 2 to 3 hours to complete. Thus, the parchment and talent rings will coincide on Friday. I shall have them ready for you by bedtime on Friday night, Riddle concluded, planting a joyful kiss on Abraxas's lips. Abraxas was taken aback by this revelation. Riddle seemed excessively energetic, nothing like his usual lethargic self. Young Tommy, how have you become so invigorated? Abraxas exclaimed, surprised as he propped himself up to gaze at him. Being in love lifts my spirits, Riddle responded, his mood further heightened as he leaned in to brush his lips against the corner of Abraxas's mouth. If I wish to accomplish something, I shall do so, Riddle declared, looking intently at Abraxas. However, given your busy schedule, we must ensure to have a date this weekend. Riddle believed that expending energy during the week was beneficial. Weekends were meant for joy. All right. Abraxas understood Riddle's subtle intentions, but still leaned down to kiss him, thinking that such enthusiasm deserved praise. Before long, Abraxas found himself pinned beneath Riddle, unable to resist. It's time to sleep. We can't kiss any longer. One more kiss. This is a goodnight kiss. Abraxas felt a blush spread across his face from the kiss, breathless as he nestled within Riddle's embrace. Good night. Are you upset, But if you don't call me dear, I cannot sleep, Riddle playfully insisted, holding Abraxas close. Good night, my dear. But you didn't say you love me. Riddle successfully provoked Abraxas's ire, earning a playful bite on his neck. I love you, dear, good night. Abraxas kissed the mark left by his bite, finally uttering the words Riddle longed to hear. Very well, I love you too, my dear, good night. Riddle smiled as he adjusted Abraxas's position, cradling him and caressing his back as he awaited his slumber. Chapter 124, Black Tea, Black Tea. In the early morning, within Abraxas's dormitory, two figures lay quietly entwined, their breaths harmoniously intermingling. Suddenly, the magical alarm clock rang, and Riddle reached out to silence it. He then wrapped his arms around Abraxas once more, burying his face to inhale the scent that lingered on his skin. Abraxas nestled against Riddle, reluctant to rise from their warm cocoon. Good morning, my dear, he murmured softly. Eyes still closed. Good morning, dear Riddle replied, his spirits lifted by the endearment. He leaned down to kiss Abraxas's golden locks, a smile gracing his face as he contemplated coaxing him from his embrace. Sensing Riddle's intent, Abraxas playfully restrained his hand and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Not yet, let's linger a little longer. Riddle withdrew his hand, entwining his fingers with Abraxas' instead, observing his beloved snuggling deeper into his chest. Riddle could not resist teasing. You set this alarm. And Abraxas responded with a soft hum, refusing to open his eyes as he nestled closer, his hand slipping beneath Riddle's sleepwear to revel in the supple warmth beneath. We ought to head to the hall for breakfast. Yet the comfort of their shared warmth made him reluctant to budge. Then perhaps we should forego the hall next time and enjoy a few extra moments in bed, Riddle suggested, his hand caressing Abraxas's back. Riddle pondered why Abraxas insisted on breakfast in the hall, given their first class, Defense Against the Dark Arts, did not commence until 10:15. With the third-year schedule permitting a leisurely morning, he mused that they could indulge in more sleep, regardless of the week. We must venture to the hall for breakfast a few times, Abraxas thought, acknowledging his own aversion to early mornings. Tommy, let us maintain our charade, Abraxas noted, aware that their shared mornings might exceed the expectations of their peers, while others might not fathom that they shared a bed each night. The notion of them sleeping in late after their engagement was equally unacceptable. Though the specifics of their arrangement might remain a mystery, their deep connection was palpable. Seeing the class schedule, do you have any thoughts, Tommy? Abraxas squeezed Riddle's hand. You truly adore me, Riddle remarked, realizing that Abraxas had woken early to share breakfast with him on 3 occasions last week. Any thoughts? Riddle pondered, eyes narrowing in contemplation. I can express my feelings now, he declared, reaching to cradle Abraxas's face. No, not just yet, Abraxas chuckled, playfully evading Riddle's touch, before playfully nudging him to behave. Then how about I remove my shirt for you to touch? Riddle suggested, his fingers brushing against Abraxas's waist. No need for that, Abraxas replied, feeling that initial intentions had shifted from a reward for himself to one for Riddle. Yes, indeed, Riddle tightened his embrace, nuzzling against Abraxas's cheek. Only during our morning kiss can I truly showcase my affection. Riddle's tone was light, yet Abraxas felt a rush of anticipation at the thought of Riddle's fervent kisses, his body responding instinctively. All right, Abraxas conceded, unable to suppress the urge to tease Riddle's calf with his foot, yet taking a deep breath to calm himself. Riddle, aware of Abraxas's tension, adjusted their positions to provide him more comfort, gently caressing his back. Abraxas inhaled Riddle's scent, feeling the soothing presence of his partner, gradually relaxing. However, a sense of indignation washed over him. Why should he be subjected to such ardent kisses? He propped himself up to gaze at Riddle, only to find himself once again nestling into his embrace. Riddle, puzzled by Abraxas's actions, queried what he intended. "Just let me touch you a bit more," Abraxas murmured, feeling Riddle's hands pause as he affectionately brushed his chin. "All right," Riddle resumed his gentle caresses beneath Abraxas's golden hair. "Shall I assist you in tying back your hair shortly?" Riddle inquired, placing a tender kiss upon the golden strands. "Yes, once I've refreshed myself," Abraxas replied contentedly. "It's time to rise. You should return to your room," he noted, glancing at the magical clock, realizing the hour was growing late. "Very well," Riddle adjusted his hold, helping Abraxas sit up, planting a kiss on his forehead while tidying his tousled hair. Riddle's gaze bore into Abraxas's, the atmosphere thickening with unspoken longing. "Later, come back." Abraxas felt a tingle of apprehension at the thought of being unclothed, realizing the risk of his nightshirt slipping away. He leaned in to plant a kiss on Riddle's cheek, then turned to head toward the washroom, pausing to glance back. "Tommy, I'll have my tea before I leave." "Love you." Riddle chuckled, bemused as he watched Abraxas retreat. Riddle rose, using magic to tidy the bed before preparing Abraxas's tea, then made his way to the disappearing cabinet. As he walked, he contemplated how Abraxas commanded him so effortlessly, knowing that while Abraxas sipped his tea, he would find a different method to enjoy his own. With a smile, Riddle stepped through the cabinet back to his dorm, quickly washing up and changing into fresh clothes before standing before Abraxas's door. He rapped his knuckles gently against the wood. After a brief wait, Abraxas, now dressed in long pants and a shirt, opened the door. Riddle entered the room, squinting at Abraxas, who hadn't yet tucked his shirt into his trousers. Noticing Riddle's gaze, he hurriedly adjusted his attire. Riddle approached, helping him straighten his shirt and tuck it in properly. Abraxas was taken aback by Riddle's unexpected attentiveness. Have you finished your tea?" Riddle's voice was gentle. "I only had a sip before you arrived," Abraxas noted, surprised at Riddle's swiftness. "Then sit and enjoy your tea while I assist you with your hair," Riddle suggested, a grin lighting up his face. "All right," Abraxas acquiesced, taking his tea to sit at the desk, facilitating Riddle's task. Riddle took the magical brush that Abraxas had provided, meticulously grooming his golden tresses. With a hair tie in hand, he swiftly secured Abraxas's hair into an elegant style. Having finished his tea, Abraxas stood to admire Riddle's handiwork in the mirror, intending to compliment him, only to find Riddle gazing at him with smoldering intensity. Before he knew it, Abraxas was lifted onto the desk, instinctively wrapping his legs around Riddle's waist, surrendering to the fervent kiss that followed. He felt Riddle's hands firmly grasping his waist and the back of his neck, their passion unrestrained and intoxicating. Abraxas, pondering the possibility that Riddle might truly be dead, instinctively clutched him tighter, tilting his head back in acquiescence, their tongues meeting. After a considerable time, the dormitory door swung open, and the two emerged, impeccably attired and bearing expressions of normalcy, strolling side by side towards the great hall. During their walk, Riddle's gaze remained fixated on Abraxas, occasionally lingering on his exquisite visage, a smirk inevitably curling at the corners of his lips. While Abraxas sensed Riddle's unwavering scrutiny upon him, he maintained an air of nonchalance, absently toying with the ring on his finger, refraining from direct eye contact, needing a moment to regain his composure. Upon reaching the great hall, they took their seats, their legs brushing against one another as they commenced their meal. Abraxas elegantly wielded his knife to spread butter upon his bread, only to notice Riddle's plate brimming with food. Riddle seized a moment to instruct the house elf, ordering a bacon and scrambled egg sandwich for breakfast, with an additional request for a salad adorned with lettuce, tomatoes, and cheese. Satisfied with the appealing presentation of the two sandwiches before him, Riddle nodded approvingly as he caught Abraxas watching him, nudging one of the plates toward him. Abraxas glanced at the offering, sliced into the sandwich, and tasted a piece, finding it delightful, and proceeded to finish the rest. He lost interest in the buttered toast he had placed on his own plate, transferring it instead to Riddle's. Riddle, who paired his meal with a sausage, smiled as he enjoyed it, gesturing towards the two croissants filled with dessert before Abraxas. The house elf had skillfully prepared one filled with cream and fruit, and the other with ice cream. After a moment's contemplation, Abraxas pointed to the ice cream-filled one. Riddle used his knife to cut it open, magically adjusting the ice cream's temperature to a perfect degree before presenting it to Abraxas. After sampling half, Abraxas deemed it satisfactory but felt disinclined to continue. Having found the sandwich too substantial, he pushed the remaining half towards Riddle and rested his chin on his hand, observing Riddle as he dined. Riddle, enjoying his breakfast, mused about requesting fried chicken from the house elf for tomorrow, a thought that delighted him. Having finished his food, Riddle speared a sausage and began sipping his juice. Is your mood particularly good today? Abraxas contemplated a visit to the library afterward, allowing for a brief conversation. Indeed, Riddle replied with a smile, his spirits evidently high. Shall I summon the house elf daily to prepare meals for you? Abraxas took another sip of juice. Yes, I have already decided what to have for dinner, Riddle replied, mirroring Abraxas' drink. What shall we dine on? Abraxas had grown accustomed to Riddle mimicking his mannerisms. Italian fried seafood. I shall instruct the house elf to fetch the seafood from the sea, Riddle elaborated, unable to contain his laughter as he finished explaining. Tommy, you truly are something. Abraxas chuckled in response. Rising, Abraxas gestured for Riddle to follow him, as they could not continue their conversation so openly in the great hall without risking laughter. The two departed the hall, heading towards the library, leaving behind a group of wide-eyed Slytherins who, despite the lack of overtly intimate gestures, found the atmosphere peculiar. After sharing food, Riddle consumed the leftovers that Abraxas had declined. Was he not known for his capriciousness? Each time, they astonished their peers with their duality. Ultimately, despite their apparent lack of close interactions, merely chatting and laughing, the remaining Slytherins felt a sense of fullness. Once outside the Great Hall, Abraxas remarked with a grin, Tommy, you cannot tease me so in public. Why not? Riddle feigned innocence, gazing at Abraxas. Ha ha, very well, Abraxas chuckled, unable to resist the light-heartedness of Riddle's demeanor. Leaning against Riddle's shoulder, they walked closely together. Are we truly having seafood tonight? Abraxas inquired, looking at Riddle. Indeed, Abraxas, do you wish to partake? Shall we have seafood risotto, or perhaps spicy shrimp from Venice? Riddle pondered the culinary offerings of Italy. I desire seafood pasta. I would like the spicy shrimp, too. Abraxas deliberated briefly before providing his answer. Excellent. We shall have that for dinner, Riddle agreed with a smile. The privilege of commanding house elves certainly set one apart, Abraxas remarked, nudging Riddle's shoulder playfully. I am the head boy, and the headmaster has granted me the authority to command the house elves, Riddle responded, lightly tapping Abraxas's shoulder in return. Perhaps other head boys should be more mindful of their image, Riddle said with a proud smile directed at Abraxas. Abraxas observed Riddle's amusement, recognizing the absurdity of it. Other head boys might not receive compliance from the house elves for such ludicrous requests. As they bantered and laughed, they descended the staircase, eventually reaching the library. Abraxas selected a few books from the shelves, levitating them for Riddle to carry, and together they found a suitable spot to settle. Riddle cast a privacy charm around them, curious to engage in further conversation before their studies commenced. Abraxas, why do you think others do not bring their house elves to school? Riddle inquired, intrigued by the thought that Abraxas's quality of life would surely improve with one by his side. Perhaps it is an expectation among purebloods. All purebloods ought to bring theirs. Right? Abraxas mused, having not given it much thought, nor had the governors mandated such a practice. Moreover, it seems they wish to cultivate their heirs, to enjoy privileges. One must distinguish themselves amidst competition, Abraxas concluded, recognizing the underlying principle. The hierarchy within Slytherin House dictated status and corresponding rights, with each year as prefect and head boy, along with the female student council president elected by the school. This indeed fosters a commendable tradition, Riddle acknowledged, appreciating the reasons behind Slytherin's reputation for producing exceptional individuals. As heirs of pureblood families, they enjoyed privileged upbringings yet were accustomed to competition from an early age. Competing within Slytherin for 7 years ensured that those who graduated were predominantly elite. In the following chapters, Abraxas swiftly absorbed the lessons under Riddle's tutelage, completing his assignments with ease. Riddle quietly nestled beside him, their legs touching as he embraced Abraxas's waist, awaiting the completion of his work. With the paper finished, Abraxas squinted at Riddle. Tommy, why don't you write? I shan't, Riddle replied, rubbing his cheek against Abraxas's hand. Abraxas found himself enchanted by Riddle's actions, momentarily forgetting what he intended to say, instead fixating on the contours of Riddle's face. Riddle pressed Abraxas's hand against his cheek, entwining their fingers. Abraxas gazed at their elongated hands intertwined, admiring Riddle's striking features and the expression in his eyes as he looked back. Taking a deep breath, Abraxas felt his fingers involuntarily stirring, yet he averted his gaze. Riddle blinked, continuing to watch Abraxas, sensing his steadfast refusal to meet his eyes. Well, it appears that a kiss in the library shall remain elusive. Riddle released his grip, shifting closer to Abraxas, comfortably wrapping his arm around his waist as they leaned against one another. Despite having studied the material previously, Riddle's teaching pace felt rapid. And with time still remaining before class, he certainly did not relish the prospect of arriving early for defense against the dark arts. Are you not planning to let them seek out the headmaster for guidance? Abraxas began to idly caress Riddle's waist as they engaged in light conversation. Indeed, the headmaster has graciously permitted me to abstain from attending classes. He will handle the situation, Riddle remarked with a mischievous grin. Furthermore, if I refrain from writing, the headmaster only needs to intervene once. Forcing me to write would be far more perilous. The headmaster will come to understand this. Riddle, feeling somewhat vexed, contemplated how to unsettle the headmaster. And my current reputation is one of unpredictability? Riddle glanced at Abraxas, seemingly inviting him to comment on his reputation. Indeed, everyone merely fears your formidable power, Abraxas gently asserted, ruffling Riddle's hair. Riddle often regarded others with either icy indifference or threatening glares, or resorted to physical confrontation. Describing his temperament as unpredictable was, in truth, somewhat exaggerated. He merely took advantage of others' trepidation to establish his will. Since I have already conversed with the headmaster, I can forego classes, meaning the professors are unlikely to consult him regarding my unfinished papers. For instance, should Dumbledore seek out the headmaster, he would not involve me. Riddle observed with keen self-awareness. The headmaster perceives me as a significant nuisance. He would choose to deal with Dumbledore over me, Riddle added with a triumphant smirk. It's akin to picking the low-hanging fruit. Regardless of which professor I am paired with, the headmaster will invariably opt to address the professors. He had effectively established a pattern of interaction with the faculty. If he committed to writing, the professors would insist he continue. Humans tend to overstep boundaries. And should a professor find him amenable, they might later adopt a more authoritative stance. It would be wiser to set clear limits now, reducing potential complications. Abraxas, I am merely alleviating the headmaster's burdens. If I present myself as difficult to provoke, the professors will coexist with me in harmony, Riddle concluded, feeling quite justified in his reasoning. Indeed, Abraxas affirmed, brushing Riddle's dark locks. In life and work, it is paramount to delineate boundaries and assert refusal. Riddle's stance conveys that he is not to be trifled with, thus deterring any attempts to challenge him. He must project himself as amiable for others to dare to test him, Abraxas mused, recalling their initial encounter outside the castle. Tommy, you truly possess a keen acumen when it comes to external affairs. You must maintain this assertiveness. Abraxas thought back to their time outside the castle. Riddle apathetically observed the headmaster and professors casually standing about, eventually being led away by Abraxas. Tommy, someone will be seeking you out today, Abraxas mentioned, sensing Riddle might overlook these individuals without his prompting. Who is it that wishes to find me? Riddle inquired lazily, draping himself over Abraxas. Mulciber, with slightly curly hair. Abraxas noted, aware that Riddle often struggled to remember names. All right, I shall grant him a few minutes. Riddle acknowledged Abraxas's intent, though he found the situation somewhat tedious. People can be so bothersome. I didn't feel particularly annoyed about yesterday's schedule, Riddle complained as he nestled closer to Abraxas. Abraxas embraced Riddle, kissing his hair, allowing him to snuggle in and breathe in his scent. Abraxas contemplated Riddle's apparent impatience with others and realized he may have misjudged him the previous day. As Riddle's hands grew restless, brushing against his neck and planting kisses there, Abraxas quickly intervened. All right, back to the dormitory. I shall kiss you again. But be a little more restrained. Abraxas held Riddle tightly, planting a kiss on his cheek. They could engage in affectionate gestures in the library, as long as they adhered to the shielding charm. However, kissing would be excessive. Very well, Riddle acquiesced, having been kissed on the cheek and now held closely by Abraxas. He settled down. I deserve a reward, Riddle murmured, nestling against Abraxas's neck, his voice slightly hoarse. Abraxas took a deep breath before outlining their schedule. All right. The second period is an elective, whether you attend or not. The first class after lunch begins in room 215, and we shall return to the dormitory afterward. Following this, he nestled into Riddle's neck, kissing his dark hair and soothingly stroking his back. Riddle, upon hearing this, felt comforted as he breathed in Abraxas's fragrant presence. Am I being clingy? Riddle pondered, particularly when he felt discontented. He would cling to Abraxas. Ha ha ha, I quite like it, Abraxas replied earnestly after laughing, gently caressing Riddle's back and pulling him closer, kissing behind his ear. He not only cherished Riddle but also relished their intimate interactions and Riddle's affectionate dependency on him. In truth, both of them enjoyed one another's company, relishing each other's closeness. Abraxas embraced Riddle, laughing at their undeniable compatibility. Taking a deep breath, Abraxas released a long sigh. Contemplating marriage. Upon hearing Abraxas's deep inhalation, Riddle sensed something was amiss and quickly turned to look at him, tenderly stroking his back. What is it? Riddle inquired softly, leaning closer to his ear. I want to get married, Abraxas murmured after a moment's reflection, leaning in closer to Riddle's ear to express his feelings. Afterward, Abraxas leaned completely against Riddle, relying on him for support. Ha ha ha, Riddle erupted into uncontrollable laughter, kissing Abraxas's golden hair. We shall marry upon graduation. Riddle tightened his embrace around Abraxas, gently stroking his back, his cheek affectionately rubbing against Abraxas's ear. Riddle, too, wished to marry sooner, though he felt it might be unfairly pressuring Abraxas. No, some thoughts make my eyes well up with tears, he reflected. Chapter 127, Unwanted Subordinates. After exiting the library, the two made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. As soon as Riddle and Abraxas entered, several individuals approached to greet them. Although Goyle and Crabbe hurried to indicate seating arrangements, Riddle's discontent was already apparent. Abraxas, keenly perceptive of Riddle's mood, engaged in conversation while wrapping his arm around Riddle's waist, guiding him to a seat amidst the astonished gazes of others. Once seated, Abraxas found the right angle to rest his hand on Riddle's thigh, and they clasped hands. While Abraxas gracefully conversed with their peers, Riddle's emotions oscillated between irritation and indifference, ultimately settling into silence. He cast a cold stare at a curly-haired individual with deep brown locks who approached to introduce himself, finding the fervent gaze unappealing. Riddle, with a frosty demeanor, silently signaled for the individual to depart. The curly-haired student attempted to speak further, but Riddle silenced him with a muting charm. Abraxas felt the surge of magic and noticed Mulciber standing there, astonished, unable to articulate a word. Just as Abraxas was about to speak, Professor Mellis entered. Mulciber remained silent, casting a reverent glance at Riddle before departing. The room fell into silence as everyone returned to their seats, and Professor Mellis commenced the lesson. He began discussing the biological characteristics of the red cap, instructing on the appropriate spells to use against it, and announced that the next class would focus on practical application. Professor Mellis then assigned a paper based on the day's lesson, a 7-inch essay. At that moment, Abraxas gently tapped Riddle's leg. Riddle leaned slightly towards Abraxas, their shoulders brushing against one another, and he inquired in a low voice, what is it? Weren't we supposed to give him a few minutes? Abraxas nudged Riddle with his leg. I will tell you after class, Riddle replied softly, smiling at Abraxas. Professor Mellis finished assigning the tasks, and it wasn't long before the class came to an end, prompting the two to engage in conversation. The curly-haired individual seemed rather peculiar, verging on neurotic. Riddle rested his chin on one hand, gazing at Abraxas, contemplating the response he would provide. Riddle sensed an underlying eccentricity in this person, as though he harbored an admiration for power, which felt rather unsettling. Upon hearing Riddle's thoughts, Abraxas's eyes widened slightly, and he clenched his hands, nodding in agreement. At that moment, other students from various houses began to rise. Shall we head to divination class together? Abraxas pondered the itinerary. Let's go, Riddle replied, releasing his hand as both stood to leave the classroom. As they ventured into the corridor, they soon noticed only Goyle and Crabbe following closely behind. This curly-haired fellow is quite abnormal, Riddle resumed the previous topic. And Abraxas, you nodded just now. He cast a curious glance at Abraxas. Mulciber and I have no direct interactions, yet we both know he has a penchant for dark magic and idolizes the strong, though he seems rather cruel. Abraxas recounted the collective opinions. I see, Riddle nodded, reflecting on how Mulciber's initial impression conveyed something unsettling in his gaze, coupled with the notion of cruelty. Mulciber likely possessed an innate malevolence, relishing in dark magic and engaging in actions that would send shivers down one's spine, thus earning the label of being cruel. Tommy, what have you deciphered? Abraxas asked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Riddle. Upon meeting him for the first time, you instinctively understood how to approach him. Abraxas arched an eyebrow. Indeed, although I've just learned more about him, it seems prudent to interact with him in such a manner. Riddle chuckled as he began to elaborate. In the few words from that curly-haired one, it was all about how he idolizes me. After listening to his boasts, and before he makes any demands, it would be more expedient to cast a spell. Riddle felt an instinctive urge to silence him. Moreover, such admiration for power necessitated a firm stance. Being overly accommodating would not suffice. Riddle understood what such individuals craved, a leader who could dominate them, show them disrespect, and be more ruthless than they themselves were. Though Riddle refrained from vocalizing this thought, he acknowledged that one cannot engage with inherently evil and cruel individuals in a gentle manner. The more assertive one is, the more they admire it. The more one displays their strength and cruelty, the more likely the other will submit. Abraxas, this curly-haired one is rather foolish. Must we keep him? Riddle mused, reflecting on his disdain for having such a neurotic follower. Well, despite his foolishness, he might prove to be fervently loyal once he aligns himself with us, Abraxas surmised, likely grasping Riddle's aversion to being idolized and subsequently entangled. And it seems he idolizes you even more now, Abraxas added, stifling a laugh, unable to contain his amusement. After Riddle employed a sophisticated silencing charm, Mulciber's admiration for Riddle intensified. This charm was already a high-level spell, requiring considerable magical skill to wield. Remarkably, Riddle managed to cast it silently and without a wand, and even from the sidelines, he marveled at his own prowess. Tommy, the silencing charm proves incredibly effective in duels, Abraxas noted, recognizing its capacity to catch opponents off guard. This year, we should study all the spells, and by next year, you, Abraxas, can practice the silencing charm. Riddle asserted, feeling confident that his support would simplify Abraxas' studies in spellcasting and training with the silencing charm. Sounds good, Abraxas replied, smiling at Riddle. He believed he would master it swiftly, as Riddle's teaching was exceptionally effective, encompassing the principles of magic, spellcasting techniques, and the guidance of one's own magical power. If Riddle were willing to dedicate even a fraction of his patience to instruct others, many would undoubtedly be captivated by his teachings and impressed by his knowledge. Tommy, besides me, who else would you be willing to teach? Abraxas inquired playfully. Who? I doubt there's anyone else, Riddle responded, only to recall something. A mischievous grin forming as he turned to Abraxas. I suppose I'll need to teach the next Malfoy too, though I doubt I'll have the same patience. Riddle whispered conspiratorially near Abraxas' ear. He then distanced himself, admiring the expression on Abraxas' face. Upon hearing this, Abraxas mentally chastised Riddle as he felt the latter's gaze fixed on him. Taking a slow breath, Abraxas offered a graceful smile in response. Riddle squinted, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Abraxas. Riddle had begun to whistle internally, noting how Abraxas' hands had tightened moments ago, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson, and the fleeting expression that had crossed his face. Now, as Abraxas looked at him with an elegant and composed smile, Riddle's singular thought was that this noble and poised young gentleman was indeed captivating. He yearned for the present moment. Chapter 128, Loyalty or Play. Abraxas sensed something awry with Riddle and turned to scrutinize him closely. His expression was untroubled, yet his eyes held an intensity. After locking gazes, Abraxas felt a tightening in his chest, silently cursing Riddle. However, he maintained his composure, drawing closer to Riddle as they walked side by side. Exchanging no further words until they arrived at the divination classroom, Riddle settled into his seat, feeling a sense of novelty. The arrangement featured a table in the center, and Riddle blinked, making an effort to shift closer to Abraxas. He positioned himself adjacent to Abraxas, within reach to grasp his hand, and he halted with satisfaction. Abraxas paid him no mind. After all, Riddle was naturally clingy, and he feigned ignorance to the glances cast by their classmates. Abraxas' expression remained unchanged, though internally he sighed, acknowledging his growing skill in acting. As they began sipping tea, Abraxas sensed Riddle's gaze upon him as he drank his red tea, feeling it too intense, prompting him to playfully nudge Riddle with his foot. Eventually, they exchanged teacups, and Riddle examined the pattern left by the tea leaves, his face a portrait of confusion, unable to draw any connection to what the book indicated. Conversely, Abraxas scrutinized it meticulously, contemplating desire and the world. In a moment of despair, Abraxas closed the book, retrieved his teacup, and scrutinized the design, which resembled a serpent coiled around the world. He leaned in, whispering a few words to Riddle, after which they began to share their divination results. With the lesson concluded, the duo, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, made their way to the Great Hall. Riddle observed that Abraxas appeared deep in thought, fixing his gaze upon him while ensuring that Abraxas walked steadily. Abraxas was acutely aware of his own latent talents, having previously researched various forms of divination due to a dream. In today's divination, Riddle's pattern revealed no issues and provided a clear answer. However, what did his own answer signify? It didn't seem to indicate a serpent devouring the world. Why was it a serpent entwined around a world? Abraxas glanced at Riddle, suggesting they continue the conversation in their dormitory. Upon reaching the Great Hall and taking their seats for dinner, Abraxas felt a sense of clarity, as though he had unraveled another mystery. He then observed Riddle devouring 2 steaks, followed by apple pie, and finally indulging in ice cream. With a sigh, Abraxas gently nudged Riddle's leg, offering a comforting touch. I was just pondering something. You should eat more, Abraxas remarked, patting Riddle's thigh. He withdrew his hand, spearing a piece of roast beef and placing it onto Riddle's plate. Abraxas then focused on his own meal of beef, accompanied by a side of salad. While sipping juice and glancing at Riddle, he found that his spirits had improved. After consuming a slice of beef, he eagerly devoured another, followed by crispy potato wedges and a refreshing juice. Riddle indulged in 2 glasses of the same juice before he began to savor ice cream. Abraxas, propping his chin on one hand, observed Riddle and reached out to touch his remarkably flat abdomen, pondering where all that food had vanished. Riddle noticed Abraxas' gesture, but merely winked at him. Upon finishing his ice cream, he got up to grab an apple, munching on it as he walked. Abraxas felt a sense of resignation. What was Riddle up to again? The two returned to Riddle's dormitory together. After Abraxas shed his outer robe, removed his boots, and donned house slippers, he was the first to settle onto the sofa. Riddle, after tidying himself up a bit, joined him on the sofa. Just as he intended to wrap his arms around Abraxas' waist, he was met with a gentle push against his chest. Prepare tea. Abraxas languidly reclined on the sofa. All right. Riddle squinted his eyes, sensing something amiss. The last time he was asked to brew tea, he had ended up. Riddle prepared the black tea thoughtfully, placing it in front of Abraxas before taking a seat and gazing intently at him. Abraxas shifted, settling onto Riddle's lap and nestling against him. After all, their conversations always seemed to lead to this, so why not skip a few steps? Riddle chuckled as he embraced Abraxas, affectionately rubbing his cheek against him. What do you wish to discuss? How did you know I wanted to talk? Abraxas relaxed, resting his head on Riddle's shoulder. After divination class, I noticed you deep in thought while walking. Riddle mused, realizing that he had been pondering not just during his stroll, but throughout lunch as well, considering that particular pattern. Abraxas, aware of his own lack of subtlety, recognized that he had not concealed his thoughts well. Why do you think the serpent entwines the world? Abraxas grasped Riddle's hand, preventing him from touching further. I am the world, and you are the serpent? Riddle recalled Abraxas's interpretation of his tea leaves. It is only natural for me to ensnare myself around you, Riddle replied, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of divination. That's true, Abraxas conceded, finding Riddle's statement oddly insightful despite his ignorance. Though it diverged slightly from his own thoughts, there was an inexplicable resonance to Riddle's words. Their fates had indeed intertwined tightly from the very beginning. Riddle had ensnared him to draw from his essence, and it was evident that they would continue to be entangled in the future. Indeed, Abraxas's mood brightened as he began to sip his tea. While seated in the hall, he had reflected on his dream, but he had already deciphered its meaning. The variable ought to be Riddle awakening his bloodline heritage. The dream likely followed the original trajectory, and there was no need to elaborate on it now. Clearly, the present was far more favorable. That dream held little significance, and it felt as if in that dream, they existed in a dynamic of loyalty and servitude. Noticing Abraxas was drinking his tea, Riddle waited patiently for him to finish, his movements restrained. After a few sips, Abraxas sensed Riddle's growing restlessness and set his cup down. Behave yourself, Abraxas chided, lightly patting Riddle's hand while still lost in thought. Are you not done yet, Riddle sighed, then began to nuzzle against Abraxas's cheek. Tommy, do you think I would pledge my loyalty to you? Abraxas suddenly inquired. Riddle was taken aback, unsure how the conversation had shifted to this. No need. Followers undergo a loyalty ritual, and this. Riddle pondered if Abraxas desired a ritual. What if I privately performed a ritual to follow you? Riddle envisioned a scenario akin to that of a queen and her knight, which seemed rather appealing. That's not it, Abraxas replied, his expression already tinged with exasperation. Riddle was truly unpredictable. He merely thought of the dream where Abraxas knelt before him. But perhaps that idea had merit as well. That could work, Abraxas mused, recalling the times Riddle had knelt before him, the submissive posture, and the dangerous glimmer in his eyes. I wish to play with you after the followers depart. Wearing a crown, Abraxas unconsciously swallowed, tilting his head to look at Riddle, his gaze shimmering with intent. Riddle's expression darkened in an instant, his tongue flicking over his lips, his breath quickening as he gazed at Abraxas. Now would be the perfect time to play. Riddle's voice was slightly husky, and Abraxas felt warmth creeping over him, realizing he perhaps should not have spoken so freely. Let us save it for later, Abraxas whispered, reaching out to wrap his arms around Riddle's neck. As Riddle leaned in, Abraxas eagerly extended his soft tongue to meet him. Chapter 129, Daily Mischief. Don't do that, Tommy. Abraxas lay on the bed with his hands raised above his head, but Riddle's movements were measured. He felt no discomfort, merely shifting his hand for a moment before it was released. Noticing that little Tommy was obedient and not tugging at his shirt, Abraxas relaxed and embraced him, securing Riddle's back while fervently kissing him, emitting soft sounds of pleasure in response. The room resonated only with the sound of splashing water and Abraxas's gentle hums. Riddle yearned to devour Abraxas, yet he restrained himself, as he did not want to compromise Abraxas's experience given his overwhelming compliance. After a deep kiss, he withdrew to allow Abraxas to breathe, pressing gentle kisses along his neck, inhaling the fragrant scent that enveloped him. When Abraxas had regained his breath, he began to tease Riddle, tugging at his shirt and urging him to continue. The two became entangled on the bed, fully aware of the need for moderation. Yet the heat between them steadily intensified. Not so much, Abraxas gasped, struggling to articulate. Abraxas's hand, which had been blocking the buttons of his shirt, was lifted again as Riddle held his wrist with one hand. Looking down at the scene before him, he noted the flush blooming in Abraxas's cheeks, his gray-blue eyes misty and glistening with a dreamy gaze directed at him. Abraxas had placed an unwarranted trust in him. One hand was pinned above his head, while the other clutched the fabric of his shirt at the waist. Here he lay, compliant beneath Riddle, with his legs draped over Riddle's calves, gasping for air. He felt feverishly hot, the air he inhaled cool against his skin. After a few deep breaths to regain composure, he gently unfastened the buttons, embracing Abraxas tenderly, leaning on his elbows against the bed, and resuming their soft kisses. Abraxas, soothed by the kiss, closed his eyes and relaxed, wrapping his arms around Riddle's waist, relishing the moment. Riddle remained focused on Abraxas, continuously showering him with delicate kisses, occasionally meeting his gaze, which only intensified the affection in his eyes, making Riddle feel as though he were the most important person in the world. Abraxas felt his face grow warmer, burying himself in Riddle's embrace, his legs entwining around him, and his arms holding him tightly. Riddle adjusted his position, gently caressing Abraxas's back. "What's wrong?" Riddle wondered, questioning whether he had gone too far. Abraxas's face was flushed. "Don't look at me like that," Abraxas murmured, buried in Riddle's shirt. "Keep going." Abraxas re-emerged from Riddle's embrace, convinced that since they were engaged, he should not overdo it. "I can't." "Ah, Tommy," Abraxas whimpered, his voice thick with emotion. Riddle chuckled, licking the corner of his lips as he paused, savoring the sound of Abraxas's pleas, relishing the sensations of being kicked and scratched. Taking a deep breath, Riddle gently held Abraxas, soothingly stroking his back, helping him regain his composure and calm his breathing. Abraxas had completely buried his head in Riddle's embrace, resolutely deciding not to emerge. Embarrassment was one thing, but he simply could not bear it. Riddle, with gentle affection, stroked Abraxas's long hair, weaving his fingers through the silken strands, grasping them softly, then releasing, savoring the exquisite texture. He meticulously observed a single lock of hair, admiring the lustrous sheen illuminated by the soft glow of the light. Abraxas, sensing Riddle's tender caress, lay in his arms, allowing him to play with his hair. Riddle felt elated. He believed that no matter the circumstances, they would always be together. However, the swiftness of their engagement surprised him. After a leisurely kiss, he delighted in the prospect of holding Abraxas close on his own bed, enchanted by the shimmering platinum strands that seemed to radiate their own light. Riddle sighed, contemplating the notion of marriage. "What's wrong?" Abraxas inquired without lifting his head, having heard Riddle's sigh. Thinking about marriage, Riddle's words resonated throughout the dormitory. Abraxas felt the weight of that statement linger in his ears, sending his heart into a fervent flutter. With determination, Abraxas pushed himself upright, straddling Riddle's lap, cupping his face with both hands, and softly began to kiss him. Riddle thought Abraxas remained oblivious to his own allure. The expression on his face was irresistible, and Riddle knew he could hardly withstand it, yet he yearned for joy. Propping himself up with a pillow, Riddle sensed the awkwardness of Abraxas's position. Nevertheless, he sat up, wrapping his arms around Abraxas, drawing him closer as they continued to kiss. When they finally paused, Abraxas, breathless, leaned against Riddle's shoulder, contemplating the intensity of their affection. Although he had instigated the kiss, he found himself ensnared, realizing that Riddle's fervor was overwhelming. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Abraxas glanced at the clock, realizing they had been lost in each other for nearly half an hour, far too long. "Tommy, I need a remedy," Abraxas murmured against Riddle's shoulder. "Of course," Riddle replied, his atoms apple-bobbing as he imagined how red Abraxas's lips must be. When Abraxas finally pulled away, resting his hand against Riddle's chest, Riddle's gaze was drawn to Abraxas's lips, which indeed appeared fuller and glistening. Abraxas, sensing the intensity of Riddle's stare, covered his eyes with his hand, using his other hand to guide Riddle's palm to his own lips. Though Riddle's eyes were closed, he felt the soft texture of Abraxas's lips against his palm. If he merely grasped them, he could easily cradle Abraxas's chin. Riddle felt a surge of temptation to open his eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Abraxas. "Hurry up," Abraxas urged. Riddle sensed the warm breath of Abraxas against his hand. With a sigh, Riddle complied, feeling his hand being moved away, as well as the hand covering his eyes. Riddle blinked, his gaze igniting with fervor as he fixated on Abraxas. Abraxas, preparing to rise and escape, was swiftly caught again. With a laugh, Abraxas rolled off him, only to be effortlessly pinned back down by Riddle. Chapter 130. The busy daily life of Abraxas. Abraxas hurriedly exited the lounge, making his way down the corridor toward the transfiguration classroom. The previous playful moments had left him pressed for time, prompting his brisk pace. As he walked, he pondered the day's events. It seemed they had done something, yet nothing substantial, though he felt content nonetheless. He resolved to refrain from making spontaneous suggestions in the future. Riddle's candidness often led him to speak without reservation. Abraxas merely wished to prevent any misunderstandings and to ensure Riddle's loyalty, but his openness had inadvertently led to their current situation. Yet, He could not deny the beauty of Riddle in that submissive stance, his striking features and graceful form radiating strength even while kneeling. To witness such a powerful being, this audacious individual, in such a compliant posture was exhilarating. In dreams, he would command Riddle to kneel, and though their engagement had him proposing, it was typically Riddle who assumed that position. When discussing loyalty and the rituals of followers, he felt that the atmosphere would be even more electrifying. A tingle of excitement coursed through him, albeit tinged with fear that Riddle might become uncontrollable. Upon reaching the stairs, Abraxas dismissed these thoughts, adopting a composed and elegant demeanor as he entered the Transfiguration classroom, ready for class. Riddle lay on his bed, gazing at the door. Although Abraxas had kissed him goodbye, he still felt a sense of emptiness. Rolling over in boredom, he noted the lingering scent of Abraxas, though faint. Resolving to sleep in Abraxas' bed that evening, Riddle rose, lit a scented candle from the bedside table, and placed it by the window. Casting a glance at the black lake outside, he settled at his desk, pulling out books, parchment, and quills to hasten his research on the mark. After attending Transfiguration class, Abraxas stood, preparing to head to the Charms classroom with 2 followers in tow. Walburga, Lestrange, and Mulsaber began to converge upon him, and with the addition of their followers, the Slytherin crowd swelled. Abraxas was accustomed to such attention but feared being trapped in the classroom, prompting him to call for Goyle and Crabbe to clear a path. This task was simple for Goyle and Crabbe, and they swiftly ensured Abraxas departed the classroom before the throng could close in. Once outside, a few individuals trailed closely behind, eager to engage him in conversation, though Abraxas found himself disinterested. He was acutely aware that their intentions were merely self-serving, with little genuine interest in meaningful dialogue. It was merely a mutual understanding. Having shared a candid exchange with Riddle earlier, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to this form of social interaction. However, Abraxas quickly collected himself, adjusting his demeanor for social engagement. He gestured for Goyle and Crabbe to step aside, effortlessly conversing with the 3 individuals as they walked. Although their exchanges were brief and lacked depth, they achieved their objectives, and Abraxas accepted their overtures of goodwill. Upon arriving at the Charms classroom, the professor entered, and the lesson commenced. Despite having already mastered the day's spell, even receiving instruction from Riddle himself, Abraxas diligently practiced in class, executing the incantations flawlessly and earning Slytherin a commendable score. The session concluded promptly at 3:45 p.m., after which Abraxas, accompanied by his 2 followers, opted to return to the Slytherin common room. Goyle and Crabbe were instructed to settle in the common room to complete their assignments, or alternatively, to find suitable individuals to assist them with their work. As the afternoon of Wednesday unfolded, the 6th and 7th grades found themselves devoid of both elective and compulsory classes, resulting in a congregation of upperclassmen within the common room. When Abraxas entered, he was quickly noticed by many, while Jersey had already approached and was waiting nearby. Abraxas engaged in a brief conversation with Jersey before mingling with the upperclassmen Jersey had introduced. He exchanged knowing glances and words with those gathered around him. Before long, Abraxas was invited to take a seat, finding himself at the center of attention, akin to a star among admirers, with a spread of prepared red tea and refreshments laid out before him. With Jersey facilitating the dialogue, Abraxas discussed current political affairs with the group, confirming various mutual interests. As he sipped his tea, Abraxas mused that had Riddle been present, he might have sought a reason to eliminate them, merely for the perceived waste of his time. Suppressing a smile, he maintained a composed and courteous demeanor, sensing that Riddle was likely awaiting his return. After a suitable duration of conversation, Abraxas took the initiative to conclude the topic. While pondering, he made his way back to Riddle's dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found Riddle standing silently, his gaze sharp and predatory. Abraxas swiftly closed the door, only to be pinned against it by Riddle, who captured him with an eager and fervent kiss. Abraxas realized he had neglected to leave a message indicating he would return later, and it was conceivable that Riddle had been anxiously waiting for him since class had ended. Thus, he surrendered to the kiss, wrapping his arms tightly around Riddle, though the overwhelming intensity soon rendered him weak in Riddle's embrace. However, Riddle had softened considerably by the end of their kiss. As Abraxas lay breathless in Riddle's arms, he struggled to regain his composure, eventually planting a gentle kiss on Riddle's cheek before resting his head on Riddle's shoulder, striving for breath. Riddle lifted Abraxas, cradling him face to face, aware that dinner time was approaching. He settled Abraxas onto the sofa, kneeling beside him and observing with intent. Sensing Riddle's proximity, Abraxas instinctively wrapped his arms around Riddle's waist, burying his face in Riddle's chest. Riddle chuckled softly, amused by Abraxas's cleverness. He recognized that Abraxas had returned later than usual for a reason, but he could not resist teasing him a little. "I was occupied," Abraxas murmured, his voice muffled against Riddle's chest. "What was it?" Riddle inquired, his tone gentle. Riddle was far from angry, feeling Abraxas' embrace. His voice took on a playful lilt that further brightened his mood. Abraxas perceptively detected this shift and peeked up at Riddle. He then relaxed, lying back on the sofa, resting his head against it while gazing up at Riddle. Riddle, unable to resist, smiled and leaned down to kiss Abraxas' lips once more. Chapter 131. Riddle's seriousness never lasts long. After the kiss, Riddle observed Abraxas' continuous soft laughter. Abraxas shot him an exasperated look, playfully accusing him of being a mischief maker. Sit down, he commanded, nudging Riddle with his leg. Abraxas felt the heat rising as Riddle leaned in closer, his gaze fixed upon him, a smile playing on his lips. Riddle settled beside Abraxas, wrapping an arm around his waist and leaning against his shoulder. Abraxas, disliking the feeling of being pinned, chose instead to shift his weight onto Riddle. Riddle contentedly encircled Abraxas, nuzzling against his cheek. You startled me just now, Abraxas began, pressing Riddle's hand down as he voiced his grievance. I did not, Riddle replied, his tone innocent as he tightened his embrace around Abraxas. You did, Abraxas insisted, feigning a bite at Riddle in mock frustration. I did not, haha, Riddle laughed, unable to contain his amusement. All right. At the door, I truly wanted to kiss you, but on the sofa, that was indeed the case, Riddle admitted, deciding to lower his head. Enough of that, Abraxas interjected, wishing to move past the topic, sensing it could spiral endlessly. What were you busy with earlier? Riddle affectionately leaned against Abraxas' cheek. I was with Jersey and a few upperclassmen he selected, Abraxas replied, fully aware that Riddle understood the implications. I see. Have you chosen your people? Riddle immediately grasped the potential complications and silently appreciated Abraxas' efforts. Almost. I am familiar with most of them, Abraxas noted, observing Riddle's sudden seriousness on the subject. Very well, I will handle it myself, Abraxas asserted, taking Riddle's hand and affectionately nudging him. As long as you don't mind. I will gladly share the responsibility, he added, knowing Riddle was unbothered by it. No, it is all yours, Riddle replied, leaning in to plant a kiss on Abraxas' cheek. Abraxas felt as though Riddle was his savior, as he had no desire to deal with such matters. Oh, you truly care for me, Riddle sighed, resting against Abraxas' shoulder and wrapping his arms around his waist. Utilizing your authority, and you still claim I love you. Abraxas chuckled, affectionately caressing Riddle's cheek. You adore me, Riddle teased, nuzzling against Abraxas' hand. Rest assured, I know you work exceedingly hard, Riddle's voice turned somber. He understood Riddle's aversion to management, and Abraxas took over, acknowledging that Riddle would have to handle these issues moving forward, which was indeed laborious. Evaluating who could serve as followers, establishing connections, and making specific arrangements consumed much of Abraxas' time and energy daily. Moreover, he could opt for a more aggressive management approach if he chose. Very well, I relish power, Abraxas said, gently ruffling Riddle's hair, sensing his discontent and soothing him. Strength is the foundation of authority, Riddle mused, recognizing Abraxas' deep affection for him, aware that should he turn against him, it could jeopardize all that he had meticulously built. You are mine, Abraxas whispered softly. He understood Riddle's meaning and chose to cease further discussion on the matter. I am striving for our shared ambitions. This is my endeavor as well, Abraxas asserted, rising to kneel on the sofa, pressing Riddle beneath him. This is our division of labor. I need you to fulfill your role as required, understood? Abraxas cradled Riddle's face, gazing earnestly into his eyes. All right, Riddle replied, nodding in agreement, though his eyes conveyed lingering unease, as if awaiting something. Abraxas found himself internally chastising Riddle, uncertain whether his previous discontent had been genuine or feigned. Perhaps it stemmed from the realization of the arduous path ahead, which had initially caused him distress but could easily be soothed. Was Riddle now playing a game? Regardless, Riddle's demeanor indicated he was mindful of Abraxas' feelings. With a sigh, Abraxas cupped Riddle's face and leaned down, kissing him tenderly. Riddle embraced Abraxas comfortably, reclining on the sofa, entwining their tongues as he reveled in the moment. Abraxas settled down, enveloped once more by Riddle's embrace. He had contemplated confronting Riddle face to face, seeking to discern the truth behind his expressions. What had he truly been thinking? Was he deceiving him? Yet, sensing that the outcome would likely remain frivolous, he chose to relinquish his struggle. Tommy Abraxas felt utterly powerless against Riddle. What's the matter, Ub? Riddle replied with a cheerful tone, pressing himself joyfully against Abraxas. It's nothing, just calling your name, Abraxas said, surrendering once more to the buoyant sound of Riddle's voice. All right, Ub, Riddle nuzzled against Abraxas' cheek, his mood visibly brightening. He nestled against Abraxas' shoulder, inhaling the fragrant aroma that enveloped him, his hands beginning to wander. It's almost dinner time. Let us discuss this later, Abraxas said, exuding an air of resignation as he clasped Riddle's hand over his chest. Typically, Abraxas would not concern himself with Riddle's whims, but with an outing imminent, he knew Riddle would persist. After dinner, from 7 to 12, there's ample time, Abraxas reminded, lying in Riddle's embrace while still holding onto one of his hands. Not bad. Making good progress, Riddle mused, contemplating whether he could resolve matters today and spend the night in bed. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it unfeasible. I'll embrace you once we return from dinner. Abraxas thought Riddle deserved a reward, acknowledging his commendable efforts that day. You focus on your studies. I'll attend to family matters. Abraxas believed that by being near Riddle, he would remain more composed. Once you're finished, choose a couple of books for me to peruse. Abraxas planned to first self-study before waiting for Riddle to elaborate later, regardless of how the research unfolds. We shall wash up at 11. Abraxas gently patted Riddle's hand. All right, Riddle responded, his gaze shifting as he placed a tender kiss on Abraxas's cheek in agreement. 11 o'clock for washing up. Abraxas had already allocated time that evening to accompany him. Chapter 132. Abraxas sensed a foreboding air. On Thursday morning, Riddle waited with satisfaction at the entrance of Abraxas's dormitory. Upon spotting Abraxas, Riddle squinted, surveying him with a smile. Good morning, Good morning. Abraxas thought to himself that he could gladly do without Riddle's clinginess in the early hours, having just managed to rise after a struggle, only to be accosted again. Rein it in, Abraxas admonished, though aware that the corridor was empty. Still, Riddle's gaze was unmistakable. All right, Riddle acquiesced, though he felt he hadn't been sufficiently clingy in recent days. It was Thursday, and Friday was out of the question, Saturday perhaps. Observing Riddle's serious contemplation, Abraxas sensed his expression was amiss, undoubtedly contemplating some mischief. Tommy, what are you scheming? Abraxas inquired, exasperation evident in his tone. I'm just considering our schedule, Riddle said with a grin. The first class starts at 3. Honestly, if not, I might just head to the charms room to practice spells. Abraxas was curious about the outcome. His threats lacked sincerity. Riddle, if he thought for a moment, would know he could not venture alone. Yet he was aware that Tommy would undoubtedly fall for it. Sure enough, Riddle leaned in to whisper a few words in Abraxas's ear. Upon hearing them, Abraxas quickly stepped back, his ears slightly flushed. Riddle, it seemed, was perpetually preoccupied with such matters, his mind devoid of anything serious, only fixated on trivial pursuits. Seeing Riddle smiling and hastily catching up to him, Abraxas slowed his pace and shot him a glare. Riddle, in high spirits, raised his eyebrows appreciatively at Abraxas's irritated expression, which he found quite endearing. After walking for a while, Abraxas reflected on Riddle's recent commendable behavior. He had been managing a myriad of tasks well, including those concerning himself. Behave, we'll be together this afternoon, Abraxas said, wrapping an arm around Riddle's waist and walking a few steps together. Make sure to perform well tonight at the gathering, Abraxas added, releasing his hold and giving Riddle a knowing glance. Okay, Riddle instantly agreed. When they were together in the afternoon, Riddle could indeed behave. But the specific mention of tonight's performance sparked curiosity about what rewards awaited him. That should suffice for today. I can accompany you to class in the afternoon. Riddle observed Abraxas' expression intently. When you handle family matters tonight, I'll finish up, Riddle confirmed, his smile taking on a more mischievous quality. All right. Abraxas nodded with a smile, understanding that Riddle was testing him, gauging his reactions throughout the day, and anticipating what rewards awaited him later. Abraxas felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, realizing Riddle's mind seemed only to engage in such matters at times like these. Are you satisfied? Abraxas asked, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Riddle. Quite, Riddle replied, taking a deep breath before responding. Riddle was thoroughly content, feeling a dryness in his throat and warmth spreading through him. Unacceptable, Abraxas interrupted, predicting Riddle's response. With no one around, he swiftly placed a kiss on Riddle's cheek. Having noticed the shift in Riddle's gaze and the movement of his Adam's apple, their mere kiss would render them unable to exit the corridor unscathed. All right, Riddle agreed through gritted teeth after the kiss. You're so clever, Riddle remarked, licking his lips as he gazed at Abraxas. And you, too, are quite astute, Abraxas replied, casting a sidelong glance at Riddle before focusing on his path. Upon reaching the common room, Riddle fell silent, his eyes sparkling with delight as he continued to watch Abraxas with admiration. Treats himself so well. Is so clever. I truly adore Under Riddle's gaze, Abraxas struggled to maintain his composure, yet his lips betrayed him with an involuntary smile as they made their way to the hall. The little snakes had been thoroughly charmed. Witnessing their dynamic, one could hardly deny their genuine affection. Abraxas intended to enjoy his classic breakfast, but was met with Riddle's offering of a baguette sandwich. Raising an eyebrow at Riddle, Abraxas received half of the sandwich in front of him. The baguette appeared freshly baked, emanating a delightful aroma, its crisp exterior encasing spicy Italian sausage. Abraxas relinquished his breakfast, deeming this alternative acceptable, and cut it in half. After finishing, he offered the remainder to Riddle. Glancing at the soft egg sandwich before him, Riddle promptly presented it, and upon tasting half, Abraxas discovered it was filled with crab meat. After finishing, Abraxas began sipping juice while observing Riddle consume several sandwiches before diving into fried chicken. Tommy, where did this baguette come from? The little elves procured it from France. I provided them with a preservation device, so it truly is fresh out of the oven, Riddle replied with a chuckle, lightly nudging Abraxas' leg. The sausage was also brought back from Italy. Would you like pizza for lunch? Riddle, in an exceptionally good mood, expressed a desire for the classic combo. I intend to summon the little elf for further procurement this afternoon. Abraxas, do you desire anything? Riddle is in exceptionally high spirits. Tommy, do you have any money? Abraxas initially contemplated Riddle's penchant for mischief, but suddenly discerned the crux of the matter. All of Riddle's funds were in his own possession. He did not have any galleons on hand. Could it be that he intends for the little elf to expend Hogwarts resources for purchases? Upon this realization, Abraxas felt a twinge of anxiety, recognizing that this was indeed an endeavor Riddle might undertake. No, Riddle replied nonchalantly, sipping his juice, only to notice Abraxas's altered demeanor. Upon hearing Riddle's response, Abraxas commenced a deep breath. I had originally intended to provide the little elf with a Gringotts voucher, Riddle elucidated. Assuring that he was not hoarding any funds, Abraxas exhaled in relief, grateful that Riddle remembered his wealth at Gringotts. Yet he pondered, what about previously? Then it struck him that Alec must possess some funds. Riddle was reluctant to draw from the money he and Abraxas had at Gringotts. That would suffice, Abraxas concluded, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. He deemed it acceptable as long as Hogwarts funds were untouched. Alec, encountering a superior like Riddle, must have grown accustomed to such dynamics. So when shall we scrutinize Alec's accounts? Abraxas mused about the finances. Riddle had not even tasked Alec with maintaining the accounts. Chapter 133, Riddle amused. Very well, Riddle promptly agreed. He had not instructed Alec to keep a ledger, yet Alec should have one, as he had previously decreed that the profits belonged to himself. If necessary, they could always establish a ledger in real time. Abraxas, when would you like to peruse the ledger? Riddle inquired, displaying no signs of pressure. Abraxas had only considered the financial matters after hearing Riddle casually utilize Alec's funds. However, Riddle had been rather generous with himself, and it was only upon reflection that Abraxas recalled this essential detail. Yet, when Riddle posed the question of when to review the records, both of them had been exceedingly busy in recent days. Let's have him deliver it on Sunday evening, Abraxas suggested, resting his chin on his hand as he regarded Riddle. Considering Riddle's temperament, it seemed unlikely that his subordinates would dare to pilfer from him. You see, Abraxas observed as Riddle resumed indulging in desserts, opting to defer the responsibility onto him. Indeed, Riddle felt unencumbered by the prospect. In the past, when funds were being freely bestowed, he would assess his subordinates' thoughts and memories while reviewing the ledger, concluding the matter in a mere 5 to 10 minutes. Auditing the accounts was hardly a daunting task. So effortless. Abraxas nudged Riddle's leg. He lacked the audacity to act. Otherwise, he would have dealt with it decisively, promoting his subordinates instead. This time, Riddle had deliberately developed 3 additional subordinates. If they proved unsatisfactory, he would simply replace them. Unless he were to squander all his money before his demise, there would be no considerable loss. Should that time arise, Riddle would orchestrate his subordinates to ransack Alec's domicile. If the funds were insufficient, he would issue commands for Alec to venture into the forest to gather herbs and hunt, ensuring the debts were repaid. For he was now earnestly committed to supporting his household. All right, Abraxas still felt that Riddle's overly eager acquiescence was peculiar. He contemplated whether Riddle was more willing to confront subordinates who had been reprimanded. Why was he no longer disdainful of them? Abraxas decided to inquire. Disdainful, yet willing to adhere to protocol, Riddle asserted, finding the matter quite manageable. If Alec performed adequately, he would be spared. If not, he would face consequences, no mental exertion required. Abraxas pondered. Is it strictly business? Reflecting on the differences between the people at school and Alec, he considered Riddle's interactions with Jersey compared to others. Once one had become Riddle's subordinate, he seemed to know precisely how to manage them, as if he held an aversion to social interactions. Indeed, Riddle acknowledged, finding Abraxas astute. He genuinely preferred a business-like approach. Riddle finished his breakfast and nudged Abraxas's leg. Abraxas realized they had an hour until class began, and he could either escort Riddle back to the dormitory or to the library. Casting a glance at Riddle, he lingered momentarily on his handsome features. Back to the dormitory, Abraxas declared, rising and no longer regarding him. Upon hearing this, Riddle's eyes sparkled with delight as he immediately stood and followed suit, internally exclaiming, "What a perfect day." At 10 o'clock, they nonchalantly arrived at the charms classroom. Riddle settled beside Abraxas, propping his head on his hand, his spirits buoyed as he watched the others greet him. Although Riddle remained taciturn, everyone sensed his elevated mood, prompting some to act upon it. Soon after, the professor arrived, visibly uncertain of how to react upon seeing Riddle. Having witnessed Riddle's proficiency in charms during the first class, the professor realized Riddle could already graduate, yet he was attending a third-year lesson. The charms professor dutifully commenced the lesson, awarding both Riddle and Abraxas 10 points each. After class, Abraxas and Riddle exited the classroom side by side, making their way toward the potions classroom. "Tommy, you seem utterly indifferent to Slytherin's scores," Abraxas remarked, feeling that Riddle had not given a thought to the house cup. "Is that so?" Riddle smiled. "Indeed, head boy," Abraxas jested, teasing Riddle. "Call me head boy in the evening." The moment Riddle uttered this, he sensed a misstep. He did not genuinely wish to engage in such banter, which lacked excitement. It merely crossed his mind. I was mistaken. Riddle hurriedly confessed while Abraxas still processed the remark. Abraxas felt exasperated, finding Riddle utterly incapable of seriousness. As Riddle clung to him in apology, Abraxas began to draw closer. All right, I understand," Abraxas conceded, believing that if Riddle truly wished to play, he would not have apologized. "Be honest," he nudged Riddle with his shoulder. Noticing several onlookers glancing their way, Abraxas leaned in closer to Riddle's ear, whispering, "Tommy, what would you like to play?" After speaking, Abraxas resumed his serious demeanor, eager to tease Riddle further. Riddle found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, momentarily frozen. A plethora of words flashed through his mind, yet none seemed fitting. He did not wish to engage in any game. Coming back to his senses, he observed Abraxas smiling as he paused ahead, waiting for him. Riddle understood that Abraxas was merely jesting. "Abraxas!" Riddle hastened to catch up, calling out with mock melancholy. "What is it?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, maintaining a nonchalant expression. "Nothing," Riddle replied, feeling somewhat thwarted but at a loss for words. "Ha ha ha." Abraxas couldn't suppress his laughter any longer. "Let us discuss something of substance," Riddle suggested, wishing to shift the topic. Upon hearing this, Abraxas laughed even harder, finding it amusing that Riddle was the one to initiate a serious discussion. He waved his hand, encouraging Riddle to continue speaking. "Forget it. You may continue laughing." Riddle gazed at Abraxas with feigned sorrow. Abraxas laughed even more heartily, striving to take deep breaths to regain composure, gesturing for Riddle to draw nearer. Abraxas placed his arm around Riddle's shoulder, allowing Riddle to guide him as he struggled to contain his laughter. Riddle dutifully allowed Abraxas to lean against him as they strolled onward, capturing the astonished gazes of many along the way. Abraxas had already regained his composure prior to reaching the classroom, yet he felt somewhat fatigued from smiling and genuinely wished for Riddle to administer some healing. Once they found suitable seats in the potions classroom and settled down, Abraxas playfully nudged Riddle's thigh with his leg, indicating a desire for treatment. Taking Riddle's hand, Abraxas carefully shielded it from prying eyes, resting it upon his abdomen. Riddle understood immediately and promptly cast a healing spell. Afterward, he casually caressed Abraxas a few times as a form of compensation. Chapter 134. Riddle's absurd command. After receiving his due, Riddle was cautioned, having merely engaged in light touches on Abraxas's leg during the theoretical lesson, which he managed to navigate without further incident. Once class concluded, Riddle leisurely walked out of the classroom alongside Abraxas, only to be intercepted by two groups of individuals. Exchanging knowing glances, Riddle and Abraxas discerned that these people were intent on having a conversation with them. Abraxas nudged Riddle with his elbow, urging him to handle the situation. Reluctantly, Riddle approached Mulciber for a brief exchange, and the group retreated to a corner of the corridor. Meanwhile, Abraxas engaged in conversation with a few purebloods, agreeing to a meeting. Before long, Abraxas concluded his discussion and noticed Riddle returning alone. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Riddle appeared to be in high spirits, which seemed improbable. "Did you reach an agreement?" Abraxas scrutinized Riddle's expression. "Well, we talked," Riddle replied, contemplating how to craft a plausible excuse. The curly-haired fellow became somewhat bothersome, and then they began discussing matters of allegiance. Riddle claimed he would consider it, but then the curly-haired one launched into a tirade. Under Abraxas's gaze, Riddle found himself compelled to confess. "What is their current stance?" Abraxas inquired, having pieced together the situation. Mulciber had likely begun to pledge loyalty, employing a plethora of flattering terms, only to encounter Riddle, who obstructed his exit, an unmistakable provocation. "What spell did you employ?" Abraxas asked, exasperated, though Riddle's expression radiated admiration. As if to say, "Abraxas, you are so astute," he felt it necessary to probe further to assess if any cleanup was required. "The Levi Corpus and the Cruciatus Curses," Riddle answered with a smile, raising an eyebrow at Abraxas, indicating his reliability. Riddle understood that while he did not utilize a wand, The effects of the Cruciatus curse could still be detected within their bodies. Very well, Abraxas said, making his way towards the Great Hall. And what of you, Abraxas? How did your discussions fare? Riddle cheerfully accompanied Abraxas toward the hall. On Thursday, some individuals were indeed impatient. Wolbega conveyed requests for meetings from various parties. Abraxas contemplated what topics would arise during their afternoon rendezvous. Lestrange harbored some ulterior motives, yet they were included nonetheless. Abraxas recognized his subtle intentions. Observing Riddle's expression, he noted a perplexity. Tommy, do you not recognize them? Abraxas surmised that Riddle could comprehend, and that expression suggested otherwise. Indeed, Riddle acknowledged with a cheeky grin. Wolbega hails from the Black family. Abraxas elaborated, glancing at Riddle. The tall, slender girl, typically surrounded by several other girls, wearing a perpetual air of superiority. Abraxas endeavored to clarify. Understood, Riddle acknowledged, recalling the numerous classes where he had witnessed clusters of girls congregating. Lestrange is one of those who frequently gathers with her entourage. Abraxas concluded, realizing that mentioning the family name yielded little insight. Oh, the one who appears somewhat disingenuous? Riddle seemed to have deduced the identity. Tommy, how did you arrive at the term disingenuous? Abraxas expressed curiosity about this choice of words. It's simply that this individual seems rather frail, possessing a modicum of intellect, yet lacking depth, exuding a somewhat sinister aura, albeit not excessively so. Riddle felt that the descriptors devious and cunning were too flattering for such a character. Thus, he opted for disingenuous, suggesting that the person harbored some ulterior motives. Riddle stroked his chin, arriving at a conclusion. Precisely, Abraxas marveled at Riddle's insight. Although Riddle was not fond of social interactions, he possessed an uncanny ability to discern the essence of individuals. Lestrange epitomized selfishness coupled with indecisiveness, as Riddle aptly put it. She was indeed more prone to petty tricks than true cunning. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the Great Hall. Abraxas had grown accustomed to Riddle's daily culinary selections. He began indulging in tomato pasta, feigning ignorance to Riddle's pizza consumption. Abraxas also pretended not to notice the gazes of others. To borrow Riddle's words, let others order as they please. The previous evening, during dinner, both he and Riddle had been scrutinized by Headmaster Dippet and various professors. Abraxas observed that their table boasted a few dishes, albeit in scant portions, prompting him to quietly inquire of Riddle. Riddle explained that the house elf assigned to Slytherin had completed its tasks ahead of schedule, ensuring that 2 house elves were always available to fulfill their designated duties. Riddle asserted that, due to his lineage, the Slytherin elf was obligated to accommodate his requests. Dippet and the professors merely basked in the reflected glory, as the Slytherin elf had prepared extra portions for the faculty table. The professors ordering requests within Hogwarts' menu would be fulfilled, but it did not guarantee that their selections would be similarly satisfied. House elves exhibited a certain cunning. Operating under the established rules, the house elves adhered to Hogwarts' regulations, wherein the headmaster, professors, and students were considered the masters, though not absolute ones. At times, if house elves deemed commands unreasonable, they would refuse to comply, citing their own duties as justification, often apologizing while punishing themselves in the process. Abraxas gained further clarity on the absurd commands such as procuring baguettes from France, purchasing sausage pizzas from Italy, or fishing for seafood would undoubtedly be rejected by Hogwarts' house elves were they not issued by Riddle. After finishing his pasta, Abraxas relished a plate of steak that Riddle had prepared for him. Observing the steak's perfect brown crust, he surmised that it had been cooked with great care, perhaps involving additional steps in its preparation. Since Riddle had begun articulating his preferences, these seemingly identical dishes had been crafted with meticulous attention. After finishing lunch, Abraxas watched Riddle eat, ultimately witnessing him consume an entire pizza, an ample amount of juice, 3 pieces of steak, and several desserts. It appears young Tommy's appetite is quite normal today, Abraxas remarked, having arranged to meet with others at 1:30. Thus, he and Riddle made their way toward the common room. I will be meeting with them shortly, Abraxas stated while observing Riddle's expression. Riddle seemed poised to express something, but ultimately chose silence as they walked in quietude. Abraxas could tell by this demeanor that Riddle had once again fallen into a mood of discontent. Abraxas hastily returned to the dormitory with Riddle, and upon entering, Chapter 135, Riddle's sleeping face unfolded. As Abraxas closed the door, he turned and embraced Riddle, gently coaxing him. Let us remove your outer robe and share a moment on the bed, shall we? He murmured, soothingly caressing Riddle's back. All right, Riddle replied, as he routinely helped Abraxas disrobe. Once they lay on the bed, Riddle nestled against Abraxas's neck, inhaling deeply the familiar scent that enveloped them both, which lifted his spirits. Sensing Riddle breathing in his fragrance, Abraxas softly encouraged him. Would you like to sleep for a while, Tommy? Riddle lifted his head, looking at Abraxas with a hint of confusion. I'll return once you awaken, Abraxas assured, placing a tender kiss on Riddle's forehead. Setting aside the notion of sleep, Riddle leaned closer to Abraxas and began to kiss him. After their kiss, Riddle comfortably settled back on the bed, cradling Abraxas in his arms. Let us take a little nap, Tommy, he suggested. Abraxas genuinely wished to press his forehead against Riddle's to help him relax. The research was already challenging, and with the time constraints he imposed yesterday, didn't Riddle feel exhausted? Abraxas perceived that Riddle was overexerting himself, even with his brilliance and ideas. Conjuring a spell from nothing within such a short span of time, while compressing research hours, was an arduous task that Abraxas could hardly fathom. I don't want to sleep, Riddle lazily replied. In truth, Riddle had already overexerted himself the previous day, but he possessed the ability to self-regulate. The physiological exhaustion and metabolic imbalance of his brain were manageable for him, as he could adjust accordingly. It was only during class that he had contemplated a challenging problem, and upon being prompted to treat himself, he realized he was slightly mentally fatigued. My dear, please rest for a while, Abraxas gently coaxed, continuously stroking Riddle's chest. All right, I will sleep in your embrace. Riddle, having resolved all his concerns during potions class, felt ready to rest, and he wished to experience the comfort of sleeping in Abraxas's arms. Very well, Abraxas replied with a soft chuckle. They turned onto their sides, Riddle dragging the pillow down, burying his head in Abraxas's embrace, refraining from holding him tightly since Abraxas would need to leave shortly. Abraxas tenderly stroked the ends of Riddle's hair, wrapping his arms around him and caressing him gently. Riddle inhaled the familiar scent in Abraxas's arms, comforted by his touch, and soon succumbed to slumber. Abraxas noticed Riddle's breathing had steadied, and he leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon him. However, after returning to the dormitory, even in bed, Riddle's unusually compliant demeanor raised some concern for Abraxas. He realized that if he hadn't noticed, Riddle might not have recognized his own fatigue. As he gazed at the sleeping Tommy nestled against him, a pang of sympathy welled within Abraxas. Riddle typically shunned deep contemplation and disdained labor. Yet he was exceedingly diligent regarding himself. With a Saturday meeting to discuss the commercial development of parchment at the manor, Riddle aimed to resolve his research by Thursday and present his improved findings on Friday. It was he who urged Riddle to consolidate his followers. And even the timing of their rituals had been influenced by his own factors, resulting in a cascade of tasks piling up. Now, seeing Riddle in such a state of exhaustion without a single complaint, Abraxas felt burdened upon hearing his schedule. Tommy, however, had been unusually patient, meticulously organizing his time and managing each task. Reflecting upon these matters revealed how they were all interconnected with him. With a sigh, Abraxas felt a twinge in his heart. One only invests deeply in things they cherish. Thus, attitude is the answer. Tommy truly adored him, maintaining an unwavering emotional stability, with Abraxas always being his utmost priority. Abraxas looked down at Riddle, his eyes filled with affection, although he had initially been swept away in the moment. Choosing to be together before observing Riddle's mannerisms, an undeniably flawed decision, it ultimately resonated with him that he had never chosen incorrectly. Perhaps it was the clarity brought forth by love that made the distinction so apparent. Tommy had consistently demonstrated his adoration, prompting Abraxas to affectionately tuck back a lock of Riddle's dark hair, gazing intently at his sleeping visage, admiring his features. Abraxas lingered beside Riddle for about 10 minutes before glancing at the time, preparing to depart. As he cautiously sat up, he sensed something amiss. Riddle opened his eyes. A wave of unease washed over Abraxas as he swiftly covered Riddle's eyes with his hand. Tommy, sleep a little longer. Abraxas' voice was imbued with tenderness. Though Riddle had just awakened, he remained undisturbed, quietly accepting the gesture. When Abraxas removed his hand, he found Riddle still awake, his eyes sparkling with vitality, showing no signs of drowsiness. In fact, Riddle appeared more alert than one would expect after waking. Abraxas felt a rush of anxiety, thinking, this is not good. Riddle smiled and wrapped his arms around Abraxas' waist, playfully nudging him. Where are you off to? Riddle was already quite lively. He had merely constructed the entire magical framework in potions class, and though he had overworked his mind, his exceptional constitution allowed him to recover swiftly after a brief self-care moment. Tommy, it's almost time, Abraxas lamented, reminiscing about Riddle's previously tranquil demeanor. Just moments ago, he had accepted his impending departure without protest, lying there so carefully, and now Riddle lazily stretched, resting his head upon Abraxas' lap, tilting his head to tug at his shirt. Abraxas, momentarily distracted, found himself helplessly rubbing his forehead. He had indeed lost focus. Deliberately turning his gaze away from Riddle's face, he couldn't help but admire Riddle's long legs, becoming lost in appreciation and momentarily forgetting his current predicament. Taking a deep breath, he looked down to find Riddle's alluring visage directed at him, beaming with a radiant smile, his beautiful eyes sparkling with affection. Abraxas, already soft-hearted towards that face, felt irresistibly drawn to the love reflected in Riddle's gaze. In this shared moment, time seemed to stretch, and the world around them fell silent. Riddle noticed the awe in Abraxas's eyes, sensing his resolve beginning to wane. With a soft chuckle, Riddle subtly adjusted his position, then reached out to pull Abraxas onto the bed. With a smile, he pinned Abraxas beneath him, propping himself up while tenderly caressing the side of Abraxas's face, laughing freely before leaning down to indulge in the moment. The sound of water flowing began to fill the dormitory, and Abraxas helplessly gripped the sheets, their fingers intertwining. Abraxas clasped Riddle's hand tightly, pulling at the shirt around his waist, tilting his head back in surrender to the unfolding entanglement. Chapter 136. Riddle, merely acting as usual. Riddle quietly leaned against the headboard, observing Abraxas as he adjusted his tie and tidied his shirt in front of the mirror. Abraxas turned around after finishing his task and noticed Riddle's somewhat despondent expression. It was clear that Riddle had squandered the time. Yet he found himself feeling an unexpected pang of sympathy. Although he suspected that Riddle was likely feigning his demeanor, Abraxas leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on him, only to be playfully restrained by Riddle's grip on his tie. Abraxas looked at Riddle, caught between amusement and exasperation. He should have been angry. Yet his affection for that face, for him, eclipsed any irritation. Abraxas gazed at Riddle, watching as his expression shifted from smugness to innocence, his eyes fluttering as he released the tie and began to tousle his own golden hair. With a sigh, Abraxas observed Riddle's antics. Upon hearing Abraxas' sigh, Riddle reluctantly withdrew his hand, acknowledging the need to tidy up. Very well, Abraxas replied with a light chuckle, as he had intended to do so anyway. Noticing Riddle's lingering discontent at the prospect of parting, he leaned down to kiss him once more. I shall return in half an hour, so be a good boy and wait for me, Abraxas tenderly admonished. I love you, Tommy. He bestowed another kiss upon Riddle's cheek before turning to leave the bedside. Donned in his outer robe and with his hair tied neatly, Abraxas glanced back at Riddle before exiting, only to find him adorably leaning against the headboard, his eyes cast down in a display of mock sorrow. Abraxas sighed inwardly, approached him once more, and pressed a kiss to his lips before finally summoning the resolve to depart the dormitory. Once Abraxas had left, Riddle dropped the pretense, feeling a bit deflated as he rolled about on the bed. After some time, he decided to rise and finish his tasks, musing to himself that once completed, he could return to sit beside Abraxas and watch him handle matters. Due to Riddle's antics, Abraxas ended up leaving later than planned. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, walking at his usual pace. After all, they were the ones seeking his favor, and a slight delay was inconsequential. Furthermore, it was Tommy who had hindered his departure. So if anyone felt he was tardy, they could certainly take it up with Riddle. At the designated location, a classroom that was remarkably clean and orderly, Lucius and several others awaited in silence. This time, unlike their previous meeting, they had prepared for Abraxas's impending arrival. A long table occupied the center of the room, surrounded by chairs where several individuals had already taken their seats, leaving the head of the table vacant. Lucius signaled her sister to remain quiet, though internally anxious. She showed no outward signs of distress, reassured by Abraxas's promise to come. Lucius pondered whether it might be prudent to assert their position and establish their authority. She glanced at the others in attendance, Flint, Sophia, Lestrange, and her sister. Indeed, they were all purebloods who needed to be kept in check. Although it seemed they had all accepted the reality of their situation, it was quite natural for Lestrange not to be in a hurry. Lucius noted Flint's calm demeanor and wondered if he had received a nudge from Sophia. It appeared that everyone had been instructed by their families to engage with Riddle, with the clear first step being to win Abraxas's favor. Initially, they had been unable to approach Riddle, and in their frustration, had resorted to contacting Jersey, who had explicitly informed them that Riddle had delegated authority to Abraxas. With a heart full of scheming, Jersey had offered to introduce them to Abraxas. Lucius and the others were infuriated, ultimately deciding to have a collective discussion, as they were all purebloods and surely knew one another. Although they frequently encountered Abraxas at family gatherings, they had never developed a close relationship with him, as becoming friends with the Malfoy family was no simple task. Abraxas, as the sole heir of the immensely powerful Malfoy lineage, was the focal point of gatherings, and everyone envied his esteemed status, which had only grown more pronounced. Lucius felt a pang of bitterness. Riddle was evidently entwined with the Malfoy family, which would soon occupy a position of unparalleled prestige, while Goyle and Crabbe, who constantly accompanied Abraxas, might not achieve high status, they would undoubtedly have their place. But what about the others present? Lucius dismissed further thoughts, recognizing that the priority was to secure a position on this grand vessel. At that moment, Abraxas pushed open the classroom door, His tall figure appeared in the doorway, sunlight streaming in with his entrance, prompting everyone to rise in welcome. Abraxas approached the head of the long table, elegantly seated himself, and surveyed the group with an air of superiority, signaling them to commence. Soon after, he returned to the dormitory, glancing at the time. It had barely been half an hour. With a smile, Abraxas opened the door, finding Riddle obediently lying on the bed, gazing at him just as he had before leaving. Abraxas's heart melted. He quickly shed his outer robe, removed his tie, and approached the bed. Kneeling beside Riddle, he held him gently, admiring his beloved Tommy. Riddle looked at Abraxas with a playful glimmer in his eyes, reaching out to tug at his collar. Abraxas cherished the sight of him, grinning as he cradled Riddle's face and leaned in for an ardent kiss. The position shifted rapidly, with Riddle finding himself atop Abraxas. Abraxas embraced the nape of Riddle's neck, surrendering to the softness of their kiss. With a class looming ahead, they kept their affections in check, relishing the intimacy of their shared moments. Abraxas felt the need to pause, tilting his head away to catch his breath. "No more kissing," he gasped, nuzzling Riddle's cheek. "Very well," Riddle acquiesced, planting a soft kiss on Abraxas's lips in agreement. He observed Abraxas's current state, his eyes half closed, filled with trust and affection, while his lips parted slightly as he breathed beneath Riddle. After taking a deep breath, Riddle nestled into the crook of Abraxas's neck, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him. He felt Abraxas tightly entwined around him, their legs intertwined. Riddle held Abraxas closer, who reciprocated the embrace. Listening to the soft sounds of breath near his ear, Riddle playfully nudged Abraxas's pale neck, feeling a delightful itch in his heart and a playful urge to bite. Chapter 137, Riddle's Joyful Prank. On Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Riddle and Abraxas exited their room, entering the corridor. Abraxas, impeccably dressed, maintained a composed demeanor as he spoke with Riddle about the requests from the purebloods, which had not reached a consensus. Walking side by side, Riddle appeared to be attentively engaged, yet he was preoccupied, his eyes roaming over Abraxas, observing the elegant posture and the straightness of his back. Riddle was reminded of the sensation of running his fingers along Abraxas's spine, and he noted how slender Abraxas's waist was, finding comfort in the thought of holding him, while his legs appeared both long and delicate. Abraxas caught Riddle's gaze and noticed the lingering hint of aggression in his eyes, mentally scolding him. He began to pose questions to Riddle, who responded effortlessly, raising an eyebrow in triumphant delight. Abraxas squinted at Riddle, who, despite his usual lack of intellectual engagement, seemed unusually astute at this moment. He certainly was not contemplating anything benevolent. "Tommy Abraxas," he called out with a smile, invoking Riddle's name. "What is it, Ub?" Riddle responded with an ingratiating grin upon hearing his name. "Tommy, you possess the ability to multitask," Abraxas stated with a hint of certainty. "Indeed, Ub, you are remarkably clever." Riddle nodded in agreement, showering praise upon the astute Abraxas. "So you truly were considering something," Abraxas began but paused mid-sentence. Riddle merely smiled silently, offering Abraxas a knowing glance. Although Abraxas felt a surge of irritation, he found it difficult to harbor any anger towards Riddle's antics, having grown accustomed to such behavior. Abraxas reassured himself that Riddle had not neglected his responsibilities. Riddle, grinning, inched closer to Abraxas, clinging to him affectionately. Abraxas chuckled, playfully pushing Riddle away, remarking on his clinginess. Before long, they arrived at the Slytherin common room, where Avery and Knott, now first-year prefects, had been waiting eagerly and approached Riddle directly. Avery and Knott had been courted by several purebloods, hoping to persuade them to join their loose alliance and subsequently engage with Abraxas. Although Avery was not particularly astute, he had been privately advised by Knott, who he believed to be more intelligent, prompting him to directly confront the head boy. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, creating some space beside Riddle as he observed the unfolding interaction. As class time approached, Riddle exchanged only a few brief words with them before he and Abraxas made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. "You seem unusually amiable today," Abraxas remarked, somewhat surprised. The treatment of Mulciber was starkly different from that of Avery and Knott. "Well, I'm in a good mood," Riddle replied, a smile gracing his lips. After a brief nap in Abraxas's embrace and completing his tasks, Riddle had enjoyed enough time with Abraxas. Thoughts of the evening's banquet danced in his mind, and he felt jubilant. Riddle found himself unable to look away from Abraxas, his gaze lingering. Noticing Riddle's silence, Abraxas turned to meet his eyes. The intensity of Riddle's gaze, which seemed to suggest an insatiable desire, sent a shiver down Abraxas's spine. "Rein it in," he sighed softly after taking a deep breath. "All right," Riddle replied, narrowing his eyes to temper his gaze. The two entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, where the practical lesson created a lively atmosphere. Professor Melissa called students forward one by one to practice according to the roster, as it was not yet their turn. Abraxas took the initiative to grasp Riddle's hand as they sat with their legs touching. Riddle shifted to hold Abraxas's hand with his other hand, which then rested upon Abraxas's thigh. Abraxas felt Riddle's palm enveloping his knee, repeatedly caressing it, experimenting with the boundaries of their playful interaction. Initially, Abraxas had intended to reprimand Riddle if he dared to touch the inner thigh or persistently caress his leg, yet the current situation delicately straddled the line, leaving him resigned to letting Tommy indulge. Soon, the lesson concluded without incident, and Abraxas relaxed his guard as he and Riddle exited the classroom together, heading towards the herbology greenhouse. Riddle's mind began to concoct mischief. Although the break was only 15 minutes, he felt he could carve out 5 minutes for himself. As the crowd began to disperse, Riddle maneuvered Abraxas into a secluded corridor. Abraxas, sensing the shift, chuckled and attempted to evade, but found himself outmaneuvered by Riddle's agility. "Let me go," Abraxas playfully chided as Riddle embraced him. "Ha ha ha, I refuse to release you," Riddle laughed, spinning Abraxas around in his arms. Riddle affectionately nuzzled Abraxas's cheek before locking his gaze onto him. Abraxas, feeling the weight of Riddle's intense stare, instinctively leaned in to plant a soft kiss on Riddle's lips. "Please, let me go. We have class soon," Abraxas gently coaxed. "All right," Riddle replied with a smile, but after releasing Abraxas, he lifted him once more, gazing up at the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden glow upon Abraxas. Riddle was captivated by the sight, mesmerized by how the sunlight seemed to illuminate Abraxas, making him appear almost ethereal. In the deserted corridor during their break, the two embraced under the sun, a sensation that felt utterly sublime. Once Abraxas was set down, he bore no resentment. He smiled as he wrapped his arm around Riddle's waist, tilting his head to place a gentle kiss on Riddle's cheek. Abraxas could sense Riddle's earlier exuberance, his playful mischief, joy, and ultimately the love reflected in his eyes. Abraxas found it impossible to be angry. He possessed boundless patience for his Tommy, and their embrace had been perfectly measured. "Let us go," Abraxas said with a smile, pulling Riddle along. "Okay." Riddle nuzzled against Abraxas before standing upright to walk beside him. Just as they approached a corner, Abraxas reluctantly withdrew his hand. They paused, and Riddle adjusted Abraxas's outer robe. Gazing at him with admiration, Abraxas playfully tugged at Riddle's tie, straightening his collar, and they took turns tidying each other's attire. Afterward, they strolled out of the corridor, feigning nonchalance as they made their way to the greenhouse. Chapter 138, The Romantic Routine of Riddle and Abraxas. They arrived at the greenhouse punctually, seamlessly transitioning into class. During herbology, Professor Herbert Beasley specifically called upon Riddle to answer questions, which he did with ease. After the class concluded, Riddle and Abraxas partnered up for the practical session, earning additional points for Slytherin. Riddle expertly shielded Abraxas, who noted with satisfaction that he had managed to keep his robes completely clean this time. Abraxas stood aside, chuckling as he watched Riddle engage in a swift exchange with Professor Beasley, their dialogue flowing effortlessly. Professor Beasley smiled as he bid them farewell, secretly marveling at the enchanting power of love. He found himself wishing to attend Riddle and Abraxas's wedding. "Why all the questions?" Abraxas inquired, somewhat puzzled. Riddle had discussed various aspects of potion cultivation with Professor Beasley, seeking advice on roses and the cultivation of various fruits. "Tommy, are you really planning to plant them?" Abraxas suspected Riddle had no intention of ingratiating himself with Professor Beasley, prompting his question. Indeed, Riddle confirmed with a smile directed at Abraxas. "If you're planting roses for me, then why the fruits?" Abraxas queried with curiosity. Why don't you ask me why I want to cultivate potions?" Riddle countered playfully. Riddle winked at Abraxas. "Perhaps as a gesture meant for me." Once Abraxas finished speaking, he averted his gaze. He understood that Riddle was not inclined to engage in any task. Thus the potion must be intended for himself, and the fruits were cultivated for his own benefit as well. "Indeed, ha ha ha." Riddle laughed with great delight. He planned to create a seamless stretching space next week to cultivate some potions he would utilize alongside growing roses and fruits. On one hand, he was prepared for the awakening of his agricultural genes. On the other, he sought a hobby for himself, lest he become overly dependent on Abraxas. Gardening was, in fact, quite fascinating. Riddle explained to Abraxas with a smile. "Interesting. Have you ever planted anything before?" Abraxas inquired, well aware that Riddle previously had little desire to do anything. "No. But now I want to plant. I can't cling to you too much. I need to find a hobby to give you some space." Riddle spoke the truth. "You can cling," Abraxas said earnestly, gazing at Riddle. In truth, Abraxas believed that any activity could be shared with Riddle. Whether they worked together or simply occupied the same space, Riddle would never let him feel unhappy. Yet, Abraxas understood that Riddle sought these pursuits to cultivate his own comfort. Fearing the encroachment of his space might render him uneasy, he was considering the long term. Abraxas comprehended that Riddle's attachment stemmed from a sense of boredom with everything else, with Abraxas being the sole exception. Now that they were together, little Tommy had begun to exhibit a bit more vitality, which brought Abraxas a sense of solace. Although Riddle possessed an inherently formidable nature, his discomfort would only inflict suffering upon the world. The world, however, could hardly withstand his turmoil, leading Abraxas to feel as though he had saved it. Clearing his throat, Abraxas proposed, "We could find new hobbies together." He was not keen on playing in the dirt with Riddle, but they could engage in other forms of entertainment. "We could take walks, ride horses, hunt, or ski," Abraxas suggested with a smile. "What do you think? Is there anything you like?" he asked gently. "I like them all," Riddle replied, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his face. Abraxas understood, and his willingness to accompany him brought a warm glow to his heart. "Perhaps you could learn to play an instrument, and we could perform together. If you don't wish to learn, then simply listen to me play," Abraxas continued. "All right," Riddle said, his gaze filled with an uncontrollable affection as he fixed his eyes upon Abraxas. The warmth of Riddle's gaze caused Abraxas's ears to flush. He loved him dearly. Although he was somewhat shy about suggesting this idea, he cherished the notion of sharing such moments with Riddle. "Let us paint together," Abraxas shyly shifted the topic. He knew that whatever he proposed, Riddle would agree, for his greatest joy lay in their togetherness. "All right," Riddle laughed in agreement. "Let us go camping to stargaze when we have the time," Riddle suggested with a smile. "Sounds good," Abraxas replied. His gaze averted as he felt a desire to hold hands. The two arrived at the hall, where the gathering was set to commence at 7 p.m. Though the hour was still early, they prepared to indulge in some food. As Abraxas sat down, a series of French dishes materialized before him. With a resigned glance at Riddle, he noted the absence of wine or champagne, though the evening would indeed feature a banquet. Deciding to proceed, he began with the starter salad, followed by a delightful French onion soup. Upon tasting it, Abraxas looked at Riddle in astonishment. It was truly made from home-raised house elves, and the beef broth had been simmered for at least 6 to 8 hours. After finishing, he chose a red wine-braised oxtail to savor slowly. Inwardly, he mused that the oxtail was exquisitely prepared with the broth. Riddle's freshly baked baguette was delightful as well, making for a splendid meal. "Tommy, is this all there is for tonight's banquet?" Abraxas inquired as he finished his dessert, a Napoleon pastry, and engaged in casual conversation with Riddle. "No." The headmaster merely asked the house elves for recommendations on French cuisine, Riddle replied, pausing his cutlery. He was nearing the end of his meal. Having skillfully showcased the dishes on the table, he had specifically instructed the house elves to use less red wine, as he found the oxtail truly delicious. "The broth was prepared for us. They probably aimed for a simplified version of red wine-braised beef," Riddle remarked with a mischievous raise of his eyebrows. "However, it won't be a simplified version by the time we eat it." Riddle recalled that red wine should not be overly abundant, contemplating how to eliminate its acidity, and he believed Abraxas deserved better wine. When I have the time, I'll research winemaking and perfect the spell to craft exquisite wine for you," Riddle promised. Abraxas, observing Riddle's earnest demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, reaching out to touch his thigh with a smile. "I look forward to it." Chapter 139, Abraxas's Insights on Nurturing. Abraxas expressed his anticipation primarily because, even if Riddle developed a hobby, there was always room for more activities. Riddle's energy was boundless. Engaging in various pursuits would divert his attention and spare himself from further turmoil. Abraxas, feeling a tad bored, playfully nudged Riddle's leg, watching him clear the table of dishes before indulging in desserts. After enjoying 2 Napoleon pastries akin to his own, he relished in ice cream, only to find a soufflé appearing before him. Riddle noticed Abraxas's gaze lingering on the dessert and silently inquired if he desired to share. Although Abraxas was not particularly inclined towards the soufflé, he craved a few bites of ice cream, so he scooped 2 spoonfuls from Riddle's untouched bowl onto his own plate. Riddle, in turn, took the remaining ice cream and soufflé to enjoy together. After finishing their dinner, they strolled side by side out of the hall, where Riddle initiated conversation. "It's grape harvest season. I had the house elves deliver some to the dormitory. I'll peel some for you shortly." "All right," Abraxas replied, glancing at Riddle, appreciating his thoughtfulness. At home, he was always presented with fruit platters by house elves, and he indeed consumed far less at Hogwarts. Just have the house elves handle it, Abraxas thought, feeling reluctant to impose such tasks on Riddle. "All right, but I can do it quickly with a spell. You know my skills." Riddle insisted it was no trouble at all, believing he could do it better and that sharing the meal with Abraxas would enhance its flavor. Fine, thank you, my most considerate Tommy," Abraxas said, squinting as he contemplated whether there were any ulterior motives. He pondered the possibility that he simply hadn't realized it yet, so he decided not to dwell on it further. As Abraxas finally settled onto the sofa, legs crossed, indulging in the grapes that Riddle had placed on a crystal dish, He couldn't shake the feeling that Riddle was far too earnest. Something felt amiss. After finishing another grape, Abraxas pondered while holding a silver fork. Should we try a different type of grape? Riddle, using the levitation charm, placed 2 translucent grape halves onto the dish. Yes, please. As Abraxas concluded his remarks, he beheld Riddle skillfully utilizing a spell to separate the flesh from the grapes. Indeed, the incantation was executed with remarkable finesse, as the grapes levitated in midair. Their skins peeled and seeds extracted. Abraxas leaned back against the chair, indulging in several morsels of fruit, squinting in delight as he savored the delectable taste. Riddle, with a cheerful demeanor, continued to feed Abraxas while occasionally partaking himself. Would you care for some red tea, or perhaps try some pear slices infused in water? Riddle inquired, secretly contemplating the notion of mulled wine. However, with an impending banquet on the horizon, he resolved it prudent to delve deeper into the intricacies of spell work, seizing the opportunity to create some exquisite wine from the seasonal grapes. Moreover, he mused that if all beverages could have their alcohol content and flavors adjusted, champagne might very well resemble soda in taste. Let us opt for the pear, Abraxas mused, considering that the grape's fruity essence might not harmonize well with red tea. Abraxas sensed that Riddle harbored no ill intentions. After Riddle prepared the pear slices, Abraxas sought comfort by resting on his lap, a pillow cradled beneath his head. Are you truly going to eat while reclined? Riddle teased, gently brushing his fingers against Abraxas's cheek. Yes, and once I finish, you shall read me those documents. Abraxas commanded with an air of playful authority towards Tommy. Ha ha, very well, Riddle chuckled, affectionately stroking Abraxas's golden locks. As Riddle tended to the grapes, the two engaged in light-hearted banter. Soon, Abraxas paused his snacking, sipped some water, and deemed the pear infusion quite palatable, contemplating its regular consumption in the future. After quenching his thirst, Abraxas languidly reclined against Riddle's legs, listening as Riddle read aloud documents while they calculated profits and devised future strategies. Their conversation drifted to enhancements for parchment and strategies for negotiating with his father. Amidst their laughter, Riddle unveiled a plethora of mischievous ideas, leaving Abraxas in fits of giggles. With a playful embrace, Abraxas nestled against Riddle's waist, relishing the blissful moment. As evening arrived, the pair donned their attire, though not extravagantly formal. Both were elegantly clad in suits. Riddle's gaze fixated upon Abraxas, whose tailored black suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt, accentuated his slender waist and poised stature, all while his golden hair cascaded gracefully. Abraxas, in turn, admired Riddle's ensemble, a sleek black suit paired with a matching shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing his elongated neck. The contrast of black and white further highlighted his fair complexion. Sighing, Abraxas observed Riddle, and their eyes locked, though Abraxas soon faltered. Stop staring, he admonished, raising a hand to his forehead. He contemplated suggesting Riddle change his attire, but noticing Riddle's gaze upon himself, he pondered whether they both ought to change. Spotting an empty corridor, Riddle seized Abraxas in his arms, nuzzling his cheek against him, inhaling deeply at his neck, consumed by a desire to kiss, to nibble, to play with the silken strands of platinum hair. Abraxas felt a surge of helplessness. How could he navigate this? He turned his head and planted a small kiss on Riddle's lips. We must attend the banquet, Abraxas noted, feeling Riddle's embrace tighten, his warm breath brushing against his neck. Abraxas, slightly flushed, took a deep breath and attempted to soothe him. When we return tonight, I shan't change, and you may come over directly. Upon hearing this, Riddle released his hold, creating space between them, their noses almost touching as they gazed into each other's eyes. Under Riddle's piercing gaze, Abraxas feigned calmness, slowly articulating, when we return to the dormitory, you may simply come through the vanishing cabinet. As he diverted his gaze, he needn't look to know the expression that would adorn Riddle's face. Riddle erupted into laughter, exuberant and infectious, his excitement palpable. Very well, ha ha ha, he replied, clearing his throat in a playful manner. Abraxas lowered his eyes to adjust Riddle's cravat, and they both composed themselves, with Riddle encircling Abraxas's waist as they coaxed the reluctant Tommy to move along. Their playful tussle led them to the lounge, where Riddle assumed a more serious demeanor upon entering, his expression transformed into one of noble composure. Abraxas mirrored this refined elegance, and together they strode past the lounge, heading towards Professor Slughorn's office. Their entrance drew the attention of all present, igniting a flurry of whispered admiration as they departed. Chapter 140, The Slug Club Banquet. Professor Slughorn's office had been transformed into an intimate salon. While it lacked the opulence of Riddle Manor or Malfoy Manor, its decor was nonetheless charming. The walls adorned with embellishments, a long table graced with floral arrangements, flickering candles illuminating the ambience, and an array of exquisite hors d'oeuvres were elegantly displayed alongside an assortment of drinks and fine wines. The aroma of delectable food permeated the air, while ambient fragrances enhanced the luxurious atmosphere. The majority of guests had already arrived, with Professor Slughorn animatedly engaging in conversation with the students. Just then, Riddle and Abraxas made their entrance, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Many gazes lit up at the sight of their arrival, some drawn by their status, others by the sheer brilliance of their presence. The noble, aloof yet indifferent Riddle, coupled with the elegantly composed and breathtakingly beautiful Abraxas, rendered everything else in the vicinity utterly insignificant. The visual impact of their union was truly breathtaking, evoking an urge to exclaim with delight. Professor Slughorn promptly approached them, extending a warm welcome. He relished in the opportunity to pat students on the shoulder, though this time he maintained decorum, raising his glass as he conversed with Abraxas. One by one, others joined the conversation, and Abraxas navigated the exchanges with ease, exuding the effortless charm characteristic of the elite. In contrast, Riddle remained largely silent, his demeanor excessively haughty, offering only nods in response to the enthusiastic greetings directed towards him, observing as others reveled in their displays. Though Riddle appeared somewhat detached, he occasionally interjected at pivotal moments, igniting more fervent discussions among the guests. In truth, Riddle's mind was preoccupied with Abraxas. He could sense each of Abraxas' thoughts, subtle nuances others failed to perceive. At times, he detected a hint of disdain in Abraxas' gaze, occasionally illuminated by a perfect smile that, to Riddle, held a mischievous undertone. Riddle admired Abraxas' ability to deftly steer the conversation, attempting to decipher the thoughts behind the curve of his lips. After the initial pleasantries, Professor Slughorn guided everyone to take their seats, and Riddle, having endured the wait, finally settled down, surveying the arrangement of the table. The professor and the two of them occupied opposite ends of the long table, flanked by seniors on either side, leaving two positions vacant. A senior student, with whom they had just conversed, approached to take a seat, pulling out a chair for the third position. However, he felt uncomfortably close to the person beside him. Riddle had grown accustomed to sharing a table exclusively with Abraxas, disliking the idea of sharing his space with anyone else. The magic within Riddle began to surge, though it remained contained. It had already started to exude an oppressive aura. Abraxas noticed and turned his head towards Riddle. Although Riddle appeared to be smiling, it was evident that he was displeased. His handsome visage radiated an unusual chill, yet he retained a certain charm. Observing the seniors still tugging at the chair, Riddle could no longer contain himself. He unleashed his magic, suppressing everyone in the vicinity except for Abraxas. His terrifying magic became almost tangible, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Riddle's impatient gaze swept across the long table, his icy eyes skimming over the attendees, who dared not meet his gaze. The room fell into sudden silence, the weight of Riddle's presence lingering in the air. Enough, Abraxas interjected, gently patting Riddle's hand, his tone calming the atmosphere. You should not sit here, he addressed the senior. Abraxas cast a reassuring glance at Professor Slughorn, offering him a look of encouragement. Let the feast commence, Abraxas declared, restoring the normalcy of the gathering as people resumed their pretense of indifference. The Slytherins, ever perceptive, exhibited remarkable synchronicity. Professor Slughorn raised his glass in a toast, prompting others to follow suit with jubilant cheers. Abraxas was accustomed to such dynamics. It was rather typical for Riddle to stir trouble. As Abraxas nudged Riddle with his leg, he noticed Riddle's expression shift to one of eager compliance. Abraxas signaled Riddle to enjoy his meal. Seeing Riddle nearly bursting with laughter, Abraxas couldn't help but smile. The previously cold demeanor had transformed into one of eager charm. It was hard for anyone to imagine such duality in Riddle. With no one daring to look his way, he quickly reined in his demeanor. Riddle sensed Abraxas's nonchalance and felt a surge of joy, realizing he had not been deemed a failure. Abraxas, mindful of his portions during dinner, shared some grapes with Riddle, allowing himself a modest indulgence. As he began to eat with restraint, a dish of red wine braised beef soon arrived. Upon tasting a piece, Abraxas's face froze. It was indeed unpalatable. He chewed and swallowed, yet felt disinclined to continue. Nudging Riddle again, he glanced between him and his plate, then resumed gently rubbing against Riddle's leg. Understanding the unspoken communication, Riddle swiftly finished his own beef, casting a surveying glance across the long table. As others noticed his gaze and averted their eyes, Riddle cleverly switched their plates using magic. Abraxas pretended to have finished his meal, while Riddle took a bite, confident that no one would dare comment on his remaining food. Although the beef was unsatisfactory, Riddle consumed it nonetheless. Abraxas playfully hooked his foot around Riddle's leg, drawing it back to rest quietly against his. During the banquet, Amidst the clinking of glasses, the two raised their cups, smiling at one another as they toasted. Abraxas's grin was particularly genuine, enhancing his allure, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with admiration for Riddle. Riddle's smile was gentle, his handsome features more captivating than ever, brimming with concealed affection. Their undeniable chemistry did not go unnoticed, as many onlookers witnessed the tender moment. In their dormitory, Abraxas lounged on the sofa, 2 champagne glasses filled before him. He languidly unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, gazing absently at the now empty cabinet. Riddle emerged from the cabinet, his expression shadowed as he approached Abraxas, kneeling on the sofa and lowering his head. Abraxas wrapped his arms around Riddle's waist, tilting his head to meet him for a kiss, before tugging at Riddle's coat. No one cared about the wine anymore. As the two became entangled, moving from the sofa to the edge of the bed, their clothes strewn haphazardly across the floor, white and black shirts overlapping in chaos. Chapter 141. Abraxas had always possessed whatever he desired. On a Friday morning in Abraxas's dormitory, the two embraced on the 4-poster bed. Riddle lay content, eyes closed, relishing the weight of Abraxas beside him and the warmth he provided. Riddle delicately threaded his fingers through a strand of golden hair, patiently awaiting Abraxas's awakening. Awoken by the blaring alarm, Abraxas grumbled and nestled closer into Riddle's embrace. Once the alarm ceased, Riddle began to soothe Abraxas, gently caressing his back. Abraxas snuggled closer, breathing in Riddle's comforting scent. Feeling the discomfort of his hair, Abraxas fidgeted, only for Riddle to tenderly gather it, smoothing the stray strands from his cheek. When Abraxas opened his eyes, he found Riddle gazing at him with warmth and affection. Abraxas adored Riddle's exquisite features, yet felt a compulsion to avert his gaze under such scrutiny. He buried his face in Riddle's chest, indulging in the morning's temptations. As Riddle sensed Abraxas's breathing becoming steadier, he pondered what to do if Abraxas fell back asleep. Before Riddle could act, Abraxas inhaled deeply, blinking awake, realizing they needed to attend the hall that morning. Abraxas now understood Riddle's sentiments. He too was reluctant to rise for breakfast or attend class. He turned onto his side, resting on Riddle's arm, lost in thought, while Riddle instinctively wrapped around him. Abraxas felt Riddle's hand slip beneath his nightshirt, but he made no move to stop him. "Good morning, Tommy," Abraxas murmured lazily. "Good morning, Riddle replied, planting a kiss on Abraxas's golden locks. "Not so fast," Abraxas noted as Riddle's hand began to wander again, growing restless. "Very well, my dear," Riddle acquiesced, halting to savor the exquisite sensations beneath his fingertips. Abraxas nudged Riddle, and once he made room, he rested his head on Riddle's arm, contemplating the ceiling. Their schedule for Friday included only one elective class, divination, from 9 to 10 a.m. Should they visit the library or practice spells? Although Abraxas wished to avoid the hall, they were required to make an appearance following the banquet the previous evening. "Rise and shine," Abraxas grasped Riddle's hand, urging him to get up. "All right," Riddle consented, yet remained motionless. "Ha ha ha," Abraxas chuckled. Outwardly, they maintained a facade of elite composure, yet each morning, they struggled to rise. After a moment of laughter, Abraxas sat up, leaning over, his long hair cascading onto Riddle's cheek. He tucked a strand behind his ear and continued to lean down, capturing Riddle's lips in a tender kiss. Riddle held his breath cautiously as his long hair cascaded around him, captivated by the breathtaking scene before him. Lost in reverie, Riddle only awakened when he felt the gentle touch of lips upon his, prompting him to embrace Abraxas and deepen their kiss. Upon entering the hall, the clock struck 8:15, slightly later than usual, yet they had still arrived. Abraxas, feeling a tinge of thirst, first sipped some juice before reaching for the freshly baked bread to spread butter upon. Riddle, meanwhile, gazed at the steaming hot fish and chips, nodding in satisfaction. He selected a piece of fried fish, deftly removing the bones with precision, and arranged the whole fish neatly on his plate. He nudged Abraxas with his leg, his eyes silently urging him to glance at his plate. Abraxas looked over, indifferent to whether he would eat or not. Yet the well-prepared fish and the allure of its fresh out of the fryer appeal beckoned him. Nonchalantly, Abraxas nodded slightly, and a plate appeared before him in silence. After tasting the fish, he found its quality exquisite, the tender flesh freshly fried with only the most basic seasoning, yet incredibly fragrant. Once he finished, he resumed his breakfast, casting another glance at Riddle, who not only indulged in fish and chips, but also devoured pizza early in the morning. Noticing Riddle had relished the margarita pizza for 2 consecutive days, Abraxas felt a sudden craving for it himself. After completing his breakfast, Abraxas indulged in a delicacy crafted by the house elf. He turned his gaze towards Riddle, who had polished off all his food, now chewing on a baguette with smoked beef. Abraxas chuckled, observing that Riddle, despite clearly being full, insisted on nibbling on a sandwich for mere amusement. He mused, was Riddle like a puppy, gnawing away, brimming with energy? Surely it wasn't he solely due to his food intake. The conclusion he reached was that Riddle's vitality came first, enabling him to consume such copious amounts. As Abraxas pondered this, Riddle finished the dessert prepared by the elf and sipped his juice, awaiting Abraxas to return to reality. While others might not discern Abraxas's contemplative state, Riddle easily recognized it. Abraxas sensed Riddle's gaze upon him, yet he remained uncertain whether to visit the library or train in the room of requirement that morning. Rising, the two departed the hall side by side. Although Riddle had exhibited a rather unsociable demeanor the previous night, the Slytherin elite had grown to admire him. In conversation, Riddle was succinct yet impactful, exuding an air of superiority that left no room for others to sit beside him. Such arrogance was palpable, yet the young serpents accepted it well, for they held a deep admiration for strength. Thus, today, the ambitions of the young Slytherins varied, some hesitating while others were resolute. Meanwhile, Lucilia's eyes nearly bulged out of her head, her heart sinking further with each glance. Last night, she had caught a glimpse of Abraxas raising his fork in vain. Being astute, Lucilia quickly surmised that the two were engaging in covert antics during the feast. Especially after Riddle had cast his icy glare over everyone, what transpired between them in private. Therefore, Lucilia observed with heightened scrutiny, and indeed, Riddle's plate of fish bones had suddenly appeared before Abraxas. Reflecting on their dining habits, it seemed that Riddle must have been clandestinely performing such acts daily. Lucilia's jealousy was palpable, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Despite Riddle's difficult nature, his demeanor towards Abraxas starkly contrasted with how he treated others. Power itself was the finest of elixirs. Not only did Riddle share authority with Abraxas, but he also engaged in food swaps during banquets. To give power is one thing. To offer affection another. Lucilia could hardly fathom the delights Abraxas experienced in private. Truly, Abraxas had secured the most exceptional of companions. Chapter 142. Abraxas was eager yet lacked Riddle's expertise. Ultimately, Abraxas accompanied Riddle to the room of requirement. This time, the space encompassed a reading area alongside a training ground. The two nestled together on the sofa in the lounge, with Abraxas comfortably leaning against Riddle as he explained concepts to him. Once Abraxas completed his essay, he found himself embraced by Riddle as they practiced spells together. Whenever Abraxas executed a spell, Riddle would shower him with praise and affectionately nuzzle his cheek. Abraxas felt that Riddle, as a personal tutor, excelled remarkably. In the divination classroom, Riddle resumed his reading, this time focusing on crystal ball divination. However, his own crystal ball remained unresponsive, leaving him to search for reference material in his book. Abraxas, having lost interest in reading, casually placed his hand upon the crystal ball. The image that surfaced nearly betrayed his composure, prompting Riddle to swiftly glance over. Although Abraxas withdrew his hand, Riddle noticed, perplexed, as to why it merely depicted the two of them kissing. Abraxas, bemused, dared not attempt further divination. Its accuracy was undeniable, and without the crystal ball, he already knew that the future would remain unchanged. Yet, this was the first time Abraxas had witnessed such a vivid image within the crystal ball. Recalling his recent divination sessions, a wave of realization washed over him, leaving him disconcerted at the thought that his future divination outcomes would never be serious again. During class, Abraxas meticulously avoided touching the crystal ball, barely managing to navigate the professor's scrutiny, while Riddle breezed through the lesson with ease. After class, Abraxas exhaled in relief, observing Riddle's cheerful demeanor, which ignited a playful thought within him. "Tommy, you're quite clever, aren't you?" Abraxas remarked with a grin. "Am I?" Riddle sensed something amiss. "Indeed, Tommy, you truly are brilliant," Abraxas affirmed, nodding seriously at Riddle. "Yes, I am indeed clever," Riddle replied with a proud smile. Abraxas's lips curled into a smile that he could hardly suppress. Oh, naive little Tommy. If only he wished to play along. He would willingly accept any challenge laid before him. "Abraxas, what are you laughing about?" Riddle inquired, still puzzled. "Nothing, just chuckling at your good fortune." Abraxas replied with a grin, choosing to say no more. "This afternoon, let us return to the dormitory for lunch," Abraxas suggested, noticing Riddle deep in thought. Eager to change the subject. "All right," Riddle replied swiftly, ready to enjoy a meal in their dormitory. He was reluctant to engage his mind further, believing Abraxas would eventually divulge whatever was on his mind. Upon returning to Riddle's dormitory, Abraxas preferred dining in his own quarters. Riddle ordered food according to Abraxas's preferences, adding in his own desires as well. Soon, the house elves began delivering the dishes. Abraxas commenced with pizza, while Riddle poured champagne and cola for Abraxas, along with a cup of the liqueur he had enjoyed previously. After sampling a slice of pizza, Abraxas began to spear the shrimp that Riddle had peeled for him, trying each of the three drinks before finally selecting the liqueur. Riddle smiled, committing the moment to memory as he continued eating, taking the opportunity to peel shrimp, which were indeed delectable. On that day, Abraxas took great delight in spicy shrimp. And today he also relished the pan-seared red magic shrimp. It seems he has a fondness for shrimp. Riddle, on the other hand, chose a piece of fried chicken, and as he savored the crispy morsel, he gazed at the shrimp on his plate, feeling that Tommy was indeed quite considerate. That day in the hall, after Riddle finished a plate of shrimp, he had the urge to offer some to himself while peeling the shrimp with a fork, fearing that others might notice. He discreetly signaled his reluctance, but Riddle, perceptive to his desire, swiftly exchanged their plates. Riddle's magical prowess is truly exceptional. Such silent and wandless plate switching is a skill most would struggle to master. This spell has since become a regular practice between the two, whether at banquets or during breakfast, and the mere thought of it brings a smile to Abraxas as he envisions their continued exchanges. After lunch, the house elf cleared the plates and brought forth some red tea, and the two reclined on the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. As for herbology, history of magic, and charms class this afternoon, you need not attend, Abraxas declared, comfortably resting his legs over Riddle's lap. Let us get our tasks done this afternoon. I am quite eager to venture into the Forbidden Forest with you tonight. Abraxas merely wished to afford Riddle more time together. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, a desire to explore the Forbidden Forest with him, and without hesitation, he voiced it. Certainly, we have nearly 5 hours this afternoon. We should be able to manage, Riddle mused, feeling confident about their timeline. While you attend to your matters tonight, I shall complete the parchment. Riddle gently encircled Abraxas' waist, feeling at ease. Very well, Abraxas replied, leaning comfortably against Riddle. Yet, a flicker of restlessness stirred within him. He seemed to grasp the reason for their expedition into the Forbidden Forest that evening. Rising, Abraxas turned and knelt on one knee upon the sofa, taking hold of Riddle's hand, their fingers interlocking as he pressed his hand down onto the couch. Abraxas gazed at Riddle, who offered no resistance, merely smiling with a hint of mischief in his expression. Though Abraxas felt a thirst, he yearned to continue their playful engagement, binding Riddle's hands together with one of his own. Riddle was exceedingly compliant, his clear gaze locking onto Abraxas, yet in this context, it felt as though he was teasingly beckoning him. As the heat of the moment intensified, Abraxas found himself further drawn in, wishing to explore Riddle's myriad expressions. He leaned in closer, their noses brushing, and their knees subtly shifting against one another. Suddenly withdrawing to create distance, he took a deep breath, observing the darkening glint in Riddle's eyes, which made him smile with a sense of triumph. Riddle clenched his teeth, chuckling softly, reminding himself to remain still for just a little longer. Abraxas was satisfied to see Riddle suspended in anticipation, his body taut yet obediently allowing Abraxas to restrain his hands. Riddle appeared enchanting, resembling a fairy with his dark hair, striking features, and porcelain skin, his lips reddened from his own teasing bites. The intensity of their gazes ignited a fervor within Abraxas, causing his breath to quicken as he lowered his head. Riddle eagerly responded, but soon, Abraxas found himself gasping for air and had to retreat. Riddle could only lick his lips, watching as Abraxas straightened, leaning back while breathing heavily. Then, with a sudden grin, Riddle leaned in to nip at Abraxas's Adam's apple, sensing the tremor in his body, before releasing him to lightly lick over his throat, a fleeting touch. Abraxas shivered more violently, releasing Riddle's hand to steady himself against the sofa, while Riddle seized his waist, indulging unabashedly. Chapter 143. The two return once more to Malfoy Manor. On Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, they convened as usual before Abraxas's dormitory. Having already enjoyed breakfast in their room, they were prepared to set off for the manor. Riddle was intently observing Abraxas, whose long hair now cascaded down in front of him as they headed directly to the office. Riddle focused on the side profile of Abraxas, admiring the strands of hair that shimmered with golden hues. In contrast, the golden embroidery on Abraxas's cloak appeared dull. As they walked side by side, Abraxas pondered their relationship, feeling that they had perhaps crossed some boundaries. Although it had been his suggestion to venture into the Forbidden Forest the previous night, the thrill of the dark woods at midnight was undeniably exhilarating. After the events of last night, they found themselves entangled in each other's company, delaying their departure until after breakfast. Abraxas contemplated whether such behavior was typical in a romantic relationship. Abraxas, what are you thinking about? Riddle inquired, curiosity piqued. Sensing that the day held no particular agenda, yet Abraxas seemed lost in thought. Just reflecting on how you kept me occupied this morning, Abraxas teased, raising an eyebrow at Riddle. Because I love you, dear Abraxas. Do you love me? Riddle replied with a smile, inching closer to him. Abraxas couldn't help but laugh. In moments like these, Riddle exhibited a certain cleverness. I love you, but be honest, he affectionately responded, stopping to caress Riddle's face. Your beautiful face is not something I could ever be angry with. I merely jest, Abraxas remarked, allowing his hand to drop with a smile. Let us go, he added, looking at Riddle for a moment longer before playfully releasing him. All right, Riddle cheerfully affirmed, sensing he had passed the test. As they continued on, Riddle felt the urge to devise a plan for leaving the school, as he envisioned spending every weekend at Malfoy Manor or his own estate. Abraxas, after a while, I shall create 2 disappearing cabinets so that we need not take the usual route. We can use them next time. Sounds good, Abraxas agreed. They sometimes needed to evade prying eyes to manage certain matters, and the ability to exit the school discreetly would provide them with an alibi. Soon, they arrived at Professor Slughorn's office. This time, Professor Slughorn was waiting for them inside, eagerly welcoming them as they entered. He had prepared red tea and snacks, feeling considerably less intimidated by Riddle, though he still wished to converse with Abraxas. Headmaster, we shall have tea another time. My father is expecting us, Abraxas politely declined. It would not do to keep the Malfoy patriarch waiting. Are you two returning to discuss your engagement preparations? Professor Slughorn inquired, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he shook Abraxas' hand. The headmaster will attend your wedding. I, Professor Slughorn, shall certainly be there, he remarked, his gaze at Abraxas almost hinting at something unspoken. Rest assured, the invitation to the engagement banquet will reach your hands in due course, Abraxas replied with a composed smile. Professor Slughorn was thoroughly reassured, believing that if he was invited to the engagement, he would surely receive an invitation to the wedding as well. The Malfoy family's engagement banquet would undoubtedly be a grand affair, with all attendees being influential figures. However, their primary purpose for this visit was not merely to discuss the engagement. It was to showcase Riddle's invention of an alchemical item. Upon finishing his statement, Abraxas noted that Professor Slughorn was still wearing a jubilant expression. Realizing that the headmaster was likely not fully processing his words, he simply offered a brief farewell. Abraxas and Riddle subsequently used the fireplace to transport themselves, arriving in the parlor of Malfoy Manor. Abraxas removed his cloak and tossed it over Riddle's shoulders. Abraxas reclined upon the sofa, scarcely settling in when a diminutive elf presented him with a cup of red tea. The headmaster? Attending a wedding? Abraxas gazed at Riddle, whose long legs were elegantly crossed, his calves swaying slightly. Ha. It's indeed an astute observation from Headmaster Dippet. He brought it up during our very first conversation. Riddle, beaming with delight, handed both their cloaks to the elf. He was the first to state that we must invite him to our wedding, and I readily agreed with great joy. Riddle chuckled as he nestled closer to Abraxas, wrapping his arms around his waist and affectionately nuzzling him. So, you accepted the invitation for the headmaster to attend our wedding on Wednesday. Abraxas found himself caught between amusement and exasperation. Yes, indeed. Riddle joyfully kissed Abraxas on the cheek. It suddenly dawned on Riddle that he had confidently accepted the marriage proposal on Wednesday, despite them not being engaged at that time. Giddy with happiness, Riddle tightened his embrace around Abraxas, rubbing his cheek against him and planting another kiss, exclaiming, "This is splendid, truly splendid." Abraxas, enveloped in Riddle's exuberance, felt a surge of joy as well. Riddle's boldness in accepting the wedding invitation on Wednesday was indeed characteristic of him. Thus, it was decided. Tommy, you are quite the confident one. Abraxas leaned back comfortably against Riddle. Riddle felt no need to respond. Instead, he smiled and lowered his head to kiss Abraxas. After a moment, Abraxas gently pushed him away, resting a hand against his chest. My father will be down shortly. The house elf would inform his father of their return. Abraxas sat up straight, turning his head slightly to avoid looking at young Tommy. All right. Riddle also straightened, adopting a more formal demeanor. Dear, let us maintain decorum when he arrives. After taking a deep breath and sipping his tea, Abraxas sought to regain his composure. But in what manner should we present ourselves? Riddle was uncertain about how to comport himself. Do not be overly enthusiastic, and when discussing others' intentions, refrain from revealing any malice or hostility. Abraxas lightly patted the hand resting on his waist. Should any semblance of hostility be displayed without explanation, his father would surely deem young Tommy to be uncontrollable. Yet, Abraxas had no intention of disclosing to his father the unique abilities possessed by Riddle, stemming from his ancestral memories and bloodline. Ah, it seems father is approaching, Riddle remarked, having heard footsteps. Before Abraxas could finish his sentence, Riddle had leaned in to plant 2 quick kisses on his cheek. Abraxas noticed Riddle had even retracted his hand, causing him to regard the staircase with a mix of curiosity and intensity, straining to listen for any sounds. 2 seconds later, the sound confirmed his suspicions, and he looked at Riddle in surprise. Fox ears. Seeing Riddle's triumphant expression, Abraxas couldn't help but smile. There is no need for such theatrics, he chuckled, extending his hand to intertwine his fingers with Riddle's. Chapter 144. Abraxas enjoys negotiation. As Septimus descended the stairs, he beheld Abraxas and Riddle seated on the sofa, gazing up at him. In high spirits, Septimus approached the pair, observing how they sat side by side, fingers intertwined, an increasingly harmonious sight. Riddle possessed exceptional qualities, with no aspect of his talent, lineage, or appearance meriting criticism, and soon he would belong to their family. As for Abraxas, the more he looked, the more he believed that Abraxas was the finest heir the Malfoy family had ever seen. His decades of maneuvering within the Ministry of Magic to elevate the Malfoy family paled in comparison to Abraxas securing Riddle's partnership. Septimus settled into a chair opposite them, gesturing for them to remain seated. Father, they both stood to greet him, only to quickly resume their seats. Once seated, Abraxas squeezed Riddle's hand, and Riddle promptly presented the latest version of their process chart, which now included protective spells. The new magical structure was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably stable. Simple yet impenetrable, he had even devised a tiered system of high, medium, and low, placing the finished product before Septimus. Additionally, he laid the joint business development report before Septimus. Septimus picked up the report and began to read it, silently appreciating the title. Address book, he mused, finding the name quite fitting, before continuing his examination. After perusing the document, Septimus glanced at Abraxas, sighed, and picked up the new process chart to compare against the report. Its ease of use and confidentiality were unparalleled, making it impossible to replicate. Typical transfiguration spells would fail beyond 50 meters. Wizards across the globe would undoubtedly seek to purchase this tiered business plan repeatedly. Abraxas, this plan is indeed splendid. How much do you require? Septimus inquired, a touch of resignation in his voice. The more impressive the work produced by his son, the greater the share of profits he would need to allocate. Was Abraxas truly this gifted in business? Father, the most exquisite aspect is undoubtedly the confidentiality structure, Abraxas replied with a beaming smile. The father and son quickly engaged in a spirited discussion, each vying for their position, and began to negotiate prices. Riddle quietly held Abraxas's hand, observing the lively exchange. Septimus, unable to contain himself any longer, glanced toward Riddle. However, recalling how he had relinquished the profits to Abraxas, he sighed and redirected his focus back to his son. Their conversation shifted from outright purchases to perpetual licenses, negotiating from hundreds of thousands of galleons down to tens of thousands. A house elf presented Septimus with a cup of red tea, and he took a sip, feeling parched from the discussion. Ordinarily, he would refrain from negotiating personally, but given that this was a family matter and Abraxas's contributions could not be utilized without compensation, he felt compelled to participate. As he sipped his tea, he listened to Abraxas outline the operational costs of the workshop, detailing the production costs for each tier and the associated profits. Septimus stared at his son in astonishment. Having never provided Abraxas with the workshop's financial reports, he had not returned home in days. How had Abraxas acquired access to the ledger? My dear son, please be direct. How much do you wish to earn for each galleon? Septimus stated bluntly, unyielding in his stance. Even as his own flesh and blood, he could not allow him to take the lioness share. Septimus emphasized his intention to leverage the family's influence to establish a commercial network, selling to various countries and potentially forming a company. Abraxas's demands were therefore unreasonable. Riddle observed the two as they continued their spirited debate. Abraxas, you truly are my wonderful son. 7,000 galleons and 7 sickles are hereby agreed upon. Septimus stood, grasping Abraxas's hand with a sincere and meaningful commendation. Father, it is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Abraxas replied, his pride evident as he held his father's hand. Upon hearing this, Septimus could no longer maintain his composure. He beamed with pride at his son, thoroughly pleased with Abraxas's performance that day. Septimus summoned the house elf to bring forth champagne, watching with satisfaction as his son exchanged joyful glances with Riddle. Cheers. The trio raised their glasses in unison, savoring the champagne before settling back down. The atmosphere now transformed into one of harmony. Septimus, witnessing the pride radiating from his son, turned his gaze toward Riddle. Abraxas, now that we have settled the terms, do you have any desires or requests? Septimus was acutely aware that all the profits belonged to his son, yet his son was still not fully mature. And in the presence of Riddle, Septimus found Abraxas's behavior exceedingly excessive. Father, I desire nothing. You may bestow upon me a modest allowance, Riddle remarked, expressing his own lack of wants. He recalled that Septimus had previously promised him thrice the allowance and had yet to fulfill that promise, so he mentioned it. The house elf has already opened the vault. Shortly, I shall have it deliver the receipt to you. If you wish for nothing, then let us double your allowance, Septimus contemplated, feeling it was a reasonable gesture since Riddle was family. This business would yield substantial profits for the Malfoy family. Offering a bit more pocket money seemed inconsequential, especially since all his funds were in Abraxas's hands. However, a sense of unease crept over Septimus as he cast a suspicious glance at Abraxas. Has Abraxas given you any allowance? Septimus suddenly inquired of Riddle. Yes, Riddle replied, blinking and nodding swiftly. Septimus, initially smiling, found it difficult to maintain his mirth upon observing Abraxas's reaction, casting a penetrating gaze at his son. With a smile, Septimus proposed to Riddle. Last time was rather hurried. You haven't had a proper look around the manor, have you? I have some matters to discuss with Abraxas, so why don't you allow the house elf to show you around? After saying this, Septimus turned to his son. Abraxas, we have some matters to discuss in the study. After finishing his sentence, he took the lead and headed towards the staircase. Observing his father ascend, Abraxas swiftly embraced Riddle and planted kisses on his cheeks. As Riddle turned his face towards him, Abraxas quickly pecked his lips. You did splendidly today. Have some fun, and I shall return shortly, Abraxas whispered before planting another kiss on Riddle. With a reluctant sigh, Abraxas rose and, giving Riddle a meaningful glance, hurried upstairs. Abraxas was elated. All the profits were his, and he had engaged in a fruitful negotiation with his father. Tommy's clever tactics had proven immensely beneficial. Abraxas yearned to retreat to the bedroom with Riddle, to reward both Tommy and himself for the day's exertions. He believed Riddle would comprehend the meaning behind his gaze. Riddle indeed understood, sitting on the sofa with a melancholic expression, watching Abraxas's retreating figure. Chapter 145, Abraxas's Dilemma. The two arrived at the study, and once seated, Septimus fixated his gaze upon his son. Abraxas promptly placed the protective ring and the yellow gemstone ring crafted by Riddle upon the table. The mithril ring was made by Tommy. I wanted to present it to you. Not bad, Septimus remarked, removing his family ring to don the mithril one, which bore the Malfoy emblem. Yet, he mused that increasing the allowance was out of the question. The tripled allowance was already an exceptional privilege reserved for the most outstanding heir, and bestowing sixfold upon Riddle was already beyond the norm. He picked up the magnificent yellow gemstone ring, flawless and grand. And this ring is? Septimus questioned, sensing something amiss. Abraxas could not possibly have saved enough for such an exquisite gem. Tommy gifted it to me, Abraxas replied, reclining in his chair with a sense of rightness. Septimus felt as though the world had momentarily darkened. This was akin to using Riddle's money to purchase a gemstone, and he could hardly determine which scenario was worse. Words almost escaped Septimus as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Tommy is aware. The protective ring signifies his concern for your safety, and he added it himself. Abraxas felt his father had entirely missed the point, so he presented the protective items Riddle had given him. The ring you hold is a precious artifact that can ward off the killing curse once a day, Abraxas explained, placing several pendant badges before his father. This pendant is crafted based on the alchemical ring. It can automatically trigger the shield charm once daily, while the badge serves as a standard shield charm defense. Abraxas wished to continue unveiling more items, but upon glancing up, he noticed his father had closed his eyes, presumably lost in contemplation over the benefits. Septimus, having absorbed the ring's functions, found himself reluctant to open his eyes again, fervently wishing for a savior. When he had asked Riddle about the allowance, he could not quite discern whether Riddle had been truthful. However, Abraxas's reaction to the inquiry left no doubt that he had not provided Riddle with any allowance. No more increases. What Abraxas has done has nothing to do with me. Well, he is my son, Septimus thought, his mind racing. Initially, he had intended for the house elf to prepare provisions for Riddle after their engagement and deliver them to school. Now, he decided to commence that from the following day. Opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Abraxas having placed a mithril cabinet on the floor. What is this? Septimus's voice diminished in volume. It is an alchemical storage cabinet crafted by Tommy, inscribed with a time-stopping array, suitable for storing potions and other precious materials, Abraxas replied, raising an eyebrow at his father with a sense of pride, feeling that a detailed explanation was unnecessary. Septimus comprehended the implications, yet his despair deepened. He turned to the family portraits, silently hoping for an ancestor to intervene. To his dismay, the portraits were engrossed in their own affairs, some sipping tea, others fleeing, while a few feigned ignorance or slumber. Abraxas, the profits you just negotiated, once formally sold next week, will soon fill a medium-sized vault with your galleons, Septimus stated. Observing his son, Abraxas nodded in agreement, acknowledging his father's wisdom, yet he pondered why the family would receive greater profits than himself. Abraxas, have you considered giving Riddle an allowance? Septimus felt his son was utterly oblivious. Allowance? I have considered it. Abraxas initially intended to mention Riddle's sixfold allowance, but, sensing his father's expression, he altered his response. Septimus felt a headache brewing. Where had Abraxas learned such notions? Tell me, how much allowance do you intend to give Riddle? Septimus asked earnestly, scrutinizing Abraxas's expression. I shall give him my share of the allowance, Abraxas replied, intertwining his fingers as he sat in the chair. Septimus's headache intensified. Riddle had proposed such a substantial sum, and while his family was indeed wealthier, those resources could not simply be handed over. Riddle had given Abraxas such a gift. And considering the long-term benefits they had just negotiated, Abraxas would soon be accruing vast sums. Septimus glanced at the family portraits once more, finding them all regarding Abraxas with approving expressions. He wished to witness the spectacle, yet this was his own son. Setting aside other concerns, there was Riddle's appearance to consider. Septimus felt a surge of frustration. Your meager allowance wouldn't suffice to support such a young lover, he remarked, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Then he observed Abraxas nodding with pride, fully in agreement with the statement, yet he saw no issue with it. Septimus was amused to the point of laughter. Deciding to speak more frankly, all his money was in your hands, and this was how you chose to sustain him. Septimus felt that the reputation of the Malfoy family was at stake. Tommy still had a bit of money. There was an account at Gringotts with over 100,000 galleons. Abraxas finally grasped what his father was concerned about. From the very beginning, they had agreed that he could always ask for money. Abraxas had felt a pang of panic when he discovered that Riddle had no small change on him. However, Riddle was wealthy at Gringotts. He simply feared that Riddle might inadvertently cause trouble if he happened to forget. Once the profits came in, he would provide him with more each month. After that morning, Abraxas had given Riddle a bag of galleons for his use. He had also advised Riddle that for any materials he needed, they could discuss whether to purchase them through Nocturne Alley or through the Malfoy family channels. Abraxas had intended for these expenses to come from his personal account, but Riddle had recently been using only small change to buy food. Very well. As long as you know your limits, Septimus remarked, though in his heart he resigned himself to the situation, feeling there was little he could do. Abraxas understood that his father was misunderstanding the matter, but Riddle was simply like this with money. Abraxas felt that when Riddle presented him with money, he resembled a joyful little puppy, eagerly awaiting praise. For him, rewards held far greater significance than the money itself. Abraxas believed he had taken good care of Riddle, though the manner in which he had done so was not something he could openly discuss. He conversed with his father about the future of their business endeavors. Upon leaving the study, Abraxas headed to his room, for little Tommy would surely be waiting there for him. Chapter 146. Riddle's arrogance from favoritism. As Abraxas entered, he was greeted by Riddle rushing towards him. No sooner had he closed the door than he was enveloped in Riddle's eager embrace, kissed fervently. The two became entangled from the doorway to the bed, and once on the bed, Abraxas quickly found himself overwhelmed. His eyes glazed over as he gazed into the air, gasping for breath. While Abraxas struggled to catch his breath, Riddle buried his lips against Abraxas's neck, one hand deftly exploring and unfastening buttons. After a moment, Abraxas regained his senses and attempted to turn aside. However, he found himself firmly ensnared by Riddle, unable to move, and helplessly tugged at Riddle's hair. Stop it! At the sound of Abraxas's voice, Riddle lifted his head. When Abraxas pushed against Riddle's chest, Riddle propped himself up on his hands, creating a bit of space. Abraxas began to lie on his side, and Riddle instinctively wrapped his arms around him from behind, planting kisses along his cheek. What's wrong, Ub? Riddle inquired, only to continue showering him with affection. Time is insufficient, Abraxas gasped in response. He felt that Riddle was indeed insatiable, his hands and legs restless, and he kept Abraxas firmly locked in his embrace. Upon hearing this, Riddle exhaled deeply. All right, he acquiesced, yet continued to nuzzle and kiss Abraxas, his position perfectly nestled into the nape of Abraxas's neck. Riddle swept aside a lock of golden hair, becoming entranced by its allure. Oh, you rascal! I'll accompany you this afternoon. Abraxas firmly grasped Riddle's hand. The sensations of Riddle's kisses and nibbles on his neck were overwhelmingly stimulating. Riddle relented, knowing that Abraxas would surely be by his side. He was also aware that time was short, and he merely wished to indulge himself a little. Because Abraxas had left him hanging earlier, Riddle lowered his head once more. Hissed, Tommy. Abraxas was somewhat taken aback. Was little Tommy still upset? What's wrong? He inquired, releasing Riddle's hand to catch his breath. You just bullied me, Riddle replied, reveling in the sensations beneath Abraxas's indulgence. We, the two of us, Who is bullying whom? Abraxas's voice broke. In the living room, until now. Riddle entwined his leg around Abraxas and rolled over, pinning him beneath him. Abraxas, now pinned, breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, his hands were no longer wandering. He perceived Riddle as merely being playful. As his upper body did not truly weigh down on him, Riddle propped himself up on his elbows, resting his head against Abraxas's neck. After a moment of relaxed breathing, Abraxas realized that Riddle had indeed become too spoiled by him. Last time could wait, but this time could not. Yet, this was all a result of his own nurturing. All right, Tommy, is it the waiting that makes you unhappy? Ha ha ha, perhaps I should give you a later hint next time? Abraxas chuckled as he spoke, unable to suppress his laughter. Neither of the two choices pleased Riddle, and the little puppy was about to be put in a difficult position. You're so bad, Riddle murmured, playfully chastising Abraxas while kissing his ear. The combination of complaints and eager kisses from Riddle almost made Abraxas burst into laughter. All right, good Tommy, face forward. Abraxas gently held Riddle's hand, suggesting they take a breather since little Tommy deserved a moment of respite. Abraxas turned, wrapping his arms around Riddle's neck, looking at him enticingly. And they couldn't help but draw closer, entwining affectionately. After concluding this lengthy kiss, Abraxas reclined comfortably against the pillow, casually resting his hand on little Tommy's back. He let him nestle against his neck, freely kissing and nuzzling. Abraxas stroked Riddle's back, subtly supporting his own weight without pressing down on him. However, little Tommy was indeed considerate. This way, his breathing would surely be a bit smoother. Although Abraxas felt that Riddle would not tire easily, he adjusted their positions. Lying side by side while holding hands, Abraxas squinted his eyes, leisurely chatting with Riddle. My father said I shouldn't give you pocket money. But you did, Riddle replied, playing with Abraxas's hand, his tone somewhat surprised. Little Tommy, there's only me in this world who can deceive you, understand? Abraxas opened his eyes, seriously turning to look at Riddle as he spoke. Understood. Riddle was unsure why Abraxas had brought this up, but he readily acquiesced. Abraxas did not wish to explain. The money he had given was not merely pocket money. His father had indeed made a valid point. Maintaining a young lover required more than just that. You see, your father has given you pocket money, and I have my share of pocket money too. When the time comes, you can spend mine. After speaking, Abraxas felt something was amiss. All right. I'll let you spend my pocket money too. Riddle cheerfully agreed. Abraxas had intended to express something further, but upon hearing Riddle's joyful response, he swallowed his words. Riddle wanted to share pocket money with him. Abraxas silently regretted that mixing 6 portions with one felt a twinge of guilt. Very well, thank you, Tommy. You are truly wonderful. Abraxas patted their entwined hands with his other hand. Once the profits come in, I'll provide you with a bit more money for your everyday expenses. Abraxas believed it was necessary to give him a little extra. Riddle was elated upon hearing that Abraxas intended to provide him with additional funds. Yet he believed it was his responsibility to support himself. Very well, when Alec delivers the money, Abraxas, you can distribute it, he said, joyfully wrapping his other hand around Abraxas's. Tommy, have you ever been deceived? Abraxas pondered the gravity of the situation, fixing a serious gaze upon Riddle. Understanding dawned on Riddle. Abraxas felt that he had exchanged a small sum for a fortune, yet holding onto the money without giving it to Abraxas was futile. No. Are you referring to the matter of money? It is rightfully yours, Riddle replied, turning to prop himself up with one hand while the other held Abraxas's, gazing intently at his exquisite features and striking visage. At that moment, Riddle wished to intertwine their fingers and play with his hair, deciding to hold hands for a while before indulging in the latter. Abraxas hesitated, sensing that explaining his feelings to Riddle would be in vain. For him, money was easily attainable, and he truly did not place much importance on it. He began to empathize with the frustrations his father must have felt, now able to relate to his perspective. Moreover, the look in Riddle's eyes suggested that whatever he said would inevitably lead to some frivolous topic. Chapter 147. Observing Peacocks at Malfoy Manor. Riddle reveled in the current atmosphere, playfully nudging Abraxas's foot with his own, awakened by the gentle touch. Abraxas observed Riddle's content demeanor and resolved to cease overthinking. Then I shall treat little Tommy even better. Although I already do, I shall strive to improve further. He mused as he turned to embrace Riddle, leaning into his arms while unconsciously rubbing against his calves. How else can I make it better? Riddle, satisfied, held Abraxas close, tenderly caressing him and planting soft kisses in his golden locks. Just as they were luxuriating in the moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. A house elf arrived to announce that lunch was ready. Abraxas dismissed the elf with a wave, sitting up and smoothing his long hair in preparation to rise from the bed. Upon reaching the edge of the bed, he was ambushed from behind by Riddle. Laughing, Abraxas found himself enveloped in Riddle's embrace, the two of them tumbling into a playful scuffle. However, they quickly composed themselves, dressing in a timely manner before descending to join Septimus for their meal. After lunch, they engaged in some serious discussions with Septimus. Once their business was concluded, they prepared to venture into the front garden, with Abraxas joyfully taking Riddle's hand to lead him to see the peacocks. Riddle smiled as he watched Abraxas guide him through the estate. Arriving at the vast courtyard, Riddle marveled at the magnificent fountain, its crystalline water vapor dispersing into the air and casting tiny rainbows. Surveying the surroundings, he felt enveloped by sheer opulence. The lavish courtyard, immaculate lawns, grand fountain, and vibrant rainbows. It was then that a white peacock approached, drawn by their presence. Abraxas reached out to tease the white peacock that had flown over, but because he was holding Riddle's hand, the peacock hesitated to come closer. Nevertheless, Abraxas beckoned, enticing the peacock to cautiously approach while fluttering its wings. He tugged at Riddle's hand, laughing as he urged him to observe the white peacock strutting across the lawn, flapping its wings and trailing its long tail. Riddle beamed at the sight. The courtyard was beautiful, the peacock was stunning, yet the most exquisite sight was, without a doubt, Abraxas by his side. Riddle let out a joyful laugh, causing Abraxas to pause in his antics and turn to see Riddle gazing at him with warmth and affection, a smile on his face born of joy for being together. Abraxas embraced Riddle, and together they watched as the peacock took flight, weaving through the blossoms. Abraxas suggested they visit Riddle's manor in the afternoon, promptly summoning a house elf to relay the message to his father. Eagerly, Abraxas tugged Riddle into the hedgerow maze, laughing as they ran together, pulling him around the corner. When Abraxas finally stopped, breathing heavily from the exertion, he playfully pushed Riddle against the hedge. Riddle understood, a smile unable to be contained, his gaze lingering on Abraxas as he drew him close. "Run," Abraxas murmured, wrapping his arms around Riddle's waist. Upon hearing this, Riddle promptly embraced Abraxas, using his magic to transport them to a secluded spot near his estate. Sensing their privacy, Riddle cupped Abraxas's face, resuming their passionate kisses. Eventually, Abraxas turned his head to rest on Riddle's shoulder, catching his breath. When Riddle felt Abraxas nuzzle against him, he squatted down, inviting him to climb onto his back, carrying him toward the manor. "Why do we run?" Riddle inquired, puzzled as he rubbed his face against Abraxas's. "Because the maze has a warning system. Even our harmless touches could prompt a house elf to come check on us," Abraxas explained, swinging his legs playfully. He realized he had been a bit reckless, but he simply wanted to play. And little Tommy, pushed against the hedge with leaves surrounding him, gazed back with a joyful expression. Abraxas recognized that not only was Riddle mischievous, but he was as well. "Tommy, was that fun?" Abraxas whispered, tilting his head to speak near Riddle's ear. "Haha. It was fun," Riddle replied after taking a deep breath. Riddle felt the warmth of Abraxas's breath against his ear, sensing an unspoken intimacy in his tone, which made him feel slightly flushed. "Abraxas," Riddle began, but decided to hold his tongue. They were nearing the manor, and Abraxas's teasing was leading him into a trap. "Tommy, what's wrong with me?" Abraxas squinted, inquiring. "Nothing at all, Abraxas. You're simply wonderful," Riddle replied, hesitating for a moment before smiling. Abraxas felt something was amiss. He adjusted his position on Riddle's back, trying to catch a glimpse of his face. Riddle evaded him, laughing as he turned his head away. In an instant, Abraxas realized he was about to be playfully dragged back to his bedroom by this mischievous companion. He tightened his legs around Riddle, squeezing him closer. But after a moment of contemplation, he quickly devised a plan. Abraxas relaxed against Riddle's back, chuckling softly, thinking to himself that little Tommy could never outplay him. Upon reaching the entrance of the manor, Riddle gently set him down, and they walked hand in hand into the estate. Abraxas led Riddle toward the courtyard. And upon noticing the expression on Abraxas's face, Riddle couldn't help but ask, "Are we headed to the courtyard to play?" "Yes. I wish to take a nap on the lawn," Abraxas replied with a smile, making his request. "Ha ha ha, very well," Riddle agreed with a laugh. Riddle found himself utterly enamored with Abraxas in this moment. He perceived Abraxas's mischievous nature, delighting in the playful schemes aimed at unsettling him. When Abraxas openly sought to ensnare him, it was vividly captivating and undeniably beautiful. Moreover, the audacious confidence radiating from Abraxas's smile was a testament to Riddle's own indulgence. He mused that he ought to continue fostering this dynamic. "Come this way," he beckoned. "The butler will arrive shortly, and I shall have him prepare some delightful sweets and red tea." Riddle gently encircled Abraxas's waist, intending to accompany him to the garden for some leisure. Abraxas arched an eyebrow at Riddle, surprisingly pleased, not at all discontent that he had not been led to the bedroom. Was it merely being with him that brought such joy? Little Tommy consistently exceeded Riddle's expectations. Yet, Abraxas felt a lingering unease, his hand gliding over Riddle's cheek as he scrutinized him intently, poised to inquire further. "No, I am not satisfied." Chapter 148, An Afternoon at Riddle Manor. "Huh." Riddle was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. He had been too engrossed in Abraxas's tender expression, reveling in the sensation upon his skin. However, it didn't take long for Riddle to grasp the implication behind Abraxas's words. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to speak truthfully. With a smile, he took Abraxas's hand and leaned in closer, planting a gentle kiss upon Abraxas's exquisite lips before whispering sweetly into his ear. Upon hearing his words, Abraxas's ears flushed crimson, and soon his entire face followed suit. Once he regained his composure, he released Riddle and began to nip playfully at his neck. Riddle, fully aware of his own mischief, chuckled and relaxed, allowing Abraxas to continue his playful assault. Yet, even after biting, Abraxas remained dissatisfied, sulkily gnawing at Riddle's flesh as if to express his indignation. All right, Abraxas, isn't this an inevitable outcome?" Riddle chuckled, soothingly caressing Abraxas's back. Upon hearing this, Abraxas resumed his vigorous nibbling, though Riddle sensed that it lacked true ferocity. He recalled how Abraxas had once complained about his teasing, demanding more intensity. He had adjusted his approach based on Abraxas's reactions, yet each time Abraxas bit him, the outcome remained the same. Riddle bore only faint teeth marks and slight redness. Abraxas never truly inflicted any harm. What he found most unbearable, however, was when Abraxas would lick the marks he left behind. Abraxas, the butler is on his way. Riddle, although tempted to continue their frolic, recognized the need for discretion. Should they be discovered, he would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. Abraxas promptly ceased his antics, glancing at the now flushed skin of Riddle's neck, and tenderly licked the evident bite marks. Quickly, remedy it, he urged, keeping an eye out for any approaching figures. Having just enjoyed such delightful sensations, Riddle sighed and swiftly healed himself. If the butler were not coming, they could have indulged longer in their playful exchange. Nevertheless, Riddle reminded himself that the evening still held ample time, and he no longer felt regretful. Just then, the butler appeared around the corner, prompting Abraxas to turn his focus to the flowers. Riddle began issuing instructions to butler Justin. Prepare red tea and sweets, and also a picnic blanket for us. Upon seeing Justin nod in understanding, Riddle continued, this afternoon, no one is to enter the backyard. When you bring the items, you are free to leave as well. Yes, sir, I will make the arrangements at once, Justin replied, bowing before turning to depart. Tonight, I shall not be staying at the manor, so no dinner preparations are needed. Everything will proceed as usual, Riddle added before Justin could take his leave. Understood, sir. Is there anything you require from young Master Malfoy? Justin inquired, sensing the need to fulfill his duties despite his previous hesitation to interrupt. Riddle glanced at Abraxas, who, under their combined scrutiny, reluctantly conceded to suggest a few items. Prepare some grapes, a fruit platter, snacks, and champagne. Although Abraxas had no particular desires, he acquiesced to their gaze and offered a few selections. Justin politely acknowledged the requests, bowed, and promptly made his way toward the manor. Abraxas, champagne. Riddle elongated the word teasingly. Abraxas, initially oblivious to the significance, understood the implication upon meeting Riddle's gaze and felt a surge of annoyance. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating a playful retaliation against Riddle. With a playful smile, Abraxas beckoned Riddle closer, tugging at his collar. Riddle, aware of the impending mischief, lowered his head. And after a moment of gentle teasing, Abraxas playfully nipped at his tongue. Riddle chuckled, witnessing the triumphant glint in Abraxas's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. And he seized the moment, capturing the nape of Abraxas's neck to continue their playful exchange. Ultimately, it was Abraxas who, breathless, pushed Riddle away slightly, nestled in Riddle's embrace. Abraxas gazed at the patch of purple cornflowers in the garden, recalling their symbolism, fated encounters, and unforgettable happiness. As the gentle breeze rustled the blossoms, they swayed like a miniature blue ocean, sending ripples through the air. Turning his head, Abraxas observed Riddle, who continued to gaze at him with tender affection, and memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. In his heart, Abraxas marveled at how, indeed, September had brought forth happiness. The picnic cart was placed beside them, and Riddle had thoughtfully chosen a shaded spot for their blanket. With a mischievous grin, Abraxas stealthily pushed Riddle back onto the blanket. Riddle had sensed Abraxas's approach and willingly reclined, eager to see what Abraxas intended. However, when Abraxas attempted to settle onto Riddle's lap, Riddle stubbornly remained in place, refusing to budge. Frustrated, Abraxas glared at him, but ultimately, Riddle scooped him up, claiming victory, and Abraxas found himself comfortably reclining on Riddle's legs. Once settled, Abraxas directed Riddle to remove their cloaks. The sun's warm rays made the air pleasantly mild, and being draped in Riddle's embrace provided a cocoon of warmth. After shedding the cloak, Abraxas felt significantly lighter and more relaxed, resting his head against Riddle. He watched as Riddle magically transferred their picnic items from the cart to the blanket, and began to take in the surroundings, the lush lawn, the shade of the trees, and the scenic beauty around them. Is this lawn newly sown? Abraxas pondered, recalling how Riddle had previously uprooted the backyard. No, after the lawn was lifted that day, it was stored away. Once we departed, it was replanted and treated with potion. Riddle chuckled at the memory, reflecting on how, without magic, his estate's lawn would have been utterly ruined, though he found the effort worthwhile. Abraxas, amused by the recollection, reached out to caress Riddle's face, remembering the sea of roses he had gifted him. It's a pity the photographs aren't in color, he lamented, letting his hand fall as he nestled against Riddle's lap, beginning to share his grievances. Gazing into the meditation basin, memories unfurl, their colors appearing less vibrant than they once were. Abraxas yearns to revisit that sea of blossoms. He believes that young Tommy possesses an extraordinary talent. The scene will forever be etched in his mind. Fear not. I shall devise a plan, Riddle assures, clasping Abraxas's hand and planting a gentle kiss upon it. Very well, Abraxas decides to place his trust in his dear Tommy. After a brief interlude, Abraxas reclines, crossing his legs and beginning to speak. Tommy, were it not for your unreliability, I might genuinely begin to question you. Chapter 149, Abraxas's calculated intentions. What do you suspect? Riddle inquires, somewhat perplexed. He ponders whether Abraxas doubts his capabilities. It seems unlikely. It's merely your exceptional prowess. Were it not for your habitual lack of attentiveness, I would suspect you had a mentor. Did someone teach you? Reflecting on the floral array Riddle had gifted him, Abraxas cannot help but admire his ingenuity. Yet, Riddle's demeanor towards others is often excessively aloof, entirely disregarding them. His actions stem from pure instinct, exhibiting an innocent and genuine nature. Abraxas perceives the rare, radiant qualities that Riddle possesses, and as he contemplates this, he unconsciously gazes intently at him. Oh, the sea of flowers? I once witnessed someone presenting a bouquet of roses as a confession of love, and I thought, I would never be so petty, Riddle remarks with a smile, playfully twirling a strand of Abraxas's long hair. He lifts the platinum lock, watching it slip through his fingers. Abraxas recognizes that no one has likely instructed him in such matters, yet hearing this response brings a satisfied smile to his lips. Abraxas yearns to kiss his little Tommy but restrains himself, aware that they have tasks ahead. This one, he declares cheerfully, pointing towards the snacks. Very well, Riddle responds, using magic to conjure the treats before Abraxas. As Abraxas reaches out to pluck one, Riddle pours a glass of champagne and places it beside him. Tommy, you should eat too, Abraxas insists, content to rest his head on Riddle's lap, savoring the picnic amidst the picturesque scenery. Indeed, Riddle replies with a smile. The snacks are delectable, the surroundings enchanting, yet the most delightful aspect is Abraxas resting upon his lap. Abraxas glances at the grapes, aware that Riddle is attuned to his desires. Riddle, with a smile, magically peels a grape and presents it to Abraxas's lips. Abraxas, observing Riddle's elegant fingers holding the translucent grape, shoots him an indignant glare. The sensation of Riddle licking his fingers had been overwhelming. And now this little Tommy seems to be concocting mischief once more. Do not. Abraxas turns his head away. Ha ha ha, Riddle chuckles softly, unable to contain his amusement. Abraxas is astute, indeed, having detected his antics. Riddle then consumes the grape, conjuring a silver platter to rest beside Abraxas, where he begins to seriously peel more grapes. Abraxas, seeing the silver fork and the increasing pile of fruit, finds it difficult to remain angry with Riddle. He indulges in the grapes, basking in the sunlight while lying comfortably against Riddle's legs, gazing at the surrounding beauty. After a while, having had his fill, Abraxas ceases to eat as Riddle begins to magically prepare pears and apples, slicing them into pieces to place on the silver platter. Abraxas selects 2 pear slices, placing the silver fork down, feeling no further inclination to eat. He relaxes further, gazing skyward at the stunning expanse above and the rolling hills in the distance. More sunlight. Abraxas murmurs, tugging at Riddle's trousers. Riddle glances up and prunes some branches that obstruct the sunlight, vanishing them mid-air with a spell. As the sunlight bathes him, Abraxas curiously looks up to see how Tommy is managing the branches, only to find Riddle gazing at him with eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Locking gazes with Riddle, Abraxas is tempted to kiss him, yet he bites his lower lip. I wish to remain like this for a while longer. Of course, Riddle replies gently. Abraxas turns to lie facing Riddle, grasping his hand as they converse. Abraxas initiates tales of his life at Malfoy Manor, recounting childhood memories and sharing laughter as he unveils the story of his life. Riddle listens intently, one hand clasping Abraxas's, the other tenderly combing through his long hair. When Abraxas concludes and gazes up in anticipation, Riddle slowly begins to share his own story, what he has experienced after leaving the orphanage, his feelings, and his insights. On this afternoon, Riddle reveals all to Abraxas, understanding that he is eager to know him, yearning to listen to these narratives, testaments of his long-held affection. Because of this love, this recognition and acceptance, Riddle experiences a long-lost sense of wholeness, as the void he felt towards the world begins to dissipate. He tightens his grip on their intertwined hands, realizing once more that he is no longer alone. Abraxas reciprocates the grasp, gazing into Riddle's eyes, and upon seeing the relief on his face, he feels reassured. It seems that Tommy comprehends the emptiness that follows a life filled with opulence. It appears to fade a little more. Relaxing, Abraxas shifts closer to Riddle, who quickly notices. Riddle chuckles as he reclines, and Abraxas shifts upward, nestling into his embrace, tightly holding him. The sun shines down upon them, and Tommy continues to improve. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, Abraxas clutches Riddle's shirt and closes his eyes. Riddle gazes at the sleeping Abraxas with a tenderness that seems almost surreal, still shielding them from the breeze and regulating their temperature. He looks at the sky, surveys the scenery, and then at the slumbering Abraxas, understanding all too well why he desires colorful photographs. Riddle has numerous memories of his own, longing to cradle Abraxas as he too closes his eyes. Both of them contentedly embraced under the afternoon sun. Upon awakening, Abraxas glances around, discovering himself once again atop Riddle. As time passes, the sunlight has shifted, almost illuminating him directly. He buries his head into Riddle's chest to evade the encroaching light, pondering why he has been so prone to slumber of late. Riddle leans down and places a soft kiss upon Abraxas's golden hair. Abraxas nuzzles closer to Riddle, lazily inquiring, "What time is it?" 3:41 in the afternoon, Riddle replies, using magic to discern the hour. Abraxas stretches his limbs, nuzzling Riddle again, relishing the comfort of sleep. "Tommy, is there anything else we need to do?" he asks contentedly, pressing against Riddle. "There is. I need to retrieve something from the bedroom and ask the housekeeper to procure a few items." Riddle responds with a mischievous grin. Chapter 150, Riddle and Abraxas at the manor. "Shall I carry you to the manor?" Riddle offers, affectionately stroking Abraxas's back. Abraxas contemplates that the manor should be deserted. The area has been cleared. Moreover, Riddle, with his fox-like ears, will undoubtedly evade the housekeeper's attention just as before. Abraxas had yet to experience being held in such a manner by Riddle outdoors, and he found himself rather inclined to try it. With a chuckle, Abraxas acquiesced. "Very well." Riddle, elated, embraced Abraxas and rose to his sitting position. He leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon Abraxas' forehead, accepting the reward. Riddle had no intention of relinquishing his hold on the man in his arms. He adjusted his posture, shifting to kneel on both legs, and effortlessly lifted Abraxas. Abraxas had anticipated that Riddle would first stand, yet he found himself rising with Riddle, who remained on one knee. Abraxas deftly wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, feeling as though he were weightless in the presence of the diminutive Tommy, as Riddle lifted him with such stability. Abraxas even felt that he could be carried with one hand. Gazing at Riddle's exquisite profile, he mused that Riddle was truly extraordinary. The strength he exhibited was rather impressive. What are you pondering?" Riddle slowed his pace, glancing at Abraxas, whose expression intrigued him. "Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed." Abraxas shifted slightly in Riddle's embrace to avoid eye contact. "Ha ha, very well." Riddle could not contain his laughter, yet he continued to walk at a leisurely pace. He had surmised the nature of Abraxas' expression, reminiscent of when he would chide himself in bed for being inhuman. With a playful smile, Riddle gently jostled Abraxas once more. "Behave yourself." Abraxas, without a second thought, recognized Riddle's mischievous intent and issued a direct warning. "All right," Riddle replied, elongating his tone. Indeed, Abraxas was correct. Riddle was contemplating mischief, though it remained merely an idea. The two of them silently ascended to the second floor, where Abraxas settled onto the sofa, sipping red tea while watching Riddle rummage through the wardrobe. Abraxas pondered that Riddle's stealth in carrying him upstairs would serve him well as an assassin. Within the wardrobe, Riddle rummaged enthusiastically, first selecting several nightgowns. Though he could not wear Abraxas attire, he believed Abraxas would look splendid in a black one. He also chose a few white ones, which he personally disliked but knew Abraxas favored. Next, Riddle's gaze fell upon shirts. He selected a few white and some black ones for the same reasons. Though he could not wear Abraxas' clothing, Abraxas could don his. Riddle beamed with delight as he continued his search, just as Abraxas approached with his teacup. Abraxas felt compelled to keep an eye on Riddle, scrutinizing him to prevent any further antics. Leaning against the doorway, Abraxas observed Riddle's quest for clothing, arching an eyebrow without providing any outward indication of his thoughts. However, his expression began to shift upon witnessing Riddle retrieve an entire set of bedding and blankets from a concealed compartment. Abraxas watched as Riddle unearthed a white set, then a black one, his expression turning to one of resignation. He was perplexed as to why Riddle sought such items. Riddle tucked everything into his spatial ring and then grinned at Abraxas. Squinting, Abraxas began to appraise Riddle, ready to pounce at the first opportunity. Carefully avoiding the teacup, Riddle approached with a playful smile and embraced Abraxas, beginning to act coy. "I harbor no ill intentions." As he spoke, he casually caressed Abraxas' waist, only to realize that he had overstepped. "Is that so? Do you expect me to believe you?" Abraxas replied, his expression one of exasperation. Riddle murmured, nuzzling against Abraxas' neck. Initially intending to be playful, he found himself instinctively leaning in to kiss. Abraxas relished Riddle's affectionate demeanor and decided to let him be. All right. But you must allow me to set down the teacup." Abraxas chuckled, insisting on a halt to the kisses. He was disinclined to cause a commotion in the manor, as the butler might appear, and their current state resembled that of illicit lovers. Though they would not be caught, it was nonetheless too exhilarating for Abraxas. Riddle obediently released Abraxas but then turned and embraced him from behind, wearing a triumphant smile, thus allowing Abraxas to place the teacup down. "Tommy, you little rascal." Abraxas playfully chastised Riddle, nudging the teacup against Riddle's hand, intending for him to hold it obediently. However, Riddle accepted the cup and promptly finished the remaining tea, levitating the cup onto the coffee table. He then comfortably nestled against Abraxas, resting his head on his shoulder. Do you have any particular styles you favor?" Riddle inquired. Intending for Abraxas to wear one of his shirts, but fearing retribution, he hesitated before rephrasing. Abraxas glanced at the hanging shirts, noting their similarity in design. "Our styles are quite alike. What is there for me to admire?" Upon finishing his statement, Abraxas realized that Riddle likely had a different thought in mind. "Tommy, what were you just contemplating?" Abraxas inquired, holding Riddle's hand firmly. I was thinking of seeing you in my shirt," Riddle admitted, nuzzling against Abraxas' cheek in a playful manner. "Perhaps that is not advisable." Abraxas contemplated, considering that tomorrow, on the weekend, he could wear Tommy's shirt during the day. "Really?" Riddle inquired, scrutinizing Abraxas' expression closely. This expression seemed to indicate a serious intent to dress, which was agreeable. They could take their time. Indeed, although it may be slightly oversized, it should fit. "I will wear it for you tomorrow," Abraxas affirmed with a smile, patting Riddle's hand. "All right," Riddle exclaimed gleefully, planting a kiss in celebration. "Now, is there anything else you need to procure?" Abraxas quickly redirected the conversation, sensing that if they continued to kiss, Riddle might become irreverent again. "Please leave a message for the butler, requesting a set of dark green velvet." "Very well, I understand," Abraxas interjected, not wishing to delve deeper into Riddle's intentions, though he immediately recalled that they were likely to acquire 2 additional sets for the same reason. Occasionally, Abraxas would awaken amidst black and white fabrics, and while he had grown accustomed to it, he always felt it contrasted with the color scheme of his own bedroom. This had occurred twice now, and he would need to address the matter with young Tommy. "Tommy, you truly are considerate. Would you like me to shower you with praise?" Abraxas began to chuckle mischievously. Sure, are you being sincere?" Riddle responded, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease at the query. Abraxas typically offered compliments without hesitation, and this question had raised his suspicions. Chapter 151, Mischief in the Wardrobe. Riddle tilted his head, observing that Abraxas appeared to be in good spirits, so he released his grasp. Abraxas turned and wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, leaning up to kiss him. Riddle eagerly responded, despite the possibility that Abraxas might have ulterior motives. He decided to seize the opportunity to indulge in the moment. Feeling the indulgence from Abraxas, Riddle grew bolder, pressing him against the wall and deepening the kiss. Abraxas tugged at Riddle's shirt, struggling for breath, tilting his head back to invite a deeper kiss. He gripped Riddle's back tightly, positioning one leg between Riddle's. Riddle began to move freely, feeling completely enthralled by the sensations Abraxas evoked. The sound of Abraxas' breathy moans ignited a fervor within Riddle, causing the veins in his neck to stand out prominently. At that moment, the crisp sound of 2 claps echoed in the cloakroom. Riddle retreated, his gaze fixated on the silver strand, eyes locked onto Abraxas. Although Abraxas's complexion had turned crimson and he leaned weakly against the wall, gasping for breath. The slight curve of his lips hinted at mischief. Riddle attempted to draw closer, only to be gently restrained by Abraxas's shoulder. Words failed Riddle as he stammered. A sense of unease washed over him. Abraxas's wicked smile was disconcerting, and he had already surmised the implications. Upon noticing Riddle's speechlessness, Abraxas raised his head, smiling at him. Their eyes met, confirming Riddle's suspicions, and he sighed deeply. Abraxas took a moment to catch his breath, relishing Riddle's expression of helplessness, which gradually transformed. The more Riddle observed Abraxas, the more he found beauty in the way he gasped against the wall. His own attire was predominantly monochromatic, but the touch of gold was the most exquisite. Riddle leaned against the wall, trapping Abraxas beneath him, thoroughly admiring the satisfaction etched on Abraxas's features after his mischief. In Riddle's eyes, Abraxas was undeniably beautiful, every expression endearing to him. He inched closer, intending to kiss, but Abraxas felt a flush of warmth from Riddle's gaze. Further intimacy would not be a punishment. Abraxas tugged at Riddle, drawing him nearer, resting his head against Riddle's shoulder. He wrapped his arms around Riddle, still panting, unwilling to relent, and playfully nudged him with his leg. "Reward, how does it sound?" Abraxas panted, his words punctuated by breaths. Riddle, reminded of the situation, suppressed a laugh and felt the urge to cry instead. He began to breathe deeply, realizing he had indeed provoked Abraxas. "All right," Riddle exhaled through gritted teeth. Abraxas, amused by Riddle's trembling voice, burst into uncontrollable laughter, inadvertently choking on his own saliva. Riddle quickly transformed into a supportive figure, one arm cradling Abraxas while the other gently patted his back, ensuring he wouldn't cough again. Sensing Abraxas was all right, Riddle squatted down. maintaining their face-to-face embrace as they moved to the living room. He carefully placed Abraxas on the sofa and poured him a cup of red tea, which he delivered to his side. As Abraxas sipped the tea, he noticed Riddle crouched before him, intently observing. Abraxas acknowledged his own mischievousness, but found Riddle's playful spirit irresistibly entertaining. With a playful gesture, Abraxas beckoned Riddle to sit beside him, and Riddle promptly obliged. Wrapping his arms around Abraxas' waist, Abraxas nestled against Riddle, gazing up at him. "Tommy, may I tease you?" Abraxas inquired, tracing Riddle's jawline with his fingers, searching for his reaction. "You may," Riddle replied, his teeth clenched in assent. Initially, Riddle had been agreeable, but now, under Abraxas' touch, his breath quickened. He found Abraxas' feigned innocence utterly appealing. Abraxas grinned with satisfaction, having anticipated this outcome. However, his playful punishment was brief. He pulled Riddle closer, planting a kiss on his lips. Later, Abraxas remarked, clearly wishing to shift positions. He playfully patted Riddle's thigh, prompting instant understanding from Riddle. With a smile, Riddle created some distance, allowing Abraxas to recline on his lap. "Leave a message. Is there anything else we need to address?" Riddle inquired, contemplating the matter of the vineyard. He produced a sheet of parchment, intending to leave it for the housekeeper, and began writing a note on ordinary paper, asking about procuring dark green ink. "Are we getting wine?" Abraxas inquired, tilting his head to observe Riddle's focused writing. "Yes," Riddle replied, grinning as he penned his note. "We have one at home. We can use it once we decipher the spell." Abraxas began to gather his long hair to one side. "Sounds good," Riddle agreed with a smile, quickly finishing his note. Riddle's gaze lingered on Abraxas, an eager glint in his eyes. "No," Abraxas protested, sensing Riddle's hand wandering toward his waist. "No," he repeated, laughing as he turned his back to Riddle. Despite Abraxas' protests, Riddle continued to explore, his hands creeping upward. "Touch me again, and I shall bite you," Abraxas warned, clutching Riddle's hands that had ventured to his chest, squeezing tightly. "Ha ha. All right, I won't," Riddle chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. Abraxas, now curled up and clutching his own arms like a small cat, appeared utterly adorable. "All right," Riddle reassured him, remaining still. Upon hearing this, Abraxas relaxed, loosening his grip, only to be playfully squeezed once more. Abraxas shot Riddle an indignant glare. Riddle feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Back to school," Abraxas declared, feeling the need to leave the bedroom, sensing it had become too precarious. "Very well," Riddle replied, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Abraxas' flustered demeanor. Abraxas rose, wrapping his arms around Riddle from behind, this time merely tightening his embrace and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Abraxas, not wishing to remain angry, held Riddle's hand tightly as they prepared to leave the manor. Riddle, feeling the absence of others, embraced Abraxas' waist as they walked together. Abraxas sighed, seemingly resigned to Riddle's affection as they navigated their way slowly. Chapter 152. On the way back to school, a casual conversation unfolds. Upon leaving the manor, they used apparition and arrived in Hogsmeade Village. It's still early. Shall we explore a bit?" Riddle suggested, glancing towards Hogsmeade. "Let us head back first. We can come again next week," Abraxas softly coaxed. He believed it was unwise to indulge in play today. After nurturing Tommy for so long, he had gained some insight. If they played today, Riddle might lose interest in Hogsmeade, and no amount of time filling would suffice. It was essential to maintain a sense of novelty. "All right, let us hold hands." Riddle nudged Abraxas gently with his shoulder. "Very well," Abraxas replied with a smile. He took Riddle's hand, intertwining their fingers as they entered through the gates. Abraxas beamed at Riddle's delight in holding hands, then noticed a figure darting across the sky above the Quidditch training grounds. Students were practicing, and a mischievous idea sparked within him. "Tommy," Abraxas called sweetly. "Yes." "What is it, Riddle responded, looking at Abraxas holding his hand. "The Quidditch matches are about to commence, aren't they?" Abraxas asked knowingly. "Yes. The first match is in 3 weeks," Riddle confirmed, having kept an eye on the schedule. "Tommy, when do you plan to start training?" Abraxas inquired, raising an eyebrow at Riddle. "A week before the match. I think a few practice sessions will suffice," Riddle replied. "Very well," Abraxas decided, wishing to conclude the conversation. Abraxas, in truth, found it difficult to harden his heart and send him off to training every day. After some contemplation, he decided against it. Riddle, with a playful blink at Abraxas, felt that his partner was already aware, and thus, there was no need for him to assure victory. As Riddle observed Abraxas, a sudden thought crossed his mind. How about a date tomorrow? He gazed earnestly at Abraxas. "A date sounds delightful," Abraxas replied. Though he felt they were already dating every day, nonetheless, he was willing to indulge Riddle's whims. "So, how shall we go about this date?" Abraxas expressed a hint of curiosity about what Tommy had in mind for their outing. "We could take a stroll by the Black Lake in the morning. Riddle had contemplated this idea last Saturday morning, wishing to share the experience of the morning sun and gentle breeze with Abraxas. He had thought about it more than once, but their weekdays were typically busy from Monday to Friday mornings. Have you been wanting to go with me all along? Abraxas seemed to grasp the expression on Riddle's face. Seeing Riddle nod eagerly at him softened Abraxas's heart. Then let's make it a regular occurrence whenever we have the time. Abraxas looked tenderly at Riddle. Whether during the day or at night, Abraxas felt that walking together would always be a delightful endeavor. All right, Riddle replied with uncontainable joy. Just the thought of a date brought him such happiness. Abraxas playfully shook Riddle's hand. Indeed, Riddle responded, beaming with pride. Abraxas couldn't help but smile at Riddle's expression. The little Tommy was so pleased, perhaps thinking that since other couples were walking by the Black Lake, he should partake in the same to showcase their relationship. Abraxas found himself chuckling. Tommy was rather naive. They were already engaged, yet such thoughts were undeniably endearing. Abraxas tugged on Riddle's hand, giving him a look to draw him closer. Upon doing so, Riddle unexpectedly received a kiss, his eyes widening in surprise at Abraxas. Just one, no more, let's move on. Abraxas chuckled, pulling Riddle along. You've taken on so many tasks lately. You'll be quite busy next week, won't you? Abraxas shifted the conversation. Not really. The schedule is more relaxed now, Riddle replied, casually nudging Abraxas's shoulder. Abraxas knew Riddle exceedingly well, sometimes even better than Riddle understood himself. He often found Tommy's thoughts transparent, although occasionally, Tommy would surprise him with unexpected insights. What's the matter? Riddle noticed the complex expression on Abraxas's face, feeling puzzled. Nothing. Just sensing that you're becoming unpredictable again, Abraxas remarked, smiling at Riddle. Is that good or bad? Riddle inquired, focusing solely on Abraxas's assessment. Good, haha, Abraxas exclaimed, unable to restrain his laughter. He found both the clarity and the ambiguity of Tommy's thoughts equally amusing. Regardless, he cherished his little Tommy. Abraxas stole another glance at Riddle, biting his lip, yearning for another kiss. Riddle noticed the look in Abraxas's eyes, and they began to lock gazes. Riddle leaned in, their noses almost touching, and proposed softly. Shall we go behind the tree? His voice carried an indescribable flirtatiousness. No, Abraxas averted his gaze and leaned against Riddle's shoulder. After taking a deep breath, he stood up, holding Riddle's hand as they continued forward. Let us return to our respective dormitories to change, and after dinner, we can train in the room of requirement. Abraxas sensed that his rationality was precariously wavering, fearing that if they indulged behind the tree, it might lead to further entanglements in the dormitory. Fine, Riddle acquiesced, knowing they would be together later that evening. As Abraxas spotted the castle in the distance, he felt a wave of calm wash over him and began to chat idly with Riddle. Tommy, do you have a lot on your plate? Am I encroaching on your time? Abraxas recalled his earlier schedule, which seemed to primarily serve his own interests. Not at all. What is there to analyze? It's all just play. Riddle tightened his grip on Abraxas' hand, understanding his concerns. I currently lack any space for progress. Research merely occupies time. And training with you is what truly matters. Riddle was quite clear on this. Without Abraxas, he wouldn't engage in such studies. For him, research was akin to play, often yielding rewards. As this realization struck him, Riddle glanced at Abraxas, anticipating a good return on his efforts once they reached the room of requirement. Abraxas met Riddle's gaze, feeling a slight tension. Tone it down a bit, Abraxas said, exasperated, as he tightened his grip on Riddle's hand. Chapter 153. Abraxas felt utterly exasperated. He sensed that Riddle had been increasingly audacious lately. Just the way Riddle was staring at him now hinted at some mischievous intention brewing in his mind. All right, Riddle said with a knowing smile. He tightened his hold on Abraxas's hand, admiring him. Abraxas felt an urge to bite him. He had indeed restrained himself. Yet he sensed Riddle was still scheming. Why can't I improve? Abraxas attempted to redirect the topic. Upon hearing this question, Riddle pondered how to explain his thoughts. It's just that I can't improve, he replied innocently, looking up at Abraxas. Come here. Abraxas stopped, pulling Riddle's hand, genuinely tempted to scold him. Ha ha ha, let me think about how to explain this. Riddle chuckled as he embraced Abraxas. Riddle understood why Abraxas was upset. Whether it was because he thought Abraxas wouldn't understand or simply didn't wish to elaborate, either way, it was wrong. Give me a moment to figure out where to begin. Riddle's mind began racing. All right, let's discuss it as we walk, Abraxas said, gently patting Riddle's back to encourage him to release his hold. Abraxas recognized from Riddle's reaction that he merely sought to avoid effort, with no ulterior motives. I have some research, but I've hit a wall. It's completely stalled. Riddle swung Abraxas's hand playfully. What aspect of research? Abraxas helped Riddle categorize his thoughts, curses, and magical manipulation. Riddle, upon hearing the prompt, knew precisely how to articulate his ideas. Regarding my attack, I've been researching ways to enhance it further. Riddle's expression grew more serious. Upon seeing Abraxas nodding, he continued, I need to create a stronger spell or gain finer control over my magical energy. But everything has come to a standstill. After finishing, Riddle wrapped his arms around Abraxas's waist, leaning into him. Abraxas, in turn, embraced Riddle, allowing him to be affectionate. Unbothered by the possibility of being seen, and leaned down to kiss his cheek, holding him tighter. Riddle nestled into Abraxas's shoulder, taking a deep breath, but soon pulled away, cautioning against being seen. He found himself feeling somewhat downcast, yet discussing it made him slightly unhappy. Riddle grasped Abraxas' hand, looking up at him. Riddle, in truth, understood that he had merely been unaccustomed to being coddled, but now he was free to indulge in such affection. Tommy Abraxas gazed earnestly at him, feeling a pang of melancholy, yet uncertain where to begin offering solace. Was it appropriate to praise him for his struggles with research? Abraxas had always perceived them as kindred spirits, both unrelentingly harsh upon themselves, and thus believed comforting each other was not the right approach. Observing Abraxas' perplexity and how to console himself, Riddle felt a flicker of amusement. It was a rare occurrence to witness Abraxas in such a quandary. Do you love me, Abraxas? Riddle posed this question, effectively providing the answer himself. Abraxas comprehended that this was a subtle nudge from little Tommy, a rare instance of being instructed by him. I love you, and I shall always be by your side. Abraxas tenderly caressed Riddle's cheek. Riddle's eyes sparkled instantaneously. What had initially been a slight gloom transformed into exuberant joy upon hearing those words. Forever. Riddle fixated his gaze upon Abraxas. Forever, Abraxas echoed, kissing Riddle gently before withdrawing his hand, pondering the reason for the halt. Please, continue. I have ideas, but circumstances are not conducive, Riddle replied, raising an inquisitive brow. He recognized that he was perhaps being a bit fanciful, yet with magic at his disposal, anything seemed achievable. What constrained him were insufficient magical energy and the need for more intricate manipulation of that energy. Upon finishing his thoughts, Riddle sensed an unusual expression on Abraxas's face. Insufficient magical energy, Abraxas murmured, almost to himself. He believed Riddle's current magical prowess was already extraordinary. Indeed, it will take a considerable time for my power to grow further and then to surpass certain thresholds to realize my ambitions. Riddle blinked, realizing he had perhaps overstepped. In 1945, the panel will unlock, and my magic will reach a significant peak. Subsequently, due to my lineage, I will remain at the apex of magical growth. My power will continue to increase. Ordinary wizards are limited by their physical forms and the constraints of their bloodlines, and beyond a certain point, they can no longer expand their magical capabilities, whereas I am unbound, growing stronger with the passage of time. Do you know when the breakthrough will occur? Abraxas had never encountered the term magical breakthrough before. I do not know, but if growth stagnates, perhaps that indicates a nearing breakthrough? Riddle hesitated in his response. Humans have boundaries, yet he seemed devoid of such limits. If his magical energy ceased to rise at a terrifying level, it would signify a breakthrough. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, Riddle nodded, feeling satisfied with his summary. Abraxas, observing Riddle's demeanor, felt a headache brewing. He had heard of magical growth and bloodline awakenings, but never of this magical limit. Abraxas was at a loss for how to proceed with his inquiries. In 1945, my magic will experience an explosive increase, and thereafter, it will continue to grow, Riddle began to explain proactively, noting Abraxas's expression. However, Riddle himself was unsure of the extent of this unlocking, though it felt like it would be a staggering figure. So, just how powerful will you become? Abraxas's expression grew somewhat numb. Indeed, every day little Tommy stirred up some trouble. Could such statements be made so casually? Abraxas glanced around, confirming the absence of others, and with Riddle's fox-like ears, it was unlikely anyone was nearby. Riddle calculated briefly, noting his current magical capacity at 17, increasing by 3 points annually. My current magic surpasses Dumbledore's. In 6 years, it will double, but beyond that in 1945, I cannot fathom. Riddle glanced at Abraxas. Uncertainty etched on his face regarding the unlocking's potential. Abraxas, exuding an air of resignation, wrapped his arms around Riddle's waist and leaned closer, whispering, You dare speak of such matters in public? There's no one around. And no one could best me, Riddle replied, feigning innocence as he winked at Abraxas. Abraxas felt his head spinning from the overwhelming revelations, lacking the energy to contend with Riddle's antics. Let us continue walking, he said, taking a deep breath and leaning on Riddle for support. Very well, Riddle tightened his embrace, noticing Abraxas's growing fatigue, and began to half-carry him. Chapter 154. Abraxas sensed something was amiss. It felt as though Riddle was nearly lifting him off the ground. Though he merely sought support, he was capable of walking on his own. Put me down, Abraxas insisted, patting Riddle. With a smile, Riddle released him, finding the act of holding him quite amusing. This information is crucial. It must not be shared outside, Abraxas urged, pulling Riddle toward the castle, his expression tinged with exasperation. Abraxas believed Riddle was aware of the necessity for discretion, yet chose to speak, opting for provocation over silence. Slowing his pace, Abraxas regarded Riddle with suspicion, questioning whether he was intentionally teasing him. What's wrong? Riddle instinctively sensed the tension, attempting to ingratiate himself to Abraxas. As Abraxas observed Riddle's eagerness, he resolved to directly confront him. All right, enlighten me as to why you found it troublesome to discuss your enhancement initially. As he spoke, Abraxas gently patted Riddle's hand, urging him to elaborate. Upon hearing this question, Riddle's expression shifted to one of concern, furrowing his brow. Abraxas, noticing Riddle's discomfort, recognized his genuine struggle. Riddle, perceiving Abraxas's inquisitive gaze, decided to start from the very beginning, explaining from cellular structures under a microscope all the way to atomic theory. Riddle articulated his thoughts eloquently, and Abraxas, with patience, absorbed every word, knowing little Tommy would not divulge such information without purpose. As Riddle delved into concepts of gravitational and repulsive forces within the cosmos, he noted Abraxas nodding in comprehension. Riddle proceeded to concentrate his energy into a demonstration, elucidating as he went. Gravity is represented by Tsang, while repulsion is denoted as He. The collision of the two results in a minuscule black hole, a rift in space. Abraxas's eyes brightened with understanding. Riddle's attack model was derived from the workings of the universe. Fully engaged, Abraxas listened intently as Riddle elaborated. While I orchestrate all of this, my control over magical energy is merely at the atomic level. In the vastness of the universe, the collision and collapse of two neutron stars represent the most formidable phenomena. Riddle contemplated that, within the framework of cosmic physics, his superior attacks should align with this understanding. Thus, I postulate that when magical energy reaches its zenith, perhaps I can forcibly execute all of this through sheer power. Riddle's expression was uncharacteristically earnest. After all, magic signifies the manifestation of one's desires. If the energy is sufficient, he could bypass intermediary steps and directly attain results, which is indeed feasible. Perhaps, with further advancement in atomic-level manipulation, one could achieve the intended outcomes. Riddle nodded, feeling that this perspective held merit. Subsequently, he sighed, contemplating contingency plans. If all else fails, I shall have to invest time in various research endeavors. Upon uttering this option, Riddle's frown deepened, for it was the scenario he detested most, envisioning it would take years or even decades. When the accumulation of knowledge reaches a sufficient threshold, inspiration may surge forth, enabling the construction of a new incantation that can resolve that particular challenge. After Riddle finished speaking, he noticed that Abraxas had remained silent, so he turned to look at him. Is it truly necessary to be so astonished? Riddle inquired with a smile. The expression on Abraxas's face was indeed rare, nearly overwhelmed with shock. Did you feel that? Abraxas stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, he organized his thoughts. Do you not think that if you can study neutron star collapses, you could delve into other areas as well? Abraxas hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. The composition of cosmic bodies, the forces of repulsion and attraction, black holes, neutron star implosions. These concepts seemed beyond human grasp. If all of this is subject to study, might it not be possible to investigate other realms as well? Riddle's magical prowess was already extraordinary, and it was only set to intensify. Is it conceivable that you could research? Abraxas's voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. Riddle observed Abraxas, seemingly unsure whether to utter that particular phrase. He glanced at the castle ahead, then at the Quidditch pitch and the forbidden forest, before turning back to Abraxas with a smile. Immortality, followed by ascension to divinity? Riddle's tone was remarkably light, even teasing. Though he was not yet a god, he could still dominate the entire world, and his vampire blood rendered him undying. The principal distinction between him and the divine was that deities could create and govern rules, even fashioning and annihilating worlds. Riddle understood he could not achieve that, yet he felt a glimmer of possibility. I will strive for it. Abraxas stared at Riddle, momentarily dazed by the absurdity of this declaration. Riddle's tone, his words, echoed what he had said to himself before. If one desires something, they will achieve it through effort. It was bewildering that a person who had previously shown little interest in exertion or power would make such a proclamation on an ordinary afternoon during a casual conversation, declaring his ambition to become a god. Abraxas watched as Riddle's fingers moved weakly, only to be embraced in a warm laugh. Leaning against Riddle, Abraxas suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Why you? Abraxas grasped Riddle's cloak tightly. What is it, There's no need to get so worked up. It hasn't happened yet. Riddle gently patted Abraxas's back to soothe him. Will it be successful? Abraxas clung to Riddle, still somewhat agitated. For now, I can only say I will strive. Truly, it requires my magic to reach a certain level before yielding results. Riddle was constrained by his own magical abilities. He had attempted to analyze certain physical principles. He could observe them, but could not alter them. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense that if he waited, once his magical prowess escalated to a sufficient degree, he could grasp this miracle. Abraxas rested his head on Riddle's shoulder, his heart racing with intensity. He took out his wand and cast several spells, also applying a few detection charms on himself. Riddle found himself in a state of bemusement. Now detection charms had been turned upon him. What are you doing? Riddle chuckled, bemused but seizing the opportunity to nuzzle his cheek against Abraxas's. Something's amiss. You are decidedly not yourself. Abraxas still found it hard to believe. Riddle had previously provided an abundance of knowledge, yet had shown no interest in anything that was indeed within his capabilities. However, now that Riddle acknowledged he had studied how to attain divinity, the implications of his promises seemed excessive. Chapter 155. Abraxas felt that no matter what, he was undeniably Riddle's little Tommy. Such a person, who fell in love at first sight and pursued fervently, was soon to bear the Malfoy surname? What troubles you? Riddle sensed Abraxas clinging tighter to him. Do you truly wish to be a Malfoy? Abraxas still thought it somewhat surreal. Yes, I absolutely intend to be a Malfoy, Riddle replied with unwavering conviction. Given the choice, he preferred to avoid dealing with such matters. Riddle began to explain, his brow furrowing as he spoke. I will establish my own family, and then our families can negotiate, delineate power, and deliberate on how to manage heirs, who inherits which family. I truly have no time for such trivialities. Riddle had no desire to oversee anything. He simply wished to wake up each day with Abraxas by his side. Moreover, he had already called someone father. It was not without reason, as henceforth those burdensome matters would naturally fall to Septimus. This way, he could enjoy a world of two with Abraxas, and if possible, he desired no heirs at all. The thought of heirs stirred something within Riddle, prompting him to contemplate seizing the opportunity. Upon hearing the answer, Abraxas felt a sense of inevitability. Little Tommy remained as whimsical as ever. I will discern what is most important, Riddle murmured, burying his face in the crook of Abraxas's neck to inhale deeply. You ought to commend me. After saying this, Riddle could not resist pressing kisses along Abraxas's neck. Abraxas, feeling the affection, merely caressed Riddle's back to comfort him. All right, but we are outside now, so exercise some restraint. You are doing splendidly. Riddle had not truly changed. He remained largely disinterested in most matters. Extracting this relationship from context would reveal significant issues, yet together they were perfectly matched. Abraxas had already committed himself to Riddle. This revelation was merely an unexpected delight. Still, Abraxas tightened his embrace around Riddle's waist. After being embraced, Riddle pressed a kiss to Abraxas's cheek. He felt an urge to kiss Abraxas more intimately, and he believed that at this moment, would likely respond eagerly. However, with others possibly watching from the pitch and the castle so near, Riddle sighed. Deciding to restrain himself, he thought it prudent to seize this moment while Abraxas was in a heightened emotional state, knowing he would have to deal with the consequences later. Upon hearing Riddle's sigh, Abraxas inquired, What is it? I was considering something, but it was too close to the castle, so I abandoned the thought, Riddle replied, holding Abraxas close and nuzzling him. Abraxas's expression shifted to one of exasperation. Although Riddle had not specified what he had been contemplating, it was evident that his thoughts often circled the same few topics, and the fact that he had given up due to proximity to the castle certainly hinted at something inappropriate. Let go. You've reminded me that it truly is too close to the castle. Abraxas began to frown. Riddle, chuckling, released Abraxas, realizing that whenever such topics arose, Abraxas would calm down. Perhaps because he could not endure their kisses reaching a conclusion. What is it? Abraxas squinted at Riddle. Nothing. Riddle thought better of mentioning it, and swallowed his words. What were you about to say? Abraxas pressed on. Understanding that Riddle's declaration about aspiring to be a god was not alarming, Abraxas remained vigilant against any impulsive whims. Riddle, under Abraxas's scrutinizing gaze, found himself unable to voice his true thoughts yet compelled to say something, ultimately managing to stammer out. You are remarkable. You are so composed. Riddle began to boast, convinced of his own cleverness. Abraxas, feeling increasingly exasperated, wondered if he could articulate why he had managed to remain calm. He cast a deep glance at Riddle, choosing silence. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Riddle, apprehensive that the astute Abraxas might decipher his thoughts, promptly sought to divert the conversation. So, what would you like to learn when we reach the library? Abraxas regarded Riddle with a hint of skepticism. The latter's poor acting skills were evident, yet he decided to play along. As the two approached the entrance of Abraxas's dormitory, Just before parting ways, Abraxas seized the fabric of Riddle's cloak, halting him. After surveying their surroundings, he placed a gentle kiss on Riddle's cheek. In an unexpected turn, Riddle scooped Abraxas up, carrying him into the dormitory. Once Riddle set him down, Abraxas found himself caught between laughter and exasperation. Though Riddle had playfully intruded upon his space, he showed no signs of serious intent, leaving Abraxas pondering the purpose behind his antics. Observing Riddle's antics while shedding his own cloak, Abraxas held onto it, gazing at Riddle with anticipation. Suddenly, a spark of understanding illuminated his mind. He tugged at Riddle's collar, urging him to lower his head, and then pressed his lips against Riddle's. Witnessing Riddle's expression transform into one of satisfaction, Abraxas indulged in 2 more kisses before retreating into the vanishing cabinet. Abraxas felt a mix of amusement and frustration at how trivial matters could provoke such reactions. However, he dismissed the thought of arguing with young Tommy, opting instead to change into a wizarding robe and don a jacket. Settling onto the sofa, he brewed some red tea, awaiting Riddle's knock. Before long, a discreet knock echoed through the room, prompting Abraxas to rise and step outside. The duo commenced their journey to the library. Inside the room of requirement, the customary lesson had concluded, and Riddle expressed his satisfaction with the rewards of the session. Yet, Abraxas, still fuming, approached the training area, wand in hand, ready to confront Riddle. Noticing Riddle's triumphant grin, Abraxas wasted no time in casting spells with little regard. Initially, Riddle had devious intentions. In their first round, he employed a disarming charm with just the right amount of restraint. After disarming Abraxas, Riddle raised the captured wand, inching closer to Abraxas and compelling him to make a deal for its return. Only after achieving his aim did Riddle commence serious instruction. Following the training, Abraxas, momentarily forgetting the conditions he had agreed upon, joyfully leaped into Riddle's arms, seeking healing and a towel to wipe away his sweat. The two then embraced once more, reflecting on their training, with Abraxas completely absorbed in the joy of his newfound strength, forgetting the earlier provocations by Tommy. Though in high spirits, Abraxas maintained a semblance of composure, believing it prudent to linger a while longer in the room of requirement. Chapter 156, Mutual Rewards. Abraxas settled in Riddle's embrace as a house elf, served them red tea and desserts. Observing the scene, Riddle began to grasp the situation. On one hand, their post-dinner hours were devoted to studying and practicing spells. 1 hour of instruction followed by an hour of training, culminating in a review, all while hunger loomed. On the other hand, there seemed to be evening activities on the horizon. Perhaps Abraxas was replenishing his energy, prompting Riddle to consider the necessity of brewing potions. At that moment, Abraxas held a dessert to Riddle's lips. Riddle, opening his mouth, surrendered to the sweet temptation. After finishing, Abraxas reclined in Riddle's arms, listening to him read. Once time seemed to draw near for their return, Abraxas rose and gently urged Riddle to do the same. "I'll shower first, you can come over later." Abraxas exited the room of requirement, prompting a cheerful response from Riddle, who replied, "Then I'll hasten to brew some potions. I may be a tad late." Riddle recalled that his vitality potion had run out and resolved to brew it that night. "What potion are you making?" Abraxas queried, sensing something amiss. What could possibly take precedence over his arrival at Abraxas's quarters? By this time, they had already reached the staircase. "Guess," Riddle teased. "I have no desire to guess," Abraxas replied, his curiosity waning at Riddle's mischievous expression. Riddle, checking for eavesdroppers, reassured himself it was nothing sensitive. Vitality potion. Upon hearing this, Abraxas's irritation flared, and he resolved to settle all scores later. As Riddle emerged from the cabinet, he found Abraxas perched at the edge of his bed, dressed in a white silk nightgown. Engrossed in a book, his platinum hair cascaded elegantly to one side, with a few strands framing his face. Riddle, striding forward, could not help but admire Abraxas's beauty, captivated by the graceful curves of each strand of hair. Hearing the noise, Abraxas lifted his gaze, a smile breaking as he anticipated their forthcoming activities. By the time Riddle reached the bedside, he had already shed his nightgown, revealing his fair, sculpted physique, and leaned in closer. Abraxas, noticing Riddle's intent, placed his book aside and laughed as he began to evade him. "Tommy, what are you doing?" Abraxas protested, bracing himself against Riddle while inadvertently caressing him. Riddle, caught in Abraxas' playful grip, glanced down to see the impish grin on his face. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. He was about to be teased. In a fit of mock fury, he leaped onto the bed and began to roll about in frustration. Abraxas, nearly doubled over with laughter, found it amusing to see Riddle, who had spoken of achieving divinity earlier that day, now rolling on his bed in exasperation. When Riddle finally lay still, feigning death, Abraxas playfully nudged him with his legs and ran his fingers across Riddle's bare back. Seeing that his antics had yielded no response, Abraxas chuckled softly before attempting to entice him further. Come here. Hearing Abraxas call, Riddle felt a surge of hope and quickly flipped over, gazing expectantly at him. Abraxas, smiling, draped his leg over Riddle, reclining against the pillow while propping himself up with one arm. He began to explore Riddle's toned physique, observing the myriad expressions that danced across his face. Riddle was fine with the gentle caresses, but Abraxas' playful pinching sent shivers through him. Displeased, Riddle shot a reproachful glance at Abraxas, who was still wearing that smug smile. "You're at it again," Riddle remarked, placing his hands firmly on Abraxas' waist, relishing the delicate texture of his skin. Go ahead and speak." With that, Riddle sighed, contemplating how their earlier promise to play had morphed into this playful torment. He wondered what more tricks might unfold in the future. "Let me think about what I want to say," Abraxas mused, his hands sliding lower. Riddle's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he began to breathe deeply, wondering if Abraxas intended to venture further. "I've got it." Abraxas deliberately came to a halt. "Abu, continue," Riddle urged, grasping Abraxas' hand with intention. "Isn't it that you don't like it?" Abraxas provocatively reached out to scratch Riddle's abdominal muscles. Riddle felt the tantalizing sensation of nails grazing his skin and inhaled sharply. "I do like it very much." Riddle decided to let Abraxas have his way, as he could no longer control the situation. Observing Riddle's resigned expression, Abraxas couldn't help but laugh, choosing not to tease little Tommy any further. Riddle took a deep breath, comfortably squinting his eyes, yet he yearned for a kiss, eagerly gazing at Abraxas. Abraxas noticed, and was also inclined to lean down for a kiss with little Tommy. However, he still had matters to attend to. "I have something to say." "Abu, go ahead," Riddle urged as he leaned closer. Abraxas chuckled softly and bestowed a quick kiss upon him. Noticing Riddle became slightly more subdued after the kiss, he continued, "Do you know why there are rewards today?" Although they had already had their fun and rewards had commenced, Abraxas felt it was no issue to discuss it further, perhaps giving a bit more. "Ugh, I don't know," Riddle admitted, his mind utterly blank. "Flowchart profits, I never anticipated a reward." Abraxas gently inquired, "If you could choose a reward, what would you desire?" Riddle gazed earnestly at Abraxas. "A kiss." Abraxas acknowledged that what little Tommy desired most at that moment was indeed this. This beautiful little pup had always been modest in his requests for rewards, and now he looked at Abraxas in such a way that Abraxas felt he could hardly resist. Without waiting, Riddle leaned in and fervently kissed Abraxas. After being kissed several times, Abraxas decided to abandon all restraint as Riddle's hands began to wander up his waist. Finding the position inconvenient, Abraxas reclined, casting a suggestive glance at him. "Come here." Abraxas's voice was almost a whisper, yet Riddle immediately turned and knelt over him. Riddle, in a state of eagerness, seized his chin and began to kiss him passionately, stirring and sucking until he had his fill. Only then did he soften, kissing and nibbling on Abraxas's fair neck while unbuttoning his shirt. Abraxas could no longer hold Riddle's neck, merely gasping softly. However, as the sensations became overwhelmingly pleasurable, he could not help but let out sounds of delight, his hands instinctively beginning to scratch Riddle's back. Chapter 157, Riddle's Mischievous Thoughts. Sunday morning, 9 a.m. Abraxas lay languidly in bed, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He turned his head to evade further kisses but allowed Riddle to continue showering him with affection, his hands roaming freely. After Riddle left a few red marks along Abraxas' long, pale neck, he began to move towards the collarbone. When Riddle kissed Abraxas' lips once more, he found that Abraxas still hadn't departed them. Unfulfilled, Riddle intensified his kisses, trailing down from the lips to cover Abraxas' Adam's apple with fervent kisses. He began to nibble lightly, licking as Abraxas shivered, unable to control his gasps. Abraxas grasped Riddle's hair, pulling him closer, but as Riddle paused, both of them caught their breath with a sigh. "Come here." Riddle, feeling refreshed, initiated another passionate kiss. But this time Abraxas could no longer withstand it. Tears welled up in his eyes due to the overwhelming sensations. When Riddle withdrew, he noticed Abraxas's eyes were closed, golden lashes adorned with tears, and he felt a twinge of guilt for having gone too far. "I'm sorry, Abu, I overstepped." Riddle began to apologize, reflecting on his actions. After speaking, he tenderly kissed away the tears at the corners of Abraxas's eyes and brushed his forehead with his lips. Abraxas squeezed him tightly, nuzzling against him, and murmured with closed eyes, "It's all right, it was just too intense." Riddle lay down, enveloping Abraxas in his arms, gently stroking his back. Abraxas, with his eyes shut, contemplated that he had indeed revealed too much. Once or twice was manageable, but too many times became overwhelming. Kissing little Tommy was immensely pleasurable, sending shivers through his scalp. However, if it continued, as the pleasure accumulated, he would find himself utterly enraptured, tears of stimulation pooling in his eyes. Abraxas nestled in Riddle's embrace, reflecting on how he shouldn't have mentioned skipping breakfast that morning. though he had enjoyed a bit of extra sleep. It came at a cost. Riddle pondered, realizing he hadn't truly overdone it. The sensations were simply too intense. It seemed Abraxas didn't want him to know that kissing made him cry. Riddle leaned down to kiss Abraxas's golden hair, a sense of mischief bubbling up within him. He had previously studied Abraxas's reactions, and it had indeed proven effective. Moreover, Abraxas looked stunning when he cried, though he had just felt concern. The memories resurfaced vividly in his mind. The fragile appearance of Abraxas with closed eyes, slightly swollen lips, droplets of water on his golden lashes. And that solitary tear at the corner of his eye stirred something within Riddle. He felt a restless urge to act. As Abraxas lay in his arms for a moment longer, feeling him tighten his embrace again, prompting him to acknowledge that it was time to rise. "You need to wash up. We agreed to go for a walk today." "All right," Riddle replied readily, already contemplating the evening's activities. However, it also struck him that Abraxas had promised to wear his shirt today. Riddle pressed his lips together, reluctant to leave, eager to see Abraxas don his attire. "What's wrong?" Abraxas sensed Riddle tightening his grip. "Wearing my shirt, Riddle exclaimed, excitement evident as he clung to Abraxas a little tighter. Although Abraxas felt Riddle's enthusiasm was measured, he recognized it was palpable, and he could not allow Riddle to become too excited, lest things go awry. "All right, I will wear it. Now let us get up." Abraxas gently patted Riddle's arm, soothingly pressing down on his hand. Riddle released his hold, leaning against the headboard. Watching as Abraxas sat up, he tugged at Abraxas's nightgown, beginning to inquire, "Abu, what do you think it would take for me to see you wear it?" Abraxas turned to Riddle, a mix of amusement and admiration for his cleverness crossing his face, though he knew he could not let Riddle see. "Ha. You can see any time you want, but are you sure you can handle it?" Abraxas grasped Riddle's hand. After speaking, Abraxas began to admire the sight of little Tommy leaning against the headboard. Riddle reclined against his own headboard, the dark green velvet cushion contrasting with his preference for Abraxas in white, as he wore a snug white silk nightgown today. Last night, he had no desire to don his pajamas, leaving the buttons carelessly undone, the collar wide open, revealing expanses of pale, unadorned skin, the elegant contours of his neck, and the exquisite lines of his collarbone, descending further to showcase his splendid muscles. Abraxas squinted, peering intently, sensing that with a mere shift, he might glimpse a hint of color beneath. "Shall I undress?" Riddle inquired with a playful smile. Upon hearing Abraxas's question, Riddle understood that he indeed could not look away. He began contemplating an additional activity for the evening, dressing for himself, only to undress afterwards, but then he caught sight of Abraxas's current gaze. Riddle couldn't suppress a laugh. After Abraxas's inquiry, such a vivid demonstration was unnecessary. "No need," Abraxas replied, extending his hand to grasp Riddle's collar. He pulled the pajamas apart just enough to sneak a glance, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly before he turned and stepped off the bed. Riddle admired the steadfastness of Abraxas's silhouette, struck by his self-control. Had he seen Abraxas's exposed skin, he undoubtedly would have felt compelled to act. Without looking back, Abraxas strode toward the washroom. "Hurry and freshen up, we shall dine together shortly." The image from earlier lingered in Abraxas's mind, leaving him uncertain of his desires, yet undeniably restless. As he walked, he mused that while time was limited, the itch would continue into the night, when he would discover precisely what he wished to do. Upon entering the washroom, Abraxas emerged to find Riddle had not yet returned. On the bedside table lay a freshly brewed cup of red tea and a vial of exquisitely crafted vitality elixir. Turning around, Abraxas noticed Riddle had neatly arranged his own clothing on the bed. He picked up the shirt, noting it was his size. Wasn't it meant for him? Dismissing further contemplation, he sipped the red tea and hurriedly changed. Once dressed, and having consumed the elixir, Abraxas found himself internally praising Riddle. The previous flavor had been delightful, and this time, the elixir's taste was even more pleasing. He leaned against the headboard, gazing at the now empty closet, and within moments, Riddle returned. Approaching Abraxas, Riddle bent down, placing several gentle kisses before collecting his reward, then enveloped Abraxas in his arms, drying him off and commencing the care of his beautiful golden hair.